At the moment of the human pillar's emergence, the seal was at its weakest. Under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, the nine-tailed fox launched an assault on Konoha. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, perished in battle, while countless elite and mid-tier ninjas sacrificed themselves, inflicting immense sorrow upon Konoha. Those who remained, apart from standing before the memorial stone in anguish, were compelled to rise and defend against external threats, with the menace of the Golden Flash now eliminated. The various hidden villages that opposed Konoha began to stir, poised to devour this precarious tree. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, promptly stepped in to assume the role of Hokage, collaborating with the Umbu to ruthlessly eliminate numerous spies infiltrating Konoha, forcing the rival villages to retreat begrudgingly. 4 years later. Monster, get out of the village. You filthy creature. The foul-smelling eggs struck Naruto's youthful face, the putrid liquid and shattered shells delivering a dual blow. Nevertheless, the onslaught of curses and flying objects showed no sign of abating. Why would the third Hokage allow such a monster to remain in the village? Child, don't look. Be careful not to be eaten by the monster. Hurry away. Such remarks incessantly filled Naruto's ears. Despite his early maturity, he found it increasingly unbearable. I'm just going to the third Hokage for a meal. By the way, did my parents ever slaughter a village? Why am I being called a monster? Grandma always talks about how great my parents were. Could she be lying to me? Naruto murmured to himself, returning home covered in leaves and dirt. He had hoped to grow up safely under his grandmother's care, reaching the age for elementary school. However, the reality was starkly different. His grandmother had passed away a month prior. His grandfather, the third Hokage, was, in Naruto's understanding, akin to a village leader, too busy to attend to him. Often, he had to fend for himself when it came to meals. Thus, the question arose, why was he subjected to such treatment whenever he stepped onto the streets? As night enveloped Konoha, the village glowed with lights. Its inhabitants seemed to have forgotten their pain, engrossed in post-dinner leisure. Adults exchanged tales of the day's happenings, while children nestled behind their parents, indulging in affection, either pleading for new toys or extra snacks. Why do I even exist? Naruto pondered from the railing of a rooftop, gazing down at the serene scene below. If he had parents, he would likely be one of those children. Yet, after enduring such mistreatment, thoughts of revenge had crossed his mind. However, he was merely a child, possessing only a modicum of chakra. How was he to survive in such a world? A strong gust of wind swept through, lifting the awnings of stalls and carrying away the balloons of children, along with Naruto's small frame. In midair, Naruto reached out to grasp the railing, but soon relinquished the idea. In this world, he was a being despised by all. Even if he managed to survive, it would only bring harm to himself. Thus, he chose to close his eyes and fall straight down. Am I dead? After what felt like an eternity, Naruto opened his eyes, seeking confirmation of his mortality. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, shrouded in dim, orange-yellow hues. The incessant dripping of water echoed around him, and a wall sealed off any chance of retreat. The water rose to his knees, leaving him with no apparent escape, while the soul path ahead was accompanied by the ominous sounds of a beast's breath, sending a shiver down his spine. Did I fall into a sewer? Who stole the manhole cover? Naruto shuddered slightly and, steeling himself, pressed onward. Dying in a sewer would be utterly beneath him. What a massive iron door is the exit behind it. Not long after, two enormous iron doors loomed before him, adorned with a large ceiling symbol that instilled a sense of dread. Roar, you little brat. I've been sealed within your body for 4 years. It's nothing I can't handle, but I never expected you to suddenly off yourself without a word. You are the most heartless jinchūriki I have ever encountered. Did you know that if you die, I die too? You little fool. A colossal fox thrust its paw through the gap in the door, emitting a furious roar. The nine tails, having resided within Naruto, felt utterly toyed with. In his understanding of humanity, they were all driven by a primal instinct to survive, greedy yet fearful of his power. Yet this foolish child had leaped to his death, leaving him no choice but to pull his consciousness here to devise a plan. Huh? A summoning beast? Why are you living in a sewer? Naruto's eyes transformed into question marks, despite his demeanor. He was merely a tad more mature than other children. Yet he found it hard to accept such an extraordinary situation. Idiot. This is within your body. You've merely projected your consciousness here, while your body remains suspended in midair. The Nine-Tails, infuriated, flailed its 9 tails in agitation, unable to tolerate the thought of being nearly killed by a clueless child. Oh, I see. Well, that was an accident. I didn't intend to commit suicide. But I also didn't plan on surviving. Naruto touched his cheek, realizing this was no dream, and sheepishly admitted his predicament. Oomph. Aren't you surprised? Behold my colossal form, and let out a scream worthy of my presence. The startled Nine-Tails eagerly anticipated a terrified scream from its host, licking its crimson tongue across its paw. I fear neither the sun nor the full moon. I remain unchanged, which indicates that something is sealed within me. Moreover, judging by the villagers' attitudes, you are incredibly powerful, so powerful that even the Hokage cannot contend with you, which is why I must continue to live. Reflecting on his surroundings and the words of the Nine-Tails, Naruto reached a conclusion. Indeed, I am renowned as the strongest tailed beast with infinite chakra. That is merely elementary reasoning. Upon closer examination, you have 9 tails, hence the name Nine-Tails. What nonsense! I am the reason you have become a pariah, hunted by all. Without me, you could have lived a normal life. Come now, harbor hatred towards me. Only through hatred can you grow stronger. Look at those who have tormented you one day. When you possess power, you will crush them beneath your feet like ants. Hatred. Why harbor such feelings? Naruto gazed vacantly at the Nine-Tails, perplexed by the fox's disdain towards him. The Nine-Tails, having observed humanity for millennia, recognized that Naruto spoke the truth. He bore no animosity. You just mentioned that if I were to perish, you would too. Undoubtedly, we are intertwined. I'm not so trivial as to loathe myself, rather. I find this situation rather fascinating. After 4 years, I finally have a friend who can converse. By the way, how can you be freed? Simply tear off that seal and unlock the door. The hand seals for unlocking are. Still savoring Naruto's words, the Nine-Tails inadvertently revealed the truth. Rip. Hey, wait. You? Stunned. The Nine-Tails was taken aback by Naruto's audacity. A mere 4-year-old had effortlessly torn down the seal. Immediately following, Naruto attempted to unlock the door, but a hand grasped his arm. What's happening? Naruto, how old are you? How did you break the seal? The foolish father, Minato, had arrived, expecting to see his son as a dashing young lad, only to find a small child engaged in the most perilous endeavor. Who are you? I need to unlock the seal to release him. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. Yet he failed to notice that Naruto had not paused. He gathered chakra in his hand and swirled it around his abdomen, successfully unlocking the cage that held the Nine-Tails. Naruto was perplexed, although the Nine-Tails had merely instructed him on how to form the seals. The method felt oddly familiar, as if it had been etched into his mind long ago. The execution came with surprising ease, and his scant chakra was just sufficient. All right, it's open. Hey, 4th Hokage, I can't be dreaming, can I? The seal appears to be broken. The Nine-Tails stretched out its claws. The iron door that had bound it was indeed absent, meaning it could escape at any moment. It must be a dream. It cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. Minato cradled his head in despair, teetering on the brink of tears. Nine-Tails, you are powerful, right? Come, let's go out together and smash those fool shops in the marketplace. Naruto, blissfully unaware, climbed into the Nine-Tails cage and tugged at its ears. Smash the shops? Why? Revenge. Although Naruto uttered the word revenge, there was no trace of hatred in his eyes, only a gentle smile. Naruto, look at what you've done. What on earth is happening? Minato was enraged. The seal, painstakingly established by him and his wife, had been shattered, and Naruto was even proclaiming vengeance against the villagers. 4th Hokage, take a look at this. The Nine-Tails tossed Naruto off its head and activated a mirror technique, displaying memories of the days when Naruto had endured the harshest beatings, including the moment he had jumped from a building. My intention was to have him become the beloved hero of Konoha, the one destined to inherit the will of fire with your strength as he matured. The word betrayal weighed heavily on Minato's heart. The sacrifices he and his wife made for the village had resulted in such a return, and it was evident that the third Hokage had concealed Naruto's identity from the villagers, seemingly exacerbating their disdain for him. Kaibi, come on out. With your power, I'm certain I can live better. Let's go, let's go. On the other side, Naruto had climbed onto the Kaibi's head, persistently urging it to emerge. Get lost, you little brat. Annoyed by Naruto's relentless attempts to ascend its head, the Kaibi swatted him down with its tail, and Minato swiftly caught his son. Naruto, I am sorry. Minato held his son tightly, his heart aching that he believed that Naruto's desperate act of misunderstanding stemmed from hopelessness, and he felt as though he had nearly driven his son to despair. The thought pierced his heart like a dagger. Hey, don't be a coward. You've been trapped for so long, you must want to get out. Right. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction with the fox, which had covered its eyes and feigned sleep. Kid, this is Konoha. If I go out, I will surely be attacked. The third Hokage is still alive, and if he decides to seal me away again, the seal will be even stronger. He'll wait until you leave the village before I come out, the Kaibi replied, glancing at Naruto before closing its eyes once more. That makes sense, but everyone in this village despises me. I might die any day. Now you should hurry and get out before I drag you down with me. Naruto nodded, then lamented his unfortunate circumstances. Enough. Naruto, don't say anything more. Minato held Naruto tightly. The thought of his 4-year-old son contemplating suicide was unbearable. But my grandma, whom I took care of, has died, and the people in the village hate me so much. You still have me, and your mother is here as well. She has just buried her chakra deep, but she will appear in due time. You're my dad, but you both are dead. Naruto, confused, asked Minato, struggling to comprehend his words. Impure world reincarnation. A forbidden jutsu that can bring the dead back to life. Minato sighed, revealing a technique he had once witnessed. To be honest, he never intended for Naruto to learn such a forbidden art. Even if mastered, the resurrected would lack awareness, merely existing as soulless shells. Moreover, he had permanently sold his soul to the Shinigami before his death, making reincarnation impossible. Little did he know that in the future, a man named Orochimaru would push the technique to terrifying extremes. Is that so? If I learn it, I can meet mom and dad, right? I understand. Naruto finally felt a flicker of hope for his future, vowing earnestly to master it. Naruto, though it may seem unfair, I hope you do not harbor resentment towards the villagers. After that calamity, many were left with scars in their hearts. Their actions were merely an outpouring of fear. I know this is unjust to you. It is my fault. Nothing to worry about. Since it is my father's wish, I shall endeavor earnestly, and I will earn the acknowledgement of everyone in the village. Naruto, you must not disclose the fact that the Nine Tails has been unsealed to anyone, not even to the third Hokage. Minato sternly cautioned Naruto before ushering him out. Fourth Hokage, how could you permit your own son to learn forbidden techniques? Such conduct is unbecoming of a Hokage. A voice remarked. Nine Tails, as you can see, I am merely a conglomerate of chakra, and I am on the verge of vanishing. However, I am genuinely concerned for Naruto. Might you lend me a bit of your chakra? What did you say? You have sealed me within this child's body, and now you dare to ask for chakra? How shameless of you, human. The Nine Tails bristled, poised to pounce and rend Minato to shreds. Please. Minato knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the earth heavily. In that moment, he was no longer the fourth Hokage or the Yellow Flash, but simply a father worried for his child. Tisk, shattering a chakra clone is meaningless. I would much prefer to smash your true form, the Nine Tails mused, suddenly realizing that Naruto would be disappointed if he came in and found Minato absent. Friends, this insolent brat had mentioned such sentiments before, shaking his head to dispel these trivial thoughts. He extended a tail to penetrate Minato's back, continuously supplying him with chakra. Thank you, Nine Tails. With a thud, Naruto's body crashed into a stall, obliterating a multitude of fruits. I am still alive. How wonderful, not at all. You wretched creature, you've ruined my merchandise. A burly man bellowed as he emerged from the shop, glaring at the watermelon debris scattered across the ground. I'm sorry. Just as Naruto intended to flee, he recalled his recent words to Minato and resolutely halted. turning to face the hostile villagers. I, from this day forth, shall no longer run away. I will earn your recognition. I aspire to become Hokage. Naruto climbed atop a table by the roadside, stretching out his hands toward the sky as he proclaimed loudly, "What nonsense! You monster! Go perish!" The villagers, stirred by Naruto's youthful voice, began to hurl vegetables and other objects toward him. Indeed, mere words are insufficient. Naruto had long mastered the art of dodging projectiles and swiftly evaded the incoming debris, escaping to the rooftops. The vacant house remained unchanged, a small dwelling reeking of instant noodles and devoid of substance. Lying on the bed, Naruto reflected on the day's events, feeling elated at having seen his father. Bang! Just as Naruto drifted into slumber, a figure materialized within the room. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, observed Naruto asleep and glanced around. In that fleeting moment, he indeed sensed the Nine-Tails chakra dad. As he reached out to inspect the seal, he heard Naruto's murmured dreams. His hand hovered in midair, and with a sigh, the third Hokage vanished from the room. Do not run, you little monster. On the bustling streets of Konoha, a group of individuals pursued a small rogue, their voices echoing as they adeptly navigated the obstacles of the narrow lanes, leveraging their own stature to maintain the upper hand in the chase. Catch him. What have you lost? I lost my frying pan, my father's cherished fountain pen, grandma's foot-binding cloth, adult magazines. Ugh. The crowd kicked away the one who had dropped the magazine and continued their pursuit. You can't catch me. Naruto grinned from his hiding spot behind a trash bin, amused that those foolish adults failed to notice his disappearance, still flailing about in confusion. I wonder how I can fix these things. Naruto retreated to his small room, placing the pilfered items upon his desk, and began to mend them with his tender hands. In the dead of night, as the townsfolk succumbed to slumber, a diminutive shadow appeared in the marketplace, diligently scrubbing away the graffiti that adorned various shop fronts. This was, of course, Naruto's own handiwork. He simply painted during the day and returned at night to erase it. Why do you do such things? Sarutobi suddenly materialized behind Naruto, his tone heavy with inquiry. Well, I painted it, so it's only right that I clean it up, Naruto replied without turning, continuing to scrub the door with fervor, erasing some stains in the process. I meant to ask why you engage in these actions. If it's out of revenge, isn't it all in vain? I just want everyone to acknowledge me. But I don't know how to go about it. Naruto puffed out his cheeks, yearning to do something remarkable that would help the villagers move past their fixation on the term monster, though he hadn't yet formulated a plan for what to do next. This might only serve to increase their disdain for you, Sarutobi remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. It doesn't matter. I've already been loathed enough. Third Hokage, can you repair a clock? Naruto inquired, producing the items he had taken during the day. Those he could mend were restored, while the rest were set aside to be returned. Of course, never underestimate the Hokage. Sarutobi took a puff, casually emptying the remnants of tobacco from his pipe into his pocket, unbothered by the dirt beneath him as he joined Naruto in his tinkering. This magazine. Sarutobi gazed at the provocative publication, momentarily at a loss for words. Is there a problem? Nothing at all. Sarutobi quietly stowed the magazine away for Naruto. Such items were still premature. The following day, as villagers opened their shops, they exchanged glances of bewilderment. All the items lost the previous day were neatly wrapped and placed at their doorsteps, and Naruto's graffiti had vanished as if wiped clean. My frying pan looks as good as new. Dad's fountain pen has been repaired. The alarm clock works again, but my magazine has returned. Foolish adults. Uzumaki Naruto is back. Guard your precious belongings lest I take them once more. Just as the crowd pondered the mystery of the previous day, Naruto emerged once more, standing atop a table and proclaiming loudly before commencing his next round of mischief. Thus, the marketplace repeats its mundane routine each day. As the villagers' epithets for Naruto evolve from monster and trash to rascal, the rain pours down relentlessly, yet Naruto continues to sprint forward, pursued by those with umbrellas, as if the chase has become an indispensable part of their daily lives. Alas, Naruto suddenly slips and falls to the ground. The repetitive toil is too taxing for his small frame. The weary nights spent repairing things have robbed him of any strength to escape. Have you seen that rascal? A tall villager inquires as he approaches Naruto, who braced himself for an impending beating. No, replies a concerned voice. No, comes another, laced with shame. Everyone chasing Naruto turns a blind eye to his prostrate form. That rascal has escaped us again. Let us return. The man places his umbrella beside Naruto and silently turns back, leaving him behind. Indeed, what bad luck. The remaining villagers follow suit. And soon an array of umbrellas surrounds Naruto, shielding him from the rain. He chuckles softly, gazing up at the colorful canopies above him, feeling a pang of emotion. After a brief respite, he gathers the umbrellas and begins his slow trek home. Exhausted, he washes off the mud, wipes the umbrellas clean, and places them on the table before collapsing onto his bed, surrendering to slumber. Where is this the Ninetales? Naruto finds himself back in that peculiar realm. Upon seeing the Ninetales, joy radiates from his face, and he rushes forward. You little brat, who permitted your approach? The Ninetales growls, pinning Naruto to the ground with a claw. I just wanted to see you again, but I cannot enter here. You are the only one willing to converse with me. Even if you do not hate me, I loathe you immensely. Do not come near. Why? I haven't done anything to upset you, have I? Because you're a human. And I detest humans above all else, the most repugnant creatures on this earth. That's unfair. You have no reason to hate me. It's not like I chose to be human. If I could, I would prefer to be a fish or a bird. Surely that would be far more delightful. Let us be reasonable. Humph. The Ninetales gradually retracts its claw. Watergate seizes Naruto in his arms, gazing at him for 3 agonizing seconds before bursting into tears. Oh, Naruto. Naruto, you've suffered so much. Father has failed you. I could not protect you. Hey, don't cry. I'm all right. Naruto is at a loss for words. While it has been somewhat hard, he comforts Watergate by patting his head. The Ninetales' mouth curls into a smirk, but upon noticing Naruto's gaze, it quickly suppresses its amusement. Little brat, do you not find life exhausting? It declines Naruto's request to climb onto its head, instead offering him a tail as a plaything, pondering how it has become a mere caretaker. Exhaustion enveloped him, as he was compelled to traverse extensive distances each day. Leaning against the plush tail of the Ninetales, Naruto wearily closed his eyes and uttered his fatigue, prompting Watergate to weep anew. TSK. The Ninetales recognized that this young lad was incapable of grasping the profound implications of his words. The Ninetales had witnessed Naruto's every action within him and swore he had never encountered a human so remarkably naive in his long existence. The world of shinobi was rife with hatred and animosity. No one repaid kindness with kindness. Today, one might stab you, and tomorrow, revenge would surely follow. In stark contrast, Naruto stood as a pure, untainted lotus rising from murky waters. Pure? Hehehe, the little boy has sparked an idea within me. If he is pure, then let us die in black. Observing Naruto's obliviousness, the Ninetales believed he could become the first-tailed beast to mold the jinchūriki into a mere tool. Yet, at that moment, Naruto had succumbed to slumber. I will not allow you to harm Naruto. Watergate declared thoughtfully, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto. For the Ninetales' grin was ominously terrifying. He is my vital instrument. How could I possibly harm him? Ha ha ha. Today, I shall strive to capture everyone's attention. Wait a moment, little boy. Before that, let us settle our accounts. A burly man lifted Naruto off the table, his towering physique emanating an overwhelming force that could stifle one's breath. Settle accounts? Indeed. Do you recall smashing my goods a month ago? That did happen. Excellent. Here is the bill compensation. The man produced a sheet of paper. Although Naruto was still illiterate, he could comprehend the numbers, and the numerous zeros left him momentarily blinded. Are you jesting, uncle? That much? Naruto, a child of modest means, knew that the third Hokage's allowance barely covered a few skewers of dango. Given his tender age and unique position, the third Hokage was keen to prevent Naruto from becoming a target due to financial matters. Nonsense. Watermelons are a luxury reserved for the nobility. A mere brat like you will never afford them. They were meant for the Uchiha clan. And now I am left with a tarnished reputation. Surely, you do not intend to sell me to the land of wind? Naruto gulped. Having often overheard adults speak of its desolate sands and scarce water, a favorite tale for scaring children, how could I resort to such measures? However, compensation is due, and until you repay, you shall labor diligently for me. Labor, you say? I have no objections. Naruto nodded, acknowledging that compensating for the damage he caused was reasonable. Very well, from today forth, I shall be your manager. My name is Suki Kankai, and I will not release you until I have extracted every ounce of your worth. You little rascal, slacking off. Suki Kankai kicked Naruto's chair over, then seized the fallen boy, lifting him with ire. It hurts. I am not slacking. Merely sitting idle is indeed slacking. But there is nothing to do. Have you completed the deliveries I assigned you? Yes. Well done, little brat. What were you doing just now? Yu Guanhai expressed his astonishment at Naruto's efficiency as he set him down and inquired. Extracting chakra. Oh, you aspire to be a ninja? Of course. I aim to surpass all previous Hokage and become the greatest Hokage. Boring. First, go deliver the goods for me. Yu Guanhai, moved by Naruto's ambition, pointed at the mountain of cargo behind him and handed Naruto a map. So much. And I have to deliver it so far? Naruto glanced at the map, noting that he was in the eastern part of the village while the destination lay in the far west. If you can't deliver it all at once, then make 10 trips. Until you repay my debt, I won't hesitate to exploit your labor. All right, boss. Naruto shrugged, lifted 2 boxes, and began to walk. In terms of strength, he was already several times more capable than his peers. Hey, brat, off to deliver goods again? The people of the grocery street merely observed Naruto without hurling insults or trash, their tone somewhat less unfriendly than before. Yes, my family's range hood is broken. Could you take a look later? Oh, what a large courtyard. Naruto marveled at the destination, the length of the surrounding walls surpassing the entire grocery street. And the opulence of the mansion was unlike anything he had ever seen. Who goes there? 2 guards wielding pitchforks stopped Naruto, demanding loudly. I'm here to deliver goods. Go on in. After inspecting the cargo, the guards allowed Naruto entry, having not yet fallen so low as to intimidate a mere delivery boy. Especially considering the Uchiha clan's prominence in Konoha, which deterred any mischief. How do I find the most luxurious room? Naruto pondered, gazing at the various splendid houses. Realizing that Yu Guanhai hadn't provided clear directions. Hey, little brat, could you tell me where the most extravagant house is? A child appeared in his line of sight. With black hair and black eyes, dressed in a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, practicing throwing kunai at a target riddled with dents, but the bullseye remained untouched. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke's initial impression was one of disdain. He had no desire to acknowledge Naruto. Hey, don't be silent. You're not mute, are you? How pathetic. Here. Take this orange. I'm not a mute, nor am I pathetic. Get lost. As veins appeared on Sasuke's arm gripping the kunai, his irritation turned to annoyance. And he hurled the weapon at Naruto. Oh no. Sasuke immediately regretted his action. Even an impudent fellow could be seriously hurt, something he wished to avoid. Hey. Whoosh. Just before the kunai struck his chest, Naruto effortlessly grasped its handle and flung it back at the target, hitting the bullseye with precision. How did you do that? Sasuke was astonished. He had only seen such skill in his brother and never expected this seemingly younger boy could achieve it as well. This sluggish creature is a far cry from a stone. If you were bombarded daily by various peculiarities, you would learn to adapt as well. Come with me. You are in search of a residence, are you not? Oh, how delightful that you are willing to lead the way. Following Sasuke's footsteps, they arrived at an exquisite mansion. A lavish structure of ancient design, complete with a pond in the courtyard, teeming with koi fish that Naruto had never encountered before. This shall suffice. What an impressive abode. I would love to meet its owner. That would be me. This is my home. It seems unlikely. It must belong to your father. Nonsense. Who are you to intrude here, not even recognizing the Uchiha clan? I am the delivery person. I am aware of your role, but I inquired about your name. I know. I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become Hokage one day. With a thumb pointed at his chest, Naruto declared with unwavering confidence. You speak of Hokage? I despise Hokage. Get out. Why is that? Even the 3rd Hokage has your magazine. Were it not for Hokage, how could we have been relegated to this corner of Konoha? A desolate corner devoid of anything? Sasuke, what is the matter? Hearing the commotion outside, the youth emerged from the house, his long braid complementing his gentle features, leading Naruto to mistakenly perceive him as a sister, only to realize upon hearing his voice that it was his brother. It's nothing. Sasuke puffed his cheeks, reluctant to lose his temper in front of Itachi. Greetings. I am here to deliver goods. Ah, the oranges I ordered. Thank you for your effort. Sasuke. I shall undoubtedly become Hokage. We shall meet again soon. With a radiant, sun-like grin and golden hair, Naruto left a lasting impression as he waved goodbye, departing from Sasuke's home. A friend? Itachi tilted his head. No, there is no way I could befriend this oddball. Don't be upset. I'll peel an orange for you. Really? You promise? A smile blossomed on Sasuke's face, his mood restored by the foolish distraction as he took Itachi's arm and stepped back inside. Half an hour later, hey Sasuke, I'm back. The golden-haired fool re-entered Sasuke's line of sight, bearing goods once more. So this is what it means to say goodbye quickly. Here is your payment, little one. Yuguanhai handed Naruto an envelope containing a modest sum of money. Huh? Their essay payment? Although your debt remains unpaid, I am quite satisfied with your work efficiency. Henceforth you may assist me further. This is splendid. I can indulge in Ichiraku ramen now. Thank you, boss. Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's favorite. Cherished not only for its flavor, but also for the kindness of the owner and his daughter, when all others scorned him. The proprietor had welcomed him with a warm smile and a steaming bowl of free ramen. Once your work is complete, be on your way. Yuguanhai seemed quite displeased with Naruto's demeanor, pushing him out of the shop and closing the door behind him, leaving Naruto unaware of what he was up to. I'm so full. Ichiraku ramen is simply the best. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto collapsed onto his bed. The wages given by Yuguanhai were modest, yet enough for several bowls of ramen, which filled him with immense joy. He was finally free from drooling over the ramen shop. The familiar sound of dripping water greeted him as he awoke once more in the sewers. Kaibai, Dad, listen to me. I received my wages today and even indulged in ramen. Naruto excitedly recounted his day's events, oblivious to Minato's expression. Wah, Naruto. Are you really that happy about money? Of course. With money, I can buy ramen, dango, and many other things. But I'm still too young and owe the owner a lot. In other words, do you wish for more money? Yes. With enough money, I could build you a grand house to reside in. Once I grow up and become a ninja, I can accomplish many tasks. Naruto gestured animatedly. While the corners of Kaibai's mouth twitched, ultimately, he refrained from interrupting, waiting for Naruto to finish before stating, why go through all that trouble? Just find a wealthy family to marry into. After uttering this, Kaibai blinked, his brow furrowing slightly. It was peculiar to see a fox with such a rich array of expressions, but he was already formulating some clever schemes. Marry into? Hey, Kaibai. Minato realized that Kaibai was attempting to deceive Naruto. Just as he was about to intervene, Kaibai's tail ensnared him securely, leaving only a tuft of golden hair visible. Silence, parasite that survives on others' chakra. Listen closely, brat. To marry into a family means finding someone to take care of you. You need do nothing but contribute to their lineage and, conveniently, change your surname. Having lived long, Kaibai was familiar with many human customs and wore a malicious grin as he coaxed Naruto, even inscribing the characters for marry into on the ground with chakra. Will they treat me to ramen? Naruto asked blankly, though he couldn't fathom how such a delightful arrangement could exist. Nevertheless, he was willing to believe Kaibai's words. Of course. All right. Tomorrow, I shall seek someone to marry into. What are you planning, Kaibai? Minato finally freed himself after Naruto had left, glaring disapprovingly at Kaibai. Isn't this the best course of action at this stage? No hard labor, someone to take care of you, and no fear of being beaten. Kaibai pleased, thought to himself that Naruto was indeed pure-hearted, completely trusting his words. However, he mused, but isn't it true that men who marry into families are often bullied by their wives, forced to work tirelessly, and even when they have children, they rarely acquire custody? Life is, in essence, a dark abyss. You've read too many novels. Kaibai observed Minato, who was lost in thought, cradling his head in contemplation. With a satisfied smile, Kentucky closed his eyes, relishing the idea of deceiving him by tricking his son. In the world of ninjas, mutual deception was the norm. Boss, what does it mean to be adopted into a family? The next day, Naruto inquired during a brief respite. Adopted into a family? I suppose it means finding a wife to marry, Yuguanhai replied casually, not understanding why Naruto posed such a question. I see. If I were to be adopted into a family, do you have any suggestions? Naruto had a rudimentary understanding of marital relationships, believing it simply involved two individuals living together and having children. Well, when it comes to being adopted, one must choose a prestigious family. The Uchiha clan, being the foremost noble family in Konoha, has a thriving lineage, yet I have not heard of any daughters being born in recent years. The youngest is now 10, which would not suit you. If we consider future options, the second largest noble family, the Hyūga clan, would be appropriate. Their Byakugan is quite valuable, and the head of the family has conveniently just welcomed a daughter around your age. With nothing better to do, Yuguanhai earnestly analyzed the situation for Naruto, ultimately concluding that the Hyūga clan would be the most suitable choice. Hey, kid? Not receiving a response, Yuguanhai nudged Naruto, only to find that with a thud, Naruto had transformed into a wooden log. Shadow clone technique? That little brat dares to skip out on work. So, this is the Hyūga clan. Is it? Excellent. As the second most prestigious family following the Uchiha, The Hyūga clan certainly boasts a vast estate, conveniently located near the village's center, which, in this regard, surpasses the Uchiha. I have arrived. Clutching a 3-meter-long bamboo pole, Naruto sprinted over 10 meters before thrusting the pole into a corner of the wall, propelling himself effortlessly over the Hyūga clan's barrier. I can't stop. Mid-air, Naruto realized a grave concern. He had no means of landing safely. Thus, his body traced a graceful arc, and as he instinctively glanced downward, he spotted 2 figures in the courtyard, a boy and a girl, who appeared to be preparing for practice. They instinctively gaped at the unexpected arrival of Naruto. With a resounding thud, he landed on the roof, and one could only commend the Hyūga residence, aside from a few broken tiles. It remained unscathed. Just as Naruto reveled in his fortune of not meeting a dire fate, a dozen robust men suddenly surrounded him, binding him securely and escorting him into the main house. An intruder? A middle-aged man sat regally at the head of the table. His eyes distinctly different from an ordinary person's. His pupils were entirely white with a hint of gray. He was Hyūga Hisashi, the clan leader. Though the Byakugan may not be the strongest bloodline limit in Konoha, it is undoubtedly one of the most advantageous, versatile for support, reconnaissance, and combat. Many have coveted it. And ensuring the safety of his clan has always been Hisashi's responsibility as its leader. An intruder? Is there truly such a foolish spy in the world? Another middle-aged man, resembling Hisashi, stood beside him, eyeing Naruto's youthful visage. I am not a spy. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto squirmed, wriggling like a caterpillar until he found himself in front of Hisashi. He had learned from a young age that when speaking, one should maintain eye contact and exude confidence. This way, even when facing punishment, one would retain a sense of dignity. Naruto Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails. Is there something you require? Hisashi Hyūga murmured Naruto's name, recalling his identity, and inquired in a manner devoid of hostility. The Hyūga clan had not suffered significantly in that calamity, and they possessed confidence in the 4th Hokage's seal, rendering it unnecessary to burden an innocent child. I have come to marry in, exclaimed Naruto. My friend informed me that to attain wealth, one must first marry into a prosperous family. Are you implying that you wish to join our clan? Hisashi asked, bemused, as he regarded his brother, mistakenly perceiving Naruto as a suitor drawn in by the winds of rumor. No, I have never expressed a desire to accept a son-in-law. However, Hisashi, do you not sense a certain warmth about him, as if he carries the bloodline of the Byakugan? Hisashi regarded Naruto with intrigue. He had felt this peculiar sensation upon their first encounter, and as the clan leader, he recognized it, as if he were one of the Hyūga children. Byakugan! Hisashi exclaimed, immediately activating his Byakugan, the chakra veins around his eyes becoming visible. He scrutinized Naruto for an extended moment before deactivating it. No, he is not of our clan. I did not perceive the sense of familiarity you mentioned. Hey, uncle, could you consider my request to marry in? Naruto pressed. I shall contemplate it. Take him outside, and ensure he does not come to harm. Hisashi pinched the bridge of his nose, reflecting on the fact that his first child was a daughter, and her potential seemed to pale in comparison to that of Neji from the branch family. The thought of marrying in had crossed his mind. In the world of shinobi, power held utmost importance. However, it would not be prudent to accept a jinchūriki. What do you mean? I am quite strong. Do not dismiss me. Just let me marry in. Naruto protested, as a Byakugan-wielding man escorted him away from the main house. Just as he called out a few times, he spotted 2 children standing near the main house, particularly a small girl with rosy cheeks, likely having overheard his remarks. In that fleeting moment, their gazes met. Hinata. Stop staring. Your eyes will get dirty. Neji interjected, blocking Naruto's line of sight and casting a disdainful glance toward him as he ushered Hinata indoors. What does your eyes will get dirty even mean? Naruto retorted, annoyed that the little brat dared to skip work. As soon as Tsukami caught sight of Naruto's return, he delivered a swift kick to his backside. Despite Naruto's attempts to evade it, the foot seemed to follow him like a shadow, ultimately sending him flying. Ouch! Why can't I escape the boss's kick? Naruto lamented. If you could evade me, I would no longer be in this profession. Now, tell me, where have you been? Tsukami demanded. I visited the Hyūga clan, Naruto replied, rubbing his rear as he stood up and recounted his experiences to Tsukami. You certainly have the audacity, you little rascal. Tsukami remarked, speechless. This whimsical child truly dared to dream and act. It was nothing short of miraculous that the Hyūga clan had not assaulted him. Well, this does not concern you any longer. Be off with you. After a long day of labor, Tsukami did not pay Naruto for his work and once again shooed him away. Naruto returned to his empty home and lay down on his bed. Thank you for your suggestions, Kaibai. Today, I visited the Hyūga household, and it was quite delightful. After falling asleep, Naruto found himself back in the realm of the Kaibai, climbing onto its paw with a gleeful expression, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, as long as you're happy, the Kaibai mused. However, the anticipated embarrassment did not materialize, leaving the Kaibai in a foul mood, disinterested in playing with Naruto. As it continued to plot its schemes against him, the Hyūga family, if they were willing to take Naruto in, would be a fine choice. But they must change his name. Kushina, would she not be furious? Though she has long since passed, Minato stroked his chin, reminiscing about his amicable relations with the Hyūga clan during his lifetime. They were known for their integrity and unwavering loyalty to Konoha, so there was little to worry about. Naruto Hyūga, it indeed had a nice ring to it. Oh, that little rascal from the Hyūga clan did mention he would consider it, didn't he? The Kaibai's mind raced swiftly, concocting a scheme to ensnare Naruto. As if whisperings from a devil were enticing it. Age-wise, Hinata was merely a child. Exactly. That statement implies a nighttime raid. If you can navigate through the Hyūga's formidable defenses to reach his daughter's chamber, it signifies your worthiness. You've witnessed their defensive prowess, have you not? Oh, I see now. How astute of you, Kaibai. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes alight with sincerity as he gazed at the Kaibai, who found itself momentarily bewildered by such pure intent. It had been ages since it had seen such innocence, since its inception, aside from that old man. Those who had gazed upon it were either filled with dread or avarice. Enough of this slumber. Awaken and make haste. I shall guide you from the shadows. Understood. With that, Naruto roused from his dream, donned his attire, and leapt from the window, nimbly bounding across the rooftops. Though still young, he already possessed an impressive foundation as a ninja. The Hyūga household, even at midnight, would undoubtedly have robust defenses. However, the Kaibai within Naruto had developed an uncanny sensitivity to chakra, guiding him step by step. Before long, he found himself at the dwelling of the Hyūga clan. Little rascal, it's time to sprint. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply run with all your might and heed my instructions. All right. Naruto positioned himself and began to dash down the corridor, relinquishing his thoughts and entrusting everything to the Kaibai. Left, right, up, down. Open the door. Now jump. With the final command from the Kaibai, Naruto flung open a paper door and lunged toward the figure sleeping on the tatami mat. Huh. The boy with the Byakugan, startled by the sound of the door opening, rubbed his eyes and stared blankly at the airborne Naruto. Moments later, 8 trigrams palm. Ah! Naruto screamed as he crashed through the second-floor window, landing in the pond of the courtyard. What happened, Niji? Hisashi called out, rushing from the house upon hearing the commotion, only to find Naruto in the pond and a furious Niji nearby. A figure stealthily infiltrated my room, leaving me perplexed about their intentions. Niji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Had it not been for his position, he would have long since thrust Naruto into the depths of the water. Uft! Who entered your room? I am here to find Hinata, Naruto retorted loudly, spitting out the aquatic vegetation from his mouth. Hinata? Why? Under different circumstances, Hisashi would have ensured that anyone else understood the repercussions of a nocturnal visit to the Hyūga estate. However, the vague sense of familiarity that emanated from Naruto compelled him to inquire patiently. Oh, isn't this your trial? Is that how you interpret it? But speaking of which, how did you manage to breach so many layers of defense? Is the Hyūga family too negligent, or are you simply too formidable? Hisashi furrowed his brow upon hearing Naruto's explanation, while the few individuals on night watch promptly knelt, unable to rationalize how Naruto had managed to slip past unnoticed. Niji, how do you propose we handle this? Hisashi waved his hand, relinquishing the notion of punishing the family members. Addressing Niji, he acknowledged the uniqueness of Naruto's situation. The host of the Nine Tails was not someone to be dealt with lightly, and it would be unseemly for the head of the family to chastise a child. The most prudent course was to allow Niji, appear, to address the matter. Let it be so, until dawn, let him learn a lesson, Niji decided, pulling Naruto from the pond and binding him to a wooden post used for training. Hey. Not that. Ha ha ha, did you see? This little brat actually did it, ha 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 ha. Within Naruto, the Nine Tails was nearly rolling in laughter, vigorously pounding the ground as it broadcast its amusement to Minato, finally unable to contain itself. What, are you displeased? After a spell of laughter, the Nine Tails noticed that Minato remained calm and collected, prompting it to suppress its mirth and inquire. No, I merely didn't expect to see such an expression from you. I thought you only knew how to be furious. How dull. The Nine-Tails fell silent, resting its head on its paws as it drifted into slumber. Does it hurt? Upon awakening, Naruto found himself still immobilized, recollecting the events of the previous night, bound to the wooden post by Neji, and yet to be rescued. Did I hurt you? Yes, I apologize. He lifted his head to find Hinata's concerned face, her injured hand cradling a medicine bottle as she gently tended to the wounds inflicted by Neji. Their eyes met briefly before she shyly lowered her gaze, clutching the bottle in uncertainty. This little injury is nothing. Naruto-kun, why did you come in the middle of the night? Of course, to complete your father's trial. Though I seem to have made a mistake. Naruto grinned, not suspecting the Nine-Tails of plotting against him. He simply believed he had misjudged the situation. Is that how you perceive it, as an intrusion? Hinata bit her lip, realizing how beautiful Naruto looked when he smiled. Perhaps beautiful was not the right term, but there was a strength in his smile that radiated a sense of reassurance. Once I become part of the Hyūga family, Hinata will be my wife, and I shall treat her well. Naruto pondered for an extended period, realizing he was at a loss for words, for he was still a child with a limited vocabulary. After much hesitation, he finally expressed himself. Hinata's steam seemed to rise from Hinata's head, and she promptly fainted, unable to bear Naruto's forthright declaration. Hinata, what are you doing to her? Naruto called out several times to the Hinata who had collapsed onto him, but received no response, inadvertently summoning Neji instead. Upon witnessing the scene, Neji's fury ignited once more, and he mercilessly delivered another beating. You hit me again. I will retaliate one day. Is that so? Come at me if you can. At the Uchiha residence, Sasuke, still in a fit of anger, sat on the corridor floor, staring blankly at the yard. Itachi looked at his younger brother with a sense of helplessness. Hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke sulked, puffing out his cheeks. I'm not angry. It's just that you've been too busy since becoming a ninja. Forgive me, Sasuke. If only you could have a playmate your age. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, feeling both pity and helplessness. Sasuke was the youngest in the Uchiha family, with all his older siblings already serving as ninjas. The children outside were too afraid to approach the Uchiha household, and the offspring of other prominent families were warned by their parents to avoid any association with the Uchihas. Thus, Sasuke often felt isolated. Brother, I've come to deliver goods. Just as Itachi finished speaking, Naruto entered the yard carrying a box, smiling brightly. He is my brother. You must not call him that. Sasuke, feeling displeased at Naruto's declaration, clung to Itachi's arm, asserting his ownership. Thank you for your hard work, Naruto. Have you been busy today? Itachi, slightly embarrassed, raised his other hand to scratch his cheek and kindly inquired. Not too busy. I'll have nothing to do once I return home. If you don't mind, why not stay for a glass of juice? I'll be heading out soon. And I worry about leaving Sasuke home alone. Brother, why are you letting this guy stay? Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke voiced his discontent, pointing at Naruto with irritation. It's merely for a glass of juice. Does the master of the Uchiha household lack such generosity? Itachi patted Sasuke's shoulder, hinting that he would be the next head of the Uchiha clan, which brought a smile to Sasuke's face, and he reluctantly agreed. Just drink and then leave. This is truly delicious. Naruto gulped down the drink Itachi had poured him, lying sprawled on the floor, staring vacantly at the sky. Such a lack of decorum. Sasuke looked down on Naruto's uncouth behavior, sipping his juice delicately. Yet, deep down, he yearned to converse with Naruto but couldn't lower his pride, forcing himself to maintain composure. Sasuke, I actually envy you. You have a home, parents, and an older brother. Speaking of which, you've been working at such a young age. Where are your parents? No, there hasn't been any respite, ever since the onset of my memories. I have been relentlessly pursued, living each day in a state of evasion. However, things have recently improved slightly. Is that so? Sasuke fell into silence, feeling a twinge of pity for Naruto, who, at such a tender age, had to toil diligently to support himself. In comparison, he realized just how fortunate he truly was. By the way, do you have any girls in your family? Sasuke found it utterly incomprehensible how Naruto's thoughts could leap from sorrow to such a whimsical query in an instant. Someone around my age. Who could allow me to marry into their family? Is that even possible? By the way, what does marrying into a family mean? Literally? Yes. After marrying in, I would be renamed Uzumaki Naruto. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Splendid, my foot. You are such an aimless little brat. Aren't you just a brat as well? A true man should not be shackled by a woman, nor allow a woman to take charge. You might as well become a woman yourself. Speaking of women, I think the transformation jutsu could be quite useful. Get out of here. Sasuke, rendered speechless, brandished a broom and forcefully expelled Naruto from his presence. Sasuke, farewell. Let us play together again next time. Naruto waved goodbye, and for reasons unknown, Sasuke felt a flicker of anticipation for their next encounter. Kurama, this is unbearable. Why must you force me to witness this? Within Naruto, Kurama relentlessly compelled him to view a series of gruesome scenes, primarily depicting murder and death. The air thick with the scent of blood, causing Naruto's stomach to churn violently, yet he could not expel the contents. Silence. Pay attention. Kurama, you are being excessively cruel. Naruto is still but a child. What are you trying to achieve? Minato, bound and powerless, could only watch helplessly as Naruto endured torment, glaring at Kurama in indignation. What am I doing? I am merely presenting him with the stark realities of the ninja world. Can you discern any fabricated elements in these depictions? Even so, I do not wish for him to confront such harsh truths at this tender age. I hope he can enjoy a somewhat better childhood. After all, Naruto is merely a child. These matters should be addressed when he is older. Yet, as he voiced these sentiments, his resolve began to wane. Indeed, from the moment you sealed me within this child, a wholesome childhood was rendered impossible for him. All of this is your fault, forcing him into this predicament. Kurama wore a malevolent grin, relentlessly assaulting Minato's psyche with his words. I shall not regret it. He is my child, and I believe he will overcome these trials. Ultimately emerging as a hero, a fleeting crack appeared in Minato's resolve, only to be swiftly mended. Very well, let us wager. We shall see whether he becomes a monster lost in bloodshed or a flower blooming amidst the carnage. As the Nine Tails observed Naruto gradually acclimating to the scene before him, no longer repulsed, he remarked with keen interest that Naruto had become a mere plaything in his hands, subject to his whims of manipulation. If no one transformed into a monstrous being solely driven by slaughter, it implied that Naruto's potential was limited to this extent. Thus, he would be the first to seize control of his body. Father, why must people harm one another? Naruto inquired, pointing at the figures within the scene, his youthful innocence rendering him unable to comprehend the loss of life around him. Indeed, none of these individuals engage in senseless violence. They fight desperately to protect their village. Came the response. A village? Precisely. The world beyond the village is not as peaceful as it appears to you. The laughter shared among villagers is made possible by the sacrifices of these individuals. Thus, you must remember, you too will one day become part of the struggle to protect your village. Is it acceptable to kill these people to protect the village? Looking upon his son's naive visage, Minato could only provide the harshest of truths. As the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto could never lead an ordinary life, compelling Minato to impart these lessons with a heavy heart. Sasuke, come out and play, Naruto called out, standing at Sasuke's doorstep, cupping his hands to his mouth to amplify his voice. Stop calling. I'm not really in the mood to play, came Sasuke's reply as he opened the door, Itachi accompanying him. Naruto, I'm entrusting Sasuke to you. Although he says he doesn't care, you can see for yourself, Itachi smiled, noting Sasuke's appearance. Donning a straw hat, holding a bug-catching net, and sporting a bug-catching box at his waist, which starkly contrasted his words. By the way, Sasuke, look, transformation jutsu, Naruto exclaimed. Forming hand seals, and with a poof, the little figure vanished, replaced by a striking beauty with golden hair styled in twin ponytails. Approximately 16 years old and clad in an orange bikini, the deep neckline causing both boys to blush. Naruto, what is this? Itachi gasped, nearly activating his Sharingan as he hurriedly covered Sasuke's eyes. A few days ago, Sasuke told me to become a girl, so I practiced the transformation jutsu. By the way, Sasuke, have you gotten shorter? Naruto cheerfully declared, having named this technique after learning from neighborhood magazines. The swimsuit choice stemming from his unfamiliarity with more adult-themed materials. It's you who has grown taller, you idiot. Though Sasuke's eyes were covered, the fleeting glimpse had firmly imprinted in his mind. His cheeks flushed as he shouted indignantly. Sasuke, while the transformation jutsu is a fascinating technique, remember that Naruto is fundamentally still a boy. How should I put this? Itachi anxiously explained, sensing that his younger brother might be straying down an inappropriate path, his urgency rendering him at a loss for words. Brother, you seem to have misunderstood something. It's not what you think. Change me back at once. Although Sasuke could not comprehend the words, he sensed that he had lost something significant in Itachi's gaze. He promptly urged Naruto to cancel his transformation and took hold of his hand, leading him outside, with Naruto in the lead and Sasuke following closely behind. The two ambled at a leisurely pace. Sasuke, not often venturing outdoors, found himself captivated by the sights, stopping intermittently until they reached the riverbank, where Naruto finally paused. "Wait, what are you doing?" Sasuke inquired with displeasure as he observed Naruto removing his shoes and preparing to step into the muddy shoreline. "Catching loaches," Naruto replied. "Weren't we supposed to be catching cicadas today? Did I ever say that? Seriously?" Sasuke clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to voice his frustration. "Do you have any idea how long I prepared for today, how much research I conducted, and why I asked my brother to buy the tools for catching insects?" It was quite difficult to hold back those words. "Well, we can save that for next time, since the river has just receded. Today is the perfect opportunity for loach catching. We can go for cicadas next time." "Next time?" Sasuke repeated the phrase. Realizing there would indeed be a next time, he instinctively regarded this outing as a singular event, irreplaceable and unique. It was only upon hearing Naruto's words that he recalled Naruto had never implied it was a one-time affair. "What are you doing? Come down here." "No. That seems a bit." Sasuke hesitated, eyeing the muddy ground. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had never encountered such filth, and seeing Naruto's hands turn black only strengthened his resolve to avoid the mess. Come on, come on." Naruto cheerfully approached the bank and forcibly dragged Sasuke down. "Ah, the mud has gotten into my shoes. How disgusting. Help." Sasuke shrieked as he felt the slimy texture beneath his feet, his horror escalating as the coldness enveloped him. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion, observing Sasuke's dramatic display. "Sasuke, look closely. These holes often conceal loaches. Just reach your hand inside, see?" Naruto thrust his hand into the mud, and after a brief struggle, he emerged with a glossy black loach, fresh and alive. Sasuke marveled at the wriggling creature, its mouth wide open. It was the first time he had seen a live loach. "All right, my turn." His competitive spirit ignited. He refused to be outdone by Naruto. He located a hole that appeared to be hiding a loach, hesitated for a moment, then plunged his hand inside. After enduring the initially unpleasant sensation, he gradually grew accustomed to it. "Hey!" His hands seemed to graze something, and with a swift motion, he pulled it out, an even larger loach than Naruto had caught. "Not bad, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed. Of course, the two of them diligently continued their loach-catching endeavor, and soon the basket Naruto had brought was filled to the brim. "What a bountiful harvest! We can eat and sell these," Naruto exclaimed. However, in the midst of his excitement, he suddenly heard a muffled groan from Sasuke and rushed to his side, concern evident in his tone. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" "Nothing much. It seems I have grazed against a sharp piece of wood." Sasuke furrowed his brow as a small cut opened on his index finger, blood flowing profusely. "Give me your hand." Just as Sasuke was processing this, Naruto had already taken his finger into his mouth, sucking away the blood before spitting it out. "If you don't clean it, it could easily get infected. Be careful, it's quite filthy." Sasuke felt his face flush with embarrassment, despite the dirt on his hand. Having it in someone else's mouth felt exceedingly awkward. "What are you talking about? You're covered in mud too." "So are you." On their way home, Naruto chuckled at the sight of Sasuke, who was entirely smeared in black, and received a playful retort in return, both of them sharing a laugh. "Naruto, you can stop here." After returning home, Sasuke had intended to invite Naruto in for a shower before he left, but upon seeing his father's shoes, he could only say this. "Oh, then see you next time." "Sasuke, have you been out playing?" Just as Naruto was about to leave, a stern-looking middle-aged man emanating authority emerged, casting a glance at Sasuke that lacked any semblance of concern. Deep down, Sasuke felt a sense of fear towards his overly strict father, instinctively leaning back towards Naruto, while Uchiha Fugaku's gaze shifted to him. "Oh, so you are Sasuke's father. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Uncle Fugaku." "Uncle?" A crack appeared in Fugaku's imposing demeanor, evidently taken aback by the unexpected address. Yes. I often see your name at the boss's place. This is half of the loach I caught with Sasuke today. I'll share it with you. It's quite delicious." Naruto pulled half of the loach from his basket and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku, staining the fine garment that could have paid for several months of his salary with slimy substances. "Half? Do you want more?" "No way. I need the other half for Hinata, and I'll give Neji just one." With that, Naruto walked away with the basket, leaving a bewildered Sasuke behind. Ha. How long has it been since anyone dared to underestimate me like this, calling me uncle? Am I that old? Uchiha Fugaku, holding a pile of loaches, suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Ever since he ascended to the position of head of the Uchiha clan, he had only received flattery and fear, yet today he was belittled by a mere child, and these unpretentious gifts brought him great comfort. Sasuke, your friend is quite remarkable. As Uchiha Fugaku stepped into the house, a moment later, his wife's surprised voice echoed from within. Oh my, dear, why are you holding so many loaches? They were given to me. We shall feast on this tonight. Do you really eat such things, father? During dinner, Sasuke quietly tugged at Itachi's sleeve, watching their father savor the meal. Don't underestimate ninjas. Being able to eat such delicacies while on a mission is considered a feast. Your father is a battle-hardened ninja. It had been quite some time since Itachi had seen his father in such high spirits. While he was astonished by Naruto's actions, he also felt a sense of joy for Sasuke. Having a friend like Naruto would surely enable Sasuke to grow up well. Delicious. Although the presentation was rather unremarkable, the flavor was delightful. Next time, I'll go catch some with that guy. The thought of savoring food that he had personally caught brought a smile to Sasuke's face. In Naruto's eyes, although Tsukami appeared somewhat brutish, with his muscular physique seeming a bit oppressive and his demeanor somewhat stingy, he was a man of profound knowledge. Whenever a question arose, answers could always be found with him. Boss, I wish to learn ninjutsu. He received a beginner's ninjutsu book. Boss, I wish to learn jinjutsu. He received a beginner's jinjutsu book. Boss, I wish to learn taijutsu. He received Tsukami's flying kick. Boss, I wish to learn forbidden techniques. Finally, in his ignorance, Naruto asked a question he ought not to have. No, get lost. Why not? Aren't you supposed to know everything? You little brat, how dare you say that? Learning forbidden techniques on your own can land you in prison, and I certainly do not wish to accompany you to your demise. Get out, get out, get out. Tsukami angrily shooed Naruto out of the shop and locked the door behind him. What the heck? Naruto was bewildered as to why Tsukami was so angry. After pondering for a moment about returning, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper, a white sheet that had fallen at his feet without him realizing it. Could this be a summons? Naruto easily deciphered the map markings, as he often studied maps. After some contemplation, he decided to pocket the slip of paper and dashed off following its directions. This is good. Observing Naruto's actions from the window, Tsukami closed his eyes, lost in thought. The Konoha cemetery, surely no ghost will appear. Following the map's markings, Naruto arrived at the cemetery, where the memorial stones honored the fallen ninjas of the village. Under the howling night wind, the atmosphere felt particularly desolate and eerie. Approaching an inconspicuous memorial stone, Naruto compared it to the markings on the paper and gently pressed on a specific character. Click, clack, clack. The jarring sound of gears echoed as the green grass slowly lifted, revealing a passage leading underground. Excuse me, is anyone there? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Please don't be offended by my sudden intrusion. Nervously, Naruto descended into the passage, which gradually brightened. The torches on the walls ignited, their orange flames casting an even stranger light upon the corridor. After more than 10 minutes of walking, he came upon a wooden door, steeling his courage. He pushed it open and beheld a bizarre scene. A collection of jars filled with peculiar substances and a table strewn with books inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Who are you? A long-haired woman, her back turned to Naruto, continued her meticulous work at her workstation without turning around. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Hello, Auntie. Auntie. Although I was once told by an annoying white-haired individual that I resembled a woman, it is indeed the first time I have been addressed in such a manner. Orochimaru turned his head, his delicate features accentuated by violet eyeshadow and adorned with hook-shaped earrings, coupled with a hoarse voice that certainly made it easy to misidentify his gender. Oh, was there a mistake? Are you my uncle? Welcome to my laboratory. I am Orochimaru, the little demon of the Nine Tails. His tongue extended from his mouth, licking the blood that had stained his left cheek. Then, I shall call you Snake Uncle. What are you doing? Orochimaru's smile faltered as Naruto imitated him, extending his tongue, but could only manage to lick his own lips. I can't reach it. How can I lick my cheek? If I could do that, I could enjoy my ramen and lick off the soup myself. What is your purpose here? The golden linear pupils narrowed slightly as Orochimaru abandoned the idea of reckoning with a child. I have come to learn forbidden techniques. Do you know them, Snake Uncle? Oh, what compels you to risk danger to seek forbidden techniques here? Orochimaru did not deny his knowledge of such arts and continued to inquire. My parents are both deceased. I wish to revive them, and only forbidden techniques can achieve that, right? The path to mastering forbidden techniques is fraught with peril. It is not only the techniques themselves that pose a threat but also the people. Society is narrow-minded and conservative, viewing forbidden techniques as calamities unworthy of exploration, thus locking away the potential they hold. If one were to be discovered studying forbidden arts, they would be met with righteous condemnation. Are you not afraid of this? Orochimaru's expression grew slightly serious, sensing a shared plight with Naruto, who had also lost his parents at a young age and was striving to see them again. Of course, Naruto replied earnestly, though he only grasped a fraction of Orochimaru's lengthy explanation. Forbidden techniques must be practiced in secrecy. Very well, but before that, I must assess your capacity. Orochimaru stepped aside, revealing that what lay upon his workbench was not documents but a corpse, one that had been gruesomely disemboweled. Oh, I was just about to commend you. You show no aversion to this overwhelming stench of blood. Are you not afraid upon witnessing such a gruesome sight? Orochimaru observed Naruto with keen interest. This alone hinted at Naruto's the ninja, with his mouth forcibly sealed, witnessed Orochimaru shaking his head vehemently, appearing to either plead for mercy or unleash a silent roar. What could be the intention behind this? Kill him. Strike wherever you wish, repeatedly, commanded Orochimaru, effortlessly manipulating the fate of the unfortunate ninja, who immediately turned to Naruto, uttering muffled sounds of distress. I cannot do it. I cannot harm the innocent. Naruto shook his head, recalling the teachings of Minato against adversaries. One must be ruthless, yet one must never wield their power to harm the innocent. Innocent? This individual was not a leaf ninja. Rather, he was a spy dispatched from the land of Earth, responsible for the murder of an innocent villager to assume his guise for intelligence gathering. Upon being discovered, he had slain an entire family of 4 neighbors. Could he truly be considered innocent? Even Orochimaru would refrain from capturing leaf ninjas. Even a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow, especially when the mentor is the 3rd Hokage. It is indeed so. Naruto nodded and turned towards the door. He contemplated leaving. Just like that, Orochimaru felt disappointment. How could someone with such limited capacity become a vessel? However, the matter was far from concluded. To Orochimaru's astonishment, Naruto lifted a chair from beside the door and placed it in front of the spy, then slowly climbed atop it. I can't reach him, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully, raising a kunai and swiftly slashing it. The sharp blade instantly severed the spy's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Naruto's face. Ugh, my eyes, he cried, tumbling off the chair. You have qualified. Observing the still screaming Naruto, Orochimaru felt a sense of resignation as he picked up a towel from the table to wipe the blood from Naruto's face. Child, what were you thinking during the act of killing? I thought nothing of it. He was an enemy of the village. To protect the village. Isn't it right to eliminate him? Orochimaru chuckled softly. Is this the conclusion you've drawn from your childhood of mistreatment? How intriguing. Noticing the clarity in Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru remarked with delight. You have delivered a most perfect specimen, Danzo. Within Naruto, the Ninetales perked up, grinning broadly. Oh, have you taken your first step? You have lost. General, the Ninetales declared. Minato was oblivious to the unfolding events. Only the Ninetales could perceive Naruto's actions. Without the Ninetales sharing the visual, Minato remained unaware, engrossed in a game of chakra chess with the Ninetales. You have lost. The Ninetales smirked, casually adjusting the shape of the chakra, causing the pieces to shift positions, leading to Minato's defeat. Ah, you cheated, despicable tailed beast. Humph. In the establishment of Moonview C, a cup of tea was placed upon the table as he awaited something. You still possess an impeccable sense of timing. No one had witnessed how this individual entered. He took a seat before the cup, praising with a calm demeanor. Is that so? I am quite dissatisfied with the task you have been executing. Danzo, with a frigid tone, remarked that a palpable aura of menace enveloped Yukigakure. I have been diligently fulfilling my responsibilities, watching over the Ninetales vessel. Do not attempt to obfuscate. You must be aware that no one has ever emerged alive from Root. The very reason I have afforded you this opportunity is to allow you to expend your remaining vigor. Yet you cannot even accomplish this straightforward task. Danzo was infuriated, not because Yukigakure was overly lenient towards Naruto, but rather because he was failing to meet the necessary standards. What he should be doing is providing meticulous care for Naruto, thus becoming the pillar he relies upon. One day, when this pillar betrays Naruto, he would transform into the perfect weapon, solely for Danzo's use. What he observed, however, was a relentless barrage of beatings directed towards Naruto. Devoid of any semblance of tenderness, such a person would experience no emotional turmoil, even in betrayal. I comprehend now. I do not wish to have to remind you a second time. Years ago, I exerted tremendous effort to suppress the information regarding his identity as the fourth Hokage's son and spread rumors throughout the village that he was the Nine-Tails itself, solely to mold him into a weapon for Konoha, one that requires no emotional attachments. Nevertheless, you have performed admirably in luring him to Orochimaru, who is quite satisfied and will provide us with numerous techniques. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. The one known as the murderer under the moon would not develop any feelings for this boy, would he? Without awaiting a response, Danzo vanished into smoke, leaving behind a cup of tea still warm to the touch. Orochimaru reconsidered. Naruto is, in fact, unsuitable to be his vessel. If possible, he would wish to dissect his head to ascertain whether it contained ramen. Oh, chakra leaked out. You fool. Didn't you notice that you formed the wrong seals just now? Naruto has been training under Orochimaru for several months, yet cannot even master the basics of seal formation. Orochimaru has little desire to impart forbidden techniques to him. Heaven knows what calamity might arise from incorrect seals, and he certainly does not wish to perish alongside Naruto. Is that so? When will I ever learn the reanimation jutsu? Naruto scratched his head, dissipating his chakra as he continued to practice his seals, murmuring dejectedly. Enough of this practice. The reanimation jutsu is not yet complete, and training it at this stage is futile. In truth, few techniques documented in the sealing book are of any real utility. Orochimaru scoffed at Konoha's sealing book. Indeed, it contained many formidable jutsu, but they are of no use if one cannot learn them. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage, has been mastered by no one other than the fourth Hokage. Furthermore, the fourth passed away before he could record his insights into the sealing book. What does incomplete mean? The summoned entities are mere puppets, devoid of independent thought. While they retain some combat instincts from their former lives, they still require commands from the caster. Akin to a puppeteer. Does this mean that even if I were to encounter my parents, we would be unable to converse normally? Hence, I must enhance it. I aim to retrieve the souls of the deceased from the netherworld, achieving true reincarnation. Is that truly possible? How remarkable! Orochimaru undoubtedly ascended to the revered pedestal of Naruto's most admired figure. Observing the glimmering stars in Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru felt a profound satisfaction. Lord Orochimaru, I have brought the specimens, announced a man adorned with an animal mask, who suddenly appeared in the room. Aside from knowing that he was called Kabuto and had white hair, Naruto was utterly ignorant of him. Mr. Kabuto, there are snakes, Naruto exclaimed, his keen eye spotting two serpents slithering along the wall behind Kabuto. He promptly drew two shuriken and hurled them, striking the heads of the serpents with precision. You little brat! Kabuto gasped, utterly horrified. He never anticipated that anyone would dare to slay snakes in Orochimaru's presence. He envisioned Naruto submerged in formaldehyde. These snakes are edible. Just roast them. Uncle Snake, would you like some? Naruto continued his reckless antics, brandishing the lifeless bodies of the serpents before Orochimaru. Hee, I shall pass, Kabuto. You may take him below, Orochimaru chuckled, his peculiar laughter betraying no anger, much to Kabuto's astonishment. Kabuto, I merely have an affinity for studying the habits of serpents. I do not aspire to become one myself. My apologies. I overstepped, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's calm words left Kabuto drenched in cold sweat. He had indeed always regarded Orochimaru as synonymous with snakes. Is this the sealing space? Orochimaru mused, gazing at the orange-yellow expanse, excitement causing him to lick his lips. After administering a drug to render Naruto unconscious, Orochimaru spent considerable time devising a means to unlock the sealing passage, taking numerous precautions for safety. I thought it was something significant, but it turns out to be a mere little snake that slipped in. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru encountered the sealed Nine-Tails, who lay disdainfully on the ground, his tone dripping with contempt. This is quite. You are more amicable than I anticipated, Orochimaru remarked, having prepared himself for a potential onslaught from the Nine-Tails. Observing the creature's lackadaisical demeanor, he felt somewhat foolish for his earlier expectations. I hear you've been meddling with my jinchūriki lately. I am quite displeased. Do you not fear entering my domain? From your tone, it seems you care about that little brat. Humph. I merely find him somewhat pleasing to the eye, unlike those hypocritical jinchūriki. It was indeed surprising that the Nine-Tails would harbor such concern for a child. Yet even if I were to act against him, what could you do, confined as you are? As Orochimaru spoke, his gaze wandered, perplexed by the absence of visible seals. After calculating the fourth Hokage's sealing technique, he surmised there should be some sort of cage, yet it had yet to materialize in his line of sight. Has your seal been lifted? Orochimaru finally recognized something amiss. The reason he had overlooked such a critical detail was rooted in his subconscious belief that the Nine Tails could not possibly break the seal, at least not at this moment. If it had been undone, it would signify the Nine Tails' second assault on Konoha. Correct. In an instant, the Nine Tails materialized before Orochimaru, raising its paw to obliterate him into fragments. TCH, is this a mere clone? Suddenly deprived of his five senses, Minato was released from the tail of the Nine Tails and questioned curiously, what transpired? Nothing of consequence. Just dispatched a pesky insect, came the indifferent reply. What a ticking time bomb this is. Orochimaru removed his hand from Naruto's abdomen, and even with his stoic disposition, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he finally grasped that the seal upon Naruto's belly was a mere facade, likely intended to keep the truth hidden by the Nine Tails. Snake Uncle, what's wrong? You look quite pale. Naruto gradually regained consciousness and gazed at Orochimaru. It's nothing. You may return home now. Orochimaru shook his head. Even if Naruto was a ticking time bomb, he would not relinquish his hold just yet. To him, the more perilous something was, the more precious its value. And he feared not the prospect of being obliterated into fragments. This was the mark of an exceptional scientist. However, the notion of using Naruto as a vessel would have to be set aside for now. The Nine Tails was not to be trifled with, and at this juncture, his expertise was insufficient to extract a tailed beast, particularly one that had shed its seal. As time slipped by, several months passed. You've miscalculated the hand seals again. Orochimaru's roar echoed from the basement. After much effort, Naruto had finally mastered the basic hand seals for the impure world reincarnation but inadvertently erred once more. Orochimaru found himself at a loss, pondering why such foolishness existed in the world, all while he had unwittingly taken this individual as his disciple. Wait, disciple? Something felt amiss. Initially, his intentions for keeping Naruto close were far more sinister. But I feel I did it correctly. Naruto's voice interrupted Orochimaru's existential musings. His chakra remained stable, neither leaking nor spiraling out of control. What nonsense are you babbling? This kind of, Orochimaru observed the chakra coursing through Naruto and mirrored the hand seals, only to discover that the flow of chakra had not only remained unobstructed, but had indeed become more fluid. Kid, how did you accomplish this? Nothing really. Inspiration is a crucial element. Noting Naruto's perplexed expression, Orochimaru decided against further inquiries, chalking it up to a fortunate coincidence. Snake Uncle, when will I be able to resurrect my parents? It is still too early. Your chakra is insufficient to wield such formidable jutsu. You should wait at least another 7 or 8 years. Is it truly that long? The essence of the soul must be present. Without it, the impure world reincarnation cannot be performed. Do you know where your parents' bodies lie? I do not. Then focus on your training. When the time comes, solutions will present themselves. I will find a way. Orochimaru was well aware of Naruto's parentage and knew that reviving his father was not a straightforward endeavor. His gaze shifted to a death mask resting upon the table. Thank you, Snake Uncle. It is truly a pleasure to know you. Until tomorrow. With his signature goofy smile, Naruto waved goodbye and exited the basement. Tomorrow. Orochimaru revealed an unsettling smile, pondering the inexplicable reason behind his willingness to assist Naruto. Perhaps he saw a reflection of himself within the boy, or maybe he had simply grown accustomed to Naruto's foolish grin. The few months spent getting to know Naruto had added a modicum of flavor to his previously monotonous research, though it could hardly be described as pleasant. Lord Orochimaru. Our location has been compromised. Kabuto emerged silently from the shadows, speaking in hushed tones. Then let us depart. It is time to leave Konoha. You have graduated from my tutelage, young one. Yu Guanhai handed Naruto a piece of paper, which clearly outlined his income and debts. Oh, I've paid off my debts. How wonderful! Naruto exclaimed joyfully, raising the bill triumphantly. After a year of hard work, he had finally cleared his financial obligations. Then we are square. And you need not return to my shop again. Must I cease my visits, boss? I wish to continue working. Naruto's spirits waned slightly. He had grown accustomed to this way of life, particularly the satisfaction of earning his ramen through his own efforts. If you wish to continue, you must undergo an evaluation. I will be leaving the village tonight to gather herbs. If you have the courage, meet me at the village gates. Absolutely, I will be there. It will be my first time leaving the village. I wonder what awaits beyond. At midnight, Naruto arrived at the village gates with his backpack, eagerly gazing at the world outside. Yu Guanhai was already waiting, and the two guards, having received orders, allowed Naruto to pass unimpeded. Boss, your outfit looks splendid. Just like a ninja, Naruto remarked, observing Yu Guanhai's transformed attire, which consisted of a black short-sleeved combat uniform. The metallic elements shimmered ominously in the moonlight. Indeed, today is the last time I shall wear it. Ah, don't you like it? It's adequate. The duo engaged in a light-hearted conversation as they ventured deeper into the woods. The outskirts of Konoha were enveloped in dense foliage, extending to the borders of the Land of Fire. Soon, Naruto found himself utterly lost, merely following Yu Guanhai. Suddenly, four figures clad in black and adorned with animal masks emerged before them, each brandishing a short blade. Upon spotting Naruto, they swiftly drew their weapons, positioning themselves for an attack. Are we encountering thieves? Grandpa Third has grown too complacent, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Having vaguely heard of bandit groups outside the village, but never expected to encounter them so close, causing him to worry about the village's security. Stay behind me, young one. Yu Guanhai pulled Naruto back slightly, using his formidable frame as a shield. This is not what we agreed upon, Naruto protested. The leader among the assailants spoke in a voice as dark as his intent, his gaze towards Yu Guanhai filled with a desire to tear him apart. There is nothing amiss. I am merely protecting my employee as a responsible employer. You are betraying Root. The captain seemed disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Yu Guanhai, drawing his short blade to strike at his head. Ha ha ha, you truly have a sense of humor. I have long ceased to be a mere pawn. Yu Guanhai chuckled, gathering chakra in his arm, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Yu Guanhai had betrayed them, executing Plan B. The captain, not underestimating the situation, called upon three subordinates to confront Yu Guanhai together, and soon the forest reverberated with the clash of blades. Indeed, you are a killer, with such strength. Why do you insist on protecting a monster? You must understand Lord Danzo's intent. A monster? I beg to differ. To me, he is merely a fool, Yu Guanhai countered, blocking a strike capable of severing buildings. He remained unyielding against four Umbu, even finding time to engage in conversation. When one has something to protect, they become weak. The captain's words hinted at a deeper meaning, and Yu Guanhai suddenly realized one Umbu was a shadow clone, while the original had already made its way towards Naruto. With the blade mere 2 meters from Naruto's head, he abandoned his skirmish with the captain and leaped towards Naruto. How naive to leave your back exposed to the enemy. The captain swiftly infused his blade with chakra to enhance its sharpness and lunged at Yu Guanhai's back, piercing through his skin and driving the blade deep into his heart. For combatants of their caliber, striking a vital point with eyes closed was child's play. Ugh! Yu Guanhai grunted, and simultaneously, 3 more short blades pierced his body as the feigned attack on Naruto's Umbu turned to strike at him. 4 blades embedded themselves in him, blood splattering across the ground. It is truly naive of you. Fighting without a resolve to die will only lead to your own demise. With a roar of fury, Yu Guanhai's chakra enveloped him at a visible pace, using sheer muscular strength to shatter the 4 blades lodged within him. The life force gained from burning his very essence amplified his power once more, and with one punch, he shattered the mask and skull of an Umbu, sending the body flying. You've lost your mind. The captain realized he could not evade Yu Guanhai's incoming kick, which struck him squarely in the abdomen, shattering his insides. And he slowly collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 Umbu proved no match for Yu Guanhai and were swiftly dealt with. As the battle concluded, the moonlight illuminated the blood-soaked ground, casting an eerie glow that, combined with Yu Guanhai's crimson eyes, gave the impression of a true killer. Boss, are you all right? Let me take you back to the village. Naruto anxiously helped Yu Guanhai up, but he was pushed away forcefully, leaning against a tree with his weary body. Kid, do you know what they intended? I don't know. I don't understand. Naruto shook his head, desperately trying to staunch Yu Guanhai's bleeding. But the bandages he had brought seemed futile. The initial plan was for me to bring you here, then attack you with them until you could no longer withstand the power of the 9 tails. Why? What purpose does this serve? They hoped that after being betrayed by those closest to you, you would lose all emotions and become a mere tool of Konoha. Yet, they underestimated the nature of my relationship with you. One might even say that I have been bullying you all along. But do I deserve such treatment from you? The question of worth is irrelevant. I am fated to perish here today, as are they. Such is the nature of this world. Yu Guanhai lamented, acknowledging that even if he followed the plan, he would ultimately be slain by the frenzied Naruto. His relentless dedication to protecting Naruto would also lead to his demise at the hands of the Root. Thus, dying here seemed to be the most fitting resolution, preventing Danzo from sending anyone to approach Naruto and uncover the truth. This damned ninja world is a hell, an inescapable pit of despair. I have been surviving in this hell without any glimmer of hope until one day, I glimpsed a ray of light. That light was you. The original plan was for me to appear when you reached the brink of being bullied by the villagers, to drive them away, and then nurture you into a pillar of strength in your heart, only to betray you in the end. However, I was mistaken. You, through your own strength, gradually earned the villagers' recognition. Though still naive, you truly arrived at that point. I often pondered what force compelled you to undertake such actions. This world is rife with hatred, and children ought to be more discerning in their affections and aversions. Yet, you harbored no animosity towards the village at all. Standing out like a flower blooming in hell, so out of place, so innocent. Even when I berated you daily, you would return the next day and work diligently as if nothing had happened. I have never encountered anyone like you before. Even I have begun to feel abnormal. I had long since prepared myself for death. After my wife perished during the Third Great Ninja War, I found no meaning in continuing to live. However, if I must die, I wish to wager my life for once. In you, I see another possibility, the potential to change this world. I want to help you safeguard that possibility. Yet, I feel that even if I had followed the original plan, you would not lose your emotions and become a weapon. For you are simply too naive. How can you be so certain that I cannot achieve it? Naruto shook his head, still unable to grasp what Yuguanhai was saying, only aware that this man, both rough yet caring, was on the brink of leaving him. Kid, I realize I never called you by your name. What is it? Yuguanhai lifted his gaze to the sky, his tone gradually growing weaker. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Just call me Naruto. Naruto, what a lovely name. Remember, no matter what happens, live on with a smile. Your smile is the most infectious of all. With those final words, Yuguanhai peacefully closed his eyes, devoid of hatred or resentment, departing quietly. Naruto did not cry. He merely retraced his steps along the glowing rice grains left by Yuguanhai, determined to seek out Orochimaru in hopes of salvaging something. However, upon arriving at Orochimaru's underground laboratory, he found it long abandoned, the equipment shattered and the place in disarray. Naruto, my research has been discovered, and I must leave Konoha. It would be prudent for us to keep our relationship confidential. You have learned all that you need. And now I shall observe how far you can grow on your own. I hope our next encounter does not require my return through the reanimation jutsu, hehehe. The sorcerer on the wall sensed Naruto's chakra, gradually manifesting a small black snake that opened its mouth to convey a fragment of information before dissipating into black smoke. Uncle Snake has departed as well. 3 days have passed since the passing of Moonview Sea, and no one knows where the shopkeeper has gone. Naruto remained indoors, staring vacantly out the window, subsisting on instant noodles when hunger struck and sleeping aimlessly, enduring 3 days devoid of meaning. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his shoulder. Returning to reality, he beheld a pair of white eyes and a worried little face. Hinata, what are you doing here? I haven't seen you in a long time, and I was worried about you. I came because you left the door unlocked. I'm so sorry. The bashful girl, still feeling embarrassed for intruding into the boy's room, bent over and repeatedly apologized. Hinata, will you stay by my side? Naruto realized he still had Hinata and Sasuke. Though it seemed everyone around him had departed, his circumstances had transformed entirely since a year ago. If my father agrees, I will always be by your side, Naruto-kun. Hinata's face flushed a deep red. This must be what they call a proposal, as her fingers unconsciously touched together and then parted shyly. Ah, Hinata, Hinata. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto embraced Hinata and wept, his cries echoing the anguish of the past few days. I don't know what has happened, but I will be here for you, Naruto-kun. You need not fear. After her initial shyness, Hinata sensed Naruto's pain and gently stroked his head in comfort. So boring. Naruto languidly lay on the floor, gazing into the yard where Hinata and Neji practiced gentle fist. Without the Byakugan, he could not discern any noteworthy aspects. And he yawned again. Neji and I, let us take a break. Hinata stole a glance at Naruto and, lowering her head, softly pleaded. Another break? Fine. Neji sighed. Unlike him, Hinata was drenched in sweat, and as an older brother, he could not be too stern, so he reluctantly conceded to the pause. Hinata, have you rested? You're sweating a lot. Wipe your face. Do you want some fruit? Naruto jumped into the yard with a towel in hand, helping Hinata wipe the sweat from her face, a scene that undoubtedly stirred discontent in a single observer. I must ask, how did you come to invade our home and act as if you belong here? Niji's brow twitched in displeasure as he sat beside Naruto and unceremoniously took the apple he had prepared for Hinata. Ah, that's not for you. Spit it out. Silence. This is a kindness allowing you to enter my abode. Niji, while savoring a juicy apple, felt his mood slightly uplifted. However, thoughts of Naruto's increasingly familiar demeanor soon vexed him again. That rascal never used the front door. He always leapt in like a bamboo pole. As the head of the Hyūga clan, Niji found it perplexing that he did nothing to deter him, wondering what spell had been cast upon him. And Naruto, I can manage on my own. It's quite dirty. Hinata's petite face flushed anew. Her attempts to push Naruto's hand away lacked the necessary strength. Is that so? I find the scent emanating from you rather delightful, Naruto declared, leaning closer to inhale the fragrance near Hinata's neck. His innocent gesture, devoid of any ill intent, caused her to swoon once more. You fool. Niji kicked Naruto away with force. What is your problem? Do you wish to fight? Rubbing his backside, Naruto stood up defiantly and charged at Niji once more. Are we still going at it? Niji, the victor, brushed off the dust from his clothes, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Naruto. One day, I shall bring you to your knees, Naruto vowed, aware that he was no match for Niji at present. A gentleman avenges after a decade, so I shall bide my time. By the way, Hinata has never struck you. Have you truly earned the title of genius? Naruto remarked, gently resting the unconscious Hinata's head on his slender thigh while fanning her lightly. A genius, perhaps, yet, as a member of the branch family, I possess no pride in such a designation, Niji replied coolly, adjusting the bandage on his forehead that concealed his mark. Enough of that. Cheer up. You are a rival, I acknowledge. If you do not continue to grow stronger, defeating you will hold no significance, Naruto encouraged, clapping Niji on the shoulder with his characteristic smile. If that smile were likened to sunlight, perhaps Niji's heart warmed just a fraction. Mr. Hisashi, are you heading out? Noticing a throng of Hyūga clan members dressed in combat attire emerging through the front door, Naruto greeted Hisashi respectfully, though his initial address of father was swiftly dismissed. Hinata. What manner of appearance is this? Get up. Hisashi frowned at Hinata's current state and called out sternly, but was soon gently pushed aside by a graceful woman. Pay him no mind, Naruto-kun. During our time away from home, I entrust Hinata to you, the beautiful woman, with long purple hair akin to Hinata's. Wore a warm smile, and did not criticize Naruto's status nor object to his closeness with Hinata. Of course, Aunt Hinata. I shall protect her well, Naruto proclaimed, raising his fist to thump his chest, though he accidentally struck too forcefully, nearly losing his breath. What an amusing child, she mused. Hinata gazed at Naruto with an increasingly gentle demeanor, akin to that of a mother observing her own child. The reason was simple. Ever since Naruto's arrival, the originally timid and introverted Hinata had gradually blossomed into a more outgoing individual, a transformation that filled her maternal heart with immense joy. And Hinata, will there be a little baby born there? Naruto innocently inquired, pointing at Hinata's noticeably rounded belly. Indeed, very soon Hinata will have a little brother or sister. She replied with warmth. That is why we are visiting the ancestral home to pay our respects, hoping for the arrival of a healthy baby. Wishing us a safe journey. With Naruto's heartfelt blessing, Hinata linked arms with Hisashi as they departed, while most of the Hyūga clan members followed suit to honor their ancestors, leaving only a handful behind. What kind of behavior is it for the esteemed daughter of the Hyūga clan to be sleeping on a man's lap? Muttered Hisashi from a distance. All right, go to sleep. As night enveloped the world, Naruto, clutching a blanket and pillow, approached Hinata's door. However, upon opening it, he was met with a foot that rapidly enlarged and mercilessly struck his face. What are you doing? Who permitted you to sleep here? Go to the guest room. Niji, anticipating Naruto's audacity, had cunningly concealed himself to ambush him, knowing full well that even if granted the opportunity to stay, Naruto would not settle for a proper night's rest in the guest quarters. Let me sleep. Naruto rubbed his face and, with his hopes of sleeping beside Hinata dashed, sulkily retreated to the guest room. Hey, Brat, wake up. Brat, are you dead asleep? Brat, Ichiraku ramen is free. Really? Where? Naruto instantly sprang from his bed, salivating and scanning his surroundings, yet found no trace of free ramen. Kyubi, please do not disturb my slumber. Shut up, you little fool. It took me saying such a thing to rouse you from your stupor. What an idiot. Idiot or not, yawn if you sleep any longer. Your little wife will be taken away. Hinata, listen carefully, pay attention. I do not believe you have felt nothing. The scent of blood. Something was amiss. It was eerily quiet. Not even the sound of water droplets from the pond could be heard, nor the footsteps of patrolling guards. A faint metallic scent wafted through the crack of the door. Startled, Naruto leaped from his bed and dashed towards Hinata's room. Bring Hinata back. Niji's furious shout echoed, prompting Naruto to sprint into the courtyard, where he beheld Niji confronting a burly man who was clutching the weeping Hinata. This sight ignited a surge of rage within Naruto, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at the man, only to be repelled by a forceful kick. Your cries are futile. This place is enveloped in a soundproof barrier. My sole intention is this little girl. If you remain compliant, your lives shall be spared. The leader of the ninja from the land of lightning cursed his luck silently, never anticipating that, after stealthily eliminating so many members of the Hyūga clan, a mere child would thwart his plans. He was perplexed as to why this child chose to sleep at Hinata's doorstep instead of in his room. Little did he know that Niji was merely trying to prevent Naruto from sneaking out. Do not heed his words. With the barrier in place, he dares not employ powerful jutsu. He clutches a kunai, prepared to strike us at any moment. Naruto, go summon assistance. I will hold him off. Niji had already discerned the intentions of the Land of Lightning's ninja leader with his Byakugan and immediately instructed Naruto, charging forward to cover Naruto's escape with his gentle fist technique. A mere child, your skills are insufficient. The leader of the Land of Lightning's ninjas dismissed any notion of defense, allowing Niji to strike at his chakra points. Yet, before Niji's chakra could penetrate, it was repelled by the leader's overwhelming chakra, leaving Niji's palms tingling from the force. Since you seek death, do not blame me. You shall become our research material. The leader of the Land of Lightning lunged at Niji with his kunai aimed at his head. Fortunately, Niji evaded in time, though the sharp kunai sliced through the bandage atop his head, which fell to the ground. Ah, so you are merely a branch family member, devoid of any research value. Compared to the main family, you possess no future. Allow me to dispose of you here. The leader lost interest upon noticing the mark on Niji's forehead. Having studied the records, he understood its significance, realizing that this specimen would be useless even if taken back. Branch family? What of it? Niji's ire was ignited by the taunts, and, being a child, he was struck at his most sensitive core, fueled by rage. He charged at the leader of the Land of Lightning. Child, losing your composure in battle can lead to death. The leader showed no mercy, driving his sharp kunai through Niji's chest and carelessly tossing him in front of Naruto, the weapon piercing through his front and exiting his back. Warm blood splattering onto Naruto's face. Niji. Naruto quickly cradled Niji, but felt his body grow increasingly cold. He attempted to extract the kunai, but found himself powerless. Cough, protect Hinata. Niji spat out a mouthful of blood, grasping Naruto's collar as he uttered his final words, his body growing limp. Niji. Niji. The scene before him mirrored the moment when he witnessed the death of Moonsight. Niji was gone, never to be seen again, the one who had always challenged Naruto. Showing no mercy, was dead. They had yet to defeat him, and he had only just begun to consider him a friend. Enraged, Naruto lost his composure, his body undergoing a transformation. Red chakra surged from within, enveloping him and forming a crimson cloak. His blue eyes shifted to a fierce red, his pupils becoming linear like those of a cold-blooded creature. His nails sharpened, fangs emerged, and the whisker marks on his face became more pronounced, transforming him into a ferocious beast that roared. What is happening to this child? The leader of the ninja from the Land of Thunder sensed an astonishing chakra, a force potent enough to rend him asunder. Even before he could react, Naruto had already appeared before him, raising his hand and striking down with tremendous force. Ah, my hand. The leader of the Thunder Country's ninja could not help but scream in agony. His defensive right arm, struck by Naruto, was left with merely a shred of flesh still attached, swaying in the air like a flickering candle in the wind. Roar. Die. Naruto had succumbed to madness, the cloak of the demon fox extending three tails to pin the leader's limbs to the ground, then pressing down upon his body as Naruto's hands clenched together, delivering a brutal blow to his head. Naruto-kun. At the moment Naruto unleashed his fury, Hinata's voice echoed in his mind. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air as the ground cracked open, Naruto's fist striking near the leader's head, sending shockwaves that rendered him unconscious. Hinata. Struggling to utter her name, the demon fox cloak slowly receded into his being. Naruto cast one last glance at Hinata, who lay motionless on the ground, having lost consciousness. Is this the result of my anger unconsciously unleashing my power? How intriguing. Where am I? When Naruto awoke from his stupor, he found himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling, the scent of antiseptic wafting into his nostrils. Hinata, what is happening? As Naruto attempted to leap from the hospital bed, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Regaining his composure, he examined himself. This was no human form, but rather that of a mummy, entirely wrapped in white bandages save for his eyes, nose, and mouth. Naruto, it's wonderful. You have finally awakened. You've been asleep for 3 days. Hinata, who had been by his side the entire time, grasped Naruto's hand. Tears of joy streaming down her cheeks and landing on his hand, the warmth palpable even through the bandages. You are all right. That's great, but Niji. Naruto sighed in relief, then recalled that fateful night when Niji had perished before him. Naruto, listen to me. I'm sorry I couldn't save Niji. He died so tragically. Enough noise. I'm not dead yet. The patient in the next bed, disturbed by the commotion, angrily drew back the curtain and hurled an apple at Naruto, striking him on the head. Huh, you came back to life? Is your mind so consumed with my death? Who told you that being pierced by a kunai means certain death? Niji glared at Naruto, clearly irritated. Fortunately, he had only sustained severe lung injuries and shock from blood loss. Under the care of medical ninjas, he would recover swiftly. In terms of injuries, Naruto, with his extensive burns, was in a far worse state. But Naruto's mouth opened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, when Tsukami was pierced through, he had died, leading him to mistakenly believe Niji had met the same fate. Naruto, you were calling out Niji Nii's name so loudly at that time? Heh, you actually care quite a lot, don't you? Hinata gently covered her mouth as she chuckled. Who has developed a close bond with this guy? Let me clarify. I am merely displeased by your demise. For it is I who seeks to defeat you. Your untimely end would serve me no benefit. Humph. Niji paid no heed to Naruto's aloofness, turning his back to pull up the covers, leaving a silhouette behind. Naruto-kun, could you recount what transpired at that time? Neither father nor mother has shared the details. You were so fearsome, akin to a beast. What did I do? I can't recall. Upon witnessing Niji's death, I was filled with rage. And the thought of you being taken away only exacerbated my fury, and then, it all becomes a blur. Ignoring Niji's I did not die. Naruto patted his head, troubled by the hazy memories. In other words, did I lose my composure? Regardless, I must protect Hinata. I made a promise to Aunt Hinata. Niji is merely a secondary concern. Grasping Hinata's hand earnestly, Naruto's azure eyes conveyed a sincerity that left no room for jest. Faced with such an earnest gaze, Hinata could only blush and nod in response. Ah, what an endearing son-in-law you are, remarked Hinata, who had just entered the room with Hyūga Hayashi. Having overheard Naruto's declaration, Aunt Hinata, you are back. Yes, do tell us, she replied lightly, nudging her husband towards Naruto. Naruto, thank you for protecting Hinata. Without you, the consequences would have been dire. I acknowledge you. Hyūga Hayashi, usually stern and composed, felt discomfort in expressing gratitude, not due to Naruto, but rather the weight of relinquishing his daughter. Acknowledge. Does that mean, father? Naruto slowly grasped Hayashi's implication, exclaiming in surprise. Hold on. I merely categorized you as a supplementary male member of the Hyūga clan. What? How can that be? However, before that, you must fulfill 3 conditions. What are they? I will comply. First, become a Jonin. Second, achieve the rank of Chunin. Third, attain Jonin. Hayashi's demands were quite excessive, excluding the elite Jonin of the Umbu. The ranks of Konoha's Jonin are scarcely filled, and perhaps even less so. Following the Nine Tails incident, Konoha was in a state of vulnerability. Attaining Jonin requires not only strength but also knowledge, discernment, and numerous other vital qualifications. Yet, he believed in Naruto's capability. At merely 5 years of age, he had vanquished a Jonin from the Land of Lightning who dared infiltrate Konoha alone on a mission. What an extraordinary feat, albeit one that would never be publicly acknowledged. For Naruto had merely borrowed the power of the Nine Tails. Consequently, this merit was attributed to the Hyūga clan by the 3rd Hokage, while the fate of the unconscious Jonin remained uncertain, perhaps serving as a bargaining chip. Such brazen incursions into foreign territories to abduct individuals would likely exact a significant toll from the Land of Lightning to quell the matter. It is quite simple, indeed. Exceedingly straightforward, for I aspire to become the Hokage. Just wait and see, you shall be my esteemed father. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto responded with a voice resonating with confidence that filled the room. It is commendable for a young man to possess such ambition. Hyūga Hayashi gazed at Naruto, whose hair was the only visible part of him. In the sunlight, that glimmering golden hair resembled that of the 4th Hokage. Alas, that noble figure had perished in his quest to protect Konoha. Hinata, how wonderful it is. Hyūga Hanabi embraced Hinata, nuzzling against her cheek, sensing her sister's growing fondness for Naruto. What are you saying, mother? I am not the least bit pleased, Hinata retorted playfully as she nestled into her mother's embrace, attempting to mask her bashfulness with a blush that crept across her face. Ah, are you all leaving now? Naruto exclaimed tearfully, gripping Hinata's hand. Today, Niji was to be discharged from the hospital, and Hinata would no longer be able to accompany him daily, which deeply affected his tender heart. I could have left long ago. I merely stayed for observation. Farewell, you hospital mummy. You scoundrel. I will surely flatten you once I recover, Naruto declared with fervor. Naruto-kun, I will visit you tomorrow. Take care of yourself, Hinata replied, though a tinge of reluctance lingered. Yet, it wasn't as if they were inseparable lovers. They were merely two young souls yet to fully awaken to their feelings. Well then, farewell. With that, Naruto released Hinata, not wishing to remain alone in the hospital, where the scent of antiseptic was rather daunting. How dreadfully dull. After languishing through an entire afternoon, Naruto was on the brink of madness, counting the patterns on the ceiling repeatedly. Just as he resolved to sneak out of the hospital, the door swung open, revealing two familiar figures. Sasuke, Itachi. What brings you here? I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you. It seems quite serious, Itachi remarked gently, placing a dumpling by Naruto's side and thoughtfully raising the upper half of his bed. Yes, they mentioned something about chakra burns. I don't quite understand. But I am feeling much better now. You look like a mummy. I detest being called a mummy. And what of it? Naruto and Sasuke, like rivals, always began with a quarrel before returning to play, a unique dynamic that defined their friendship. Sasuke, feigning indifference, remarked, It took me days to bring this to you. I'm not exactly free all the time. Brother. Oh, are you worried about me? Fear not. Sasuke, I shall not perish before you do. Are you wishing for my early demise? Sasuke retorted, his displeasure evident, as if he were destined to meet an untimely end. Itachi cast a sideways glance, surprised that Naruto would utter such hurtful words. For we are the best of friends, and the best of friends would never abandon one another. Naruto beamed with a silly smile, his spring-like warmth washing away Sasuke's inner discontent. You humph. Ha ha ha. Naruto truly lives up to his reputation. I am genuinely delighted that Sasuke has a friend like you. Itachi too finds himself touched by Naruto's smile. His heart, once immersed in the shadows of duty and slaughter, has begun to warm ever so slightly. Shall we engage in a game of cards? Brother, no cheating with your Sharingan. That indeed poses quite a conundrum. The three of them, like children, played until 8 in the evening, at which point Itachi suggested it was time to return home. Are we leaving? Just a little longer. Please. Brother, just a bit more. Faced with the pleading expressions of the two, akin to that of small animals, Itachi nearly acquiesced, but fortunately, he caught himself in time and gently tapped their foreheads. Forgive me, Sasuke, Naruto, but I have duties to attend to this evening. Itachi departed, swiftly whisking the disgruntled Sasuke under his arm, indicating that there were indeed responsibilities awaiting them. Naruto, returning to a state of ennui, simply closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of droplets falling remains melodious within this sealed space. Naruto waded through the water, which reached up to his knees, and approached the Kai Bai and Minato. What troubles you, Naruto? Minato sensed a shift. Something within Naruto had undeniably transformed. Father, I wish to grow stronger. Naruto lifted his gaze, his azure eyes reflecting a newfound sharpness and determination, a stark contrast to the innocence that had once defined him. This was the first time he had reached the realm of the Kai Bai on his own strength. Becoming stronger is arduous. You know, can you endure it? Yes. After enduring numerous trials, Naruto felt acutely his own inadequacies. If only he were stronger, Niji wouldn't have sustained such grievous injuries, and Hinata wouldn't have nearly been abducted. To protect what is dear, mere words are utterly insufficient. Months passed after Naruto voiced his desire for strength, and the journey toward enhancement progressed steadily under Minato's personal guidance, though the results were far from satisfactory. No, it's not like that. I have told you that space-time ninjutsu must be executed with absolute precision, making it an extension of your very being. In real combat, there is no time to perform seals. The moment you make contact with the opponent, the seal must be in place. The Kai Bai perked up its ears, its patience wearing thin as it watched the father-son duo training. Minato's admonitions had been relentless since they began, and Naruto offered no resistance, diligently practicing the technique known as Flying Thunder God, as instructed by Minato. Sealing is a method to guide the flow of chakra and can also accelerate its movement. It is not that one cannot perform jutsu without seals, rather. Once mastered to a certain degree, seals become unnecessary. However, few can achieve this. The supreme ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, requires the ability to execute it without seals, an endeavor beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Minato's prodigious talent could only be described as genius. Yet, Naruto did not inherit Minato's exceptional gifts. Though reluctant to admit it, Minato was beginning to suspect that Naruto was rather slow-witted. He had struggled with the seals for quite some time, displaying a lack of innate ability. As Minato pondered this, Naruto once again misformed the seals. At this rate, he would be unable to execute even the shadow clone technique, only suited for the Rasengan. Naruto, focus more intently. Minato lost his composure and shouted loudly, causing Naruto to flinch. Turning around to face the furious Minato, he nodded and resumed his practice. Kai-bai, what are you doing? Before Minato could react, the tail connected to his body flung him against the wall. Then, the tail morphed, enveloping him like a spider's web. Kai-bai, what is the matter? Nothing much. Your father is just a bit tired and has asked you to stop practicing. We should have a chat. The Kai-bai, unsure of the reason behind its actions, concocted a plausible excuse. It was too noisy and disrupting its sleep quality. Chat? About what? Oh, just anything. Let me tell you. Aunt Hinata has given birth to a healthy baby girl named Hanabi. She's tiny and utterly adorable. Naruto pondered for a moment and shared some recent trivial experiences, while the Kai-bai closed its eyes, listening to Naruto's clumsy attempts at expression. By the way, Kai-bai, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. This room is sealed, and there's no restroom, so, is that water? I want to laugh at you. Tailed beasts do not need to relieve themselves. It took the Kai-bai a considerable amount of time to grasp Naruto's meaning, and with an angry roar, it expelled him from this space. This marked the first time Naruto had gained a verbal advantage over the Kai-bai in quite a while. Well, the little brat is gone. After Naruto left, the Kai-bai yawned lazily, resting on the ground and releasing Minato, who was now wrapped in its tail. Kai-bai, why did you interrupt me? Don't you think you've been too harsh on that little brat? Impossible. I am merely training him in accordance with the system. Have you not realized? Look down. What is this? Minato lowered his gaze, witnessing the reflection on the water's surface. One of his eyes, once a brilliant blue like Naruto's, had transformed into the linear pupil of the Kai-bai, emanating an eerie red glow. Your excessive desire for the little brat to grow stronger has led to a shift in your mentality. No, that is not true. I am doing this for Naruto's sake. This is your chakra. Minato covered his now crimson right eye with his palm, shaking his head in anguish, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Humans have a tendency to shirk responsibility. It appears you are no different. Do you wish for that little brat to master every ninjutsu at a glance? To soar through the skies using your Flying Thunder God technique at the age of 5, vanquishing all foes? To become the second Yellow Flash of Konoha? I have never said such a thing. Regardless of your thoughts, that child is only 5 years old. Do you truly believe he can grasp such advanced ninjutsu? How absurd. We have too many enemies. Minato sank helplessly to the ground, aware of his profound mistakes. Even as the fourth Hokage, he was merely an ordinary father, harboring excessive expectations for his child, and fearing that the masked man might appear at any moment, which led him to train Naruto so harshly, ultimately causing him unintended harm. Thank you, Ninetales. Without you, I fear that child might have grown to despise me. Truly, Minato is a man deserving of the title of Hokage. When he closed his eyes and reopened them, the ominous red gaze vanished, replaced by a gentle blue. With my presence, that little rascal is far from easy to defeat. Are you willing to assist him? Do not misunderstand. The adversary you mentioned is one I must eliminate without fail. The Ninetales bared its sharp fangs, forever haunted by that night, when an ominous Sharingan seized control of its body, a humiliation that it swore would be repaid tenfold. Hinata, where are you headed? Upon being expelled from Naruto's body, the Ninetales awakened him. As he exited the room, he unexpectedly encountered Hinata, who was on her way. Since that abduction incident, he had secured the right to reside within the Hyūga household, and Naruto was now on the cusp of realizing his dream of living off Hinata as a dependent. I'm going to see my mother and Hanabi. Oh, then let's go together. Naruto-kun, is that a toy in your hand? Hinata inquired curiously, eyeing the small balloon that had appeared in Naruto's grasp, which he clutched tightly every day. Perhaps it's also a form of practice. Naruto concentrated, channeling chakra, causing the balloon to quiver violently, though it remained intact. After teaching Naruto the technique of the Rasengan, Minato had ceased to monitor him, dedicating himself entirely to instructing the Flying Thunder God technique. It's quite entertaining, Hinata remarked, her eyes crinkling with delight as she giggled, finding Naruto's earnest efforts exceedingly charming. Indeed, I think so too. As they walked and laughed together, they traversed the grand and spacious corridors of the Hyūga household, arriving at the entrance of an opulently decorated room. Upon seeing Hinata, the maid bowed respectfully, allowing them entry. "Hinata, Naruto, you've arrived." Lying in bed, Hinata's mother, Hinata Hisashi, appeared pale and frail after childbirth, yet managed to muster a faint smile upon seeing her daughter. "I've come to see Hanabi no matter how many times I look. She is simply adorable." Hinata and Naruto leaned over the crib, gazing at the tiny infant swaddled within. Her delicate, snow-white skin appeared almost translucent, with lips so faintly colored they revealed the veins beneath. The little one seemed oblivious to the audience, peacefully slumbering. What if she grows up to be even cuter than Hinata? Huh, wouldn't you want to reconsider your choice of a partner? Hinata Hisashi teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she sought to provoke Naruto regarding her daughter. "Mom," Hinata exclaimed bashfully, yet she too was curious about Naruto's thoughts. What if Hanabi truly surpassed her in cuteness? Would Naruto still choose her? I wouldn't think so. Having Hinata is more than enough for me. Clearly, Hinata was overthinking, as Naruto had never contemplated such matters, responding casually. "Where has Mr. Hayashi gone? Shouldn't he be with Aunt Hisashi at this time?" Naruto glanced around the spacious room, yet the presence of his children's father was conspicuously absent. Shouldn't he be here accompanying them? Perhaps he is preoccupied. Hinata's smile faded in an instant, and a hint of disappointment crossed her face as she gazed at the infant in the swaddling. With a gentle sigh, she reflected. Father seems to have a preference for sons, locking himself away to drown his sorrows in drink. Hinata tugged at Naruto's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Does he prefer boys over girls? What does that mean? Aren't they all his children?" "Naruto, you are still too young to understand." As the head of the Hyūga clan, lacking male heirs invites judgment from others. It has always been an accepted custom for a boy to inherit the family legacy. Hinata shook her head, aware that Hayashi was upset, yet uncertain whom to direct her ire towards, resorting to alcohol as an outlet. Is that truly the reason he doesn't visit Aunt Hinata? I cannot accept this. "Naruto, where are you going?" Ignoring Hinata's calls, Naruto dashed out of the room, navigating through obstacles until he reached the Hyūga study. Typically, Hayashi conducted his affairs within these walls, but today the atmosphere was markedly different. The scent of books was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of alcohol, as Hayashi consumed glass after glass of strong spirits. "Who let you in?" Hayashi glared at Naruto, his words tinged with the sharpness of alcohol. "Who told you not to see Aunt Hinata and Hanabi?" Naruto retorted, his temper flaring as he overturned the low table before him, visibly agitated. "I have no time. Is drinking here your idea of being a man? Do you truly consider this acceptable? You little brat, what do you know of my circumstances? Hinata's body is no longer suitable for bearing children. As the head of the esteemed Hyūga clan, how can I hold my head high without a son?" The more Hayashi drank, the more despondent he became, pouring another mouthful of liquor down his throat. "How am I to know your intentions? All I know is that Aunt Hinata feels lonely. When she needs you most, you are here drinking, and Hanabi too. Does it not strike you as pitiable that such a flimsy excuse keeps you from seeing your own children?" Naruto seized the liquor jug from Hayashi's hands, enduring the fiery sensation as he gulped it down, raising his voice to argue back. "If you adore boys so much, then when Hinata and I have children, we shall give them all to you. You scoundrel, degenerate, a regressing amoeba. You little brat, you are drunk." Hayashi, surprisingly, found a moment of clarity, staring incredulously at the audacious child. "I am not drunk. I will have 10 or 20 with Hinata, and if you like boys so much, you can raise them all. Are you satisfied now?" With the influence of alcohol clouding his judgment, Naruto could no longer discern his words, collapsing onto the floor in a deep slumber. To be chastised so thoroughly by a child, how absurd it is for me, the clan head, to endure such indignity. As he gazed upon the fallen Naruto, Hinata Hayashi felt no remnants of intoxication. With a mere flick of his chakra, he dispelled the effects of alcohol. As the clan head, none dared to challenge him. Even Hinata Hisashi could only make subtle insinuations. It was the first time he had been rebuked so directly. What a remarkable youth he is, to display such fervor for the welfare of others, foolish, yet endearingly so. Afterward, Hinata Hanabi took a considerable time to inquire about her husband's sudden shift in demeanor. Upon learning the reason from a disgruntled Hayashi, her fondness for Naruto, her prospective son-in-law, only deepened. The heat was stifling, akin to being engulfed in flames on a barbecue. The searing fire consumed Naruto's body, rousing him from slumber in a state of perspiration. Assessing his condition, he discerned that the source of the heat emanated from the sealing technique upon his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Kyubi, what troubles you? Upon entering the inner sanctum, Naruto was met with an overwhelming wave of heat. The water beneath his feet began to bubble under the oppressive warmth. The Kyubi's fur bristled, its tail thrashing like a whip, while Minato desperately attempted to calm it to no avail. He sensed it, the ominous chakra. The power of that cursed clan. The Kyubi grit its teeth, battling against its primal instincts. It was all too familiar, that potent Sharingan capable of controlling even-tailed beasts. Now, an unknown event had transpired, and countless Sharingan had awakened, the chaotic chakra in the air igniting the Kyubi's inexplicable fury. What are you saying, brat? You need to get to the Uchiha clan home now. Is Sasuke in danger? Obediently, Naruto leapt from the window, swiftly crossing several streets until he arrived at the Uchiha residence. Strange, why was it so eerily quiet? Staring at the grand entrance of the Uchiha family, known as the most illustrious clan of Konoha, he expected to find vigilant guards patrolling, yet the entrance stood deserted. With a sense of foreboding, Naruto pushed open the door emblazoned with the fan emblem. What is this? Naruto was taken aback by the scene before him. The usually pristine Uchiha estate lay in ruins, debris scattered across the ground, weapons and armor shattered, remnants of battle strewn about. Lifeless bodies with unblinking crimson eyes seemed to bear witness to the atrocities committed. Damn it, Sasuke. Sasuke. This was the first time Naruto had witnessed such a hellscape. Regaining his composure, he sprinted towards Sasuke's home with urgency. Sasuke's residence appeared unscathed, devoid of signs of conflict, which brought Naruto a moment of relief. After calling out Sasuke's name several times without response, he climbed through a window from the courtyard, heart racing, and pushed open the sliding door to the living room. Sasuke, you're all right. Thank goodness. His gaze fell upon Sasuke, slumped in the corner, his Sharingan blazing crimson, clearly awakened to the bloodline limit. However, before Naruto could celebrate, he beheld two lifeless bodies on the floor, plunging his spirits into despair. How infuriating. What has transpired? Naruto glanced around and discovered that Sasuke's parents had ceased to breathe. Despite his desperate calls, Sasuke remained unresponsive. Recognizing the peril and lingering, Naruto swiftly grasped Sasuke's arm, draping him over his shoulder and departing from the Uchiha residence. Is anyone there? Please, someone help. Naruto cried out as he navigated the desolate streets, but his pleas echoed unanswered in the emptiness. Stop shouting. No one will hear you. A frigid voice interjected. Startled, Naruto looked up to see Itachi perched atop a utility pole, his emotionless Sharingan seemingly piercing Naruto's soul, freezing him in place. Itachi, where have you been? The Uchiha clan, Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto are all. They are dead, and I am the one responsible, Itachi interrupted harshly. His gaze shifting to Sasuke slumped on Naruto's shoulder, erasing the last vestiges of warmth in his eyes, replaced by an icy demeanor. This is not a joke. It is anything but amusing. Naruto's expression stiffened, and he vehemently shook his head in denial of Itachi's words. What you see is merely an illusion. My actions were a test of the Uchiha clan's fortitude. You witnessed their demise without resistance. The Uchiha's power is utterly insignificant. Itachi leaped down from the pole, landing lightly before Naruto, delivering his chilling proclamation. Ah! A flicker of awareness returned to Sasuke's eyes as he charged toward Itachi. But his frail form was seized effortlessly by the throat, lifted off the ground. My foolish little brother, hate me. Only through hatred can you grow stronger. Stop. Let him go. Enraged at the sight of his best friend in peril, Naruto wrested Sasuke from Itachi's grasp, shielding him behind himself. The power of the Nine Tails, Naruto. Your hatred is insufficient, hence your strength remains feeble. I refuse to believe that the gentle Itachi would commit such atrocities. Surely, there is a misunderstanding. Please, reveal your reasons. Naruto struggled to suppress the tailed beast chakra surging within him, his eyes flickering between blue and red as he spoke in anguish. What can your words achieve? This is merely your delusion. The Uchiha are a cursed clan, willing to turn against their own kin for power. Do you see these eyes? They awaken only when one has lost their most beloved. Itachi's gaze bore into Naruto's, his Sharingan's three tomo spinning rapidly, gradually merging into a pinwheel that rotated ominously within his eyes. Ultimately, you remained but a child. Itachi approached the immobilized Naruto, who was powerless against the mesmerizing allure of the Manjiki Sharingan, let alone a mere child. After pushing Naruto aside, Itachi found himself devoid of anyone to shield him from harm. Gazing at his brother, drenched in the blood of their kin, what thoughts swirled within those youthful Sharingan eyes? Let go, Sasuke. The wind howled behind him as Itachi shifted his shoulder to evade Naruto's assault. A deep gash, inflicted by sharp claws, marred Naruto's arm. And the sting of pain roused him to a semblance of clarity. Naruto, why would you go to such lengths to assist Sasuke? He is my friend. Still too weak. A fleeting smile graced Itachi's lips, quickly erased. Once resolved never to smile again in his lifetime, he found himself touched by Naruto's words, revealing the last smile he would share in Konoha before delivering a punch to Naruto's abdomen. Forget it. Such emotions will bring you no benefit. Just before Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness, Itachi's gaze met his once more, rewriting every memory tied to the Uchiha clan. This was the sole act of kindness Itachi could extend to the friend of his brother, for Sasuke's hatred had taken root, and, driven by this animosity, he might harm Naruto in pursuit of power. Itachi also altered Sasuke's memories of Naruto, transforming them into the painful truth that his best friend had been slain by his own hand. Yet, Itachi was still too young, despite the erasure of memories. Their bond remained unbroken, destined to be rekindled years later. How did I fall asleep at my doorstep? Have I been training too long? Upon awakening, Naruto found himself sprawled at his front door, his carefree nature leading him to think little of it. He opened the door and crawled back into bed, seeking sleep once more. The following day, news of the Uchiha massacre swept through Konoha. While dining at the Hyūga household, Naruto was left stunned upon hearing the news, his chopsticks slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Do you know someone from the Uchiha clan? Hinata inquired, picking up the fallen chopsticks and gently wiping them with her handkerchief, concern etched on her face. No, I can't possibly know anyone from that clan. I just feel a bit saddened. Naruto scratched his head, but in that fleeting moment, it felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly, only for the sensation to vanish, leaving him to wonder if it were merely an illusion. Indeed, such a large family extinguished overnight. May the deceased find peace. Hinata clasped her hands together in prayer for the departed, and seeing her do so, Naruto mimicked her gesture. Hinata, you are truly gentle. By the way, Naruto-kun, we have reached the age for school. Shall we attend the Ninja Academy together? Absolutely. The Ninja Academy is the first step towards becoming Hokage, right? Yes. Let us work hard together. Naruto expressed his excitement, pondering what kind of individuals he might encounter at the academy, when a fleeting image of a dark-haired boy flashed through his mind, only to vanish in an instant. As a brief digression, were it not for Itachi and Shirsue's benevolence, Konoha might have long since perished. The Uchiha clan's coup had a substantial likelihood of success. Uchiha Fugaku had even awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Had Shirsue not employed Kodo Amatsukami to thwart the insurrection, he would not have been deprived of his eyes by Danzo. This would have resulted in the Uchiha clan possessing 3 Manjiki Sharingan, discounting the other ordinary villagers. At that juncture, how many individuals in Konoha could have possibly withstood 3 Susanoo? Moreover, the Manjiki Sharingan holds the power to control the Nine Tails. In Itachi's true narrative, Uchiha Fugaku envisioned himself capturing Naruto to unseal and dominate the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails Susanoo would have been more than sufficient to annihilate Konoha. However, such a cataclysmic battle would lead to incalculable suffering for the village, and with the Uchiha seizing power, it is likely they would have been swiftly eradicated by the 4 great nations. In homage to the infamous hero Itachi, months have passed since the Uchiha incident, and the villagers have gradually forgotten, as it was merely a matter concerning a prominent clan unrelated to their daily lives. Coupled with the upper echelons of Konoha's information control, discussions surrounding the topic have dwindled to mere gossip over tea. Well then, boss, I shall take my leave. I will return with school resumes. Naruto lit a stick of incense before a photograph of the moon viewing sea, the death of which had been rumored to be the work of thieves. He had taken on the responsibility of the general store, but that obligation concluded today as the last vestiges of sunlight vanished with the closing of the door. Hanabi, I've kept you waiting. Emerging from the store, Naruto was greeted by Hinata, who stood waiting at the entrance. The warmth of having someone willing to wait for him filled Naruto with a gentle warmth, and a smile crept upon his lips. It's all right, Naruto-kun. Are you happy? Hinata inquired, shaking her head as she grasped Naruto's hand. She noticed the smile on his face, oblivious to the events that had transpired. She simply knew today was meant for honoring Naruto's boss. Just a thought, Naruto began. Aren't you staying at my place? Hinata tightened her grip on his hand. As they were to commence their journey at the Ninja Academy the following day, which lay at the heart of Konoha, far from this secluded corner. Naruto's visit today was chiefly because he would be too occupied to return later. No, Grandpa Third has helped me acquire a house near the school. Frequent visits to the Hyūga household would only cause you trouble. Naruto declined Hinata's invitation, although Hinata's family bore no ill will toward his background. The Hyūga clan was not limited to just them. Some servants still harbored trepidation toward Naruto, with several resigning due to his presence. That is not true. They simply do not understand Naruto-kun. You are so gentle, so powerful. How could you ever be a monster? Hinata tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, empathizing with his feelings, and shook her head vigorously in refutation. It's not as great as you say. She recalled that night when Naruto had fought valiantly to protect her and Niji. In my heart, you have always been a hero. Naruto responded, seemingly taken aback by Hinata's unwavering belief in him. Upon witnessing the steadfast resolve in her eyes, he suddenly covered his face, stammering shyly. Ah, Naruto-kun, are you feeling shy? Hinata gazed at Naruto with a sense of wonder, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. In the past, it was she who would blush and faint from Naruto's words and actions, yet today, it seemed he had been rendered shy. Regardless, this realization filled her with joy. No, that's impossible, Naruto repeatedly denied, though Hinata still observed a hint of crimson on his cheeks, which made her chuckle softly. Naruto-kun must have been seen as a monster from a young age. Indeed. He responded with a nod, unsure of why Hinata posed such a question. Everyone only hears tales. They do not truly understand what makes Naruto-kun peculiar, as he appears no different from ordinary people. I, however, am different. My eyes can be seen from the outside and cannot be concealed like those of the Uchiha clan. Whenever I step outside, I am often regarded as an outcast, which has led to my growing aversion to leaving home. As Hinata touched her eyes, she reflected on the troubles her Byakugan had caused her. If it weren't for Naruto, she might have remained hidden within the confines of her home. Yet, Naruto-kun has transformed me. Despite the disdain from others, you have earned their recognition through your determination. The way people look at you in this street is not like they would at a monster. To have achieved such a feat makes you the brightest star, Naruto-kun. Oh, I've said too much and must be boring you, Hinata suddenly realized, concerned that she may have overwhelmed him with her words, reverting to her bashful demeanor. Not at all. Hearing your heartfelt thoughts brings me joy, Naruto replied. Though he wished to continue listening, they had already arrived. He released Hinata's hand, and they found themselves at his new home, a modest apartment. Naruto's room was merely one on the second floor. Have we arrived? It feels like we talked for ages, Hinata said. Shall we go inside? Yes. Hinata nodded eagerly as she followed Naruto upstairs. Upon his opening the door, she beheld the sparse furnishings of his room. Small. Very small. It contained only a bed, a wardrobe, a low table, and a bathroom. The already limited space was further cluttered by several cardboard boxes. In truth, Hinata's own family's bathroom was larger than this entire room. All my belongings have been moved, though there is not much to bring, Naruto explained. The boxes contained his clothing, a few ninja tools, and several scrolls, his entire possessions. Noticing the cramped conditions, Naruto bent down to shift some boxes aside. I'll help, Hinata exclaimed, not wanting to merely stand by and watch as he tidied up. She squeezed into the already tight space to assist, but in doing so, she accidentally bumped into a box and toppled over onto Naruto. I'll get up right away, she stammered, her face aflame with embarrassment as she prepared to rise. Yet, just before she could, she felt a sudden brush against her lips, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she gazed at Naruto. Chew. This time, with greater audacity and candor. Naruto's lips gently brushed against Hinata's before parting. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata's bashful eyes had morphed into a spiral shape, and steam seemed to emanate from her forehead, leaving her utterly bewildered. A kiss. I've seen boys and girls do such things on the streets, but it didn't evoke any feelings. Naruto curiously touched his lips, finding Hinata's mouth soft and jelly-like. Yet beyond that, he harbored no further thoughts. Irika Yumino, who had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Naruto, knew all too well how this child had faced scorn from a young age, likely leaving his heart in disarray. His purpose was to care for Naruto like an older brother, to warm his tender soul. This shared sense of suffering quickened Irika's steps as he approached Naruto's residence. However, what was this? Irika, hiding at the doorway, clutched his head in confusion. He had mistakenly entered Naruto's home without knocking, merely intending to check if he was there. But what did he witness? A young girl was sprawled atop Naruto, who was in the act of kissing her. Taking a deep breath, Irika opened the door again. only to find Naruto looking up, kissing the girl once more. Naruto, what are you doing? Hey, who are you? Hinata's sense of shame reached its zenith upon seeing a stranger, causing her to push past Irika and flee from Naruto's home. Naruto, I truly misjudged you. Even if you've been bullied since childhood, you shouldn't engage in such behavior. How old are you? You'll grow up to be a scoundrel who deceives girls. Hinata's actions only deepened the misunderstanding, prompting Irika to grab Naruto by the collar, exasperated. What are you talking about? Naruto, though hearing the words of the Land of Fire, found himself utterly perplexed, gazing at Irika in confusion. In any case, you must sincerely apologize to that girl later. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Irika Umino, and I will be your teacher starting tomorrow. Teacher, Irika-sensei? Naruto glared at the scarred young man, who, despite being a stranger, did not harbor animosity towards him as others did. Though irritated, Irika's demeanor resembled that of an older brother scolding a younger sibling. Not only will I be teaching you school subjects, but I will also instruct you on how to be a decent person. Bullying girls is absolutely unacceptable. Do you understand? Irika plopped heavily onto the floor, feeling profound disappointment in Naruto. Yet, upon reflection, realizing Naruto was orphaned and lacked guidance on morality, he felt a twinge of sympathy, softening his expression as he spoke more seriously. Oh, what does it mean to bully girls? It was precisely what you just did. That, my dear. Irika awkwardly attempted to express his thoughts, contemplating for a moment before feeling a tinge of failure. How could Naruto, so young, already be capable of kissing girls? While here he was, in his 20s, yet had never even held a girl's hand. How pitiful. Oh, so those people on the street were bullying girls? Ahem. Not quite. If that girl from earlier were your girlfriend, then it would be acceptable. But we are not a couple, are we? Perhaps, an engaged couple? Naruto pondered, articulating with his limited vocabulary. The single Irika felt an immense blow to his dignity. Today marked the start of the entrance ceremony, with classes commencing the following day. How about we introduce ourselves? Irika suggested while standing at the podium, gazing at the students below. Regrettably, after uttering these words, no one paid him any heed. The silence in the classroom was deafening, leaving the young teacher utterly perplexed. Naruto, you go first. With no other option, Irika had to call upon Naruto, the only student he was somewhat familiar with. No problem, Naruto exclaimed, springing up from beside Hinata, leaping over the desks until he reached the blackboard, where he wrote his full name. Uzumaki Naruto, my favorite food is Ichiraka ramen. My dream is to become Hokage, and my life goal is to marry into the Hyūga family. Following Naruto's introduction, the classroom fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by uproarious laughter, as incredulous giggles erupted. He said he wants to marry into that family. This is hilarious. Becoming Hokage and marrying in are utterly unrelated. Is he a fool? The students did not hold back in their mockery towards Naruto, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining a natural smile. Naruto-kun, come down, come down. Hinata blushed from her seat, as several girls began to glance in her direction. Next, Irika, his face darkened, returned Naruto to his seat, but thanks to him, the atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably, and the students began to introduce themselves one after another. Nara Shikamaru, don't bother me with trivial matters, especially the significant ones. My dream is to live a life of tranquility every day. Akimichi Chuji, my favorite is the barbecue from Konoha. My dream is to be engulfed by a sea of barbecue, and I'm not fat, just pleasantly plump. Inazuka Kiba, my favorite is Akamaru, and I detest felines. I will strive to become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. If you can do it, then come on. Yamanaka Ino, my favorite is flowers. If you provoke me, beware of your health. Sakura Haruno, my favorite is. Glancing at a certain blue-clad boy. Sweets. I have no particular dislikes, and when I grow up, I wish to be a strong woman. Hinata Hyūga, my favorite is. Looking at Naruto, my dream is to become someone worthy of standing beside the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke. After Sasuke introduced himself, his classmates ceased their conversations and regarded him with eyes that could hardly be described as friendly. As the sole survivor of his clan's massacre, Sasuke had always been the subject of scrutiny. Now, having entered the Ninja Academy, he finally had the opportunity to observe this scion of a once great family up close. Well, since everyone has completed their introductions, please take your textbooks and head home early. Remember to come to class tomorrow, Irika said, aware of some of Sasuke's circumstances. He wished to alleviate the tension but was interrupted by an urgent message. Hastily departing the classroom thereafter. Sasuke, have we met before? Before Sasuke could return to his seat, Naruto turned to him. inexplicably compelled by an urge to provoke a quarrel that he could not suppress. "Who have you met?" "You're just a brat," Sasuke retorted, having observed Naruto closely himself. Although he had been more adept at suppressing his emotions, now, spurred by Naruto's taunt, he could no longer contain his indignation. "Are you not also a brat? Want to fight? Do you think I fear you?" Both Naruto and Sasuke bore expressions of fury, their glares clashing in the air with an intensity that ignited sparks. Yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Sasuke was currently standing in the aisle. "Class is dismissed. What shall we have for dinner today?" Choji's rotund form rose from his seat. His gaze fixated on the chips in his hand, oblivious to his surroundings until he collided forcefully with Sasuke's back. "Oh, my apologies." Choji realized he had bumped into someone, the impact causing the young man named Sasuke to stumble toward Naruto's seat. Ugh. The world fell silent. Hinata, who had been silently urging Naruto not to be angry, quieted down. Sakura and Ino, engrossed in discussing handsome boys, fell silent as well. Shikamaru, caught mid-yawn, stifled it. All eyes shifted to the unexpected collision of lips between Naruto and Sasuke. "Ah!" Sakura screamed, her mind racing. She believed that Sasuke's first kiss ought to belong to her. How had it come to this? Why had it been stolen by another boy? Ugh. Both Sasuke and Naruto, recovering from the shock, immediately bent over and gagged. "I swear. I will kill you." That was my line. How could I be kissed by a boy? It's revolting. Fortunately, I was kissed by Naruto yesterday, otherwise. The only one feeling a sense of relief was perhaps Hinata, her face flushed as she recalled the previous day's events, thankful that Naruto's first kiss was preserved. Months later, Naruto had adapted well to school life. Some regarded him as a monster, while others did not, leading him to forge numerous friendships, even earning a chip from Choji. However, Sasuke remained an exception. "Today in physical education, we will practice some taijutsu. Is there anyone willing to volunteer for a sparring match?" Irika, prepared for indifference, was taken aback when two individuals stepped forward from the crowd, readily positioning themselves in the ring. "Naruto, do you wish to spar with Sasuke? Prepare to meet your demise." "Sasuke, I shall repay you for the humiliation of that day. How dare you speak such words, you underachiever?" Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, who, in comparison to his perfect academic record, was indeed a laggard, with utterly abysmal grades in his studies. Experienced the taste of defeat at the hands of a laggard. Ouch. What was that for, Irika-sensei? As Naruto charged forward, he was abruptly struck on the head by Irika's fist. Rubbing the spot where he was hit, he grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Did you forget what we need to do before the sparring match?" Hi, pleased to make your acquaintance." Reluctantly, Naruto approached Sasuke, extending two fingers to intertwine with Sasuke's in a gesture of camaraderie. "Let the match begin." With Irika's command, Naruto lunged at Sasuke. Just as he raised his fist, he found Sasuke already before him. Sasuke seized Naruto's collar and deftly tripped him with his right foot, causing Naruto to lose his balance and fall. His gaze filled with the looming threat of Sasuke's fist. "You won't even need to employ any ninjutsu to defeat me." Sasuke, initially intending to land a punch that would distort Naruto's nose, suddenly halted, his fist poised just before Naruto's face. An inexplicable twinge of compassion flickered within him. He hesitated to inflict harm upon his rival. The outcome is clear. Irika finally comprehended the situation, while an outsider might not discern it. He had just calculated Sasuke's speed and concluded that it was on par with that of a typical genin. "All right, I understand your frustration. Strive harder next time. Now, let us seal the reconciliation." Irika gently patted Naruto's head in consolation. Naruto, seemingly caught off guard by his swift defeat, lowered his head, dejected. Yes, however, Irika was mistaken. Naruto did not feel disheartened. Instead, he feigned an attempt to perform the hand seal with Sasuke. The moment their hands touched, he grasped Sasuke's collar. To his surprise, Sasuke had anticipated this move, and both boys tumbled to the ground, grappling with one another. "Naruto, you rascal. Hee, all's fair in love and war. Have you learned that phrase yet? Who gave you the confidence to think you could ambush me and win? Ouch, you dare strike my face. That hurts, take it easy." After class, Naruto sat on a bench in the playground, while Hinata gently applied ointment to his wounds. At that moment, Naruto's face was marred with bruises. When she touched a sensitive spot, he yelped in pain. "Serves you right. Who told you to ambush Sasuke, only to get struck by Irika-sensei?" Hinata playfully poked at Naruto's injury, intensifying his discomfort while chiding him for his foul temper. "Don't underestimate me. I managed to hit Sasuke too." "Naruto-kun, why do you dislike Sasuke so much? You get along with everyone else, but why not him?" Hinata, perplexed, knew deep down that Naruto possessed a gentle heart. Yet, whenever he faced Sasuke, he seemed to provoke him intentionally, as though seeking to instigate trouble. I don't know. Every time I see him, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I cannot ignore him. That guy probably has no friends at school. Why do you continue to trouble him daily? It's not that simple. Although we argue incessantly, I can sense that Sasuke finds some enjoyment in it as well. I confess I do not fully comprehend the nature of your relationship. Oh, school is over. Hinata, you should hurry home. I shall take a leisurely stroll. Upon hearing the school bell, Naruto stretched, seized the medicinal ointment that Hinata had prepared for him, and dashed away. Naruto-kun, I wanted to invite you for dinner. Though he claimed to be walking for leisure, Naruto purposefully made his way to the lakeside of Konoha. Sure enough, he spotted Sasuke lost in thought on a short bridge. Sasuke turned his head at the feeling of Naruto's presence. This was the very place where they had first played together. Catching loaches. Humph. Seeing Sasuke glance in his direction, Naruto scoffed and turned his head away, quickening his pace. TCH, Sasuke felt increasingly irked by Naruto's demeanor. He touched his cheek where Naruto's fist had grazed him. On average, it took 3 of Sasuke's hits to land one on Naruto, yet it still stung. The sound of a small round box rolling to his feet caught Sasuke's attention. It bore the medical insignia of Konoha. Upon opening it, a fragrant ointment came into view. Under the setting sun, both boys shared a moment of genuine joy. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Naruto had transformed from a mere child into a remarkable young man. I'm so sleepy. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, Naruto trudged down the path to school alongside Hinata, yawning incessantly, his steps unsteady, as if he had spent the entire night in a brawl. Naruto-kun, today is the graduation exam. Did you not sleep well last night? At 12, Hinata had blossomed into a graceful young lady, her height nearly matching Naruto's. Gently, she tidied Naruto's disheveled collar and wiped away the tears that had spilled from his eyes due to his yawning. No, I practiced all night. After 6 years of training, Naruto's Rasengan had begun to take shape. Aside from a slightly slower speed in forming the sphere, it was nearly flawless. Last night, Minato had instructed Naruto to mark several corners of Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique for a test flight. The results were predictable. If the Flying Thunder God were so easily mastered, Konoha would have long dominated the world of ninjas. Be cautious during the exam. Don't make any mistakes with the hand signs. Rest assured, the fundamental ninjutsu taught at school is already second nature to me. There is no challenge at all. Hinata, just wait until I become a genin, and I'll change my name. You're still 2 ranks away, you fool. Hinata understood the implication behind Naruto's desire for a name change. She playfully stuck out her tongue and dashed into the school. How affectionate they are so early in the morning. A languid voice came from behind as the Inoshikicho trio arrived at the school gate, with Shikamaru leading the way in a lethargic manner. Shikamaru, up so early? I really didn't want to get up this early. That woman at home is a real nuisance. By the way, today's exam is for the shadow clone technique. Do you think you'll manage? The shadow clone technique? Perhaps, possibly, no problem. Naruto's gaze became erratic. Upon hearing the mention of the shadow clone technique, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If only it were the transformation technique instead, for the shadow clone technique had never been his forte. Well, in any case, let us give it our all. Shikamaru patted Naruto on the shoulder and uttered some words about how one cannot simply lounge around after becoming a genin as he walked into the school. Bang, bang, bang. The classroom reverberated with the sounds of dissipating clones, as Naruto's classmates successfully completed their assessment of the shadow clone technique, earning their Leaf Village ninja headbands. Naruto, it's your turn, Iruka called, aware of Naruto's struggles with the technique and intentionally placing him last. Shadow clone technique. Hinata was watching. He absolutely could not embarrass himself. He could not afford to fail. Naruto formed the hand signs with all his might, attempting to create a clone. However, the more anxious he became, the more he forgot crucial details. The hand signs he was supposed to execute were incorrect, resulting in a disjointed clone lying on the ground. Fail. Iruka stared at the limp clone for a moment before sprinting over, furiously marking failed on the assessment sheet. Iruka-sensei, please give me another chance, I beg you. Naruto-kun merely made a mistake with the hand signs. If he tries again, he will surely succeed, chimed in Mizuki, another examiner, who seemed to sympathize with Naruto's plight. No. In real combat, the enemy 1T grant you a second chance. This concerns Naruto's life. I cannot gamble with your safety. Iruka resolutely denied the request. This was not a game, but a matter of life and death. A ninja who cannot effectively use the shadow clone technique would significantly increase their mortality rate. Naruto-kun. Faced with Hinata's comforting gaze, Naruto felt at a loss for how to respond. Gritting his teeth, he turned and leaped out of the window, vanishing from her sight. Meanwhile, Mizuki wore a triumphant smile. Naruto lay on the roof of his home, staring up at the blue sky, lost in thought, until a shadow obscured the sunlight. Mizuki, with a gentle smile, appeared in his line of sight. Naruto, you must be feeling quite down about failing the exam, but it's all right. Just keep trying. No, that's not it. I'm not so much sad as I am embarrassed. I boasted in front of Hinata, and now I have no face to show her. The memory of his morning words to Hinata made Naruto's cheeks burn with humiliation. It was mortifying to have failed after making such grand claims. Is that so? Mizuki's smile faltered, revealing a different expectation. Moreover, I promised Hinata's parents I would become a jonin, so I could join her family. But if I fail at this first step, what if someone else takes her away? My future seems utterly bleak. Honestly, what am I to do with you? Have you ever heard of the Book of Seals? The Book of Seals, a name that resonates with familiarity, had been mentioned numerous times by Naruto during his encounters with Orochimaru. It was said to be a worthless object, which led Naruto to believe in its insignificance, ultimately succumbing to Mizuki's deceit to pilfer the Book of Seals. As night descended, the inhabitants of Konoha were ensconced in slumber, when a diminutive shadow stealthily infiltrated the abode of the third Hokage. The Book of Seals, the Book of Seals. Naruto crept cautiously through the third Hokage's home, recalling Mizuki's assertion that the tome lay concealed within the hidden compartment of the Hokage's study. Just as Naruto was engrossed in deciphering the layout of the residence, he unexpectedly collided with a small figure, a child clad in sleepwear, who ambled along in a daze. After 3 seconds of scrutinizing Naruto, the boy opened his mouth. Chill, I'm not a bad person. Swiftly, Naruto covered Konohamaru's mouth and drew him into the shadows. Let go of me. I am the grandson of the third Hokage. Are you seeking death by sneaking into my home? As a second-generation villager, Konohamaru possessed the audacity to proclaim his grandfather's name at every opportunity, yet at that moment, Naruto's focus was solely on the mission, oblivious to the boy's identity. Who cares about you? Don't hinder me from fulfilling my task. Task? So, big brother, you are a ninja? Not yet, but once I complete this mission, I will be. Oh, I see. It must be a test from Grandpa. Little one, you are quite astute. Indeed, if I acquire the Book of Seals from the third Hokage, I will succeed. No. Grandpa is exceptionally powerful. It's utterly impossible to take anything from him. How will you know unless you try? Watch me. TCH. If you manage to obtain the Book of Seals from Grandpa, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother. Go away. I don't want that. The two stealthily approached the study's door, and with Konohamaru's assistance, they bypassed the need to pick the lock, much to Naruto's satisfaction with this unexpected ally. Oh, I found it. Following Mizuki's instructions, Naruto extracted a tome from the bookshelf, and the ground beneath them split open, revealing a scroll about the same height as Naruto himself. Naruto, what are you doing in my home? Before Naruto could revel in his discovery, a soft voice startled him, as the third Hokage materialized behind him like a specter. Jutsu. In a sudden motion, Naruto turned around and activated the completed jutsu, summoning a stunning, unclad figure with golden hair, whose voluptuous form materialized in the air. The third Hokage's face turned crimson, blood rushing from his nose as he fainted. Ha, that was too easy. Naruto laughed maniacally as he slung the Book of Seals over his shoulder and made his way out of the third Hokage's residence, heading towards the predetermined location. Big brother. Konohamaru gazed at his grandfather, now incapacitated on the floor, feeling a profound sense of respect for someone for the first time. Perhaps he was still too young to comprehend that Naruto had not triumphed over the third Hokage through sheer strength, but rather through the allure of youthful exuberance. Let me see, Shadow Clone Jutsu. How could the opening be this wretched ninjutsu? No wonder Uncle Snake often claims this book is of no use. Let us see Edo Tensei, I mastered that long ago. Flying Thunder God, is this even something worth studying? Naruto, squatting on the ground, eagerly opened the sealing book, only to discover that with his limited knowledge, he could barely comprehend 3 ninjutsu, 2 of which he only understood because someone had taught him. His enthusiasm was dampened by half. The shadow clone technique seems quite simple, just a single hand seal. Unwilling to concede, Naruto picked up the sealing book once more and was astonished to find the shadow clone technique remarkably easy to learn. completely disregarding the warning that followed as he plunged into his studies. An hour later, Naruto, can you enlighten me on what exactly you were doing? Irika's forehead was throbbing with veins, having finally located Naruto, only to find the boy sprawled on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. I'm taking an exam, Irika-sensei. May I have my forehead protector now? Exam? What are you talking about? The makeup test that Mizuki-sensei assigned me. As long as I present the sealing book, it counts as a success. Mizuki? This is dangerous. A sense of foreboding washed over Irika as he sensed an impending threat behind him. He quickly pushed Naruto aside, only to be struck by several shuriken. I never expected you would find your way here, Irika. Cough, cough. Mizuki, what do you intend to do? Irika spat out a mouthful of warm blood, glaring at Mizuki, who emerged from the shadows. What do I intend to do? Naturally, I plan to eliminate this brat and utilize the ninjutsu inscribed in the sealing book to become the world's strongest ninja. Irika-sensei, even Naruto, in his naivety, realized he had been manipulated. He wanted to rush to Irika's aid but was halted by a firm command. Stay back. You need to run and find the third Hokage. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe a mere child can escape my grasp? Mizuki observed Irika with a calm demeanor. Although he was just a nin, there was nothing remarkable about him. Dealing with a child who wasn't even a genin was far too easy. By the way, Naruto, you are unaware, aren't you? Unaware of what? Silence. Do not utter it. 12 years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, coinciding with your birth year. Have you never pondered why the villagers harbor such hatred against you? Mizuki unsheathed the wind shuriken strapped to his back, preparing to strike Naruto when the boy was caught off guard. This was why he aimed to wound Naruto with words. Mizuki, Irika, furious, yanked the shuriken from his body and charged at Mizuki, only to be kicked back. Indeed, you are the Nine Tails, that foul beast incarnated within you. That accursed creature nearly obliterated Konoha? Mizuki's agitation grew. He had been young at the time, nearly caught in the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails. Nurturing a deep-seated loathing for the beast, he had become too engrossed in his emotions. At that moment, Naruto, who should have been by Irika's side, suddenly vanished, and a fist loomed larger in Mizuki's vision. A searing pain shot through his cheek as he was sent flying. Monster, you dare to speak of others in such a manner. Naruto, clenching his fist, glared furiously at Mizuki. Hey, Naruto, are you aware that the Nine Tails resides within you? Irika, taken aback, realized the implications. He was not a jinchūriki and was unaware that Naruto could communicate with the Nine Tails, indicating a close relationship. This was not the script he had anticipated, and Irika's mind raced in turmoil. Of course, he is my dearest friend, and he must never be insulted. Such was Naruto's nature. While he could laugh off being called a monster or trash to his face, he would not tolerate any slight against his friends. Haha. I have worried unnecessarily. You have had Hinata by your side since childhood. How could you possibly be a demon fox? You are the vortex Naruto of Konoha. Mizuki, consumed by wrath, returned from the place he had been sent flying, his teeth knocked out by Naruto's blow. Not only have you used me, but you have also insulted my friend. Are you prepared to be pummeled? What can a mere child do? Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, his chakra surging forth, instantly filling the grove with his clones. He created 1,000 clones. How utterly domineering. Is this really the same Naruto who was once at the bottom of the class? Irika stared in astonishment at the multitude of Naruto's clones, counting them to be well over 1,000. This is impossible. Everyone, do not hold back. Naruto disregarded the magnitude of Mizuki's psychological trauma, rallying his shadow clones to overwhelm Mizuki like a pack of wolves. Naruto, congratulations on your success. From this day forth, you are a ninja. Irika's eyes glistened with emotion. The mischievous child had finally become self-sufficient. His efforts over the years, both as a teacher and a brother, had not been in vain. He removed the forehead protector from his head and handed it to Naruto. Wonderful. The path to my new life has drawn closer. He had always thought that being an outsider was not ideal. Cough, cough, if possible, please take me to the hospital before we celebrate. Irika-sensei, Nine Tails. Is what Mizuki-sensei said true? Naruto's serious voice echoed within the ceiling space. What do you mean? Did you truly attack the village, intending to destroy Konoha? If my nature were truly so cruel, savage, and bloodthirsty, what would you do? The Nine Tails scrutinized Naruto, seeking any hint of dissatisfaction or disgust in his eyes, but found none. Naruto's gaze remained clear and unwavering. In that case, I shall bear your hatred for you, for in the eyes of the villagers, I am you. It matters not. TSK, I was controlled back then. It was never my intention to assault Konoha. I see. I always thought that the Nine Tails could not possibly be a villain. Brat, I am weary. I do not wish to see you. The Nine Tails expelled Naruto from the ceiling space, fearing that if this continued, he would inevitably be infected by that little brat. Hee. Nine Tails, are you feeling shy? What Naruto said was truly moving. Suddenly, Minato appeared. Having witnessed the scene where Naruto was angrily confronting the Nine Tails, being connected to the Nine Tails chakra, he could somewhat sense its emotions. And the expression on its face turned into one that demanded a good beating. Go to hell. The Nine Tails, in a fit of rage, coiled its tail around Minato and slammed him to the ground with great force. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, countless strikes later, the Nine Tails finally relented after Minato surrendered. That child has finally become an outstanding ninja. Oh, Kushina. Our child has become an exceptional ninja. All right, stop crying. Perhaps due to the absence of certain emotions. Minato's feelings fluctuated wildly. Seeing Naruto's impressive performance brought tears to his eyes once more, driving the Nine Tails to the brink of madness. Kushina, I miss you. The Nine Tails began to reminisce about the days spent within Kushina, at least free from the annoyance of these two foolish father and son. Let go of me. Let go of me, you fool Iruka. Naruto clung to the door like a gecko, with his lower half in Iruka's embrace, who was trying hard to pull him down. Naruto, stop messing around. I didn't assign the groups. Your antics here are futile. Iruka tugged, but Naruto was far too strong, and before long, the door would be uprooted instead. Enough. Quickly put me in a group with Hinata. Today, Naruto learned that the graduating Jonin would be divided into groups of 3 for the Jonin secondary examination, and to his dismay, he was placed in the same group as Sasuke and Sakura. It wasn't that he disliked either of them, he simply wished to be in a group with Hinata. I told you it wasn't my decision. Besides, don't you like Sakura? You've even said she is your favorite. Don't misinterpret. I said my favorite is Sakura Machi, you dolt. Naruto recalled years ago when Sakura brought homemade Sakura Machi to school and shared it with everyone. The praise he gave after eating it was mistakenly taken as a confession, leading him to earn the reputation of being a scoundrel who liked both Hinata and Sakura. Don't call the teacher a dolt. So who is the dolt that assigned the groups? That dolt, the 3rd Hokage. You called him a dolt too. You brought me into this. In any case, I can't do anything about it. So if you want, take the door home. Iruka gave up, despite his strong ninjutsu. He was still just a short-tempered little brat, and he released Naruto and exited the classroom. Damn it. On the cliffs of Konoha, the enormous faces of the Hokage were carved into stone, known as Hokage Rock, which serves as a symbolic structure of the village. Usually, people merely gazed upon the grandeur of the Hokage from a distance. But today, something incredible occurred. The face of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was covered in paint, with 2 gigantic characters for dolt drawn on his forehead. Naruto. Iruka was exasperated, trailing behind Naruto, who had underestimated the boy's stubbornness, as he set fire to the Hokage Rock. If others dare not, then I, Naruto, shall take it upon myself. With swift strides, Naruto raced through the streets, prompting a chorus of curses from villagers witnessing his antics. The Hokage represented the faith of Konoha, and the tarnishing of that faith struck the citizens as if they had been pricked at their most sensitive point. Curse be you. Retribution shall come. Foolish brat. As Naruto turned a corner, his speed left him no time to slow down, resulting in a collision with a nearby figure. He stumbled into the embrace of a girl, feeling a soft, cushioned sensation against his cheek, while a floral fragrance enveloped him, momentarily dazing him. So fragrant. Little boy, are you so lecherous at such a tender age? The girl, appearing around 15 or 16, wore a beautiful kimono. Her black hair tied in a ponytail flowing behind her. Rather than being angry about the bump, she simply pushed him away. I apologize for the collision, miss. Your scent is delightful. Naruto offered a gentle apology before hastily fleeing as Iruka caught up. Miss, are you all right? I shall fetch that impudent brat this instant. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, gasped for breath as he approached the girl, vowing to dismantle Naruto. It was merely a hug from a child. It is of no consequence. She replied, shaking her head before disappearing down the streets of Konoha with her attendant, as if she had never been there. Now quickly apologized to the 3rd Hokage. Iruka tossed the bound Naruto before the 3rd Hokage, who remained as astute as ever, having outpaced Naruto yet again. Do you harbor any grievances against me, Naruto? The 3rd Hokage, pipe in mouth, fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Grandpa 3rd, you are well aware of my fondness for Hinata. Yet you placed me in another team and paired her with 2 other boys. I am quite dissatisfied. Goodness, are the children these days so precocious? The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, a hint of exasperation flickering in his authoritative gaze as he turned to Irika. Indeed, you speak the truth. Irika scratched his head, realizing the third Hokage was implicitly questioning his teaching methods, wondering why he did not intervene in matters of young love. However, the Ninja Academy had not expressly forbidden such relationships, and all the girls in the class, save Hinata, were enamored with Sasuke, an impossible situation to manage. Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino were both skilled ninjas adept at tracking enemy movements, and one need not elaborate on Hinata's Byakugan. Their trio would focus on reconnaissance and pursuit. With Hinata as the eyes, Kiba as the nose, and Shino as the ears. If Naruto could surpass them in this regard, he would be welcomed into the fold. But the third Hokage tapped his pipe, leaving his statement unfinished. Ugh. Naruto was rendered speechless, emitting a sound of dismay. Brother, there you are. I have been searching for you for quite some time. As Naruto contemplated yielding, Konohamaru suddenly burst into the room, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He hurried to Naruto's side and assisted in untying the ropes. You're that little squirt from a few days ago? I'm Konohamaru. Naruto and I. Please teach me the jutsu that defeated my grandfather. Konohamaru, must you always rush in? You little brat of the 9 tails. Ebisu chased after Konohamaru, entering the room only to be startled by the sight of Naruto. Young master, do not associate with this fellow. No, I want him to teach me jutsu. What? You wish to learn, and yet you seek this little brat instead of me, your esteemed teacher Ebisu? That defies all logic. But you don't know that jutsu. Impossible. I have dabbled in every jutsu except for forbidden techniques, which qualifies me to be a. Then do you know jutsu? Ugh, sounds rather lewd. Naruto and I. Show this guy your prowess, the jutsu that defeated Grandpa. Very well, let me demonstrate the jutsu. Delighted by Konohamaru's enthusiastic address, Naruto instinctively unleashed the jutsu. With a bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the room, revealing a voluptuous golden-haired maiden. The third Hokage, Irika, and Ebisu stood dumbfounded before her. Such a lewd jutsu is utterly beneath me, indeed. Ebisu cast a disdainful glance at Irika, who had fainted with a nosebleed, remarking, a commoner teacher is merely a commoner. He barely reacted apart from turning a shade red. Even the third Hokage did not faint. Humph, do not underestimate the Hokage, you brat. A technique used once cannot be effective again. The third Hokage adjusted his hat to shield most of his vision, speaking with confidence. Is that so? Then, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The golden-haired beauty pondered for a moment, formed hand seals, and instantly the room was filled with dozens of identical maidens, encircling the third Hokage and Ebisu. I shall name this, the Harem Jutsu. Puff. No one knew what transpired that day, only that the third Hokage and the 2 teachers had been attacked by an unknown assailant. Collapsing in a pool of blood, this incident became one of the many extraordinary events in Konoha. To have lost so much blood at my age, this is murder. I will surely give that brat a sound thrashing. Naruto and I, that was amazing. You defeated Grandpa once again. Konohamaru, why do you desire so much to conquer the third Hokage? Because I seek everyone's recognition. They only see me as the grandson of the third Hokage, not as Konohamaru. No one is willing to acknowledge me. Not quite, Konohamaru. It is not by becoming Hokage that one gains recognition. Rather, it is those who are acknowledged who can become Hokage. Is that so? Indeed. The path of a ninja is devoid of shortcuts. Only when one earns the universal acknowledgement as the most formidable ninja can they be bestowed the title of Hokage. I too strive diligently towards that aspiration. Naruto reminisced about his childhood. For him, gaining the recognition of others was far more challenging than it was for Konohamaru. Yet, he managed to earn the respect of everyone in the marketplace, a testament to his relentless effort. Then we are adversaries, my brother. Since we are foes, I shall refrain from imparting my techniques to you. Wait, please. For now, I shall be your subordinate. Very well, let us first emulate the characters in this magazine. I must visit Hinata's home, so I shall take my leave. With that, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving only a swirling haze behind. Shadow Clone? Impressive. I shall not disappoint my brother's expectations, Konohamaru mused, clutching the Risku magazine tightly. Adversaries, you say? Meanwhile, Naruto, seated in the courtyard engaging in conversation with Hinata, felt the memories relayed by his shadow clone, and a faint smile graced his lips. Naruto-kun, I heard you painted the Hokage rock in a chaotic manner. Are you truly unbothered by it? Hinata's eyes brimmed with concern. Since the inception of the Hidden Leaf Village, No one had dared to sully the sanctity of the Hokage rock, and one could not help but admire Naruto's audacity. Don't worry, I'll clean it up later. Ah, here comes that slacker again. Naruto, eager to share a tender moment with Hinata, was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a young girl. Though referred to as a girl, she was merely a 6-year-old child, Hinata Hanabi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a toddler. Oh, hello, Hanabi. Your presence is rather unwelcome. Without a hint of restraint, Hanabi plopped down beside Hinata and devoured the apple she had prepared for Naruto. Do not say such things. I am already a Jinin. We shall soon be family. Naruto pointed to the forehead protector adorning his head, speaking joyfully. Wow, you're still hoping to marry into the family? Such a lack of ambition. No wonder you and my sister are well suited for each other. Hanabi cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. Harboring no fondness for the boy who had been a fixture in her home since her earliest memories. Hanabi, do not be excessively rude. Hinata, though unperturbed herself, felt a flicker of irritation at Hanabi's disdain towards Naruto and mustered the courage to admonish her. That is precisely the case. Naruto is the bottom of the class at school, and although my sister excels, she cannot even defeat me in combat. Unfazed by Hinata's reprimand, Hanabi pressed on with her scorn, bolstered by her own exceptional prowess. At merely 6 years of age, she possessed extraordinary talent. Having bested Hinata in a sparring session and earned the recognition of Hyūga, prompting him to personally train her, thus accelerating her growth and strength. Do not be upset. Hanabi is just a child. Accustomed to being on the receiving end of disdain, Naruto bore no anger and instead sought to console Hinata. Are you looking for a fight? What kind of person do you wish to marry into the family? Is that all that fills your mind? Unlike my sister, I aspire to wed a hero. A hero? In the midst of a great crisis, the village of Konoha was saved by a hero who bravely confronted formidable foes, such as the essence of heroism, albeit one that seems beyond your reach. Hinata Hanabi pondered for a moment, conjuring an image of the hero in her mind. Indeed, when one speaks of heroes, the Hokage comes to mind. Setting aside the third Hokage for now, each Hokage has accrued significant experience, with the exception of the so-called genius fourth, most of whom ascended to the role after the age of 30. Hanabi, your taste in men is rather unique. Naruto, stroking his chin in contemplation, suddenly speculated whether Hinata Hanabi's preference for older men might explain her disdain towards him. How tedious. What a slowpoke, Hanabi exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard, but then reflecting on the matter. Indeed, heroism is often linked to strength. Where can one find a hero who is both youthful and powerful? Disillusioned, Hanabi shot a fierce glare at Naruto before hastily departing. Did I err in some way? Naruto mused. He certainly possessed a latent cunning. Why is this teacher taking so long? He lamented within the classroom, his impatience mounting to the point of wanting to scale the walls. It was unclear whether it was intentional, but their teacher from Team 7 had yet to arrive, and the class had dwindled to an empty room. Stop being so foolish, Sakura admonished. Yet, she too felt the frustration of waiting, especially in front of Sasuke, whose stoic demeanor was only amplifying her irritation. In hindsight, she regretted not returning home with Hinata and leaving a shadow clone behind. Speaking of which, Naruto, you and Hinata have been quite close since entering the Ninja Academy. How old were you when you first met? About 4 years old, I believe. Really? That early? By the way, Naruto, doesn't he being so clingy risk being disliked? For both parties? Sakura cast a surreptitious glance at Sasuke, only to find him observing Naruto with an intensity that irked her further. Why would that be? Hinata and I both enjoy each other's company. Ever since that day I climbed over the wall and saw her, I've never felt any animosity from her. In fact, I've been quite happy. She even made me lunch today, Naruto declared proudly. Producing his lunchbox, though it was empty, he cherished it, wrapping it in cloth as he carried it with him. Does Lady Hinata also engage in such domestic tasks? Sakura questioned, perplexed. After the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyūga family had firmly established itself as Konoha's premier clan, and Hinata's status had risen significantly. It was surprising that a lady of such privilege would deign to cook for Naruto. Hinata has never been interested in inheriting the main house. It will likely be Hanabi who takes on that role in the future. She's quite content, as it allows her more time to play with me. Uffed. You have no idea how many suitors are lined up behind Hinata. You'll never stand a chance, you underachiever, Sakura retorted, her heart heavy with the weight of her own grievances. How could a fool and a slacker advance more swiftly on the path of love than she? It was utterly unacceptable. Thus, I shall strive to become Hokage, so that everyone will know Hinata's choice was indeed the right one. Is it possible for everyone to agree? Teacher, You have a wonderful son. Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, smiled faintly and pushed the door open. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and I shall serve as your instructor from this day forth. While he wished to convey this sentiment, he added, however, should you fail my second assessment, our journey together will come to an abrupt end. After a brief self-introduction, Kakashi noted the names and characteristics of the 3 students, his already languid demeanor growing even more lackluster. 3 individuals, 1 genius, 1 straggler, and 1 love-struck girl. Lord Third, you've certainly bestowed upon me a challenging task. Teacher Kakashi, why is there a second test? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to obtain this forehead protector? He continued. The so-called graduation exam from the Ninja Academy is merely an evaluation of your ability to apply the knowledge acquired at school, to engage in battle. You novices still have a long way to go. In any case, gather at the forest near the memorial stone tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Do not eat breakfast. You might end up regurgitating it. Before departing, Kakashi cast a glance at the 3 with a gaze that could hardly be described as benevolent. Sasuke, would you like to have lunch together? Sakura approached Sasuke shyly, summoning the courage to extend the invitation, only to be dismissed by a cold glare from him. Boring. Sasuke, just make sure you don't get eliminated tomorrow. If you can pass, then surely I can too, Sasuke retorted with a scoff, walking away without a backward glance. Be a little gentler with the girls, you fool. Naruto lamented, casting a pitying glance at Sakura before chasing after Sasuke. Ugh, Sasuke and Naruto spoke more than I did. The following day, the sky remained dim at 5 o'clock as the trio arrived at the meeting place. After exchanging morning greetings, they began to wait for Kakashi's arrival. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Naruto, wake up, quit sleeping. Sakura exclaimed, pulling Naruto, who was sprawled on the ground, back to consciousness. Anyone would go mad waiting for 5 hours, and even Sasuke was growing impatient, surveying the area in hopes of spotting Kakashi. Why was I so foolish to fall asleep? Naruto, groggy from the ground, uttered nonsensically, what are you talking about? It's 11 o'clock, and teacher Kakashi still hasn't shown up. Are we being played? Even if you say that to me, there's nothing I can do. Apologies. I'm late because an old lady fell by the roadside, so. Just as Naruto was feeling exasperated, Kakashi suddenly appeared before them, weaving a tale of dubious credibility. Liars. Teacher Kakashi, you are a fraud. Naruto was the first to express disbelief, pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi. Ahem, without further ado, this clock is set for noon. What you must do is seize 2 bells from me before that time. Doing so will pass you. Kakashi awkwardly shifted the topic and placed a clock atop a log, accompanied by 2 bento boxes. 2? But there are 3 of us. Sakura gazed quizzically at the bell hanging from Kakashi's waist, puzzled by its significance. No one had ever mentioned that everyone would pass. Those who failed to seize a bell would be deemed losers and would be tied to a wooden post to watch us enjoy our lunch, which I'm sure you're all quite famished for. The deprivation of breakfast was for this very reason. A flicker of anger crossed Sasuke's eyes. It became clear that yesterday's words were not merely for the sake of intense training but rather stemmed from this man's malice. Let the game begin. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, attack from any angle you wish. With Kakashi's command, Sasuke and Sakura dispersed to find their hiding spots, while Naruto stood dumbfounded before him. You? A true man faces challenges head-on. I will claim your bell from the front, so prepare yourself. Naruto beamed with confidence as he brandished a kunai and charged at Kakashi, aiming for his waist. If the kunai struck the bell, its fall would be inevitable. Fool. You truly are a fool. Kakashi's eyes, still devoid of emotion, lazily evaded Naruto's kunai, seizing his right arm and flinging him into the air. Then, forming the tiger hand seal, he shouted, the Leaf's ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. Naruto let out a dismal cry as he was unceremoniously struck in a most vulnerable place, and with a poof, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? Impossible. He had been within my line of sight the entire time. How could he have accomplished that? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. If Naruto had hidden first and then launched an attack, he could have accepted it easily, however. To use a shadow clone and switch places without hand seals right before his eyes was something even Kakashi could not achieve. Naruto, how did you manage that? Not just Kakashi, but Sasuke, who had been observing from a tree, was equally astonished. He understood well that achieving such a feat in the presence of a Jonin was nearly impossible, especially considering Naruto's usual underdog status. Sasuke. A gentle call came from behind. Startled, Sasuke turned around only to have Naruto cover his mouth with his hand. Don't make a sound. We'll be discovered. Naruto gestured for silence, and Sasuke, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. You've seen Kakashi-sensei's strength, Sasuke. It's impossible for one person alone. We stand a chance if we work together. The sensation from the shadow clones still lingered, causing Naruto discomfort, and to protect himself and enhance their chances of success, he chose to collaborate with Sasuke. All right, but you must tell me how you did that afterward. Sasuke acquiesced, and after witnessing that move, he no longer regarded Naruto as just a liability, but as a valuable ally, one he would stand upon to snatch that bell if necessary. Not a problem. 5 hours earlier. Wake up, you're going to be late. Eh? How did you appear? Naruto groggily awakened to find his identical shadow clone standing before him, looking perplexed. Isn't it because you were worried about being late that you created a shadow clone to wake you? Hurry up. Just 5 more minutes. Only 5 minutes. Naruto's body felt as if it were magnetically affixed to the bed, having endured a grueling training session with Minato the previous night, resulting in severe sleep deprivation. I'm going to be late, he exclaimed. You go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Why should I? Because you are a shadow clone. Does being a shadow clone strip me of my rights? I possess half of your chakra. We are equals. Then let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser mustn't complain. All right. Scissors. Paper. I lost, lamented the shadow clone, gazing despondently at its hands before collapsing to the ground in despair. See you later, it murmured, drifting off to sleep. Naruto gradually crawled out of bed, feeling inexplicably joyous, as if someone had accomplished a task on his behalf. Instant noodles. Instant noodles. He poured hot water into the cup, and while waiting for it to steep for 3 minutes, he refreshed himself in the bathroom. Upon returning, he picked up a magazine from the table and began flipping through it. Once the noodles were ready, he relished in the meal with his chopsticks. As he glanced at the calendar, a particular mark caught his attention. His eyes widened in realization. He had forgotten about the 5 o'clock assembly. Oh no, I'm late. No, this is outright skipping class. I'm going to be in trouble, he exclaimed, feeling the heat of the noodles. Grabbing the cup, he leaped out of the window, munching and shouting as he bounded towards the rendezvous point. Upon arriving, Naruto noticed Kakashi had already gathered there, prompting him to hide in a tree and await an opportunity to swap places with a shadow clone. Sakura and Sasuke then dispersed, with Sasuke conveniently stationed in the tree directly in front of him. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Sasuke, let us go. TCH, that fool. Sasuke glared at Naruto, who had already charged ahead. What happened to our battle plan? Do these two Jonin truly believe they can defeat a Jounin? Naruto was the first to leap from the branch, dashing directly towards Kakashi, his hands forming seals as he summoned dozens of shadow clones to charge alongside him. From behind? This guy. Kakashi was still searching for Naruto's true form when he was startled to discover an assault from the rear, initiated by the clones. However, sheer numbers do not guarantee victory in battle. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he drew a kunai, plunging into the swarm of Naruto's clones, and soon the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed as the clones were dispelled one after another. Incredible! Rasengan. Naruto's right hand slightly retracted as he contemplated forming the sphere. But he remembered Minato's warning and abandoned the thought. Naruto, you cannot yet control the power of the Rasengan. This technique should not be used in practice, or your opponent may sustain serious injuries. It seems you are the real one, Kakashi remarked, having eliminated all the clones while remaining vigilant for any suspicious sounds, uncertain whether Naruto would vanish once more. Indeed, be prepared, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, with determination, charged towards Kakashi. He first threw a right-handed punch, which Kakashi effortlessly intercepted with his left hand, capturing Naruto's fist. Subsequently, Naruto aimed a kick at Kakashi's head with his left leg. Kakashi, frowning slightly, grasped Naruto's ankle, feeling an astonishing force emanating from it. However, the true assault was not from that foot. Rather, Naruto utilized the momentum to pivot and launched a more powerful kick with his right leg towards Kakashi. Though I am uncertain from whom you have learned your martial arts, your efforts still fall short of harming me, Kakashi remarked, refusing to release Naruto's grip. With a casual tug, he maneuvered his upper arm to deflect Naruto's strike. Seizing the moment while Naruto's body was momentarily rigid, he released his hold and delivered a solid punch to Naruto's abdomen. Ugh, cough. Naruto retreated a few steps, clutching his stomach as discomfort caused him to cough. Hiki, what is so amusing? Kakashi inquired. Because I am not alone, Naruto replied, bending down slightly. Behind him, Sasuke had completed the hand signs for the Great Fireball technique. Supporting Naruto's back with one hand, he leaped up, inhaling deeply with the other hand positioned before his mouth. Subsequently, a torrent of scorching flames erupted, engulfing Kakashi. From the corner of his vision, Kakashi finally understood why Naruto had employed shadow clones to buy time, to allow Sasuke to conceal his presence. Sasuke must have blended in with the crowd to position himself nearby, executing the hand signs while Naruto engaged in close combat. Their teamwork had proven effective, yet they had still underestimated the seasoned J-Nin. "Well done, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, eager to celebrate with a high five, only to find that Sasuke was indifferent to his gesture. "Humph, if J-Nin were so easily defeated, they would not hold such a rank," Kakashi asserted. "Indeed, you are correct. You have grown complacent," came Kakashi's voice unexpectedly from behind them. Before either could react, they found kunai pressed against their throats, the slightest movement threatening to sever their arteries. "Such a pity. You were so close," Kakashi stated, gripping the kunai firmly. The recently extinguished flames of the great fireball technique had merely scorched a wooden dummy. "Kakashi-sensei, you two have underestimated us," Naruto and Sasuke declared in unison. They transformed into sturdy logs, and before Kakashi could express his astonishment, a whooshing sound resonated from behind. Naruto and Sasuke, using a running start, leaped towards his head with a flying kick. "Ah, it seems I have indeed underestimated you," Kakashi mused, the arrogant J-Nin dismissing the need to evade. He raised his kunai, prepared to teach these two youngsters a lesson. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The log that had previously been a substitution transformed back into Naruto and Sasuke, both thrusting their kunai towards his waist, placing the safety of his bell in jeopardy. "What?" Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he faced two choices: intercept the kunai of Naruto and Sasuke, risking the other pair's assault, or strike down the airborne Naruto and Sasuke, thereby sacrificing the bell's safety. "Well, I shall concede," he concluded. With a languid smile of satisfaction in his eyes, Kakashi deftly employed the body flicker technique to evade their assault. In a moment of precariousness, a shuriken grazed the bell at his waist, causing it to fall to the ground alongside Kakashi's absence. Success. How delightful. Naruto swiftly retrieved the bell from the ground, and upon confirming it was genuine, he leapt with joy. "Of course, this triumph is largely due to my efforts, isn't it?" Sasuke's words faltered. How could he feel such familiarity with Naruto? The duo had not exchanged a single word, yet managed to synchronize their actions so seamlessly, which was perplexing enough. Now, Naruto's request for praise only deepened the oddity. "Well done, Sakura." "Shadow clone technique," Naruto declared as he dispelled his shadow clone. The Sasuke from the other pair transformed into Sakura, having stealthily sent a shadow clone to locate her hiding spot, recounting the plan which she readily accepted. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated from behind as Kakashi, grinning, returned to commend them. However, he swiftly shifted the narrative. "Yet, there are only two bells, and consequently, only two lunchboxes. In this collaboration, you and Sasuke contributed the most, without a doubt, thus the reward is rightfully yours. As for Sakura, I'm fine with it." Sakura tightened her small fists, stifling her tears, and forced a smile in response to Kakashi's words. "No, I shall give the bell to Sakura." "Oh, are you willing to relinquish your qualification?" "Why? The bell was seized by me. I have qualified. Yet you have given it to Sakura." "But the bell was taken by me." "The bell is in Sakura's possession. The bell was seized by me." "Stop being so unreasonable, you little brat." How reminiscent. Kakashi felt a surge of frustration akin to that of his youth, frequently exasperated by Kushina during her quarrels with Minato. "I don't care. You said that whoever seizes the bell qualifies, and this bell is shared between Sakura and me. Anyone can have it. If that is the case, we could have a repeat after lunch, and then there would be 4 bells. All right, you all qualify. I was merely teasing you." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, recalling the countless times he had been similarly vexed by Kushina, now finding Naruto's antics utterly disinteresting. This trial was designed to assess teamwork. The initial scarcity of bells was intended to incite you to outmaneuver one another, to act independently. It would be impossible to snatch a bell from me under those circumstances. Though you 3 did not collaborate at first, I surmised that it was this fellow who guided you towards unity in the end. Addressing the trio's bewilderment, Kakashi revealed the entire plan, pointing at Naruto. "Heh. While that may be the case, I still wish to see how you divide the lunchboxes. It would be quite amusing to witness a dispute over food at the final moment." Kakashi handed the lunchboxes to the 3, unabashedly expressing his mischievous intent. "Sakura, Sasuke, I imagine you must be quite hungry. Please, enjoy your meal." Naruto received the lunchbox, and confronted with the sincere gazes of Sakura and Sasuke, he dared not confess that he had already indulged in instant ramen. Such a revelation would likely earn him a beating. No, that won't do. I hardly exerted myself. And I am not particularly hungry. Sakura waved her hands continuously. She was already deeply touched by Naruto's willingness to assist her and certainly could not bring herself to snatch his meal. However, her stomach had no intention of being polite and audibly protested. The lunchbox was brought forth. Sasuke coldly accepted 2 boxes of food, dividing them equally and placing half atop the lid to offer to Naruto. Your contribution is the greatest, I concede. You too, sniff sniff, then let us share, Naruto said, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he took the lunchbox and began to eat heartily. Indeed, Team 7 has all passed, a perfect score. Kakashi marked the highest score on the scoreboard, surprised that his first students to pass under his tutelage achieved full marks. His previously languid gaze sharpened as he observed Naruto devouring his meal and inquired, "By the way, Naruto, have you heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? If there were any ninjutsu capable of instantaneous disappearance, it would be the teacher's Flying Thunder God. That was the only method he could conceive of for vanishing." No. Naruto continued to eat, not lifting his head, responding that the secret, which even Hinata was forbidden to divulge by Minato, could not be shared with Kakashi. Is that so? During our sparring, I noticed several times your hands were not clenched, but rather retracted. I assumed you were about to employ some jutsu. This guy? Could he be hiding even more formidable techniques? Kakashi bore no malice, but Sasuke, who inadvertently overheard, could not remain still. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, it seemed Naruto had something concealed. Even amidst the challenge of facing a Nin, he held back a trump card. A wave of intense dissatisfaction surged within him. Thus, Team 7 will commence mission starting tomorrow. Dismissed. Kakashi waved his hand and vanished before the two. Sakura, exhausted and weary, returned home to catch up on sleep, leaving Naruto and Sasuke alone in the forest. Naruto, could you tell me how you disappeared? Sasuke looked at Naruto with eager anticipation, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Perhaps something about a super-speed ninjutsu. Well, you see, actually, I was late. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, confessing his tardiness. Naruto. Sasuke's expression shifted from blue to red, then to white, and finally to black, as if he had spilled a palette of colors, gritting his teeth as he lunged at Naruto. Ah, why are you hitting me? I'll fight back. You should die once. Only then can you justify my feelings of betrayal. Meaningless. This guy is truly full of surprises. On his way home, Sasuke recalled Naruto's chubby cheeks, which he had inadvertently plumped up, and couldn't help but chuckle. Surprises? I once had a friend like that, always playing by unconventional rules, overly familiar, and unceremoniously disrupting my daily life. A fragment flickered through Sasuke's mind, recalling his childhood companion, his dearest friend. Though his visage had become a blur, the memories of their shared moments remained vividly etched in his mind. Yet, that friend had been slain, taken from him by Itachi on that fateful night. The mere recollection of that evening brought forth an agonizing wave of sorrow, causing Sasuke to shield his eyes, feeling the searing pain and murderous intent within him. Itachi. I shall kill you. Upon reopening his eyes, he found his Sharingan transformed, now possessing 2 pairs of Tomo. As the heart that Naruto had painstakingly opened began to close once more. Little tiger, oh little tiger, you have finally returned. At the Konoha mission posting area, a robust woman was fervently nuzzling her pet cat, who was nearly suffocated by the flesh of her face. One could almost comprehend why the poor creature would seek to escape. Naruto, rubbing the scratches on his face left by the cat, chuckled in schadenfreude, while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in understanding. Here, this is your reward. The elegantly dressed woman, satisfied, handed over the compensation before departing with her beloved pet. Naruto mused that should the opportunity arise, that cat would undoubtedly attempt to flee again. The reward this time was substantial. Kakashi received the task's remuneration from the mission distributor, momentarily astonished by the sum in his hands, 8,000 Ryo for a D-rank mission, indicating that the woman had offered a bounty of 20,000 Ryo. You were fortunate. That was Lady Chisum, the wife of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Such a reward exceeds even that of a typical B-rank mission. Kakashi, of course, would not hoard the reward, distributing 2,000 Ryo each to the 3 members of Team 7. Generally, a D-rank mission would yield a reward of merely a few hundred Ryo, but they had fortuitously encountered a wealthy patron. What is this? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never even possessed 100 Ryo before, and now held 2 notes of 1,000 Ryo, unsure of how to proceed. I can buy so many clothes with this, hooray. Sakura was equally astonished by the generous reward from their first mission, joyfully exclaiming, while only Sasuke, who had never lacked for money, remained indifferent. A bowl of ramen costs 10 ryo, 20 bowls? That's 200 bowls. Is ramen all that occupies your mind? Sasuke scoffed coldly. Oh, is being a ninja such a lucrative profession? Kakashi remarked with a smile. Your hard work in executing tasks certainly does not go unrewarded. That will be all for today. You are dismissed. With an unexpected bounty in hand, he vanished, contemplating the purchase of a few more volumes of Intimate Paradise. Hinata, let me treat you to ramen. The moment Naruto returned home, he took Hinata by the hand, leading her toward Ichiraku Ramen. Is that all right? Are you very happy, Naruto-kun? She asked. Yes, I received 2,000 ryo from today's mission reward, and I'm utterly overjoyed. Congratulations, Hinata replied, tilting her head in confusion. Is that a lot? Her mother would always give her an allowance of 10,000 taels, but along with Naruto, Hinata had grown accustomed to simplicity and felt ill at ease in luxurious clothing. Today, she wore a white hoodie paired with black leggings, completely concealing her status as a young lady. Naruto-kun, if you're short on money, why not ask me? I have plenty, she said. Ah, but that belongs to Hinata, he replied. Do you not understand the meaning of marriage by adoption? Hinata chuckled at Naruto's naive response. Her curiosity piqued. Well, I've forgotten the original reason, but now I wish to marry into your family because I like you, Hinata. There is no other reason. Oh, suddenly saying such things is quite unfair, she remarked, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, as if unexpectedly indulged with a sweet confection. As they conversed, the two strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, eventually arriving at the location of Ichiraku Ramen. We've arrived. Iruka-sensei, sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto, why did you call me out all of a sudden? Teachers are busy too. Are you hoping I'll treat you to ramen again, you rascal? Iruka-sensei, it's not like that. All right, since you've mastered the shadow clone technique, I'll treat you this time. Iruka, having decided without heeding Naruto's words, felt a sense of pride that Naruto could summon him with such skill. No, I want to treat you to ramen. Am I dreaming? I received my mission reward. Iruka-sensei always treats me to ramen, so this is my return gift. Oh, Naruto, I'm so happy you become a capable ninja, Iruka said, his nose tinged with emotion. Once upon a time, Naruto was merely a mischievous boy who skipped class and misbehaved. Yet he had now grown into a remarkable ninja who could complete tasks with excellence. Hey, why are you crying, sensei? The pepper is too spicy. Welcome, Naruto. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen, a robust man of considerable authority, treated Naruto differently than the other villagers. He never regarded him as a monster. It was this man who had first invited Naruto to his shop to enjoy ramen without reservation. Uncle Tucci, I'd like 3 large bowls of ramen with all the toppings. You've certainly acquired a different aura since becoming a ninja. Just a moment. Oh, I see you brought Hinata today. My apologies for not noticing her earlier, Iruka said, surveying the shop, which had no other customers at the moment. Upon spotting a hint of purple seated next to Naruto, he realized there was another guest. Hello, Iruka-sensei, Hinata said softly, hiding behind Naruto. She had initially thought it was a date, and was slightly disheartened to see Naruto had invited Iruka. Naruto, you've brought your little girlfriend today. Shall I treat you both? In a short while, the delightful aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen, as a brown-haired girl emerged carrying bowls of noodles. Upon seeing Naruto and Hinata, she teased, Thank you, SHBU-nichan, but I received a lot of mission rewards today, so I don't need a treat. Naruto replied with a smile. Much like her father, SHBU harbored no animosity towards him. She often secretly treated him to ramen, a kindness that Naruto had always cherished. Ah, that snot-nosed little brat has now become an outstanding ninja, SHBU remarked, the last part directed at Hinata, causing the girl to shyly lower her head once more. By the way, Naruto, do others know about your ability to communicate with the Ninetales? Iruka inquired, leaning in closer after finishing his last sip of soup. Ever since the sealing book incident, he had pondered the nature of Naruto's relationship with the Ninetales, a matter he had yet to disclose even to the third Hokage. No, I think only you, Iruka-sensei, are aware, Naruto mused. Watergate had merely cautioned him against revealing the Ninetales unsealing, thus it did not fall under that category. The reason no one knew was simply because no one had asked him the foolish question, do you know the Ninetales? Make sure to keep it a secret. You mustn't let it slip, or it could cause unnecessary trouble. Oh, all right. Iruka, feeling a bit reluctant, left Ichiraku Ramen, grumbling to himself, having come for noodles only to be fed a mouthful of love by his own student. "Hinata, would you like another bowl? I can easily eat 2 bowls of Ichiraku's ramen." Naruto turned to ask Hinata but was taken aback to see 5 empty bowls stacked beside her. Hinata hadn't heard Naruto's question and was focused on devouring the ramen before her, wielding chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other. As the contents of her bowl vanished at an astonishing rate. "If I'm feeling good, 3 bowls are no problem." Fueled by a competitive spirit in this peculiar scenario, Naruto ordered 2 more bowls from SHBU, only to find himself nearly retching from the excess. He and Hinata shared a deep bond, having known each other since childhood. And it was precisely this closeness that led him to overlook certain details, such as the alarming number of empty bowls accumulating beside her while she ate. "Ugh, I can't eat anymore. I didn't realize Hinata could consume so much. Where did it all go?" Naruto pondered, patting his stomach in satisfaction while curiously glancing at Hinata's flat abdomen. Could it be that she had a pocket dimension inside her? This whimsical thought crossed his mind. Is it really unhealthy for a girl to eat so much? Hinata's fingertips unconsciously touched each other, a habitual gesture she displayed when shy, but Naruto found it unremarkable. "Isn't eating just a sign of good health? You're truly gentle, Naruto-kun. I'll just accompany you to here." As Naruto brought Hinata to the gate of the Hyūga residence, he intended to turn away, yet she grasped his hand, stopping him. "Come inside and stay with me for a while longer." Hinata raised her gaze, her Byakugan revealing a plea and reluctance, as today she simply wished for Naruto's company. Hinata truly loves to be pampered. Naruto could not help but chuckle as he grasped Hinata's delicate hand and stepped into the Hyūga household. The moon shone resplendently. Lying on the corridor floor, Naruto gazed up at the moon, reminiscing about his childhood when feelings of loneliness would drive him to the rooftop to seek solace in its glow. The moon, he believed, would never reject him, always accompanying him through the night. His mother once spoke of fairies dwelling upon the moon. He often wondered if that were true. Surely, the fairy would take a liking to him, for he gazed upon her every day. How shameless, he thought. Hinata, while teasing Naruto, leaned against him, relishing the tranquility of the moment. "If only time could freeze right here," she mused. Just as the words left her lips, a mischievous cloud drifted in, obscuring the moon and plunging the once illuminated surroundings into darkness. No laughing. I'll light it up." Naruto's laughter echoed through the dark, prompting a playful swat from Hinata. "It's very dark. Be careful not to trip. Watch me." Rising from the floor, Naruto extended his right hand, his chakra slowly coalescing upon it. Within seconds, a small azure sphere materialized, emanating a gentle glow. No matter how many times he performed this jutsu, its beauty seemed to transcend the realm of ninjutsu. Hinata gazed dreamily at the Rasengan in Naruto's palm, recognizing it as the purest form of chakra. Other ninjas altered their chakra into elements like fire or water, but none could replicate the radiant essence of chakra as Naruto did. "It's beautiful, but too slow." He sighed, holding the Rasengan. Minato had repeatedly stressed the importance of speed. In battle, even a second could be the difference between life and death. The Rasengan needed to solidify within 3 seconds to be considered adequate. Can it be a bit larger? Any larger, and it would lose its spherical form. The chakra would disperse. The energy within is quite chaotic, swirling erratically. Maintaining this size is already quite challenging. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan, as Naruto had noted. The chakra indeed appeared disordered, yet with her Byakugan, she could perceive every trace of chakra's movement. "Naruto, can you maintain the shape? Allow me to assist with the chakra infusion." "That's feasible, but what do you intend to do?" "Just a whimsical thought." Gentle fist. Hinata inhaled deeply and executed the unique technique passed down through the Hyūga clan, her hands revolving around Naruto's Rasengan, infusing her chakra into it with precision thanks to her Byakugan. This harmonious collaboration allowed the Rasengan to swell in size without conflict. "Wow, Hinata, look at this." As Naruto processed the transformation, the Rasengan, initially the size of his palm, had expanded into a large sphere nearly a meter in diameter, its weight palpable in his hands. "How beautiful." Hinata marveled at the completed Rasengan, its brilliance intensifying and illuminating the entire courtyard. Thus, a dilemma arises. "Hinata, what shall we do about this?" The more aesthetically pleasing an object, the more perilous it becomes. Naruto has come to a visceral understanding of this adage, as the chaotic chakra swirling within the Rasengan caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his brow, seemingly ready to erupt beyond his control. If it were smaller, I could disperse it, but this is far too large." Boom! The entire Hyūga estate reverberated with a violent tremor. Hinata Hisashi was the first to react, sprinting into the courtyard to ascertain whether an enemy attack was imminent, only to be confronted with a bizarre scene. The once vibrant garden had vanished, the robust trees he had personally planted were nowhere to be found, and the koi pond had evaporated entirely. In its stead was a massive pit, 20 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep, resembling a vortex expanding outward from its center. Naruto! Naruto! Hinata regained her composure and, with a heart-wrenching cry, dashed into the center of the pit to pull Naruto from the earth, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. Well, cough. It seems I am not dead yet. Naruto sat dazed at the pit's center, his clothes tattered, as wisps of heat still rose from the ground. Sensing the imminent explosion of his Rasengan, he leapt into the courtyard, narrowly avoiding endangering Hinata. Is this the ninjutsu concocted by this little brat? You two, explain yourselves. In the sitting room of the Hyūga family estate, Naruto and Hinata sat on the floor, facing the barely contained ire of Hyūga. It was like this. Hinata and I were gazing at the moon, then whoosh, followed by a clap, and finally, boom, it ended up like this. Naruto, unwilling to let Hinata bear the blame, stepped forward to vividly recount the events. Father, it's my fault. I shouldn't have acted recklessly. I infused chakra into Naruto's jutsu, resulting in this chaos. Hinata, stunned by the Rasengan's power, was horrified at the thought of having endangered her beloved Naruto, and upon seeing him attempt to shoulder all the blame, she quickly interjected. Combining ninjutsu at your age is quite remarkable. The fusion technique merges the chakra of two individuals to create a more potent jutsu. However, the destructive capacity of two 12-year-olds' chakra could hardly approach that of a high-level technique, could it? It was certain that the Nine Tails were not involved, or else the inquiry would have been made by the third Hokage rather than the Leaf Village's security team. It was an accident, really. I never anticipated that Hinata's chakra would amplify it to such an extent. Naruto sensed that Hisashi was not only devoid of anger, but also subtly offering praise, and he bashfully scratched his head. Let us consider it a lesson learned, and since no one was harmed this time, we shall let it go. Oh, you're not angry? Uncle Hisashi is truly a good person. Who said I'm not angry? I shall impose upon you the task of filling in the pit in the courtyard. All right. The exuberant Naruto was suddenly struck down, his head drooping as he slinked out of the sitting room. To create a jutsu of such caliber at such a young age, could this boy truly be a genius? Hinata Hisashi watched as Naruto and Hinata departed, and involuntarily thought, you gluttonous scoundrel, you have ruined my cherished garden. Hanabi was furious, nearly on the verge of exploding. Not only did Naruto frequently visit her home to partake in her meals without a care, but he had also devastated her most beloved garden. As soon as Naruto appeared, she pounced upon him, straddling him and gripping his cheeks in anger. Please forgive me. Naruto, aware of his wrongdoing, offered a feeble apology without resistance. Hanabi, release Naruto-kun. This matter is primarily my fault. Hinata anxiously attempted to pull her sister away, but inadvertently got entangled as well, resulting in a chaotic tangle of three individuals, each unable to discern the others. What an illusion. Hisashi gazed regretfully at Naruto being battered by Hanabi, shaking his head to dispel the impractical thoughts from his mind. Dear, are you in a good mood? Hinata Hisashi gently settled beside Hisashi, having navigated around the three rolling children. She sensed her husband had relieved himself of a burden. Yes, I have long worried about Hinata's future. Her disposition is ill-suited for inheriting the main family. As a member of the Hyūga clan, her talents do not measure up to Hanabi's. It is truly remarkable that someone as unassuming as her has garnered the affection of a remarkable ninja over the years, providing a sense of security. Hinata Hisashi articulated the latter part of his thoughts, understanding that her husband, being a man, found it difficult to express such sentiments. Ahem. For two youngsters to develop such exceptional ninjutsu at their age, becoming high-ranking shinobi should not pose a problem. If Hinata can achieve this, I shall be content. Hisashi cleared his throat awkwardly. He did not wish for Hinata to dominate the shinobi world, but rather to possess the ability to protect herself and survive through the myriad dangers she would inevitably face. How wonderful it would be if Hanabi could also find a good match. How tedious. Kakashi-sensei, are there no other missions available? We have only been tasked with menial chores. After completing a laundry task, Naruto could no longer endure the monotony. The recent missions had solely involved weeding, cleaning up litter, and scrubbing the Hokage rock. Aside from the last task, which he executed with ease, the others were nearly suffocating in their tedium. Well, it seems you are on the brink of impatience. Just like Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi remarked, closing his notebook. D-rank missions were designed to foster teamwork and strengthen the trio's abilities. With their camaraderie established and the demonstrated prowess of Naruto and Sasuke adequately displayed, as for Sakura, though her gaze was fixated solely on Sasuke, she exhibited commendable control over her chakra. I desire missions that will enhance my own abilities, Sasuke coldly stated, refusing to engage further in these futile tasks. I am content just being with Sasuke. Given your consistent performance, I shall inquire with the third Hokage on your behalf. Oh, long live Kakashi-sensei. At the mission distribution point. No, Genin can only undertake D-rank missions. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, resolutely declined, outlining the stringent task allocation system to the 3 individuals present. How miserly. Grandfather. You are truly stingy. This is protocol, not a matter of stinginess. Pervert. Naruto formed hand seals, intending to employ his charm. I am truly at a loss with you. Little brat. There is indeed a level of escort duty suitable for a genin, as one is unlikely to encounter any ninjas, merely some bandits and rogues. The third Hokage vanished from his seat, grasping Naruto's hand with a pained expression, wishing to avoid public embarrassment, especially in the presence of various task issuers. If they witnessed Naruto's lewd techniques, it would certainly tarnish the reputation of Konoha. Oh, an escort mission. That sounds rather impressive. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the task. The third Hokage then handed the mission documents to Kakashi. So, we are to escort someone to the Land of Waves? It appears relatively safe. What do you two think? Are you in agreement? Kakashi glanced at the document, noting it was merely a small nation devoid of ninjas, posing little threat, and turned to inquire of Sasuke and Sakura. Sure. I have no objections. Mr. Dazuna, could you please step forward? The third Hokage called out to the waiting area. Shortly thereafter, a man wearing small glasses, carrying a bamboo basket and clutching a bottle of sake, staggered into view, emanating a strong smell of alcohol. The trio of Team 7 instinctively took a step back. Lord Hokage, have you found a suitable candidate? It appears to be just the 4 of us for this escort mission. What is this? They're just kids. And this one looks like a villain with that mask. Not a good person. Kakashi touched his face, though his expression remained hidden beneath the mask. He was likely feeling hurt. Ha ha ha, Kakashi-sensei. He says you don't look like a good person. And there's a stunted little one. Stunted? Who is he referring to? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks of concern for Naruto. I'll take you down. Stop. Which ninja would eliminate the very person they are meant to protect? The third Hokage, addressing the critical Tazuna, assured him, children are the foundation of Konoha. Once they step outside the village, they are no longer mere children, but capable ninjas who can fulfill their protective duties. Yes, I look forward to the journey tomorrow. If I am to be underestimated, I shall prove myself through my abilities. Let us assemble at the Konoha gate at 8 tomorrow. Kakashi ruffled the hair of his 3 students, soothing their spirits before vanishing from the hall. We're going outside the village? That is amazing, Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, we are still stuck with menial tasks. Hinata, upon hearing Naruto would embark on a mission outside the village, excitedly grasped his hand, signifying his recognition and newfound strength to venture beyond the village, which brought her greater joy than her own acknowledgement. Certainly, I shall return with gifts for you. However, the area beyond the village is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution. Concern radiated from Hinata's eyes as she tightened her grip on Naruto's hand. Rest assured, no matter what transpires, I shall return to your side. Naruto replied with a smile, his gentle demeanor alleviating Hinata's inner turmoil. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes, recalling that a promise often entails a kiss. Since that fateful incident when Naruto had kissed her, she had not experienced such a moment again. What are you doing? Hinata opened her eyes to find Naruto extending his pinky towards her, merely initiating a pinky swear. You fool, go get kicked by a horse. A horse? In the ceiling space, the Ninetales lay bored, observing the 2 small figures practicing before him. To the colossal Ninetales, even a single Fong was significantly larger than Naruto. Smack! Crash! Their shadows collided swiftly, bouncing off the surrounding walls before clashing once more, fists meeting with a resounding impact. Naruto, have any good tidings arisen? Minato inquired with a smile as he caught Naruto's punch, feeling the excitement and joy radiating from him. Father, listen to me. Tomorrow, I shall depart the village on a mission. Naruto, still smiling, continued his assault. When blocked, he retaliated with a kick aimed at Minato. Is that so? Probably just a standard escort mission. Do your best. Minato skillfully dodged Naruto's attack, nodding in approval. Though Naruto was somewhat foolish, his dedication to training surpassed that of anyone else. Minato patiently taught him some techniques, refraining from reprimanding him. Let's take a break. By the way, Ninetales, you mentioned that once I leave the village, you could exit my body, correct? Are you ready to depart? Naruto sat beside the Ninetales, resting against its body. The soft fur was more comfortable than a sofa, and as a being of chakra, the Ninetales could aid in Naruto's recovery. Of course, I shall leave. However, I also mentioned that our fates are intertwined. If I depart from you, I shall not perish, but you. The Ninetales' enormous eyes shifted, fixating on Naruto before it scoffed. Will I die? No, I refuse to die. I cannot bear to leave Hinata. Naruto was overcome with fright. Clutching his head and lamenting, bursting into tears at the mere thought of parting from Hinata. Naruto, do not weep. The Ninetales is deceiving you. Minato consoled him, gently patting his head, casting a stern glance at the Ninetales. But I want the Ninetales to witness the world outside. Staying in this corner every day must be dreadfully dull, yet I do not wish to die. I am not in need of pity from a mere child. Naruto's words, devoid of any semblance of insincerity, drifted into the ears of the Ninetales. Even the heart that had been frozen and exploited for millennia revealed a faint crack. The Ninetales extended its enormous claw and gently flicked Naruto's forehead, watching his body soar away with a disdainful snort. The outskirts of Konoha were enveloped by an ancient forest, where countless towering trees congregated, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. This very forest nurtured the land of Konoha, and in comparison to the other four great nations, the Fire Country occupied the most advantageous terrain on the continent. Sensei Kakashi, are we going to encounter anything terrifying? Sakura, feeling a bit frightened, edged closer to Sasuke. Having been warned by adults since childhood to never leave the village, this was her first venture outside. What do you mean by terrifying? Venomous snakes, poisonous insects, or perhaps the darkness within human hearts? Kakashi's gaze flickered towards a puddle in the center of the path, his question laden with implication. Don't worry, Sensei. The land of waves has no ninjas, so this journey will be quite peaceful. You can handle ordinary thieves, Sakura reassured him. Are there still nations without ninjas in this world? Naruto inquired. Well, ninjas constitute a form of military force employed to keep various nations in check. A small island nation like the Land of Waves has no need for ninjas and cannot even nurture them, Kakashi explained. When it comes to ninja power, the 5 great nations reign supreme, and only these nations possess those known as Kage, the strongest ninjas who surpass all others in the world. Is the 3rd Hokage really that formidable? Naruto questioned, harboring doubts, as that old man had once been defeated by him. Naruto, do you not find the 3rd Hokage impressive? I have personally defeated him twice. Does that mean I have surpassed the Hokage? Perhaps the 3rd Hokage was merely indulging you, Kakashi replied, his eyes reflecting a deeper sense of exasperation. No one before Naruto had ever developed the transformation technique to such a risky level. It might indeed yield unexpected effects on certain straightforward individuals. As Naruto's foot momentarily halted at the puddle, he glanced around in confusion. Finding nothing amiss, he resumed his path, while Kakashi slowed his pace, bringing up the rear of the group. Suddenly, from the puddle emerged a ninja clad in a gas. Another assassin targeting Sasuke failed in his attempt. The chains he threw slithered towards Sasuke like a serpent. Drawing a kunai and a shuriken, he struck the hollow part of the chain, shattering it, and subsequently hurled the kunai, pinning it to a tree. Realizing he could not retrieve the chain, the assassin abandoned it and launched an assault on Sasuke using the claws of the mechanical gauntlet on his arm. Seeking death, Sasuke's gaze turned icy. He calmly bent to evade the claws lunging at him, and then, with a powerful thrust of his hind legs, leaped like a fierce tiger, delivering a punch to the assassin's jaw. How infuriating! The assassin abandoned his attempt to target Sasuke and instead turned to sprint towards Tazuna, who was behind Sakura. The other assassin, kicked away by Naruto, followed suit, racing toward Tazuna as well. Mr. Tazuna, stay behind me. Sakura, noticing their shift in target, quickly drew a kunai to shield Tazuna, resolutely standing her ground despite her trembling legs. The game had reached its conclusion. In an instant, the unfolding events became clear. The 2 assassins were ensnared by Kakashi's arm, colliding into one another and succumbing to unconsciousness. Is this the prowess of a jonin? Sasuke realized that those 2 assassins were not his match, yet he knew that confronting them would not be so simple, especially since he had not even discerned Kakashi's movements. His gaze towards Kakashi intensified, acknowledging that this jonin was no ordinary individual. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive. Sakura exclaimed with fervor, her eyes instinctively darting towards Kakashi's seemingly shredded form, which revealed only a pile of splintered wood. Apologies for startling you. I could have dealt with these two at any moment. I merely wished to ascertain their target. Upon realizing they were outmatched, they swiftly redirected their focus to the true adversary. Am I correct, Mr. Tazuna? Kakashi approached the bewildered Tazuna, regarding him with a rather stern expression. Well, Sasuke, you are quite formidable. I thought you might actually be too frightened to move. I am particularly attuned to murderous intent and was prepared well in advance. Naruto confidently wiped his nose, having been trained under the Nine Tails. He could sense even the slightest hint of hostility from trained ninjas and react accordingly. Mr. Tazuna, I have reiterated numerous times that a D-rank mission would not attract ninjas. My students now regard me with skepticism. Could you provide an explanation? Sigh, I did indeed misrepresent the mission rank. The Land of Waves is a small nation, and even the feudal lord is impoverished. I could hardly afford a high fee for the task. Tazuna sighed, realizing that further concealment was futile. He confessed to his deceit. So, the mission is to protect you until the bridge is completed, which implies there will be further ninja attacks afterward. That is indeed the case. Have you heard of Gato? Gato, the one among the wealthiest in the world? Wealthy? Wealthier than the Hyūga clan? Naruto, sensitive to the topic of money, inquired with gleaming eyes, only to be met with Kakashi's swift chop to the head, causing him to huddle defensively. On the surface, he operated in maritime trade, but in reality, he exploited ninjas and the underworld to engage in the lucrative trade of drugs and controlled substances, even resorting to acts of national usurpation. A year ago, he set his sights on the Land of Waves, and with his wealth and brutality, he swiftly seized control of its maritime operations. For an island nation, maritime trade is akin to lifeblood, and his only fear was the construction of a cross-sea bridge. Once completed, it would offer a glimmer of hope for the Land of Waves. I see. While I sympathize with your plight, a B-rank mission is beyond our capability to undertake. We must prepare to return to the village. Humph, ha ha ha. I knew you ninjas were cold-blooded creatures driven by greed. I shall go alone, after all. The only one who will mourn my death is my 8-year-old grandson. My unfortunate daughter, who lost her husband, will harbor resentment towards Konoha for a lifetime. You may all leave. Dasna forced a bitter smile before turning away to embark on his solitary journey. What do you think? Kakashi's steps came to an abrupt halt. He understood that the old man was relying on his age, yet he also spoke a truth. If they simply walked away, it would be tantamount to witnessing death without intervention. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi decided to consult the opinions of Team 7. Go on. I told Hinata I would bring her a gift. Should I return with leaves for her? Go. I seek a stronger adversary. If Sasuke goes, then I. All right. Let us continue the mission. Kakashi nodded, but then noticed Naruto approaching the two assassins, who had been knocked unconscious by Kakashi and were now tied to a tree. They had regained consciousness. Naruto, what are you? Before he could finish, Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm as Naruto, without hesitation, drew a kunai and slit the throat of one of the assassins. After a few agonizing seconds, the assassin's head fell. Is Kakashi-sensei truly inclined to spare them? Naruto regarded Kakashi with curiosity as he moved toward the other assassin. It's not about sparing them. I simply did not anticipate that you would take action. Kakashi understood that leaving witnesses would only complicate matters for himself, planning to act after they departed, yet Naruto's audacity took him by surprise. Hey, didn't your teacher instruct you that leaving witnesses during a mission is irresponsible to your team? You little brat, I don't need your guidance. I merely hadn't considered letting you encounter this so soon. Show some regard for the girls. Kakashi noted that there was no hesitation or fear in Naruto's eyes. It was as if he had become accustomed to bloodshed from a young age. Yet, it was not the demeanor of a cold-blooded killer, but rather that of one compelled to eliminate threats to protect something dear. Give it to me. Sasuke, too, was taken aback by Naruto's lethal capability. Gritting his teeth, he snatched the kunai from Naruto's hand, and, after a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly ended the life of the assassin bound to the tree. Is it all right, Sasuke? This is your first kill. ISNT it? How do you know? I've long since grown accustomed to it. Only a novice's hands trembled during their first kill, and they often soil themselves. Kakashi provided an explanation for Naruto, noting that Sasuke's psychological resilience was commendable. Aside from a slight tremor in his hands, his demeanor remained composed, with only the blood staining his outer garments as evidence of the encounter. In stark contrast, Naruto, who had long been aware of the direction in which blood would spray, remained entirely unblemished, leading Kakashi to further doubt the nature of his upbringing. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura finally reacted. As a ninja, she understood that such experiences were an inevitable part of their journey, and she averted her gaze from the two lifeless bodies, offering Sasuke a handkerchief. Sakura, my path is destined to be drenched in blood. If you can keep up, then do so, Sasuke remarked coolly, wiping his hands on the handkerchief before returning it to her. He was acutely aware of Sakura's affections for him. Yet he believed that any excess emotion on the road to vengeance would only serve as a hindrance. Can you really do it? Wait for me. Sakura hesitated momentarily while clutching her cherished handkerchief, but ultimately decided to keep it close and followed in Sasuke's footsteps. The escort mission was long and monotonous. Ordinarily, a ninja could traverse the distance to the land of waves in a single day. However, the presence of the ordinary man, Tazuna, prevented them from taking to the rooftops, resulting in nearly 3 days of travel before they finally reached the coastline. Upon arrival, they encountered further challenges, as the boatmen feared Kaido and were reluctant to ferry Tazuna across to the land of waves. Fortunately, Tazuna had made prior arrangements with an old friend, who rowed them across the sea before dawn, allowing them to reach their destination, albeit precariously. What is that? How magnificent! Naruto exclaimed as he gazed in awe at the under-construction bridge, marveling at its grandeur, which utterly transformed his perception of bridges. Though Sasuke and Sakura were less vocal than Naruto, they too found themselves captivated by the sight. I built that. Impressive, isn't it? Tazuna beamed at Naruto's astonished expression. Honestly, I thought you were just a drunken layabout, Naruto retorted. Please, alcohol fuels my creativity, Tazuna replied, his smile faltering as he sighed and took a swig from his bottle. Unfortunately, during my absence from the land of waves, not a single piece of wood has been moved, let alone construction commenced. Ah, so this is what they call a figurehead, Kakashi observed, understanding that everyone feared Kaido, which necessitated a hero to lead them. Should Tazuna, the hero, fall, the people would lose hope and submit to Kaido's will. Therefore, I absolutely refuse to die, Tazuna declared resolutely. Following the path alongside the bridge under construction, the group soon reached the shore. After disembarking, the boatman merely uttered a farewell of good luck before hastily departing. Under Tazuna's guidance, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura entered a forest. Despite the absence of clear markers, Tazuna navigated with precision, and before long, a light mist enveloped the air. It's getting foggy. How refreshing, Sakura exclaimed, reaching out to touch the delicate white mist. Konoha rarely experiences fog. Witnessing such a scene makes this journey worthwhile. The land of waves is an island, where mist often envelopes the shores in the early morning. However, today the fog seems particularly dense, Dasna explained lightly, as the mist thickened further during his words. Naruto suddenly glanced towards the grass by the roadside and swiftly threw a kunai, startling Sakura. You idiot, Naruto. You almost hit me. She struck his head with her fist. Relieved that she had been walking slowly, had she been quicker, the kunai might have struck her. Sorry. I sensed a hint of killing intent just now. Naruto rubbed the spot where she hit him and approached the grass, where the kunai was embedded near the roots of a tree. A pure white rabbit lay twitching on the ground, clearly fainted from the shock of the kunai. How adorable! Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, with Sakura casting a surprised glance at Naruto. You think it's cute? Of course. Rabbit is delicious, especially the hind legs. Roasted to a golden brown and sprinkled with cumin. Yum! Naruto's mouth watered at the thought, having subsisted on rations for days, nearly forgetting the taste of meat. No, the rabbit is so cute. How can you eat it? Sakura quickly hugged the rabbit, cradling it protectively. It seemed that her affection for the adorable creature surpassed her culinary inclinations. What's the big deal? Isn't a rabbit just food? What do you think, Sasuke? Give me one of its legs, Naruto said, and upon hearing this, Sasuke visualized the golden rabbit legs, nodding eagerly in anticipation. All right, without further ado, let us prepare this rabbit for breakfast. How can you say that? You're bullying me. Sakura felt torn. If it were just Naruto, she would have thrown a few punches, but Sasuke wanted to eat it too. Which should take precedence, her affection for the rabbit or her feelings for Sasuke? Enough. That is a snow rabbit, isn't it? Get down. Kakashi, exasperated, intervened, pulling apart the two students vying for the rabbit. Upon seeing the creature, he sensed something amiss. How could a snow rabbit exist in the land of waves? Just then, a whooshing sound came from behind, prompting him to throw Naruto and Sakura to the ground, narrowly avoiding a flying beheading sword. Thud! The sword embedded deeply into a sturdy tree, and a man stood on the hilt, his face concealed by bandages. wearing the forehead protector of the hidden mist with his upper body exposed. Kid, you're quite skilled. You managed to detect even the slightest hint of my killing intent. Zabuza Momochi turned to Naruto, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had never anticipated that the fleeting aura of killing intent he had exuded upon seeing Dazna would be perceived, despite his foolish actions thereafter. So, you intended to use that snow rabbit for a substitution technique, huh? A rogue ninja from the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. Though Kakashi's words were flippant, the laziness in his eyes vanished, replaced by vigilance and a fierce resolve. I never expected to encounter the Sharingan Kakashi here. The reward for this mission is insufficient. He smirked. Now, hand that old man over to me. Zabuza's gaze remained unyielding, showing no signs of relaxation. If the other party had any sense, they would surrender the old man to him. The Sharingan. Upon hearing those 3 words, Sasuke immediately turned his gaze towards Kakashi. The Uchiha clan did not possess this man. How had he acquired his Sharingan? You 3, step back and form the barrier to protect Mr. Dazuna. He is not an opponent you can handle. He is far stronger than those 2 from last time. Kakashi inhaled deeply, lifting the forehead protector that had concealed his left eye, revealing a blood-red eye, with 3 tomo intricately embedded within, truly an eerie sight. The Sharingan. And a 3 tomo variant at that. Sasuke could no longer remain still. It is worth noting that not every member of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan, let alone the 3 tomo version, which was a mark of genius. Enough of this chatter. I must swiftly eliminate this old man. Without further ado, Zabuza vanished from the tree, reappearing above the lake at the forest's edge, channeling chakra into the water to perform the hidden mist technique. The already fog-laden forest became enveloped in an even denser mist, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters, allowing Zabuza to blend seamlessly into the haze. 8 locations: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which area would you like me to strike? Zabuza's voice echoed around them, instilling an intangible pressure in everyone. Even Naruto, accustomed to the aura of death, found his legs trembling in the face of such overwhelming malice. Kakashi regained his composure, instantly counteracting Zabuza's murderous intent with his own. The murderous auras of the 2 Jonin clashed in the air, radiating outward to the 4 others nearby. Sakura and Dazuna were already so frightened that they could scarcely utter a word, while Sasuke, though still able to move, found his hands trembling uncontrollably around his kunai. Sasuke, rest assured, even if I must die, I will protect you. I will not allow him to slay my comrades. Just as Sasuke felt he could no longer endure the pressure, Kakashi suddenly turned, displaying a radiant smile that temporarily alleviated the tension, allowing his rigid body to relax momentarily. Is that so? Kakashi had barely finished speaking when Zabuza's voice rang out again. The instant those 2 words were uttered, Zabuza appeared at the center of the barrier formation. With a sweeping motion of his blade, he declared, "It is over." Should that strike connect, Dazuna would be cleaved in 2. No, it would not only be Dazuna. The wide arc of the decapitating blade would ensure that even the members of Team 7 could not escape the fate of being bisected. However, before Zabuza's blade could descend, it was pierced through the heart by a kunai. Kakashi had materialized before him with astonishing speed. Alas, the liquid flowing from Zabuza's wound was not blood, but water. Die. Zabuza transformed into a puddle and vanished, reappearing behind Kakashi, delivering a fatal blow. Yet, Kakashi too dissolved into water, only to reappear behind Zabuza, pressing a kunai against his neck. I see, you have replicated my water clone technique. Truly befitting of the copy ninja Kakashi, but do you believe I would be unprepared? With a joyful laugh, Zabuza once again transformed into liquid and vanished, reappearing behind Kakashi, raising his executioner's blade to strike down. What? Kakashi instantly discerned the trajectory of the descending blade and evaded without turning his head. Zabuza's sword embedded itself into the ground, using the momentum to pivot and kick Kakashi away. Drawing his blade, he pursued Kakashi, who, upon falling into the lake, was ensnared by the water prison technique. Do not bother struggling. This is a specially crafted water prison, and it is impossible for you to escape. However, I lack the time to deal with you, as a ninja's duty is paramount. Zabuza revealed a triumphant smile, forming hand seals with one hand, causing the liquid in the lake to coalesce into yet another Zabuza, who slowly approached Naruto and the others. Run. As long as his true form is here, his water clone cannot stray too far. Quickly, take Mr. Tazuna and flee. Kakashi shouted to the members of Team 7, realizing he could not extricate himself from the water prison. Run? Don't be ridiculous. The moment you were captured, our fate was sealed. Either we rescue you, or we perish. Exposing our backs to someone of Zabuza's caliber will only hasten our demise. Sasuke shook his head, voicing his thoughts. I share your sentiment. My ninja way does not allow for retreat. Sakura, you protect Mr. Tazuna. That man will be dealt with by Sasuke and me. What about the battle plan? You always act so recklessly. There is a plan. Do you remember the substitution technique we used when we were snatching the bells? Oh. The substitution technique, is it? Zabuza laughed. How naive these youngsters were, casually revealing their battle strategy, while they may have some tacit understanding. Knowing that their trump card was the substitution technique gave Zabuza countless ways to counter them. Are you not afraid? Of course I am afraid. But I will not die here, for I aspire to become Hokage, Naruto declared, stepping forward towards Zabuza. You truly are incorrigible. I suppose I shall accompany you this once. Sasuke reluctantly followed, and for some reason, being alongside Naruto calmed his previously racing heart, restoring it to its normal rhythm. The two instinctively raised their fists and lightly tapped them together, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts. I must admit, I have underestimated you too. You think you can defeat me? Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, hundreds of shadow clones of Naruto appeared, all rushing towards Zabuza. Is this your reliance? Such a number of shadow clones is enough to earn you a note in my ledger, but in a battle of life and death, quantity alone does not guarantee victory. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this unassuming boy could create so many clones. However, his astonishment was fleeting to him. It was merely a case of quantity over quality. With a swift motion, Zabuza shattered more than 10 shadow clones, only to be met by a surge of heat as a colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter, surged forth from behind the clones. The searing flames engulfed the shadow clones as they advanced toward him, sacrificing shadow clones. A commendable strategy, yet lacking in potency. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon that soared from the lake, charging towards Sasuke's great fireball technique, extinguishing the flames that loomed perilously close to the water clone. But that was not the end. Sasuke roared, launching a cross-shaped wind shuriken from his hand. The shuriken whizzed past the water clone, heading straight for Zabuza's true form. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and casually grasped the rapidly spinning wind shuriken in his palm. Little did he anticipate that another wind shuriken had stealthily followed in the shadow of the first, and with no time to spare. He could only leap to evade the lethal projectile. Success. The shuriken that had soared behind Zabuza suddenly transformed into Naruto's likeness, hurling a kunai towards Zabuza's back. Navi. Zabuza slightly tilted his body, allowing the massive executioner's blade strapped to his back to intercept the kunai. Cheating. You're far too cunning. Using such a large sword as a shield. Naruto angrily berated him, realizing that a standard blade would never have been sufficient to deflect the kunai. You are the Navi one. Prepare to die, brat. Zabuza flung the wind shuriken he had just caught, and Naruto was predictably bisected, dissipating into smoke. Zabuza had sensed Naruto's unusual prowess when he had summoned hundreds of clones, and had meticulously prepared for any potential defense, ultimately allowing him to withstand the fatal assault. What now, Naruto? A plan. Sasuke, buy me 30 seconds. Are you joking? I alone can't hold him off. If there had been time. Sasuke would have grabbed Naruto by the collar and given him a beating, for Zabuza was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genin. Even the shadow clones of Naruto were an outrageous request. My ninjutsu takes too long to perform. I'm counting on you. Naruto smiled faintly, his gaze betraying no hint of jest. Fine. I can't believe I'm doing this. Sasuke knocked his head in frustration, waving off Naruto as he stepped forward to confront Zabuza alone. Sasuke, don't die. Naruto exclaimed before dispelling his shadow clones, retreating a few steps to conceal himself within the thick fog, moving to a location beyond sight. Oh, I must admit, abandoning your teammate to escape at this moment is a wise choice. You're overthinking it. A fool's mind harbors no concept of retreat, and besides, there's more than just Kakashi with the Sharingan. Sasuke closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he activated his Sharingan, the two tomos spinning rapidly within his gaze. Intently focused on Zabuza. The Sharingan, a legacy of the Uchiha clan. Shall I witness your true strength? I can perceive your movements. Perhaps due to the awakening of the Sharingan, Sasuke, armed with merely a kunai, engaged vigorously with Zabuza's decapitating sword. Even if I can see clearly. Can you respond in time? Zabuza furrowed his brow slightly, feigning an action before delivering a powerful kick that sent Sasuke flying, only for him to discover that the boy had transformed into a wooden replica. There is far more I can accomplish now. In an instant, Sasuke appeared behind Zabuza, the Sharingan spinning rapidly to enhance his hand-sealing speed, chakra swiftly gathering in his throat. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. 5 fiery blossoms erupted from Sasuke's mouth, soaring towards Zabuza. What can flames of this magnitude accomplish? Zabuza nonchalantly raised his sword to counter, only to find the fireballs curving around his blade, striking him in the abdomen, followed by the remaining 4 flames impacting his body from various angles. The ability to manipulate trajectories through chakra epitomizes the Uchiha clan's Phoenix Fire. Ugh, Sasuke muttered, clutching his eyes as he knelt on the ground. The first use of the Sharingan in conjunction with such intricate ninjutsu proved taxing for his youthful body. I must concede, your ninjutsu is remarkable, yet undeniably foolish. To expend all your chakra solely to defeat my clone? Zabuza, somewhat astonished that a mere genin could vanquish his water clone, swiftly formed hand seals to summon another water clone, advancing towards Sasuke with his sword raised. Who said I must defeat you alone? A fugitive like you surely lacks an understanding of teamwork. Sasuke offered a faint smile, the strength to stand fading as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Uttering his final words, "It's up to you now, the straggler. Leave it to us." Dozens of Narutos emerged from the mist, charging towards Zabuza's water clone, each clutching a glowing orb in their right hands, the nature of which remained a mystery. Yet, Zabuza's years of assassination experience warned him that this object was no trivial matter. Rasengan. Kakashi's eyes widened. The Rasengan, once one of his teacher's most prized techniques, now resurfacing in his son, stirred complex emotions within him. Curse it, the water clone has been shattered. Zabuza roared in fury, while his water clones possessed formidable combat skills. Their defenses were weak. Even after dismantling numerous Narutos, he was grazed by the orb, instantly dissolving into liquid, the sheer power evident. Who claims that only they possess such strength? At this moment, Zabuza's mist technique became his own stumbling block. Naruto stealthily approached until he was nearly discovered. As Zabuza evaded, he drew his decapitating sword to parry Naruto's Rasengan. The sheer force and volume of the attack made Zabuza question if Naruto was a monster. He could feel the sword's tremor, sparks flying as it clashed with the Rasengan, the pressure akin to wrestling a prehistoric beast. The creature seemed to bite down on the sword, inexorably drawing Zabuza towards its maw, preparing to devour him. This was merely the power of one Rasengan. Glancing at the shadow clones of Naruto that were poised to strike from behind, Zabuza finally felt a pang of panic. You often hear this. Naruto pressed down harder on the Rasengan. Not every Rasengan boasted such formidable power. This one was a specially crafted version, many times stronger than the rest. With the assistance of the chakra provided by his shadow clones, Naruto unleashed an even more potent Rasengan, inspired by Hinata. Zabuza could no longer withstand the onslaught and positioned his hand, controlling the water prison, against the sword's back to counter Naruto's attack, allowing Kakashi to escape from the water prison. It's up to you now, Kakashi-sensei. Well done, Naruto. The clash between Kakashi and Zabuza did not last long. All of Zabuza's movements were anticipated by Kakashi's Sharingan, ultimately leading to Zabuza's defeat beneath Kakashi's prowess, leaving him slumped against a tree, immobile. Naruto, deliver the final blow. Kakashi covered his left eye, his body on the verge of collapse from overexertion. He glanced at the incapacitated Sasuke and Sakura, who was protecting Dazuna, realizing that only Naruto was still capable of action. All right, cough, kid, are you going to kill me? Well, although we have no enmity, the mission's principle is to eliminate the enemy. Farewell. Naruto firmly gripped his kunai, advancing towards Zabuza without hesitation. What a splendid gaze. I wonder what kind of childhood you endured to possess such beautiful eyes. Magnificent, come now. Do not hesitate, slit my throat. Zabuza's gaze upon Naruto ignited with fervor. What sort of eyes were those? They were devoid of confusion and fear, without a hint of doubt regarding his actions. Typically, one reveals fear, excitement, or tension when killing. But Naruto's unwavering gaze was unlike anything Zabuza had encountered before, as if he had traversed through hell itself. Just as Zabuza finished speaking, 2 shurikens suddenly flew through the air, piercing his neck and swiftly ending his life. My head! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the nearby tree, where a masked boy stood on a branch. I have been searching for the opportunity to completely eliminate Zabuza. Thank you all. The voice from beneath the mask was slightly hoarse, making it impossible to discern if it belonged to a male or female. Kakashi-sensei, it seems he is truly dead. Naruto crouched down and poked Zabuza's neck with his kunai. Throughout the process, Sakura watched in horror, nearly unable to restrain herself from lunging at Naruto to stop him. Ah. It appears that he is indeed a member of the Mist Assassination Unit. Kakashi fell silent for a few moments, not casting a glance at Zabuza. Merely informing the members of Team 7 about the assassination unit's existence before lapsing into silence, his single eye vigilantly fixed upon Haku. Now that it is known I belong to the assassination unit, the discourse becomes simpler. His corpse conceals far too many secrets, and I shall take it with me. Haku approached Zabuza's lifeless body, hoisting it onto her diminutive frame before vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Sasuke, are you all right? You look utterly exhausted, Naruto said. Plopping down beside Sasuke. After unwinding, he too felt the weight of fatigue. Utilizing shadow clones alongside the Rasengan was, indeed, no trifling matter. How much chakra do you have left? Sasuke inquired, shifting his position to lie back on the ground as he looked at Naruto. It's depleted. If only I had eaten that rabbit, I wouldn't be in this state, Naruto lamented. You fool, you're still thinking about that rabbit. Sakura had long since discarded the rabbit after Zabuza's appearance and now approached Naruto and Sasuke to offer them some water to regain their strength. You two are truly remarkable. You have worked hard. The image of the two fearless companions confronting a formidable foe was deeply etched into Sakura's heart, filling her with pride for such allies. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a shared smile, the sense of accomplishment from their victory over a strong adversary blossoming within both of them. Though you seem to be in good spirits, I'm nearly at my limit. Please call an ambulance for me. The next day, where am I? Kakashi, having fainted from exhaustion, slowly regained consciousness to find himself beneath an unfamiliar ceiling, tinged with the scent of seawater. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a seaside cottage. Mr. Ninja, you're awake. I'll go fetch your students. A dark-haired woman appeared before Kakashi's eyes. It was Tsunami, the daughter of Tazuna, who had been tending to the unconscious Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you really can sleep. Naruto pouted, his cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction. It seems I've overexerted my Sharingan. I may need to rest for a week, Kakashi sighed. Observing the lively Sasuke and lamenting that utilizing something not inherently one's own comes with its own troubles, despite Sasuke's own overuse of the eye. The disparity in their conditions was stark. Kakashi. I know what you wish to ask. This is a keepsake from a dear friend of mine. Kakashi proactively revealed, noticing Sasuke's hesitation to speak. I see. Naruto, Sasuke, come here for a moment. What is it? You both have made remarkable progress. Sasuke has activated his Sharingan, and Naruto has even mastered advanced techniques like the Rasengan. Your advancement exceeds my expectations. What? Is that all just to praise me? I'll gladly accept it, Naruto exclaimed, puffing out his chest and bursting into laughter at the compliment. However, you both cannot walk on water, can you? You can't even climb a tree, which is utterly absurd, like newborns attempting to fly without having learned to walk. Standing on water, like you and Zabuza did? Sasuke exhibited a keen interest in this technique and inquired. This is a method of utilizing chakra. Suddenly, Kakashi's words were interrupted as a child donned in a white cap rushed into Dazna's embrace, exclaiming in delight. Inari, hurry and greet the ninjas who brought you back to your grandfather. Dazna's daughter, noticing her son had interrupted their conversation, gently tapped his head in embarrassment. Don't bother. They will all perish anyway, Inari said, lifting his gaze to the deceased, including Kakashi, his expression devoid of emotion. What did you say, you little brat? Naruto was the first to lose his composure, eager to reprimand him, but thankfully, Sakura tugged at his sleeve. Naruto, don't act impulsively. Those who oppose Kato will meet their end, Inari said despondently. Observing the despair in his eyes, Naruto calmed slightly. It was the gaze of someone battling against a complete loss of hope. I will not die. I shall live well until I become Hokage and emerge as a hero. What hero? You're just deluding yourself. Such people do not exist. What does it matter how eloquently one speaks in the face of the strong? Shall we wager then? To see whether I fall to Kato or can indeed become a hero. Who cares? If you don't want to die, just go home, Inari retorted, deeply irritated by Naruto's hopeful demeanor, delivering a fierce kick before retreating upstairs in tears. I sincerely apologize. That child has lost his father and is understandably unstable, Dazna sighed, recounting a tale of a man hailed as a hero in the land of waves. Let us not dwell on that. We should celebrate our victory over such formidable ninjas. No, Zabuza is not dead yet. That is precisely what I intended to say. What? A chorus of astonished voices filled the room. The Umbu assassination squad from the mist would not return with corpses, merely claiming heads sufficed. At that time, everyone had exhausted their chakra, and I refrained from disclosing the truth. I fear that when Zabuza recovers, a fierce battle will ensue. Thus, before that occurs, you must grow stronger. The first task is to climb trees, Kakashi stated, propping up his cane and leading the 3 members of Team 7 into the adjacent woods. You are all quite familiar with chakra theory, so I shall not elaborate further. Observe closely, concentrate the chakra beneath your feet. Kakashi chose a small tree of over 10 meters and began ascending its trunk with ease, eventually hanging upside down from a branch, gazing down at the 3 below. With adept chakra manipulation, one can attain such a level. Sasuke, are you thinking that with the Sharingan it would be a simple feat? Indeed. This is the foundation of ninjutsu. The principles remain the same. If you can control your chakra with precision without activating your Sharingan, the chakra consumed in utilizing the Phoenix Fire technique will be significantly reduced in the future. Naruto, the Rasengan is a technique that demands exceptional control. Your control should be commendable. I grant you 1 day to reach the treetop, and Sakura, as a girl, you shall have 2 days. Kakashi tossed a handful of shuriken beneath the feet of the trio, gesturing towards a tree that stood at least 20 meters ahead. All right, watch me, Naruto declared. Forming hand seals and channeling chakra to his feet, he lunged towards the tree, but the endeavor proved to be more challenging than anticipated. The chakra he gathered was insufficient, causing him to lose grip and tumble awkwardly. With a thud, Sasuke fared little better, having concentrated too much chakra, resulting in him breaking through the bark and falling down. He cast a resentful glance at the footprints left on the trunk. Oh dear, it seems I am the most successful. Sakura's triumphant voice rang out from above. Both Naruto and Sasuke gazed up in astonishment. Sakura was perched on a branch several meters high, smiling down at them. It appears I misjudged. Sakura truly possesses the greatest talent in Team 7. The future Hokage and the Uchiha prodigy seem rather unimpressive in comparison. Kakashi chuckled, his playful challenge igniting a competitive spirit in Naruto and Sasuke, who resumed their practice with the shuriken. Time slipped away unnoticed until darkness enveloped the surroundings. After yet another fall from the tree, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, seemingly resolved, and moved closer to him. Naruto, he began, fidgeting awkwardly, his voice barely above a whisper. I can't hear you. Are you hungry? Naruto interrupted, his focus on gathering chakra as instructed by Sakura, casting a glare at Sasuke. Did you just ask Sakura for tips? Could you share them with me? Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment at the thought of seeking help from someone he considered inferior. Sure, but why not ask Sakura directly? She would be delighted to share, Naruto replied. Sasuke turned away, ignoring Naruto's comment. I mentioned you should be a bit gentler with girls. Your approach is rather crass, Naruto remarked. All right, I got it, just tell me. You didn't listen, did you? Hey. Meanwhile, at Zabuza's hideout, Haku gently helped Zabuza sit up from the bed, offering him a bit of food to regain his strength while softly inquiring, how are you feeling? I am close to recovery, Zabuza replied, clenching his fist. Without bandages to conceal his injuries, Haku caught a glimpse of his smile. Are you happy, Zabuza-san? Haku, do you understand why I have not taught you the silent killing technique despite our time together? It is because I see you merely as a tool for Zabuza. The tool must simply follow orders. Haku lowered his gaze, speaking solemnly. Incorrect. Your temperament is ill-suited for the silent killing technique. You are too soft-hearted. Even if it were my command, you would only eliminate the target and spare the witnesses. But he is different. The boy's eyes are pure, devoid of any impurities. For the first time, I feel the urge to take on a disciple and impart all my assassination skills to him. As Zabuza reminisced about that fateful day, he recalled Naruto's gaze, a gaze that had once, a decade ago, led a boy to mercilessly slay 100 classmates during the ninja examination in the hidden mist village. Devoid of hesitation, killing anyone in sight. Would he acquiesce to such a fate? Certainly not. Yet, perishing at the hands of this young brat did not seem entirely unappealing. A man like Zabuza, who dealt with death on a daily basis, had long since grown indifferent to the concept of life and death. If he could choose his final resting place, that would be a modest consolation. Zabuza-san, you truly have a penchant for humor. Allow me to gather some herbs that might aid in your recovery. With a gentle smile, Haku exited Zabuza's chamber and stepped into the adjacent room. She removed the hairpin from her head, letting her long black hair cascade down to her waist, and changed into a crimson kimono before departing the hideout. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, The air was filled with the crisp scent of weapons. Unlike Zabuza's mist, the coolness made Haku's exposed arms shiver. This will do. Haku crouched down, her delicate fingers gently pinching the herbs and placing them into her basket. The beauty of the scene seemed to merge with her elegance. As a bird, foraging for food, alighted on Haku's shoulder, prompting a soft smile from the girl. Chirp, chirp. The bird did not linger long, soon taking flight. And it was then that Haku noticed a boy lying on the ground, just a few steps away, seemingly asleep from exhaustion. What a coincidence! Haku found it hard to believe that merely stepping out to gather herbs would lead her to this unguarded, solitary boy, as if his very face bore the inscription, "Come. Kill me." She approached Naruto quietly, extending her hand slowly towards his youthful neck. A slight exertion would suffice to snap it like the herbs. However, at that moment, a beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating Naruto's striking golden hair, causing him to awaken. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air as Naruto, startled, grasped Haku's kimono and pulled her close, regarding her with a perplexed expression. "What is the matter, little ninja?" Haku, unfazed by the sudden pull, met his gaze directly, their pupils reflecting one another, their noses almost touching, as Naruto sensed the warmth of her breath. Whoa. Sorry. I was in a daze." Naruto quickly released her and rolled away, having sensed a faint aura of danger, which prompted his instinctive reaction. He had intended to warn her that sleeping here might lead to catching a chill, but his well-meaning attempt had resulted in such an awkward encounter. Seeing Naruto's flustered demeanor, Haku couldn't help but smile, playfully feigning innocence as she said, "I truly apologize for your clothing. I shall compensate you." Naruto repeatedly apologized, his gaze falling upon the torn fabric of Haku's kimono and the exposed band beneath it, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson as he turned his head away in embarrassment. "No need to worry. It was bound to be the last time I wore it anyway," Haku murmured softly, barely audible. "Why is my sister here?" "I have come to gather medicinal herbs, but how is it that you fell asleep here?" "Last night, I practiced climbing trees with Sasuke until I was utterly exhausted and collapsed." "Ah, speaking of which, that guy didn't even tell me to return home to rest." "How infuriating." Upon seeing the basket in Sakura's hands, Naruto's suspicions dissipated. Clenching his fists, he cursed Sasuke for choking on his meal. "Your hand is injured," Sakura noted, observing the crimson mark on Naruto's knuckles. Though it wasn't deep, neglecting it could pose dangers. "Oh, I might have been scratched by a branch. It's nothing to worry about." "How can it be nothing? What if it gets infected?" "Ugh." Sakura retrieved a healing herb from the basket, placed it in her mouth, and chewed it gently before taking Naruto's hand, applying the crushed herb to the wound, and wrapping it with a bandage. "Is something wrong? Do you find it disgusting?" "In emergencies, this herb combined with saliva can be quite effective," Sakura explained, noticing Naruto's astonished gaze as she shook her finger. No, it's just that this is the first time someone has treated me with such tenderness. It almost makes me want to cry." "Isn't this what parents typically do?" "I don't have parents." "I see. Not just parents. To be honest, I had no relatives or friends during my childhood. The villagers looked down upon me, ignored me, and despised me. But that was in the past. Now, I have many people supporting me, friends to compete with, friends to play with, and most importantly, Hinata." "After experiencing such things, how can you still wear such a radiant smile?" When Naruto spoke of Hinata, his smile shone like the sun, captivating Sakura, who had lived in darkness. Their experiences were so similar, both having been disregarded like abandoned dogs. Yet Naruto had managed to carve a path of happiness through his own strength, something she could not compare to. "Hinata accepted me from the very first moment we met. And she has always been by my side. Without Hinata, I might have truly become a terrible person. You are indeed fortunate." "Indeed. We have promised to return safely this time. No matter what happens, I will go back to Hinata's side. For that, I must become stronger. But I think you're already quite strong, little ninja." "Not strong enough. I must become even stronger, so that the entire village, no, the whole world will notice me. I believe you will achieve that. When one strives to protect what is dear, they can become incredibly resilient." Under the sunlight, the boy's resolute words sparkled with brilliance, prompting Sakura to reach out and encourage him by gently ruffling his hair. "Sister, you have a lovely fragrance." Naruto shyly evaded Sakura's hand. Perhaps it was due to the herbal gathering, but she emanated a subtle, elegant scent that slightly entranced him. Someone as tainted as I am could never possess such a quality. "Farewell, little ninja. I look forward to your ascent to the pinnacle of the world." I smiled as she denied Naruto's words, carrying a basket filled with herbs before departing. At that moment, Sasuke, who had come to call Naruto back for dinner, happened to pass by, and the two brushed past each other. Naruto, what were you just doing here? Nothing much. I accidentally tore my sister's clothes. And I still don't know where she lives in Sasuke's view. Naruto, sitting on the ground in frustration, appeared as if his plans had been thwarted, especially after he had just glimpsed the torn garments of the young woman, leading him to conjure various interpretations. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with such disdain? It's nothing, just lamenting the sanitation of the land of waves. Large trash has been left out for so long without being dealt with. Damn it, are you talking about me? Why didn't you call me back to sleep last night? A house is meant for people to live in. What does that have to do with me? The two resumed their usual banter, and today Sasuke seemed as if he had consumed gunpowder. Naruto, clueless as to what he had done wrong, sulkily walked back to the Dazuna household. Well done, you managed to accomplish it in a day, Kakashi said, satisfied, as Naruto and Sasuke's kunai were embedded in the treetops, though his lazy gaze held no hint of praise. Sakura, you teach Naruto how to walk on water, and I will take care of Sasuke. Sakura was intelligent, and she would be sufficient as Naruto's instructor for the time being, mastering the art of walking on water in a short time. Hey, what about me? I would rather be alone with Sasuke. Naruto, you are already strong enough. Focus on mastering walking on water first. What I am going to teach Sasuke is the unique Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, which you cannot learn. Alright then Sasuke, don't cry if you can't learn it. Do you think I'm like you, the bottom of the class? After a few days of training under Kakashi, Sasuke had begun to show signs of progress. Kakashi and Team 7 were inspecting the construction of the bridge, while the villagers of the Land of Waves, under Dazuna's guidance, worked diligently. The bridge was 80% complete, and it would likely be finished in a few days. However, Zabuza is likely to strike at this time, right? Sasuke picked up on Kakashi's words, his tone devoid of tension, rather brimming with eagerness as he wished to test the extent of his abilities. All right, let us muster our spirits. This time, let him come and not return. Standing alone on the water's surface, Naruto raised his hands and shouted. Having perfected the control of his chakra to manipulate the flow of the water beneath him after several days of training. Naruto, I know you are quite proud. Could you come up and speak? Kakashi's eyes reflected a greater sense of helplessness as he approached the bridge's edge and called down to Naruto. What are you saying, Kakashi-sensei? I'm seriously practicing walking on water. Look, I can't sink no matter how I step. Speaking of which, it seems among the four of us, only one person can't walk on water. Oh, could it be that this is the legendary bottom of the class? Naruto was blissfully unaware of how infuriating his expression was at that moment. He dashed across the surface of the water several times, even adopting a skating posture, successfully provoking Sasuke's emotions. I'll take you down. Sasuke's frustration was palpable, veins bulging at his temples from the taunts. He had spent considerable time learning illusions with Kakashi, and if not for Kakashi restraining him, he would have relished the chance to make Naruto experience the newly acquired technique. Shut up. Don't provoke Sasuke, Sakura admonished, delivering a sharp tap to Naruto's head. Grabbing him by the collar, she began to climb up the bridge's support with him in tow. Enhancing her arm strength with chakra was truly commendable, Sakura. Kakashi nodded in approval. She had mastered this technique on her own before he could even teach her. And at her age, it was indeed impressive. It's nothing, Sakura said, shyly sticking out her tongue and glancing at Sasuke, only to find him fixated on Naruto. His hopes dashed once more. Watch out, here it comes. At that moment, a thin mist swept across the bridge, enveloping everyone in its embrace. Kakashi immediately became alert, assuming a defensive stance alongside his Team 7 comrades. You all need to leave. His target is me. Don't get involved. Dazna quickly set down his tools, urging the villagers to seek refuge. What about you, Dazna? I cannot leave. My absence would weaken the ninja's combat effectiveness. Don't die on us. Although the villagers were concerned for Dazna, they prioritized their own safety, and soon, all the workers had fled, leaving Dazna alone. Kakashi, long time no see. Seeing you makes my wounds ache anew. Zabuza stepped through the mist, halting before Kakashi, showing no intention of approaching. Haku followed closely behind, like a loyal hound awaiting its master's command. So, you are indeed from that village. Are you still unwilling to spare Mr. Dazna? Enough with the jokes. Since my arrival, my objective has changed. Let that old man meet his demise. My true target is that little brat behind you. Zabuza drew his executioner's blade, pointing it menacingly at Team 7. Who? Kakashi glanced back, while the three members of Team 7 exchanged confused looks, uncertain of whom Zabuza referred to. The shortest one. Zabuza provided a hint. Hey, I'll take you down. old man. Realization dawned upon everyone as they turned to look at Naruto, and a surge of unnameable fury welled up within him. Naruto, I'm curious what draws your interest to him. Aren't you supposed to be handling things for Kato? Why not abandon the mission? Kakashi's vigilance heightened. If Zabuza had set his sights on something, it was undoubtedly the Nine Tails within Naruto. Yet, he couldn't fathom how Zabuza had acquired such knowledge. As a rogue ninja on the run, Zabuza's intelligence network should not have been detailed enough to penetrate the inner workings of Konoha. Kato? He is merely a nouveau riche, utterly ignorant of what it means to be a ninja, roaming about with his hired 100-man squad, committing acts of villainy that could easily be resolved by a single individual. My only reason for assisting him lies in his wealth and his secret hideout, which I utilize to evade the relentless pursuit of the Umbu. Should I choose, I could sever his head at any moment. Given this, there exists no rationale for hostility between us. Are you not listening to my words? I desire that brat. Zabuza, growing impatient, struck the ground with his decapitating blade, creating deep gashes in the bridge, causing great distress to Dazna. May I inquire about your reasoning? I wish to take him as my disciple, to impart upon him the art of assassination, enabling him to become the foremost assassin in the ninja world. Hey, this is no jest. Do I appear to be jesting? I perceive a future within the boy's gaze. My own assassination skills merely allow me to eliminate Jonin. Yet he possesses the potential to master all my techniques and even eliminate and shadow. No, he is merely a straggler, incapable of such feats. Kakashi was visibly unsettled. Could this be a case of serendipity? Indeed, Naruto harbors a power that even cannot withstand, but it is not about assassination. Precisely, who would want to learn your assassination techniques? I wish for everyone to acknowledge me. Hiding in the shadows like you is utterly impossible. I have Hinata. I want to live in the sunlight with her. Allowing everyone to witness her radiant smile, not sneaking around in secrecy. By the way, Naruto, I would prefer you to assert that you would not betray Kakashi-sensei or anything of the sort. Yes, I still have Kakashi-sensei. Naruto paused for a few seconds, suddenly enlightened. That hurts even more. Since I am here, it is not to negotiate with you. I shall eliminate you and forcibly take the boy with me. Zabuza ceased his words, forming hand signs that conjured 5 water clones leaping from the sea onto the bridge. Charging towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I will handle this. I am exceedingly enraged now. Sasuke obstructed Kakashi. As a surge of anger welled up within him since Zabuza declared his intent to take Naruto, intensifying to the point where even his Sharingan felt compelled to activate. I understand. Kakashi nodded, and Sasuke transformed into a shadow, vanishing. The shadow darted between Zabuza's 5 clones, and when Sasuke reappeared, each of Zabuza's clones bore a wound in their chests, disintegrating into liquid that splattered upon the bridge. Oh, to have grown to this extent in just a week, truly, he is a prodigy blessed with a bloodline limit. Zabuza, he is now your responsibility. Zabuza, astonished by Sasuke's growth, recognized that his opponent was not Sasuke. After issuing orders to Haku, he charged towards Kakashi with his decapitating blade. Haku nodded softly, spinning like a top and swiftly moving towards Sasuke. Zabuza, must you truly hinder us in our mission? Naruto himself has expressed his reluctance. Kakashi, having intercepted Zabuza's strike, spoke with resignation. That little brat is but a fraction. I have not forgotten that day when you toyed with me like a fool. It is simply a matter of either I kill you or you kill me. Have I been seen through? How about I offer you a drink as an apology? Clang. On the other side. The sound of clashing metal resonated as the 1,000 needles in Bai's hand collided with Sasuke's kunai, producing fierce sparks. Does the Uchiha boy not require his Sharingan? I don't need it to deal with you. I must admit, I have underestimated you, although I have no desire to kill you. Bai remained non-committal, confronting Sasuke with her 1,000 needles while her other hand swiftly formed seals in the air. A one-handed seal. Sasuke's pupils slightly constricted. It is not surprising for AJ Nin to execute a one-handed seal, but for this girl, who is not much older than himself, to achieve the same signifies that her talent rivals his own. Naruto, why aren't you helping Sasuke? Sakura, worried sick as she watched the clash between Sasuke and Bai, could not leave Dazna unprotected. In this predicament, Naruto stood still. If I were to assist, it would be bothersome. Sakura, trust Sasuke a bit more. He is a worthy opponent in my eyes. You too. Ninjutsu, 1,000 kill water surge. At that moment, Bai completed her hand seals, and the liquid transformed from Zabuza's water clone began to rise from the ground, morphing into countless water needles that plunged towards Sasuke's body. Interesting. A smirk grazed Sasuke's lips as he recalled the sensations from their training. He concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and vanished in an instant, leaving the water needles to strike nothing but air. Gone. Above, Bai was slightly taken aback, not anticipating Sasuke's swiftness. She quickly reacted, glancing upward to see Sasuke descending rapidly. Kunai in hand, Bai leaped back to evade Sasuke's assault, only to discover that he landed without any pause, swiftly dashing forward and delivering a kick to her face, sending her flying several meters. You don't wish to kill me? However, I am quite eager to end your life. Sasuke brushed off the water splatters on his attire. In the first round of their skirmish, he had emerged victorious. Sasuke is so cool. Sakura had turned into a lovesick admirer, gazing adoringly at Sasuke's proud demeanor. TSK. True love seeks the spotlight. I can do it too. Bai, if you do not take this seriously, it will be your end. Zabuza evaded Kakashi's attack, catching a glimpse of Bai, who had been kicked away, and offered her a warning. I understand, Mr. Zabuza. Bai rose from the ground, although she had been sent flying. Her timely defense ensured she remained uninjured, which Sasuke acknowledged, refraining from pursuing her for a follow-up strike. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. As Bai formed a dazzling array of hand seals, the water on the ground began to levitate. A chilling aura enveloped the air, freezing the floating water into shards of ice, suspended in midair. What kind of ninjutsu is this? 20 rectangular ice blocks encased Sasuke in the shape of a yurt, surrounding his body with 11 blocks, while 8 were tilted at a 45-degree angle above, leaving no corner unguarded. Humph, now that White has unleashed that jutsu, this boy has no hope of survival. Zabuza chuckled coldly, his massive sword cleaving the air, forcing Kakashi into a defensive stance. Look at your confident demeanor. It must be a bloodline limit. Zabuza smirked, recognizing a treasure beside you. Envying you is not an option. Our Sasuke is 100 times stronger. What is this parental rivalry over children, right, Naruto? Sakura lamented, observing the sparks flying between the two elite shinobi, only to turn and find Naruto had vanished. How will you handle this? White remarked as she approached the mirror, merging with it upon contact, causing the 20 mirrors surrounding Sasuke to reflect her image. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sounds of slicing air erupted, with each mirror shooting 2 shurikens at Sasuke from every angle. Should he fail to evade, he would surely become a human pincushion. Recalling her earlier words, you have earned the right to make me open my eyes. Sasuke did not flinch, his hands danced swiftly in the air, appearing like the 1,000-armed cannon to onlookers. He then halted his movements, fingers now filled with shurikens, his eyes spinning with 2 sets of tomo. It seems this will turn into a prolonged battle. White sighed, lacking a better strategy against Sasuke, contemplating whether her chakra would deplete first or if Sasuke's Sharingan would falter. With that, she launched dozens of shurikens. The sounds of clink, clank resonated as Sasuke deflected all incoming shurikens with those he had just grasped, meticulously observing White's position. Found it. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke finally pinpointed White's true form with his Sharingan, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a massive fireball. Regrettably, White had already leapt from the mirror before the fireball reached her, relocating to another mirror, and the fireball lacked the power to shatter the hard surface. This attack yielded no results for Sasuke. TSK. Ah, Sasuke, I'm here to assist you. A familiar voice called from behind, and Sasuke turned abruptly to see Naruto clumsily pushing through the ice crystals. Naruto, how did you get in here? And what are you doing? I see you're struggling. Did you never consider breaking in from the outside? White's secret technique is not as simple as it seems. Without locating White's true form, Sasuke cannot cast Jinjutsu. If the Great Fireball technique cannot breach defense, then neither can Phoenix Fire technique. Already embroiled in a tough battle, the addition of a laggard like Naruto only intensified his sense of the world's malice. Oh, it can be done this way too. You idiot. Little ninja, since you've entered on your own, it spares me the effort of doing it myself. The sight of 2 individuals bickering amidst peril filled Bai with envy. Yet, despite the envy, their hands remained unfaltering as another wave of shuriken descended upon them. Ah, my backside. Sasuke, was that intentional? Naruto entrusted his back to Sasuke, only to face a ruthless betrayal. Although Sasuke managed to deflect the majority of the shuriken, one still found its way into his rear, causing tears to stream down his face from the pain. What are you talking about? It was already quite a struggle to block a portion. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, his demeanor so nonchalant that it belied any notion of struggle. The shuriken that struck him had been a deliberate oversight. Curse it. Shadow clone technique. Naruto yanked the shuriken from his backside, forming hand seals that summoned dozens of clones rushing towards the mirror, only to be repelled one by one by dissipating into smoke. Naruto, can your Rasengan shatter it? No, the Rasengan is a singular attack. Even if luck favors me and I strike the mirror, it would only shatter a fragment, leaving me a target as my body stiffens. Is that so? My fire release lacks the potency to obliterate these mirrors as well. Since neither of us can break this secret technique, let us collaborate. After all, we are a team. Naruto leaned in, whispering a few words. Naruto, are you daydreaming again? We haven't even tested it. Can you devise a better plan? Curse it. Let it be. Let's go all out. Shadow clone technique. Naruto's chakra surged forth, instantly filling the mirror with clones, who braced themselves to withstand Bai's onslaught. When Kunai could not suffice, they shielded with their bodies, preventing Bai's attacks from reaching the two at the core. Come on, Sasuke, unleash your fire release. Naruto readied his Rasengan, the azure sphere radiating brilliance. Upon witnessing this, Bai hastened his assault, the clones vanishing at a visible pace. I care not what becomes of it. Sasuke formed the hand seals for the great fireball technique, channeling chakra into his mouth and directing it towards Naruto's Rasengan, who desperately maintained its equilibrium. It's done, without needing to articulate. Sasuke recognized that Naruto's Rasengan had transformed into a fiery crimson, emanating tremendous heat that made sweat bead upon Sasuke's brow as the sphere's surface erupted in bulges, akin to a beast thrashing within. Naruto, it looks rather ominous. I know it without you saying. Brace yourself for the flame Rasengan. Naruto concentrated chakra into his feet, leaping toward the uppermost mirror, pressing the imminent explosion of the Rasengan against it. Boom! The fiery force of the Rasengan surged through the enchanted mirror's interior, creating a colossal vortex in the air. With the sound of shattering ice, all the crystalline fragments burst apart, raining down like shimmering confetti. Phew, Sasuke. You look like a piece of burnt bacon. Naruto descended gracefully from the sky, casting a glance at Sasuke, whose face had darkened ominously. It's not just your face. Your hair reeks of burnt residue, he remarked, sensing Sasuke's discomfort. Sasuke, do you have any idea that you nearly set me ablaze? What about our battle strategy? Why do you always act so recklessly? Sasuke shouted, seizing Naruto by the collar. Had it not been for Naruto's remaining shadow clones shielding him, the consequences would have been far more dire. It's nothing serious, Naruto replied nonchalantly. But your hand. Upon noticing Naruto's right hand, Sasuke's anger dissipated. His entire right sleeve had been incinerated, revealing severe burns that were far worse than his own injuries. Indeed, I've been too reckless. I was not equipped to withstand such intense heat. However, we emerged victorious, did we not? Naruto glanced at his mutilated arm with resignation, yet felt the sacrifice was worthwhile. In the instant the magical mirror shattered, the outcome was determined. Haku was ejected from the mirror, her chakra-based jutsu violently undone, leaving her incapacitated for a time. Now, let us unveil the identity behind this enigmatic mask, Naruto said as he and Sasuke approached Haku, crouching down to remove her mask. The delicate features of the young girl were suddenly revealed before the two boys. It's her. Sasuke recognized the face, the girl they had encountered that fateful morning alongside Naruto. What? Is it you? Naruto's hand trembled as he clutched the mask, his disbelief palpable as he gazed upon Haku's visage. Little ninja, you have triumphed. Go ahead and kill me, Haku said calmly, a serene smile gracing her lips. In her final moments, she closed her eyes and uttered her concluding words, "End it." Kill me, Haku repeated softly. No, it can't be. There must be some mistake. Naruto stepped back, shaking his head fervently in denial of the reality before him. Naruto, I do not know what transpired between you two, but she is now our enemy. If you cannot do it, allow me to, Sasuke declared, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he brandished a kunai towards Haku's throat. No, I cannot permit you to take her life. How could such a gentle sister turn against us? There must be a compelling reason, some form of coercion. Naruto instantaneously materialized beside Sasuke, grasping his wrist and halting the kunai just before Haku's neck. Sasuke, softened by Naruto's gaze, ultimately relented. Little ninja, you are truly kind, even at this moment. You defend me. I am not being coerced. I merely wish to protect those dear to me and help them realize their dreams. That is my aspiration, Haku stated, her warm smile contradicting Naruto's assumptions. Why would someone like you serve Zabuza? Little ninja, do you understand the anguish of living without dreams or hope? Of being overlooked by everyone? struggling to find a reason to persist. It was Zabuza who granted me the hope to live, making me feel needed once more. The tranquil voice of Bai gradually narrated the tale of a despairing soul. I believe you can comprehend my sentiments prior to encountering Hinata. Did you not lead a life akin to this? Faced with someone like Hinata, who is willing to embrace every facet of you, your thoughts must align with mine. Do they not? Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if moon-viewing C, Hinata, and Iriko were all malevolent beings, he would still assist them out of gratitude harbored within his heart. Bai and Naruto, their fates were dictated by their circumstances. What transpired within you that rendered Zabuza the most significant person in your life? I was born in a snow-laden village within the land of water, although impoverished. My parents were gentle. Until a certain event unfolded, I believed myself to be the happiest child in the world. That event, Sasuke observed by succumbing to her memories, and for reasons unknown, he sensed he was privy to the forthcoming narrative, perhaps due to a shared understanding of suffering. My father murdered my mother and sought to take my life as well. The intensity of Sasuke's murderous intent surged forth, overwhelming Bai to the point where she struggled to breathe, only alleviated when Naruto stepped protectively in front of her. The reason? Sasuke reigned in his malevolence, momentarily setting aside his hatred for Itachi to inquire. My blood harbors a power known as a bloodline limit, inherited from my ancestors. A cursed strength that differs entirely from that of ordinary ninjutsu. You witnessed it just now. The demon mirror ice crystal is one such manifestation of a bloodline limit. In the land of water, individuals possessing such power are met with profound disdain, viewed as a greater threat due to their superiority over common folk. Following the conclusion of the Civil War, a ruthless purge of those with bloodline limits ensued. Being one of them, I believe you can comprehend that even in Konoha, such individuals would face ostracism. How infuriating. Sasuke closed his eyes, ultimately relinquishing his murderous intent and deactivating his Sharingan. He understood well that prior to the Uchiha massacre, his clan was already feared by the people of Konoha, which explained why he had spoken to no one but Itachi during his childhood. Eventually, he found a friend, only for that bond to fade into memory. After my father took my mother's life, he sought to do the same to me, perhaps spurred by her death. I lost myself in the moment and ended up killing him. Thus, I became a solitary wanderer in the land of water. On a snow-blanketed winter's day, Zabuza took me in. The tale has been told, Naruto. For whom do your tears fall? How unfortunate. What a cruel twist of fate. Why must it be for such a ludicrous reason as bloodline? Naruto's tears cascaded to the ground. Although Bai's voice bore no emotion, he was profoundly moved. Zabuza requires capable ninjas. You have stripped away my reason for existence, so please, end my life. No, I cannot do that. If you do not spare me, I cannot return, remember? You promised Hinata that you would absolutely come back. Bai picked up the fallen kunai and gently placed it in Naruto's hand, holding his hand within hers. Sister Bai, I implore you, surrender. If you yield, I can. Naruto wept, shaking his head vehemently. Refusing to advance even an inch with the kunai. Is the essence of our mission not to eliminate our foes? How many have suffered because they spared their enemies? Only to be bitten back? Do you wish to gamble with the lives of your friends? Naruto, it seems I must take charge here. Sasuke, unable to bear witnessing Naruto's continued torment, seized the kunai from his grasp and aimed it at Bai. Apologies, but I cannot perish just yet. I have unfinished business. Bai suddenly sensed something amiss, a potent aura of death emanating from her. She gazed at Naruto with a serene smile, swiftly forming seals before vanishing before Sasuke's eyes. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's chakra coalesced into a tangible form, blue lightning coursing around his right hand as he surged towards Zabuza, who was ensnared by the 8 ninja dogs and immobilized. The sharp, lightning-infused chakra pierced Bai's shoulder, tearing through flesh and sinew, the acrid scent of charred skin filling the air. Kakashi stared in astonishment as Bai suddenly emerged from the mirror. Mr. Zabuza, please take me down with you. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she turned to Zabuza, uttering her final words. In her last moments, she pierced the summoning scroll Kakashi had used to call forth the ninja dogs with 1,000 needles, granting Zabuza a chance to escape. Kakashi, it appears that you will be the one to perish. Zabuza brandished his executioner's blade, swinging it towards Bai's form. Thud! The blade embedded itself into her small palm. Leaving Zabuza momentarily stunned, the formidable executioner's sword was being grasped in her hand. Sister Bai. Naruto was engulfed in a raging crimson chakra, even manifesting a spectral red beast overhead. The chakra enveloped him like a cloak, his eyes transforming into feral crimson orbs, canines bared as he growled menacingly at Zabuza. This chakra. Naruto. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Naruto's transformation into the Ninetales, his arm ensnared tightly by Bai. Why? Why have you treated her this way? Naruto was on the verge of losing his sanity, his gaze ablaze with fury directed at Zabuza. Bai had sacrificed herself for him. Yet he received not an ounce of sympathy, only the brutal edge of the executioner's blade. How could he not be enraged? The power of the Ninetales surged forth, ignited by his emotions. What is there to discuss? A tool rendered her final service before her demise. It was the best for both of us. Do you possess no shred of compassion? In her final moments, Bai thought only of you, striving to help you realize your dreams. Even in defeat, she sought no mercy, lamenting only her inability to aid you further, sacrificing her very life for your survival. Yet you. Naruto's might gradually overpowered Zabuza, pinning him forcefully to the ground. As he straddled him, pointing at Bai's body and crying out in anguish. Child, what do you know? Bai is already gone. Will your tears bring her back to life? Am I to weep foolishly like you? In a fit of rage, Zabuza kicked Naruto in the stomach, sending him flying, and shouted defiantly, I will kill you. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Naruto summoned all his strength and charged at Zabuza, causing him to spit blood from the pressure on his abdomen. As Zabuza regained his composure, he saw Naruto's fist, propelled by the wind, nearing his head and hastily raised his executioner's blade to block it. No matter how you lament, the fact remains that ninjas are mere tools. Your village does not regard you as anything more than instruments. When you perish on a mission, who will mourn you besides your family? The world is the same everywhere. Bai and I utilized each other. I required her skills, nothing more. I am devoid of attachment. Clang. Bai, sister Bai adores you. Clang. Your every thought revolves around her, forsaking even your own dreams. Clang. Is this the outcome you sought? Clang. What did you truly perceive her as? Crack. She loves you. The sound of fists striking the executioner's blade echoed, until, at last, the weapon could no longer withstand the relentless assault and shattered in two. Naruto's fist connected with Zabuza's head. You cried? The fist lingered in midair. Beneath the fractured blade, Naruto beheld the tears of the demon, sorrowful and profound. Child, be silent. Bai is no longer with us. We ninjas are tools. And those imbued with emotions are destined to vanish in the cycle of rebirth. Perhaps this is the reason for Mai and Bai's failure. The Land of Water. Situated to the right of the Land of Fire on the map, is surrounded by seas and occupies less than half the area of the Land of Fire. As the smallest of the 5 great nations, its daimyo constantly fears annexation by others. Consequently, the training of ninjas in Kirigakure is exceedingly rigorous. Only those who are stronger and more ruthless than their counterparts can survive. This year, the village remains as cold as ever, with snowflakes from the bitter winter freezing the veins of its inhabitants. Bai, having wandered here, scavenged a half-eaten piece of bread from a dumpster, which she generously offered to a stray dog. Alone, she sat on a wooden bridge, staring blankly at the passers-by. At that moment, a figure wrapped in bandages entered her line of sight. Unlike others who ignored her, he approached and uttered a sentence, the first word she had heard since her parents' passing. Not a single soul looks at a child like you. Zabuza himself was bewildered by his own actions. Seeing the child sitting on the bridge stirred something within him. Each winter, countless children like her succumbed to starvation and the cold, yet he could not simply walk away. Your eyes are just like mine. Bai revealed a pure, radiant smile, momentarily taking Zabuza by surprise. Shouldn't she be pleading for food or clothing at this moment? Such a plea would have enabled him to kick this little spirit away, allowing her to comprehend the terror of a demon. Yet, he was met instead with such a cheerful countenance. Little spirit, would you be willing to accompany me and offer me everything you possess, serving as my tool for survival? Zabuza inquired, harboring this thought. The young Bai, unaware of Zabuza's intentions, sensed only that he required her, which was sufficient for her to nod in agreement. From this day forth, you shall be mine. Zabuza lifted Bai's small, fragile form not out of desire, but because Bai's limbs had begun to stiffen. If he neglected her, it would not be long before a corpse graced the streets of Kiri, destined to be collected by the sanitation workers. Thus, the encounter between the demon and the little spirit commenced. You are a girl? Upon returning home, Zabuza casually tore the tattered cloth enveloping Bai's body, exasperated as he rummaged through a few of his old garments to offer her. More troublesome than I anticipated. From this day forth, you shall live as a boy. Months later, Mr. Zabuza, what troubles you? Bai inquired, her concern evident as she observed Zabuza return home. markedly different from his usual formidable self, his body marred with wounds, and his complexion a sickly pallor. I killed several Sunagakure ninjas but was poisoned by a puppet in the process. I single-handedly vanquished a puppet squad, yet was injured by their last-ditch retaliation. The potent poison from Sunagakure makes me quite unwell, but I have no better alternatives. Are you all right? By pressed. I have already consumed the antidote. A good night's sleep will suffice. Dismissing Bai's offer of assistance, Zaibujan moved to a corner, sitting down and closing his eyes. Mr. Zaibujan, please wait for me. Bai, noticing the furrow in Zaibujan's brow, made a silent determination and stepped out into the heavy snowfall. Bai, where has that little imp gone? Zaibujan awoke from his prolonged stupor, only to find Bai was missing. Mr. Zaibujan, you're awake. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the medicine immediately. Bai emerged from the kitchen, cradling a bowl of herbs while diligently grinding the ingredients. You went out to gather herbs? Zaibujan recognized this particular plant, known for its remarkable detoxifying properties, which had become exceedingly rare in Kiri. To see it in Bai's bowl was astonishing. I read about it. This herb is highly effective in purging toxins. And your shoes? His gaze lowered to Bai's bare feet, where her once fair soles were now marred with wounds, leaving traces of blood on the floor. Yet, Bai prioritized making medicine for him above tending to her injuries. The cliffs are too slippery, it's easier to climb barefoot. Her simple and blunt words pried open the heart of the demon. A flicker of emotion crossing Zaibujan's eyes, quickly swallowed back into his usual indifference. Come here and sit properly. After consuming the medication, the toxicity had significantly diminished. Zaibujan gently placed Bai on the chair, clasping her delicate foot. Unlike the rugged hands of a man, Bai's feet were remarkably fair and smooth, albeit marred by numerous scars. Mr. Zaibujan, it itches. I can manage on my own. Bai found herself perplexed by Zaibujan, the one known as the Demon Man. Tending to her wounds felt surreal. Silence. You cannot see the soles of your feet, can you? This is merely routine maintenance for a tool. If you become damaged, I shall have to seek a replacement. Mr. Zaibujan was indeed gentle. Humph. 6 years had elapsed since their last encounter, and Bai had blossomed into a 12-year-old maiden. Together with Zaibujan, they lived a nomadic life, currently masquerading as father and daughter in a small nation known as the Land of Fields. With a splash, for the third time, Bai accidentally spilled tea onto Zaibujan's head, causing several veins to bulge on the demon man's forehead. Bai, do you harbor any grievances against me? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Zaibujan. I can no longer serve as your tool. Bai finally broke down, her small lips quivering as she wept uncontrollably. What has transpired? Bai, speak calmly. While Zaibujan remained composed, turmoil surged within him. The Bai who had endured countless torturous training yet still smiled was now crying. Something must be amiss. Had she been bullied by a mischievous neighbor? The thought ignited a fierce wrath within Zaibujan. I might die. I apologize, Mr. Zaibujan. You had such high hopes for me as your tool. Die? Are you injured? I don't know. The bleeding just won't stop. I replied. As she removed her undergarment, Zaibujan nearly choked in shock and was about to erupt in anger when he caught sight of the bloodstains. The room fell into a haunting silence. Zaibujan's gaze had locked with Bai's for nearly an hour. The demon man found himself at a loss for words. Why must he, a formidable demon, undertake the duties of a single father? Mr. Zaibujan, it seems you cannot heal me. I'm sorry, but I can only remain with you until this point. Wait for my return. Zaibujan seized his executioner's blade and dashed out of the house, hesitating for a long time before the entrance of a shop labeled as a women's supply store. Finally, amidst the cries of the staff, he barged in, seizing a young shop assistant along with several items. Mr. Robber, here is my contact information. Initially frightened, the young assistant, after being commanded by Zaibujan to enlighten Bai on physiological knowledge, found the robber endearing, perceiving him as a shy father figure, nearly falling for him. Get lost. This incident ultimately became one of the few dark chapters in the demon man's history. Little girl, from this day forth, you are mine. With the assassination of the water shadow having failed, today they would depart from the land of water. Will you accompany me? Have you named the snow rabbit that performs the substitution technique? Are you so idle that you must do 1,000 push-ups? In those days. Do let me know when you arrive. Do not misunderstand me, for I am quite capable of fulfilling my tasks independently, without your hindrance. The memories of my interactions with Bai flood my mind, transforming into tears of a ghost that fall before Naruto. I never realized how much I cared for Bai. In the sealed space, the entire atmosphere trembled, the waves beneath Minato's feet crashing against the surrounding walls like a tempestuous sea. Kyubi, what is happening? Haven't you understood after all this time living here? That little brat is furious, and thus, this is how it manifests. Kyubi shook its ears, dismissing the liquid splattered upon it, speaking absently. Indeed, this tremor suggests an extraordinary fury. What is the cause? It appears to be related to a woman. Is it too soon for such feelings? Minato empathized with his son. He too had been consumed by rage when Kushina was in peril. The tremors suddenly ceased, the waves calming, only to be replaced by a gentle, sorrowful rain. Minato extended his hand to catch the falling droplets, clearly sensing the emotions they carried. Without needing Kyubi's further explanation, he understood that Naruto was weeping. Kyubi, Naruto has always been so mature. He has never shown such profound sadness. If you can, please help him. Ridiculous. You expect me to use my chakra to save him? Kyubi, indifferent, found a comfortable position on the ground, to him. The state of humanity was inconsequential, preferring slumber instead. Will helping him bring about my demise? Please do so. No. You wretched fox, Naruto cares for you deeply. Hit him swiftly. Minato approached Kyubi, tugging insistently at its whiskers. Is there a necessary connection between these two matters? Quit pulling at my whiskers, you pest. Kyubi rose in fury, attempting to shake Minato off with its massive head, yet Minato's grip was too firm to relinquish. He risked tearing the whiskers from Kyubi's face. I will not release you. I cannot bear to witness Naruto's sorrow. His childhood has been filled with enough sadness. Fine, fine, you frightened me. Kyubi ceased its struggle. Having observed Naruto grow step by step, while Minato was absent, yet Kyubi had been there all along, witnessing the tears Naruto had shed long before they dried. Little brat. Bai and I have long accepted that our day would come. Tears will not alter our fate. All I can do is continue to fight. At that moment, Zabuza seized the opportunity to strike at Naruto's head while he was lost in thought, but as Naruto evaded, Zabuza quickly pushed himself up, brandishing his broken sword and lunging forward. Bai is already dead. What is the purpose of this battle? The significance of it is not for you to determine. Listen to me, little brat. That girl is not dead yet. As Naruto dodged Zabuza's attack, Kyubi's voice reverberated in his mind. What? Is that true? A faint flicker of chakra pulsed within her. Without immediate treatment, she would surely perish. Do as I instruct. Place the chakra I have refined upon her. The Nine Tails never envisioned that one day, in a bid to save humanity, it would extract its own chakra, purging all harmful substances to transform it into the purest essence for healing. Cease your attack if you wish to save her. As he witnessed the imminent strike from Zabuza, Naruto shot him a fierce glare and rushed to Bai's side, reaching out to feel for her pulse. Indeed, a faint breath lingered. Grateful for Bai's diminutive stature, the Raikiri, initially aimed at Zabuza's heart, had struck her shoulder instead. Had it pierced her heart, salvation would have been impossible. Sister Bai, I shall undoubtedly save you. Naruto extended his index finger, and the Nine Tails had already bestowed chakra upon him. A vibrant green flame of chakra danced above his finger. Medical ninjutsu? Something seemed amiss. This chakra far surpassed that of an ordinary medical ninja. Kakashi regarded the chakra in Naruto's hand with skepticism, but quickly dismissed it. As Naruto placed the chakra onto Bai's wound, a miracle unfolded. The charred injury began to heal, scabbing over, and the shattered bones within reformed, her pallid complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. Such feats could likely only be accomplished by one of the legendary Sannin. You, boy, who exactly are you? Zabuza, witnessing this extraordinary event, finally relinquished his intent to strike, cradling Bai's body. Aside from her unconscious state, she had seemingly regained her health. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a Leaf Village genin. Humph, what a useless brat. You haven't killed a single one, have you? Just then, a throng of individuals appeared on the opposite side of the bridge, ascending onto the surface aboard transport boats, led by a diminutive figure. Most were warriors and bandits wielding machetes, not a single legitimate ninja among them. The leader, glancing at Zabuza, disdainfully remarked, Kato, TSK. Zabuza, too disinterested to acknowledge him, stepped back a few paces, placing Bai in a secure location. Is that brat dead? Serves him right. But do tread carefully. Ninjas, observe this. Kato, noting the murderous intent in Naruto's eyes, clapped his hands, and two of his subordinates brought forth a mother and child, Tsunami and Inari, bound and unable to move. Tsunami, Inari. Kato, you are despicable. Can you still call yourself human? Dasna seethed, pointing accusatorily at Kato. The poor bridge builder left with little choice but to express his frustration in such a feeble manner. Human? Such beings are nothing before the might of wealth. Zabuza, I shall grant you another opportunity to eradicate them. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands. Zabuza, you truly serve such a wretch? Kakashi laughed at Kato's threats. Even sneering slightly, despite his dwindling chakra, he could eliminate the little man in an instant. Yet here he was, boasting from across the way, relying on a pitiful band of warriors and thieves. The fool. If I don't act soon, my patience will wear thin. Although Kato is a simpleton. Was I not a fool for once serving him? Mr. Ninja, please, I implore you, save my daughter and grandson. Dezuna fell to his knees before Kakashi, tears streaming down his face in desperation. Rest assured, Mr. Dezuna, such trivial matters are no challenge for a ninja. Sasuke, it is time to demonstrate your genjutsu. Kakashi's confidence was not feigned. If they were faced with 100 fully armed ninjas, defeat would be inevitable, but against mere samurai and bandits, they were as defenseless as newborns. Understood. Sasuke nodded, stepping into the effective range of his Sharingan, locking eyes with the two samurai who had taken Inari and her mother, channeling chakra to ensnare them in a whirlpool of illusion. Unbeknownst to them, they released Inari, and the mother and child fled in haste. You fools, what are you doing? Capture them at once. Kato shouted in fury as he witnessed his subordinates severing the ropes that bound the mother and child. Crying is futile. I shall protect my mother. As they were on the verge of being caught, Inari finally awakened a sense of courage, charging toward the pursuing samurai to shield her mother from harm with her frail body. Whoosh! A shadow darted past, and when Inari regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Naruto's arms, safely beside Kakashi, her mother unharmed. After all, samurai, while formidable, could not match the speed of a ninja. Inari, you are very brave. Leave the rest to me. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair, admiring her newfound courage, as she had finally matured from a weeping child. Kakashi-sensei, he threatened to kill us. This has interfered with our mission, hasn't it? Indeed, Kakashi nodded, understanding Naruto's intent. Kato was beyond redemption, and thus, his demise would be permissible. Naruto surveyed the remaining personnel. Kakashi had expended considerable chakra, Zabuza was occupied with protecting Haku, and Sakura was tasked with safeguarding Dezuna, leaving only himself and Sasuke as the remaining combatants. Don't look at me. The chakra consumption for genjutsu is greater than one might anticipate. Sasuke waved his hand, confident that Naruto could handle these petty thieves on his own. Shadow clone jutsu. With hands forming seals, Naruto fell into contemplation. Would Haku be in danger? Or was he not strong enough? 500 his skills were insufficient. 1,000 if only he were stronger, he could protect Haku. 1,500, and then there was Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke, all those he needed to protect. 2,000. He could not allow any harm to befall them. He must become even stronger, stronger enough to safeguard all those he cherished. Naruto, stop. What are you doing? Sasuke's voice broke through, and as Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an army of his shadow clones. Not only on the bridge but also beneath it, clinging to the structure with chakra. Ah, it appears there is quite a bit here. I must say, you are overwhelming. Heh, well then, everyone, let us proceed. Naruto, with a triumphant flick of his nose, drew forth his kunai and raised it towards the heavens, sounding the call to arms. Oh. The shadow clones emitted a thunderous roar, drawing their kunai in unison as they charged toward Kato's 100-man squad. Monsters indeed. Kato's subordinates were skilled warriors, capable of taking on 10 foes individually. Yet today they faced not a mere 1 to 10, but an astonishing 1 to 20. No matter how they fought, Naruto's shadow clones surged forth like a swarm of locusts, eliminating their own comrades. Faced with such overwhelming odds, the warriors finally crumbled, one by one leaping into the sea in a desperate bid for escape. Do you have any final words? Before long, only Kato remained standing. Naruto approached him, coolly inquiring. Please don't kill me. I can offer you wealth. I will give you all my possessions. Kato pleaded, kneeling and desperately presenting his valuables to beg for mercy. Yet, before he could finish, a kunai swiftly severed his throat. Ah, a curious last utterance. Did you witness that? Kakashi? Even after slaying so many, this boy remains unyielding. It would be a pity not to bring him to me. Zabuza, captivated by Naruto's eyes and movements, perceived him as a natural-born killer, intensifying his desire to claim this rough diamond. Where has there ever been a teacher defeated by his disciple? It is time for you to retreat. Kakashi, dissatisfied with Zabuz's incessant attempts to undermine him, waved him away as one would shoo a fly. Naruto, struggling to lift his eyelids, still felt the fatigue clinging to his body. He recalled that after the conclusion of the multi-shadow clone technique, An immense pressure returned to him with the clones, causing him to faint from the strain. Why must we harm one another, little ninja? Huh? Naruto's mind was still hazy when he suddenly heard such philosophical words, momentarily unable to comprehend. He then realized he was resting on the lap of a white-clad figure. In the very forest where they had met before. She wore the kimono from their previous encounter, gently stroking his hair. Do you remember when we first met here? You were completely unguarded. I had intended to kill you then, believing it would simplify matters for Mr. Zabuza. Yet, I could not bring myself to do it. And it must be because I refrained from attacking you that I am here today. Thank you for saving me. No, it was your gentle nature that saved you. Sister Haku, I still recall the warmth of your care as you tended to my wounds. Initially, I had even contemplated poisoning your injuries. Just kidding. Little one, if you are awake, rise from my lap. A disgruntled voice interrupted, as the figure of Zabuza leaned against a tree, glaring at Naruto with an unfriendly expression. Do you still wish to fight? Naruto exclaimed, springing to his feet and adopting a stance to form his hand seals while glaring back at Zabuza. Cease this discourse. I retract my previous statements. You are ill-suited to be my disciple. It is astonishing how you have succumbed to madness over a mere gesture of kindness towards her. I cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your mind. A true assassin must, when necessary, sever ties with even their own kin. To hesitate is to reflect only after the fact. One must ponder why Naruto exhibited such wrath for Haku, as though their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Should Haku truly find affection elsewhere, he would inevitably depart, living on like a solitary wolf. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that Haku had merely attended to his injuries. Such naivety is ill-fitted for the art of assassination. In a certain light, it mirrors Haku's own disposition. Thus, I have no desire to take you as my disciple. Zabuza, having inherited Kato's fortune, now boasts wealth rivaling nations. And his spirits are high. Haku, with a light-hearted chuckle, discovered Kato's secret key while clearing the bodies. This individual concealed all his riches within a cavern, secured by the finest of locks. After extensive surveillance, Zabuza and Haku realized they were unaware of the key's location, only to find that this fool carried it with him at all times. Young one, I shall not express gratitude for your rescue of Haku, for we shall continue our perilous existence. You cannot repeatedly save her. You merely prolong the inevitable. The world of ninjas is a wretched hell, as someone once told me. Yet, they also claimed I possessed the power to end this torment. I once doubted my capability, but now I yearn to attempt it. Striving for the sake of someone I cherish is hardly a folly, is it? Naruto bowed his head, not solely for Haku, but significantly for Hinata. In such a treacherous world, he could not always be by her side. True protection is not merely spoken, it is action taken. Once peace prevails, Hinata shall no longer be compelled to undertake dangerous missions. Stop your foolishness. Even the shadows of the 5 great nations cannot achieve what you propose. Then I must endeavor to do so, for I aspire to become a man who surpasses the Hokage. In the same forest, under the same sun, Haku beheld Naruto's confident smile once more and could not resist enveloping him in an embrace. A world of peace is not a boon for an assassin such as myself. It would result in a dearth of work. Nevertheless, I shall harbor a glimmer of hope. I must take my leave now, Haku. Farewell, young ninja, she said, planting a fleeting kiss upon Naruto's cheek before trailing after Zabuza. I already have Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, retreating several steps, his cheeks aflame as he called out to Haku's departing figure. Naruto, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I must return to inform Hinata. Sakura, who had been observing from a distance, chimed in with mischievous intent. Sakura, this is a misunderstanding. Suddenly I crave Konoha dumplings. That is extortion. You have consumed the forbidden delights of a ninja. Hinata would be heartbroken, she retorted. Very well, I shall treat you. Naruto lowered his head, ultimately yielding to Sakura's successful blackmail. Thus, the matter concluded, with none from Team 7 missing, and they set forth to return and rest well. Kakashi clapped his hands and, accompanied by the 3 members of Team 7, embarked on their journey home. This A-rank mission, disguised under the guise of a routine task, had been successfully completed. Despite the myriad secrets that Naruto harbored, he was reluctant to delve deeper. By the way, why was Naruto referred to as the tail end? It had been some time since I last engaged with the academy. Have the standards for exemplary students risen so dramatically? Nevertheless, certain inquiries lingered. Naruto's displayed prowess and adaptability bore no resemblance to that of a trailing student. Yet both Sasuke and Sakura persistently labeled him as such. Was Kakashi-sensei unaware? This fellow often skipped classes, played pranks on Iruka-sensei, and created chaos in the school, failing to pass any formal examinations. Thanks to him, our class consistently ranked last in average scores. Were it not for Iruka-sensei's yearly pleadings, he wouldn't have even graduated from the first grade. Sakura's frustration flared as she recounted how Naruto's foolishness perpetually led Iruka's class to the bottom, subjecting her to the same ridicule of being in the tail-end class. Thus, regardless of his true capabilities, he would eternally be seen as the underachiever of the academy. Sasuke opportunely added a cutting remark. Naruto. Kakashi's eyes, filled with exasperation, fixed upon Naruto, who felt a wave of embarrassment and hurriedly attempted to explain. It was unavoidable. The textbooks were incomprehensible to him. How was he to know at what angle a ninja should throw shuriken from a tree to hit someone on the ground? Shouldn't that be learned through personal experience? Rather than sleep in class and face Iruka's wrath, it was far better to escape. And what do you do when you escape? Fishing, catching wild chickens and rabbits to roast, checking the market street for any elderly needing assistance. Was this the root of his chaotic personality? By the way, was Uncle Tezuna's bridge completed? Yes, indeed. It was a splendid structure with a rather peculiar name. What name? Naruto Bridge. As they returned to Konoha, twilight was approaching. Kakashi instructed the trio to rest before he vanished to submit their mission report. Naruto then led Sakura and Sasuke to purchase dango. Naruto, starting tomorrow, we have 3 consecutive days off, right? Sasuke, unimpressed by the dango, consumed 1 skewer before giving up. As it was a favorite of that man during his childhood, just the sight of it irked him. HM, could you spare a day to accompany me? Although somewhat hesitant, Sasuke finally managed to express his request, causing Sakura to drop her dango into the bowl, her mind nearly exploding with excitement as she shouted internally, Why? Why not invite me? Is Sasuke, even if he is, he shouldn't be interested in that foolish underachiever Naruto. No. Naruto squinted thoughtfully before bluntly rejecting Sasuke's invitation. Huh? There are 3 days. Would spending 1 day with me be so burdensome? We are comrades, after all. No. I intend to spend all 3 days with Hinata. I haven't seen her in half a month. In a few bites, Naruto devoured the remaining dango and leaped away without looking back, as if fearing Sasuke might catch him. You scoundrel, I shall eventually bring you to your demise. Sakura, will you accompany me? What on earth? Is this a date? Practicing treading water? Oh, I knew it. Well, it's better than nothing. By the banks of the small river in Konoha, Inuzuka Kiba emerged from the water, dripping wet, clutching a silver necklace, the very target of this D-rank mission, which had fallen to the riverbed. Hinata's Byakugan and Shino's waterborne insects were employed to locate it, and Kiba, a skilled swimmer, dove in to retrieve it. Well done. You may take a break. I will report our findings. The red-eyed woman, Hyūga, accepted the necklace from Kiba and vanished. Hyūga, the Jonin instructor of Team 8, was a master of Jinjutsu, possessing striking crimson eyes. You've worked hard. Kiba, have something to eat. Hinata said as she handed Kiba a bento box, lovingly prepared by her own hands. It served as a substitute meal when time for dining was scarce during missions. This flavor, could it be spare ribs? Woof. Kiba sniffed eagerly, salivating as he opened the bento box, sharing it with Akamaru. Hinata always prepares our bento. We are truly grateful. Shino, too, had a share, as his insects favored sweets, resulting in a bento filled predominantly with desserts. Hinata's bento touched this often misunderstood teammate. Hey, are we not the test subjects then? After perfecting the flavors, we can prepare some for that rascal Naruto. Kiba patted his stomach, having crushed and swallowed even the bones, truly embodying the canine traits of the Inuzuka clan. Even so, we should remain grateful, for we have always received Hinata's kindness. Shino admonished with a serious expression. No, it's quite all right. What Kiba said holds merit. Speaking of which, you do seem quite fond of Naruto, don't you? Many would wish to befriend the Hyūga clan. After all, they are the foremost family in Konoha. Those individuals only seek to exploit my father's legacy, but Naruto is different. Hinata's expression darkened. She had never appreciated the family circle, where individuals coldly barter their children for gain. Thankfully, she had a good father, who firmly refused all proposals of marriage. What is different about him? Isn't he the one always boasting about wanting to be adopted into our clan? Do not speak ill of Naruto. His kindness is something you fail to understand. Hinata puffed up like an irate cat. Despite her generally gentle demeanor, she became resolute when matters concerning Naruto arose. Fine, he is merely a straggler, Kiba conceded, harboring a sense of disdain for Naruto, who boasted of becoming Hokage. How could a straggler, always daydreaming of being adopted, ever hoped to achieve such a title. Hyūga, I might be hallucinating, but the straggler you mentioned is approaching from across the river. What? Shouldn't I be seeing my late grandfather waving from the other side? Upon hearing Shino's mildly astonished voice, Hyūga raised his head and, to his astonishment, saw Naruto indeed walking towards them, stepping upon the water's surface, creating ripples with each step he took. Hinata, I was just about to visit your home. What a delightful coincidence. Naruto stepped ashore and immediately approached Hinata, joyfully embracing her. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. After a moment of surprise, Hinata relished Naruto's warm embrace. It would be a lie to say she hadn't missed him in the past 2 weeks. And seeing him now, she could only respond with the warmth befitting a wife. Woof. Akamaru, feeling slighted, barked in frustration. How dare you flaunt your affection in front of us, single dogs? Both Akamaru and Kiba expressed their discontent, feeling that such public displays of affection were utterly inconsiderate of those observing. Have you completed your mission? Then let us return home. I have a gift for you. Wait. You arrogant one. You think too highly of yourself. Just as Naruto was about to lead Hinata away, Kiba jumped in front of him. Kiba, I remember our promise. Naruto replied. Promise? Were you not planning to compete for the Hokage position? I will be waiting for you. Hold on. It sounds as if you believe you are ahead of me. That irks me. How about a friendly spar? A spar? Such childish antics can wait for another time. Naruto glanced at him nonchalantly, but that single look caused Kiba to bristle. Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, growled in response, an instinctive reaction when faced with a being higher on the food chain. This brat carries a sin of blood. It was only after Naruto and Hinata had walked away that Kiba regained his composure, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Kiba, you are no match for Naruto now. He has taken lives, and his mastery of chakra surpasses yours. Team 7 has already completed a high-level mission. In an unknown moment, Hinata had appeared beside Kiba, patting him on the shoulder. Damn it, Hinata-sensei, please train me diligently. I want to face him in the Chunin exam. Kiba clenched his fists, feeling humiliated by having been startled by someone he deemed inferior, a blow to his pride. Hyūga clan residents, Hinata, this is a gift from the land of waves. That country is truly impoverished, yet they put great care into their crafts. Do you like it? Naruto produced a small box, revealing a delicate wave-shaped hairpin. The land of waves lacked notable specialties, and this wooden hairpin was not particularly valuable. I love it. I cherish anything that Naruto-kun gives me. That's wonderful. Indeed. It is beautiful. Naruto carefully placed the hairpin in Hinata's hair, adding a touch of adornment to her purple locks. Observing her bashful demeanor, he praised her with satisfaction. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Hinata, your sister is watching me. What is the matter? Naruto discreetly turned his head, noticing Hanabi lurking in the corner of the room, staring at him. A shiver ran down his spine as he inquired nervously. Perhaps she is waiting for your gift. I did mention to Hanabi that you would bring back a special souvenir. Hinata tilted her head thoughtfully, attempting to articulate her sister's sentiments. Surely not. Hanabi holds such a high status at home, and still desires my gift? Though it seems somewhat excessive, Naruto can clearly discern that within the Hyūga household, Hanabi's standing far surpasses Hinata's. She essentially has access to anything she wishes, thus he harbors doubts regarding Hinata's words. So, have you prepared anything? Well, I have. Albeit under Sakura's gentle urging. Initially, Naruto was reluctant to purchase a present, but Sakura, with her thoughtful nature, reminded him that the essence of a gift lies in its sentiment. Given their already strained relationship, ignoring her existence would likely result in him being ousted from the household. So Naruto, drenched in cold sweat, decided to make the purchase. Hanabi, I have a gift for you. Hinata beckoned to Hanabi, who approached like an eager puppy, gazing expectantly at Naruto. I have 2 gifts. What do you prefer? Naruto held a wooden comb in his left hand and an oval-shaped red doll in his right, anxiously glancing at Hanabi, hoping she wouldn't hurl either item at him in disdain. I want both. Hanabi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the 2 items, both showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship of the land of waves, enlightening her, who had never ventured beyond Konoha. With an assertive grab, she claimed them both. This thing called a matryoshka. I haven't even explained it yet. Watching Hanabi's retreating figure, Naruto sighed. She was still upset over the garden incident he had ruined. But such feelings were beyond his control. Naruto-kun, why does Hanabi have 2 gifts? Hinata pouted, jealousy flaring within her, a sentiment that made it seem as though Naruto favored his sister more. Because I wasn't sure what she would like. One was chosen by Sakura. And since Hanabi has long hair, I thought the matryoshka would be more amusing. Is that so, Naruto-kun? You walked on water just now. How did you manage that? Hinata's cheeks flushed. She hadn't realized she was unconsciously envious of her sister. Given Hanabi's personality, the likelihood of her developing feelings for Naruto seemed as distant as the end of the world, prompting Hinata to swiftly change the subject. Hiki, listen closely, Hinata. This is an advanced technique Kakashi-sensei taught me. By concentrating chakra beneath my feet, I can traverse various terrains. Eager to showcase his skills, Naruto hurriedly demonstrated by walking up the wall. His feet adhered to the surface as he leaned forward, gently tapping his forehead against hers, forming a right angle. Naruto-kun, you've grown stronger. Of course, I will continue to grow even stronger. Hinata, would you like to learn? I can teach you. I'll give it a try. Half an hour later, as Naruto observed Hinata expertly darting around the wall, he fell into contemplation. Was he truly such a fool? Naruto-kun, it's thanks to your excellent teaching. Hinata stood on the wall, unsure of how to express herself, surprised by her rapid learning, which seemed to unintentionally wound Naruto's tender spirit. Well, I'm just a fool. Reflecting on how he had to toil for an entire day and night to master it, Naruto felt a pang of reluctance. He hadn't anticipated that the gentle fist of the Hyūga clan required the precise infusion of chakra into an opponent, showcasing an extraordinary level of control. I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding, Naruto-kun. In a moment of panic, Hinata tumbled from the wall. Though the Hyūga family's boundary was not particularly high, the fall could still cause injury. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto rushed to catch her, and they both landed on the ground together. Naruto-kun, are you alright? I'm fine. Hinata, what do you have hidden against your chest? It's so soft. Since Hinata was leaning on Naruto, his hand inadvertently rested upon her chest, and he gently touched it, feeling quite intrigued. No, don't touch there. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, her words stumbling as she spoke. Being a girl who developed early, she was shy and wished to keep this aspect of herself private, opting for looser clothing that even Naruto, who was close to her, had not noticed. Is it a bond? I'm rather hungry. Naruto continued to curiously explore, not intending any harm. Lacking proper guidance on the subject of physiology, he merely understood that women have breasts but was unaware of when they begin to develop, thus he did not think twice about it. It's not a bond. You fool, Naruto-kun. Hinata, feeling embarrassed, fled from the scene. In her haste to escape, her smooth foot inadvertently landed on Naruto's face, pressing down hard as if attempting to bury him in the ground. You scoundrel! You dare lay hands on my sister! I will have you arrested and ensure you never see the light of day again. Hanabi exclaimed furiously. She had intended to ask Naruto how to play with a certain toy but was shocked to find him inappropriately touching her sister. In her rage, she rushed over, still not fully dressed, and kicked Naruto a few times. What are you talking about, Hanabi? I didn't do anything. You were touching my sister's chest and saying it was nothing. The chest? Is that what you mean? Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at Hinata, who was hiding behind Hanabi, her hands protectively covering her chest. Even he felt his face flush with embarrassment. I'm sorry. It's all right, Naruto-kun. I don't mind. You're too lenient with him, sister. Just throw him in jail. Wait, but I have one too, you know. The mention of jail sent Naruto into a panic. In the ninja world, any inappropriate action towards a girl was a grave offense. He quickly sought a way to remedy the situation. You? Hentai jutsu. In the face of Hanabi's skeptical gaze, Naruto demonstrated his point. After a puff of smoke, a voluptuous, golden-haired version of himself appeared before Hanabi. Well, what do you think? Quite ample and beautiful, isn't it? Much larger than Hinata's. And you can touch it for as long as you like. The female version of Naruto flaunted her impressive figure, looking proudly at Hanabi. She had put in considerable effort to perfect this technique, enduring countless beatings in the process. Shameless. Poor Hanabi had never witnessed such an audacious sight. Even though it was a female form, she was left speechless by Naruto's appearance. Turning on her heel, without a word, she delivered a punch to Naruto's face and fled, covering her face in shock. Once again, where is the anger? With a single, powerful punch, Naruto shattered Hinata's transformation technique, leaving her on the ground murmuring to herself. Naruto truly does not understand the complexities of a woman's heart. As he had mentioned, during the 3 days of their holiday, he had spent every moment with Hinata, even refraining from offering help while she undertook her missions, merely observing her from a distance. After her tasks were completed, he would hand her a glass of water. Such simple interactions significantly deepened their bond. Naruto-kun, I've kept you waiting. Have you completed your mission? Teacher Kurenai had received a message and departed, signaling the end of the day. Hinata, after finishing a weeding task, interlaced her fingers and stretched her arms, her youthful curves gradually becoming more pronounced. What are you staring at? Noticing Naruto's gaze fixated on her important features, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled a recent incident, and she playfully chastised him while wrapping her clothing tightly around herself. Nothing much. By the way, there have been many newcomers in the village lately. Is something happening? It would be a lie to say she was indifferent. After all, she had spent considerable time with this girl. However, due to Hinata's shyness, Naruto clumsily shifted the topic. You see, I've been away on missions, so I wasn't aware. The Chunin exams are approaching. The Chunin exams? Hinata inquired, intrigued. Ninja from other villages will gather in Konoha to compete in a test of skills. Oh, how fortunate I am to have just become a genin and already be able to take the exam. Hinata, wait for me to pass the Chunin exam. Perhaps there will even be a Jonin exam this year. I could achieve my goals all at once. Genin assessments have retakes too. Observing Naruto's confident smile, Hinata playfully poked his cheek and laughed. That was an accident. But you were quite perceptive to notice the increase of unfamiliar faces in the village. Have you memorized the faces of everyone in the village? Not at all. It's just that they look at me as if I were a normal person. Which is rather evident. His simple words pierced Hinata's heart, causing her to embrace his waist and press her face closely against his. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Caught off guard by Hinata's sudden embrace, Naruto felt uncertain about where to place his hands. Naruto-kun, there are many painful memories you carry, and I understand. You have always loved this village. One day, they will come to regret it. As long as I am here, I will ensure you never have to relive those memories. Honestly, I don't care too much. Hinata's resolute words once again moved Naruto, who, despite claiming indifference, held her close, savoring the warmth of her embrace. Hey, you're blocking the way. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a cold voice from a passerby who was displeased with their obstruction. Huh? Wow, what is that? A horse? Is it a horse? Naruto turned his head and beheld an unprecedented creature, towering approximately 2 meters with a long neck and a coat of yellow fur. Its enormous eyes glared at him menacingly. Naruto-kun, that is a camel, scientifically known as a camel. How impressive. This one can speak. No, it is indeed a camel. The one speaking is me. A discontented voice emanated from the figure seated atop the camel, prompting Naruto to elevate his gaze. Finally catching sight of a red-haired youth perched upon the creature's back. Every aspect of this boy was striking. He bore an oversized gourd on his back. Dark circles encircled his eyes, and a red kanji symbol for love adorned his forehead, truly a visage one would never forget at first glance. Oh, it's a hedgehog head. I thought it was the camel that could talk. Who are you to judge me? Gaara seethed with indignation. This diminutive creature, also possessing a hedgehog-like hairstyle, was audaciously critiquing him. You don't look like someone from the village. State your name. Gaara of the Sand. What a peculiar name. I am Uzumaki Naruto of the Leaf Village, so remember it well. You have no right to call others strange. You'd best pray that we do not cross paths in the Chunin exams. With an aloof demeanor, Gaara urged the camel forward. But they had hardly taken a few steps before a leaf ninja barred their way. Sand ninja. The rules explicitly state that mounts must be turned over to us for supervision. What do you think you're doing wandering about in the streets, potentially colliding with others? Who knows what you might do to my mount? Who would do anything to such an ugly creature? The lower-ranked ninja barely finished his sentence before Gaara launched an attack. The boy atop the camel vanished and reappeared before him, reaching for the ninja's throat with one hand. Calling my sand ugly. So that was the creature's name. Naruto interjected, blocking Gaara's hand that sought the ninja's throat. Oh, you managed to stop me. Who asked you to meddle, you little brat? Come collect after the Chunin exams. The rescued ninja offered no thanks to Naruto. Instead, he shoved him aside, seizing the camel's reins and departing. Someone like me. This time, Gaara did not intervene, merely observing Naruto with a contemplative gaze, reminiscent of how the villagers regarded him. Could this fellow also be? Why do you not despise them? You mean this? I've long since grown accustomed to it. Why do you have someone willing to watch over you? What an absurd question. Isn't it natural to forge friendships earnestly? Boring fellow. Their brief exchange concluded. Gaara was disinterested in continuing the conversation with this unresponsive, tamed individual. To repay malice with kindness was an act of folly. The gourd behind him opened, and a cascade of sand poured forth, gradually coalescing into the shape of a camel, once again supporting him. Must you insist on riding something? Sealed space. Chunin exams. Naruto has reached this age, and I will cheer for you, my dear. Minato affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, memories of his childhood vividly resurfacing, prompting a wistful reflection on the swift passage of time. Before long, he would be facing the CH9 exams. Naruto, has your hair grown longer? How about keeping it like this? Minato mused, feeling the softness beneath his fingers. Why? To facilitate learning a jutsu. That individual would never harbor any bias against you. Yes. That person. Minato recalled his own teacher, that eccentric ninja who often lamented that his extraordinary skill could not be mastered by anyone else, as it required flowing long hair. No, I don't like long hair. I'll keep it like Dad's, which looks really cool. Ha, ha, ha. Then it seems there is nothing more to be done. Minato chuckled, for what father wouldn't cherish the admiration of his son? The notion of Naruto sporting long hair dissipated. Kyubi. Naruto approached the slumbering Kyubi, resting his head on its paw and calling out. What is it? I'm quite busy, the Kyubi replied, lifting an eye to glance at Naruto. I haven't thanked you properly. Thank you for helping me save Sister Haku. I was merely bored. Not just Sister Haku. At that moment, I felt your power enveloping me. Initially, it was scorching, but soon it became warm, a torrent of strength surging forth, allowing me to defeat Zabuza. I truly feel fortunate to have encountered you, Kyubi. All right, enough of the pleasantries. If you truly wish to express gratitude, do as I say. That little brat you saw today, find an opportunity to spar with him. The Kyubi had grown accustomed to Naruto's irritating attempts to sway it, remaining unfazed, and issued a direct command. Hey, Gaara? Do you find him unlikable? Just do as I say, Humph. Shikaku, I never expected to encounter you. My claws are growing restless. Hello, everyone. Today, I got lost again. Kakashi arrived before Team 7 long after the agreed-upon meeting time, waving and smiling. Fraud. I trust you are aware that the village is currently holding the CH9 exams, and I have recommended all 3 of you for participation. Kakashi, with an audacity that bordered on the absurd, disregarded Naruto and Sakura's resentful glares, producing 3 application forms for the CH9 exams and handing them to the trio. Of course, this is not mandatory. Those lacking confidence may withdraw. If you wish to participate, please sign your names on the forms and gather in room 301 at school on July 1st. Sasuke, you'll be participating, right? Of course. This is an excellent opportunity to compete against ninjas from other nations. The CH9 exam. Sakura clutched the application form tightly, fully aware of her own weakness. During the last C-rank mission, her role had merely been to protect Tizuna, but in reality, she had done little more than observe. The formidable enemies had been engaged solely by Naruto and Sasuke. If she were to participate in the exam, she feared she might hold them back. Just as she contemplated giving up, gentle hands rested on her shoulders. Sakura, do not be afraid. Sasuke, and I will protect you. No matter what happens. Both this underachiever and I will ensure your safety. Naruto and Sasuke recognized Sakura's anxiety, yet they were unwilling to abandon her to face the exam alone. True companionship meant facing challenges together. We are comrades. Oh, you too. Stop saying such touching things or I might burst into tears. Sakura wiped away the tears that had begun to spill from her eyes. Initially unfamiliar with the concept of camaraderie, she had joined Team 7 primarily for the joy of being with Sasuke. However, she now understood the true meaning of partnership and resolved to become a ninja capable of supporting them, no longer a hindrance. Hiki. Since we've decided to participate in the exam, let's go have some ramen. What kind of logic is that? Although Sasuke was displeased, he followed Naruto's lead. And Sakura quietly trailed behind her 2 companions, gazing at their retreating figures. Kakashi seemed to glimpse his younger self and his own friends in them. Oh dear. The team spirit among these 3 is growing stronger. Splendid, splendid. Witnessing this, Kakashi smiled with satisfaction, for only those who could consider others could truly be called comrades. Those who were solely self-serving would never pass the CH9 exam. Hey, you brat, do you even have eyes? A shout from the roadside caused Team 7 to halt and look curiously at a man clad in black, who was lifting a small boy by his scarf, reprimanding him. Konohamaru? The boy with the scarf seemed vaguely familiar to Naruto, who tentatively called out. Big brother, help me. Konohamaru cried out as soon as he spotted Naruto, realizing he couldn't escape the grip of the adult. What have you done? I wanted to ambush you, big brother, but I accidentally bumped into this uncle. Uncle? I'm merely more mature. The man, Kankuro, seethed with anger, for not only had Konohamaru collided with him, but he had also struck a nerve by mentioning his age. Haha. I told you that the paint on your face makes you look older. A blonde girl beside Kankuro laughed heartily, teasing her brother. Shut up. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Hey, this could escalate badly, if he sees you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Big brother, help. As the man prepared to act against him, Konohamaru kicked his legs in fear, pleading for assistance once more. Konohamaru, I won't intervene. When facing danger, your first instinct shouldn't be to seek help, but to solve it yourself. Is this how you aspire to become Hokage? Kankuro carried no killing intent. So Naruto refrained from assisting Konohamaru, instead chastising him. Big bro, I understand now. Sexy jutsu. Konohamaru's fighting spirit ignited by Naruto's words. He formed hand seals and shouted. What? What is this? As the smoke cleared, Kankuro gaped at the swimsuit-clad girl before him. To his horror, his hand was gripping her chest. He hastily released her. Hey, mister, why don't we do something meaningful together? Seeing Kankuro let go instead of fleeing, Konohamaru pressed his advantage, throwing himself into the older boy's arms. The dark-haired girl's soft skin brushed against Kankuro as she cooed seductively. Kankuro spurted blood from his nose and collapsed. In Sunagakure. Everyone wore thick wind-resistant coats. Swimsuit girls were beyond his comprehension. Such stimulation was too much for the sheltered boy. Big bro, I did it. Konohamaru could hardly believe he'd actually defeated such a strong opponent. Overjoyed, he ran to Naruto for a celebratory high five. Well done, Konohamaru. You've truly mastered the essence of the sexy jutsu. Chest, thighs, and butt all score above 90. Naruto circled the female Konohamaru, nodding approvingly. As the originator of the technique, his praise carried weight. All thanks to your teachings, big bro. Good. Then let's move to the next phase. Remove the clothes. Remove? What's under the clothes? Konohamaru blinked in confusion. The innocent boy only knew how to transform as the scrolls described. Words won't suffice. Let me show you. Sexy jutsu. Scratching his head, Naruto opted for a practical demonstration. Smoke dispersed to reveal a golden-haired, twin-tailed girl standing stark naked before Konohamaru. Whoa, amazing. So that's what's underneath. The female Konohamaru marveled at the blonde's ample curves, even reaching out to touch them experimentally. No sooner had Kankuro been revived than he awoke to the sight of two girls fondling each other. Another nosebleed later, he was out cold again. Kankuro, pull yourself together. Sister, in my next life, I wish to be born in Konoha. Farewell. Kankuro, you idiots. Sakura's patience snapped. A fist each sent Naruto and Konohamaru reverting to their original forms. What's the big deal, Sakura? You shameless fool. What are you teaching this child? My original ninjutsu. Not that. Walking around naked, have you no shame? Nope. Sasuke, say something. You're embarrassing Team 7. Yeah, whatever. Sasuke stared blankly at Naruto. His mind a chaotic whirlwind. Why did this technique of Naruto's seem so familiar? He struggled to recall where he had seen it before. In the moment he attempted to think, a sharp pain surged through him, rendering him breathless. Could it be that such a lascivious ninjutsu was effective against Sasuke as well? After all, he was still a boy, and furthermore, my physique certainly surpassed yours in fullness. Naruto nodded smugly, oblivious to the danger, and casually remarked to Sakura, Naruto, I will kill you. You are truly bringing shame upon our sand village. Just as Sakura prepared to give Naruto a piece of her mind, a cold voice pierced their ears. Gaara had appeared beside Kankuro, his aquamarine eyes flashing with displeasure. Gaara, this is... Temari attempted to explain, but was at a loss for words under Gaara's piercing gaze. Silence. We shall discuss this later. Gaara's gaze swept over the three members of Team 7. He had been absent and was unaware of which fool had managed to bring Kankuro down in a pool of his own blood, with Naruto being the first to confront him. Gaara, what a coincidence. Do you know him? Sasuke inquired, puzzled, as it was clear these individuals hailed from the Sand Village, and Naruto was unlikely to be acquainted with them. I met him yesterday. Let me tell you, this guy has a gigantic horse. Stable hand? As Naruto's description unfolded, Sasuke and Sakura visualized the absurdity of a boy tending to horses, which seemed utterly incongruous. Sand hand. Gaara's fury had reached a boiling point. The sand within his gourd swiftly transformed into a massive hand, hurtling towards Naruto. Fire style, fireball technique. Sasuke positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball that incinerated the oncoming sand, reducing it to heaps of molten red solid on the ground. Who are you? State your name. Gaara glanced at Sasuke, abandoning his attack. Although the sand hand was a simplistic technique, the ease with which Sasuke had defended against it indicated that he was no ordinary person, deserving of remembrance. Uchiha Sasuke. Excellent. I shall remember you. Both of you are now on my kill list. I will show no mercy should we encounter one another during the exams. Gaara, Let us have a spar sometime. Unfazed by Gaara's murderous intent, Naruto responded with a grin. Humph. Gaara ignored Naruto's words, snorting coldly as he used sand to lift Kankuro and departed. On the day of the Chunin exam, Sasuke, you arrived quite early. Isn't the appointed time 2 o'clock? Upon arriving at the school, Naruto spotted Sasuke leaning against the wall, resting with his eyes closed, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Upon hearing the noise, Sasuke nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied with a calm demeanor. Are you troubled? I was merely contemplating how formidable the individuals outside the village are. I wonder if we stand a chance against them. Sasuke harbored dissatisfaction with his own prowess. Both Neji and Gaara, his contemporaries, possessed terrifying strength. Although he had never confronted Gaara directly, his instincts whispered that should a battle ensue, the likelihood of his victory would be minimal. The potency of his fire techniques had become almost negligible. He yearned for a more formidable and incisive single-target ninjutsu. Are you feeling apprehensive? Naruto's candid remarks pierced Sasuke's inner turmoil, prompting him to cast a disgruntled glare in his direction. Do you not have a few encouraging words to share? Worry not. No one has suggested that we must fight alone. I firmly believe that our partnership is unparalleled. With you by my side, I would dare to confront any adversary. This is my Nindo. Besides, we have Sakura with us. Her punches pack quite a wallop. Naruto chuckled knowingly, gently tapping Sasuke's shoulder. The tasks that one could not accomplish alone could certainly be achieved with the support of comrades. Now, clear that noodle-brained head of yours. Aimless recklessness could lead to your demise, and that would be truly laughable. Hey, I'm not flattering you. What kind of expression is that supposed to convey? Apologies for my tardiness. Have you two started bickering again? Sakura rushed over, breathless. Girls always had their own affairs to attend to. Not a single detail of grooming could be overlooked. Humph, there's nothing to discuss with someone so far behind. Sasuke turned his head away from Naruto. Yet his worries were somewhat alleviated. There were indeed benefits to teaming up with a fool. All right, let us proceed together. Team 7 has arrived. Sakura was already accustomed to the dynamic between the two, linking their arms as they entered the academy, heading straight for room 301. Please, let us in. At the entrance of room 301, a girl with 2 bun-like hairstyles pleaded with the sentinels, cradling her injured companion. However, the 2 guarding ninjas remained steadfast. Such rudimentary genjutsu. Sakura murmured softly, easily seeing through the opponent's low-level illusion. The Chunin exams are not a playground for you inexperienced children. Once you become Chunin, you will be tasked with responsibilities akin to that of a leader. The deaths of subordinates and failures of missions will rest upon your shoulders. You little ones are not equipped to bear such burdens. Defeat me if you wish to enter. The boy transformed into a Chunin made an unreasonable demand. Their display of jinjutsu intended to deter unqualified genin, serving as the first hurdle for their own kind. Then I shall not hold back. Sasuke, recognizing that this individual was not a candidate, felt a surge of impulsive desire to test his abilities against a formidable opponent, charging forward to exchange a few blows. This guy never fails to seek the spotlight, Naruto remarked, ignoring Sasuke as his gaze shifted to another. Neji, are you still unwilling to turn back? That's none of your concern. How bold of you. Though Hinata may not voice it, she has been thinking of you constantly. You are her only brother. Naruto, I believe I have mentioned to you that the distinction between the main and branch families is insurmountable. I shall heed Lady Hinata's commands. Yet I will not draw too close to her. Neji cast a cold glance at Naruto, his words devoid of any emotion. As if Hinata were merely a stranger to him. How infuriating. You twisted individual. Should you bring tears to Hinata's eyes, I will certainly deliver a sound beating to you. Are you not weary of uttering that phrase since the inception of this tale? Naruto, do you know him? Sakura inquired curiously. Having observed Naruto's discontented exchange with the boy bearing the Byakugan, this fellow is my future brother-in-law, Hyūga Neji. I do not know him. He graduated a year before us and has been a Chunin for a year now. From your words, could it be that he harbors a poor relationship with Hinata? I have no idea. It is precisely the uncertainty that vexes me. Things were fine during our childhood, yet at some point, he began to distance himself from Hinata. I have approached him several times, but he remains silent. It is truly bothersome. The complexities of large families are indeed perplexing. I am furious. The more I seethe, the hotter I become. I shall procure some ice pops to cool off. With that, Naruto, irritated by Neji's detestable visage and the oppressive July heat, impulsively opened the window and leapt out. Naruto, that guy is truly. Sakura called out a few times without a response, turning her attention to Sasuke, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Chunin, just as their kicks were about to connect. The green-clad boy who had been on the receiving end of the blows suddenly appeared between them, effortlessly intercepting their attacks with one hand each. The Chunin nodded in acknowledgement and vanished in a puff of smoke. To have so easily thwarted my strikes, who is this individual? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He believed that his power, along with that of the Chunin, was formidable. Yet this person had simultaneously halted the forceful blows without so much as a tremor. Lee. This is not what we agreed upon. Did you not claim to desire to avoid attention by feigning weakness? Tintin lamented as she observed Lee, who could not contain himself while the entire team was indulging in the ruse. I apologize, Tintin, but I wish to make an impression in front of someone I admire. The boy with the watermelon hairstyle approached Sakura, his cheeks slightly flushed as he mustered the courage to speak, showcasing his pearly white teeth. My name is Rock Lee, Sakura. I like you, and I would be honored if you would go out with me. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are far too thick. Sakura felt as if the world was spinning, desperately shaking her head to reject Lee's confession. Sasuke, let us hurry, as it appeared that Lee was about to utter more. Sakura promptly pulled Sasuke and dashed toward the third floor. Are my eyebrows too thick? All right, let us go. Tenen helped the dejected Lee, pushing him up the stairs. Where's Naruto? Upon ascending to the third floor, the spacious hall revealed that one person was missing. He has gone to buy ice pops. That guy. With a fierce glint in his eye, he exclaimed, just wait a moment. As Sasuke was about to unleash his fury, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to a man with thick eyebrows. Sasuke's forehead was already etched with the pattern of a grid, and his irritation was palpable. The arrival of this seemingly oppressive individual intensified his malevolence. Oh dear, such a fearsome gaze. Would you care to engage in a duel with me? Little Lee, startled by Sasuke's expression, pondered whether he truly appeared so loathsome, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge. What was the reason? I wish to ascertain if my techniques can affect those hailed as geniuses. Is he approaching me merely due to the Uchiha name? You know nothing of the Uchiha clan. I look forward to your guidance. I shall defeat you in 5 minutes. Sasuke despised it most when others invoked the Uchiha name to challenge him. He bore no intentions of holding back against Little Lee, raising his fist to strike at the latter's head. What? Just as his fist was about to connect, Little Lee vanished. Surprised by Little Lee's speed, Sasuke instantly became alert, scanning his surroundings. Above him, he spotted Little Lee descending to kick him, and he swiftly dodged the blow. Yet Little Lee's flurry of attacks did not cease there. As he landed, he twisted his body and executed a kick at an incredible angle aimed at Sasuke. Realizing he could not evade it, Sasuke hastily raised his hands in defense. But it was too late, and he was sent flying. Effective. It seems relentless effort can indeed surpass genius. Little Lee exclaimed in excitement upon witnessing the success of his attack. Sharingan. Sasuke quickly rose from the ground, his double tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes. Although he was unaware of what Little Lee had just done, he was confident that the Sharingan would unveil all secrets. It's futile. I am neither employing ninjutsu nor genjutsu, merely pure taijutsu. Even if you can see my movements, you cannot react in time to match my speed. Little Lee, undeterred by Sasuke's Sharingan, closed in with his speed, delivering a kick to Sasuke's chin. True to his instincts, Sasuke was unable to react and was sent soaring into the air, only to be stylishly kicked down into the wooden floor. Sakura, abandoning the defeated Sasuke, embraced Little Lee. Little Lee, you are so handsome. I adore you. Please marry me. Is that so? Hee, of course. Such a naive fellow. Sasuke stood proudly before Little Lee, having claimed victory in this written test. The moment he was struck on the chin had transcended reality and entered the realm of illusion, as Sasuke had deliberately lured him into the genjutsu of his Sharingan. Since this is a decisive battle, it would be unreasonable if you did not sustain any injuries. Sasuke rubbed the area that had been struck. This fellow possessed remarkable strength, and a lingering pain persisted. In contrast, Little Lee appeared unscathed. Sasuke resolved to leave a memento with the Shuriken, for one who dared challenge the Uchiha should be ready for the consequences. This ends here. Suddenly, a small windmill, seemingly from nowhere, struck Sasuke's Shuriken, and a red turtle appeared before Little Lee, speaking in human tongue. Who are you? As you can see, the turtle responsible for educating this lad seems intent on interfering with our victory. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I have already triumphed. Is that truly the case, young man? Cast a glance at your feet. Had I arrived a moment later, it would have been you who sustained grave injuries. Sasuke glanced down, realizing that his left foot had been ensnared by the bandages of Lee's left hand. Meanwhile, Lee had regained consciousness and was being subjected to a fervent lecture by the turtle. How dare you attempt to use that technique? Do you believe I would not strike you down? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This farcical episode ultimately concluded under the admonition of a much larger, greener Kappa with bushy eyebrows. After apologizing, Lee departed for room 301, leaving Sasuke and Sakura alone. Damn it. Sasuke's fist slammed into the floor. Filled with frustration at his own weakness, the examination had yet to commence, and he had already resorted to using his illusion techniques, yet at that moment, he had been unable to employ any other ninjutsu. Even so, he had nearly faced defeat, inflicting a significant blow to his pride. Sasuke Sakura recognized his strong sense of pride and was at a loss for words to comfort him. Fortunately, a certain fool returned just in time. It's freezing. What are you doing? Just as Sasuke was engulfed in anger, a chilling sensation crept from his neck to his brain, startling him. He turned to see Naruto pressing a popsicle against his neck, exclaiming in annoyance. Hee, I can't finish this alone. Let us share it. Naruto beamed as he unwrapped the treat and sat beside Sasuke, breaking apart the two connected popsicles and unceremoniously shoving one into Sasuke's mouth. Feeling calmer now? The ice melted in his mouth, and with it, Sasuke's irritable emotions began to ease. At least his expression became less grim. Sasuke, may I pose a question? If you were asked to run laps around the schoolyard for physical training, how many would you complete? 20, 30? Sasuke replied uncertainly. To him, running laps seemed utterly pointless, perhaps beneficial, but certainly less rewarding than other endeavors. That fellow with the thick eyebrows? He trains in the thousands, tirelessly from dawn until dusk. An endless cycle of practice that has bestowed upon him such speed and strength. Sasuke regarded Naruto in disbelief, realizing he was entirely serious. Do you comprehend now? Your loss is not unjust. Compared to him, our training resembles child's play. But I understand that his training regimen is not suitable for us. It is precisely because he recognizes his lack of talent that he has exerted efforts hundreds of times greater than ours, thus enabling him to defeat you. How do you know this? He is Niji's teammate. When I sought him out for a conversation, he was engaged in grueling training nearby. There are countless individuals like him in the Chunin exams. Are you frightened? Naruto dusted himself off, rising from the ground and pointing toward room 301 not far ahead. Humph. How could I possibly be afraid? Rather, I find myself filled with excitement. If I cannot manage alone, I shall enlist your aid. That thick-browed lad will hardly pose a challenge for us. This is the Sasuke I have chosen. Let us together strike them down and prove ourselves the strongest among the newcomers. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand toward Sasuke, just as I wished. Sasuke firmly grasped Naruto's hand, rising from the ground as they made their way to room 301. You too, do not forget about me. Let us strive together. Sakura dashed into the space between them, wrapping an arm around each of their necks, drawing them close. She felt that neither could do without the other. The previously volatile Sasuke had become invigorated under Naruto's influence, and Naruto's words resonated with her as well. By the way, did you bring ice pops for Sasuke? What about my share? Sakura, are you not on a diet? The flesh around your waist. Ouch. The weight of a girl is a secret. Oh, what is this? There are so many people. As Naruto entered room 301, he was taken aback by the astonishing number of candidates. Before him stood a sea of students adorned with various headbands, their numbers reaching an astounding 150. Sasuke. Suddenly, a girl launched herself at Sasuke from behind, affectionately rubbing against him. Ino, release Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction as she spotted her rival, Ino Yamanaka, clinging to Sasuke. Humph. I want to let go, ugly Sakura. Ino stuck out her tongue and continued to nuzzle against Sasuke. Humph. Pigs are just foolish. Let go of the chair in your hands first. What? Sasuke, why did you run away? Ino glared at the chair she was holding, realizing that Sasuke had somehow escaped using a substitution jutsu. How tiresome. Sasuke coldly turned his head away. Had he not been hiding behind Naruto, the effect would have been even more pronounced. Those two were once good friends. How delightful. How popular. Naruto squinted his eyes, mocking them. After getting to know Sasuke, his childhood friends began to confront one another. It was undoubtedly Sasuke's fault. Blame me? Sasuke lightly tapped Naruto on the head. Indifferent to matters of love between men and women, unable to navigate them, which was precisely why he sought refuge behind Naruto. Naruto-kun, you've arrived. Hinata rushed to Naruto's side, taking his hand and standing obediently beside him. She could no longer endure the tense atmosphere in the room. Only upon seeing Naruto did she feel at ease. Yes, I shall definitely pass this exam and become a CH Nin. You all have come to participate in this troublesome exam as well. Shikamaru, with a drowsy expression, approached Naruto, joined by Choji, Kiba, and Shino. This year, the 9 aspiring genin gathered in one place. Shikamaru, you are here too. If possible, I would rather not have come. How long are you going to argue with her? Shikamaru approached Ino, gently pushing her aside to stand behind him. If it weren't for the presence of his teammates, he would have preferred to avoid this tempestuous situation. Why was it tempestuous? The series of actions exhibited by Naruto and his companions upon entering had already incited discontent among numerous candidates, all eyes converging at the entrance. Among these genin candidates, many had undertaken life-and-death missions, rendering them sensitive to killing intent. Naruto instantly sensed it, particularly from an individual swathed entirely in bandages. Save for one exposed eye. I know not which nation or village you hail from, but since we are competing in the same examination, I shall not concede defeat to you. Prepare yourselves for the inevitable defeat at my hands. Naruto declared confidently, raising his fist towards the remaining 144 candidates, excluding their 9-member group. Of course, the palpable aura of hostility intensified following his proclamation. This fool, Shikamaru lamented, covering his face. He had no desire to make enemies. Yet, with them all standing behind Naruto, it felt as though the 9 newcomers were collectively declaring war. If possible, he would prefer to return home. Enough of your nonsense. Silence. Just as some were contemplating a reprimand for the audacious Naruto, a group of examiners, shrouded in smoke, materialized at the front of the classroom. A scarred giant bellowed at the candidates, I am your chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. Allow me to explain the rules of the written test. Marino Ibiki distributed examination papers to all, subsequently inscribing the rules on the blackboard. At this juncture, Naruto could no longer absorb the specifics. His mind was a blank slate. Oh no, the initial challenge is the very thing I am least adept at. Even answering a single question would suffice. Hinata, sitting beside him, might fare better. Sakura sat behind Naruto, wishing to assist but unable to do so. What thoughts could the boastful fool be entertaining now? Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Despite his grandiose declarations, he might not even surpass the first hurdle. Naruto-kun, wait for me. Hinata was grateful to be seated next to Naruto. Faced with his evident distress, she resolved to focus on her own exam and assist him in cheating once she had completed her work. What is this? Why is the first phase a written test? I can't comprehend a single question. Naruto lamented in despair, clutching his head. He would rather engage in a prolonged battle with that menacing chief examiner than confront this wretched examination paper. There was no choice but to proceed. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the classroom, prompting Marino Ibiki to open his eyes in confusion and glance toward the examinees. This guy knocked himself out. An invigilator approached Naruto. Observing the sizable bump on his head and reporting with a mix of amusement and exasperation, has he given up on himself? Let him be. In the ceiling space, Dad. Help me. Naruto, examinations are something one must face alone. Watergate was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected presence, as he had mentioned just yesterday that he would be participating in the Chunin exam today. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that Naruto had been overwhelmed by the written test. Relying solely on myself has led to my demise. You know that I am utterly clueless, he lamented. However, the thought of resorting to cheating left Watergate in a state of disbelief. It was unimaginable that a Hokage would assist someone in such a manner. Yet, looking at his son's woeful face stirred feelings of compassion within him. If I fail this exam, I shall remain a mere genin for life and will never be able to marry Hinata. My future appears bleak. Naruto crouched on the ground, his eyes dimmed with despair, lamenting the colorlessness of his existence. Very well, just this once, Ninetales, show me the questions. TCH, you're bothering me again. The slumbering Ninetales lifted its eyelids and, using its chakra, replicated the examination paper for Watergate. These questions are exceedingly difficult, Watergate remarked. You don't know the answers either. Do you, Dad? The first question regarding code deciphering was manageable, but the subsequent queries were perplexing. Watergate pondered, stroking his chin. Some of these questions were beyond even his comprehension. Clearly, only a select few would be capable of answering them. Why would the examiners introduce such challenging questions in the Chunin exam? Naruto, your skills and intelligence gathering let us pretend I never asked. Watergate soon realized the examiner's intent. Yet he knew Naruto was a student with a pronounced bias in his studies, filled with tenacious skills. Cheating in such a scenario without getting caught was utterly impossible. He would have to earnestly attempt the questions. Let us brainstorm together. Ninetales, you should assist as well. Why should I help you with your questions? The Ninetales retorted. With a head that large, you must be quite clever. Just take a look at this problem. I cannot solve this triangular relationship. The Ninetales cast a glance at the challenging question and, with a resounding thud, slapped the chakra-formed test paper onto Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun. Wow. Naruto awoke, slightly disoriented after being pulled from the ceiling space by Hinata's gentle nudging. When he glanced at the clock on the wall, he was startled to see the time was nearly upon him. You're awake. The exam time is almost here. All right, I'll tackle the questions. Naruto's hand trembled as he grasped the pen. During their time in the ceiling space, the two, one human and one fox, had struggled to complete all the answers. Though Watergate was the Hokage, he had little exposure to academic questions. During his school days, relations among the nations were tense, and conflicts could erupt at any moment, leaving no time for theoretical studies. Teachers were preoccupied with imparting combat knowledge. Naruto-kun, no need to write. I've completed everything. Just put your name on this paper. Hinata quietly placed the test paper on Naruto's desk and whispered in his ear. I'm sorry, I'm so useless. I spent so much time just solving the problems, and the rest the 10th question. I'll do my best to help you finish it. Wait, give me the test paper. What about you? I'll write another copy. Don't be ridiculous. With only 5 minutes left and needing to answer the 10th question, where will you find the time to write another? No matter what, Naruto must pass this exam. No, listen to me. Hinata coaxed him gently, like soothing a child. She felt relieved when she saw Naruto raise his pen to write his name in the designated space. That was sufficient. As long as Naruto could succeed, she would be content. Wait, that's not my name, Naruto. Hinata exclaimed in surprise as she caught a glimpse of him neatly inscribing Hyūga Hinata in the name field. I shall not agree to that. Sacrificing Hinata for the sake of my dreams is not what it means to be a man. My ninja way is to forge ahead. If one day I look back and find that my ascent to Hokage came at the cost of Hinata's sacrifice, what kind of Hokage would I be? Naruto returned the exam paper to Hinata, grinning foolishly. You're not dead, honestly, she retorted, puffing out her cheeks in irritation, feeling anger rise due to Naruto's tenderness. You could just take it and be done with it. Why act so cool? But it is precisely this foolishness that I love about you, Naruto. Isn't there still question 10? I'll wager everything on it. All right, time's up, you worthless lot. Now, I will announce question 10. But before that, let me clarify, this question is optional. As the exam reached its final 5 minutes, Marino Abiki rapped his knuckles on the desk and declared in an authoritative voice. If you answer correctly, regardless of how you fared on the previous 9 questions, you will advance. If you answer incorrectly, the same applies. Your performance on the previous 9 will be disregarded. Furthermore, if you answer this question incorrectly, you will forfeit your chance to participate in the Chunin exams ever again, remaining a genin for life. Now, make your choice, stake your future. What to do? What to do? Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him, the pressure weighing heavier on him than on others. If he failed this question, he would never be able to marry Hinata. However, giving up now is unthinkable. Even the slightest chance was worth fighting for. Oh, that kid's expression is quite delightful. Marino Abiki reveled in Naruto's anguish, taking pleasure in witnessing despair unfold through his skilled interrogation techniques. But Naruto's pained expression faded quickly, just as Abiki thought he might withdraw. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, I want to give up. If it comes to it, I'll just remain a genin for life. Hinata, if it comes to that, I will take you away from the Hyūga clan. This is my ninja way, and I shall have no regrets. Naruto threw caution to the wind, making a declaration that sounded bold but was, in truth, quite reckless. Did I pass? Really? As he stepped out of the ninja school, his feet felt light, as if he were floating. He had merely written a name on the paper and somehow passed, leaving him feeling as though he were dreaming. He never anticipated that the examiner's true intention was this. All the questions he had answered previously were in vain. Sakura exclaimed in exasperation, having pulled out several strands of her hair in frustration over the exam questions. To her disbelief, that fierce proctor claimed, only those who dare to undertake the unknown tasks are true ninjas, and passed Naruto. How unfair. It was truly a case of a fool enjoying good fortune. Sasuke, having resorted to cheating with his Sharingan, lamented in resignation, recognizing from Naruto's expression that he must have submitted a blank paper. It seemed even the heavens were aiding him. This is power, true power. Naruto chuckled with a self-satisfied grin, his laughter no different from that of a small person reveling in their own success. The audacity of the criminal, who had just boasted about snatching Hinata away, was utterly shameless. Sakura's sense of injustice intensified as she protested. Hey, did you hear that? Ugh. Silly Naruto. Hinata, blushing, hid behind Naruto, her tiny fist lightly thumping his back in complaint. "Hinata, let's work hard together in the second phase. It will be far more enjoyable if we both become CHNI. MHM. Listen closely, candidates of the 26 selected groups. The 44th training ground is no child's play. Before entering, you must sign a death waiver." The main examiner, Mitarashi Anko, was elucidating the rules of the upcoming competition. Behind her loomed a vast ancient forest. Its towering trees innumerable, and the occasional roar of ferocious beasts sent shivers down the spines of the candidates. The area was enclosed by iron bars, designating it as one of the forbidden zones of Konoha. To seize the scrolls. In the best-case scenario, half of them would be enemies. Sasuke pondered, gripping the earth scroll he had received from the examiner. With only a 50% qualification rate alongside the death waiver, it felt as if they were being encouraged to turn against one another. Should they encounter a deranged individual, they might not even inquire about the heaven or earth scrolls before attacking. This exam was proving to be significantly more perilous than he had anticipated. "All right, let us devise a battle strategy." Naruto sat down, speaking gravely. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Naruto's words. Had they not been in the midst of an exam, they might have suspected that he was an imposter. For hearing him utter battle strategy felt like a dream. This training ground was exceedingly dangerous. Once inside, our first priority must be to rendezvous with Hinata. I've already made arrangements with her. Their reconnaissance abilities are formidable, and as long as we leave some markers, they will locate us swiftly. Naruto had little interest in the rules, yet he worried about Hinata's safety, given that the 26 groups of candidates were entering through different gates, embarking on a lengthy 5-day ordeal. What if their scrolls are different from ours? Sakura queried. Then we'll just snatch another one. Is that really it? What kind of battle plan is that? Trust me, my pairing with Hinata is incredibly powerful. Fine, if we can have an additional teammate, then let us proceed with that. Upon entering, the vastness of the forest became apparent, its atmosphere unsettling. Sakura hid behind Sasuke, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and the entire forest exuded a damp, eerie sensation. Without further ado, let us make some notes, Naruto declared as he removed his trousers. What are you doing? I am relieving myself. Your nose is quite keen. You should be able to discern that. If he knew, he would surely eliminate you. Sasuke, unable to bear the sight, covered his face. This fellow was as unruly as ever. Are you a dog? You must be a dog. You are human, you detestable creature. Go over there. Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of despair, questioning the misfortune that had befallen her to encounter such a teammate. She kicked Naruto's rear and pointed towards a nearby thicket, shouting furiously. It appeared there was no time to waste. The enemy had arrived. Naruto and Sasuke turned their gazes towards a branch towering over 10 meters high, where 3 figures had already taken their positions. Judging by their forehead protectors, they were likely ninjas from the land of grass. What luck! I never anticipated that the first encounter would be with you, Naruto. Orochimaru, draped in the guise of a grass ninja, extended his tongue to lick his eyes. A repulsive greeting that nearly made Sakura retch. Do you know me, Auntie? Naruto inquired, looking curiously at the female grass ninja, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though its origin eluded him. Auntie, you say? Ha ha ha. If you survive, I shall tell you. A hint of murderous intent emanated from Orochimaru. It was not the lingering dread like that of Zabuza, but rather a fleeting arrow that pierced the minds of the 3, rendering them motionless. In that instant, each was ensnared by a vision of their own dismemberment. If Zabuza's aura was so oppressive it drove one to contemplate suicide, Orochimaru's presence stripped away even that courage, leaving them standing helplessly, awaiting their fate. However, Naruto and Sasuke were no longer the reckless youths they once were. Hey, the straggler. Can you still move? Sasuke gasped, regaining a modicum of composure. His Sharingan was already activated, and he instinctively positioned himself in front of Sakura. Of course, Naruto, albeit with a sluggish gait, approached Sakura, preparing the hand seals for his shadow clone technique. Oh, you can still move, truly worthy of being an Uchiha descendant. Summoning technique. Orochimaru admired Sasuke's bravery and prowess, biting into his fingertip to form the seals for the summoning jutsu. 3 massive pythons materialized before the trio, each exceeding 20 meters in length and 3 meters in width, flicking their crimson tongues in anticipation of their master's command. Multiple shadow clone technique. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones emerged, having grown significantly, yet it was still insufficient. As Itachi's younger brother, this boy lacked distinctive traits. Orochimaru observed the combat strategies of both individuals, Naruto's growth fell drastically short of his expectations, proving to be a foolish lad. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he regarded Sasuke, whose simple ninjutsu could hardly pose a challenge to the serpentine beasts. Each whip of the snake's tail dispersed over 10 of Naruto's clones. And in the face of such colossal serpentine shadows, there was little recourse but to endure. As the colossal serpent confronted Sasuke, it rolled on the ground several times to extinguish the flames engulfing its body and lunged forward with its gaping maw aimed at him. Sasuke appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear. Yet suddenly, an instinctual awareness of danger surged within him, though it was too late. Spiraling sphere. The chakra infused with spiraling energy struck decisively at the serpent's vulnerable spot, driving its entire form deep into the earth. With such a critical blow to its weakest point, even the mightiest of serpents became incapacitated, rolling its eyes back in defeat. Oh! Orochimaru, as an observer, witnessed this spectacle, noting that Naruto's true form was being hurled towards Sasuke by one of his shadow clones. Sasuke, fully aware of this, did not flinch or evade. However, another serpent. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the serpent engaged in a fierce battle with Naruto's shadow clone, when suddenly, 5 fiery blossoms soared from the serpent's blind spot, piercing into its vulnerable area. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. This technique, an enhancement of the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, incorporated sharp kunai into the fiery blossoms to augment their penetrative power. At the moment Sasuke unleashed his great fireball, he swiftly formed the necessary seals, executing this lethal maneuver under the cover of the fireball. Is that all you've got, you wretched serpent? Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, their fists poised in a provocative display. Indeed, your strength is commendable, but what of the other side? Orochimaru clapped his hands in satisfaction. He had anticipated that if they fought separately, each serpent could deplete over half of their chakra. Yet these two displayed an unconditional trust in one another without even exchanging glances, allowing them to effortlessly achieve 2 decisive kills, an outcome he had not foreseen. Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke reacted swiftly, turning toward the location where Sakura had huddled. The third serpent had approached her from behind, concealed by the trees, and lunged forward. So terrifying. I just want to run away. I want to go home. Sakura, paralyzed by Orochimaru's murderous intent, felt as if her limbs were no longer her own. She could see and breathe, yet was utterly immobilized. She beheld Naruto and Sasuke standing before her once more, their silhouettes majestic, and their collaboration flawless. What purpose did her presence serve as a teammate? The girl named Sakura felt utterly helpless, merely a hindrance. Now, these two comrades had exposed themselves to danger in their attempt to save her. How utterly disgraceful. This surge of indignation ultimately triumphed over her fear. Sakura drew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and plunged it into her own leg, the pain jolting her senses back to life, gathering chakra beneath her feet. She leapt upward, narrowly evading the serpent's jaws. Who would meet their demise in the jaws of this foul serpent? What a ludicrous notion. With the fury of a determined girl, her fist crashed down upon the serpent's head, indenting it severely and rendering the creature unconscious. I told you, Sakura is quite formidable. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and it was Naruto who spoke first, while Sasuke nodded in agreement. As a member of Team 7, how could I always rely on you for protection? Sakura leaped down from Orochimaru's head, raising her fist towards her comrades, finally feeling worthy of such a gesture. Sakura, is your leg all right? Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixated on her bleeding thigh. Although Sakura's past shortcomings had been a burden, the current version of her shone far brighter than the girl who once only cried, I'm fine, just watch this. A surge of green chakra enveloped Sakura's hand, and she pressed it against her wounded thigh, staunching the blood flow. After the bleeding ceased, she swiftly bandaged her injury, knowing that elaborate treatment would have to wait with the looming threat at hand. When did you learn medical ninjutsu? Sasuke asked. I worked tirelessly to learn it in the days leading up to the exam, though I'm still a novice. Sakura showcased her remarkable control over chakra, having spent those critical days in the hospital. Although her healing skills were still developing, they were indeed usable. What a touching team, Orochimaru's ominous voice interrupted, recalling memories of a troubling past as the fear of a certain powerful woman resurfaced, much to his displeasure. Hey, Sasuke, we can't afford to be reckless. Let us use that technique. Naruto extended his hand, slowly gathering chakra to convey his intent to Sasuke, aware that the technique would place a considerable strain on Naruto's body. If we use that, your hand. Isn't Sakura here? She can summon foes like that giant snake, and we could perish at any moment. All right, let us give it our all. Sakura, cover us. Sasuke began forming hand seals, channeling fire-type chakra into Naruto's Rasengan. With the experience from before, this time it flowed seamlessly. And soon a fiery red sphere began to take shape, radiating heat. Understood. Sakura readied her kunai, her right hand trembling. She knew that after her recent attack, her bones were likely fractured. To unleash such power from her fragile body came at a cost, but she had to protect her teammates. You can even perform combined ninjutsu? I'm genuinely astonished. Orochimaru would not sit idly by. He elongated his body several times, slithering down the tree like a serpent, moving so swiftly that Sakura scarcely had time to react before he appeared before them. Too slow. Orochimaru dodged Sakura's kunai with a swift twist of his body, swatting her away as he lunged toward Naruto. This isn't over yet. The remaining shadow clones that had been lingering suddenly emerged, each standing in front of Orochimaru to delay his advance. After he dispatched the clones, he sensed a searing heat approaching. Naruto, can you hit him? No. His speed is too great. Orochimaru's momentary velocity exceeded what the eye could perceive, leaving Naruto shaken and hesitant. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke lunged at Orochimaru, closing the distance to engage in close combat. Despite Orochimaru's terrifying speed, the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to anticipate his movements. I am increasingly fond of you two little brats, Orochimaru sneered, darting around in search of an opportune moment to strike Sasuke. Yet each attempt was deftly thwarted by the foresight of the Sharingan. Seizing an opportunity, Sasuke hurled a kunai inscribed with an explosive tag onto Orochimaru's path. The ensuing explosion sent Orochimaru's form hurtling through the air. In an instant, Sasuke leaped behind him, plunging the kunai into the back of his neck. However, it was not so simple. The struck Orochimaru was merely a substitution, dissipating into a pool of black mud upon impact. The true Orochimaru then materialized behind Sasuke, his neck elongating like a thread, reaching around to bite into Sasuke's throat. Ah! Sasuke cried out in agony, the cursed seal's power seeping into his body, each cell feeling as if it were being rent apart by a ferocious beast. Sasuke! Orochimaru, incapacitated while casting the cursed seal, became vulnerable. Naruto seized this moment, driving his scorching Rasengan into Orochimaru, forcefully pushing him against a massive tree trunk before withdrawing. With a resounding boom, the flames within the Rasengan erupted violently, creating a fiery vortex that soared into the heavens, incinerating both the ancient tree and Orochimaru completely. Sasuke, are you alright? Why didn't you dodge? Fool. If I don't sell it, how could you possibly hit? We won, didn't we? Sasuke replied weakly, a faint smile gracing his lips, ignoring Naruto's complaints. What is this? Poison? Naruto swiftly scooped Sasuke into his arms, noting the prominent bite marks in the three tomo symbol on his neck. He emulated Orochimaru, biting at the wound in an attempt to draw out the venom. What are you doing? You dead last. Sasuke felt a tongue lapping at his wound, creating an irritating sensation. Strangely, after the licking, the burning heat and pain subsided slightly, replaced by a blush creeping onto his cheeks. A peculiar familiarity washed over him, as if Naruto had done this before, prompting him to shake off the thought. Ah, Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura, having sprinted over from where she had been thrown, screamed upon witnessing the two entangled together. He sucking out the poison. Sasuke was bitten by that snake man. With a surge of anger, Sasuke forcefully pushed Naruto aside and scolded him fiercely. What are you doing? Do you really wish for Sakura to attend to you? The fluids of the Uzumaki clan could somewhat mitigate the side effects of the cursed seal. Humph, valuable information indeed. Orochimaru emerged partially from the ground, observing the scene before vanishing back into the earth, his injured form retreating. That foolish Naruto always inadvertently provided him with useful intelligence, a rare virtue. Honestly, why are you so reckless? Sakura complained as she looked at Naruto's severely burned arm, using her chakra to assist in his healing. The daylight gradually faded, and the three of them were nestled in a concealed tree hollow, preparing to endure their first night. How else could we possibly win? Sakura, aren't you reckless as well? Naruto poked Sakura's arm, causing her to yelp in pain. Her slender arm was currently immobilized by wooden planks and bandages, rendering it unusable for the time being. You infected me. Sakura, you're exhausted. It's not hurting much now. You should rest. Sakura's treatment did not last long before Naruto halted her, simply wrapping his arm with bandages. He did not want her to squander too much of her chakra. Sasuke had already succumbed to sleep, overwhelmed by the power of the cursed seal. Then you should sleep first. I'll keep watch. Sakura nodded and, wielding a kunai, exited the tree hollow to set a few traps and alarms nearby to guard against intruders. Be careful, Naruto said little more, understanding that he needed to rest in order to better protect the two of them. He closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Ugh, how did I fall asleep? When Sakura awoke, she found herself beside Sasuke. Naruto had vanished without a trace. Frustrated, she slapped her face. Awake now? Would you like some mushrooms? Naruto's voice, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food, wafted into the hollow. Sakura inhaled deeply, saliva pooling in her mouth, as her stomach protested from the lack of food the previous night. It smells so good. Naruto, you can actually cook. Stepping out of the hollow, she saw Naruto stirring something in a small pot, likely a soup of assorted vegetables and mushrooms. Hee surprise. Delicious. I feel rejuvenated. Sakura scooped a spoonful of broth, blowing gently on it before tasting. The savory flavor of the mushrooms instantly delighted her palate, prompting a blissful exclamation. Take your time eating. I'll attend to some guests. Guests? Over there, 3 of them, exuding such a menacing aura that they frightened the mushrooms away. Come out. Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of Sakura, calling out to the nearby bushes. Oh, you actually detected us. How intriguing. Leading the trio of sound ninjas, the bandaged man leaped from the shadows, landing before Naruto but not advancing further, for they were aware of the traps laid by Sakura. Just in time, we were short of a scroll. Are you here to assist us in completing our mission? With such a battered physique, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall end your life before attending to Sasuke. A figure adorned with 3 death characters on his clothing glared menacingly at Naruto, entirely oblivious to the grim fate inscribed upon his own attire. Coming for Sasuke? Has he incurred any debts to you? Though this individual often seeks the limelight, his obnoxious demeanor and aloofness make one question his loyalty. The sound ninja, observing Naruto mercilessly enumerate Sasuke's numerous flaws, began to harbor doubts. Naruto, I too wish to fight. How could you possibly defeat 3 opponents alone? Sakura, you must protect Sasuke. You heard their intentions, and besides, your body is no longer fit for combat. Hurry. If you are unable to hold your ground, I will certainly come to your aid. Sakura, fully aware of her physical limitations, steeled herself and reluctantly left Naruto, positioning herself resolutely before the hollow of a tree. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto performed the hand signs, 4 identical shadow clones materialized beside him. Yet, Sakura's heart sank. Typically, Naruto would summon hundreds of clones, but now only 4 appeared. He was not as unscathed as he claimed. Leave it to me, Jin. The bandaged man declared to his companions. Upon first sight of Naruto, he felt an immediate surge of irritation. Naruto's golden hair shone brilliantly, a stark contrast to his own body, ensnared by bandages for experiments. The envy within him drove him to wish for Naruto's transformation into something akin to his own dismal state. Then I shall leave it to you. I had intended to obliterate him, he continued. Everyone, attack. Buy time for the main body. As Naruto concentrated on forming the Rasengan, the 4 clones lunged towards the bandaged man to hinder his movements. Soundwave. The bandaged man revealed a peculiar device on his arm, and with a mere flick of his wrist, each shadow clone contorted in agony before dissipating into smoke. You are next. With the clones no longer obstructing him, the bandaged man charged directly at Naruto, brandishing the special device upon his right arm. Naruto quickly extended his left hand to block the oncoming assault. While he managed to deflect the blow, an overwhelming pressure assailed his ears. Ugh! Naruto grunted, swiftly pressing the partially formed Rasengan against the bandaged man, sending him hurtling away, though he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wow! Hitting you with that move allows for a counterattack. This is a first, Sakura remarked, whistling as he witnessed the bandaged man being sent flying. The bandaged man, struggling to rise, cast a malevolent glance at Naruto. That hurt, you little brat. My body. As Naruto attempted to stand, he realized he was losing control. Any effort to rise resulted in him toppling sideways, warm blood trickling from his ears. Futile. Do not even think of resisting. Simply accept becoming like me. The bandaged man drew forth a kunai, aiming it menacingly at Naruto's face, his eyes flickering with a twisted expression, as if he anticipated that Naruto would soon mirror his own hideousness. Naruto. Sakura immediately abandoned Sasuke and rushed toward him. There was still time. Her speed could shield Naruto from this impending strike. Void Slash. The bandaged man's accomplice extended a hand toward Sakura, revealing a hollow palm that unleashed a fierce gust, propelling her away. Disrupting To's affairs was certainly not a commendable habit. Please, someone save Naruto. Just once, save him. Though Sakura was not one to believe in deities, she found herself fervently praying, shouting toward the sky obscured by trees. In that moment, the kunai aimed at Naruto was halted by a small hand, chakra coalescing around it, providing sufficient protection against the sharp weapon. Enraged, the small figure kicked the bandaged man aside, positioning herself protectively in front of Naruto. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! To harm Naruto-kun. The petite form exuded an astonishing aura. An overwhelming chakra swirling around Hinata, stirring up a cloud of dust. She cast a glance at Naruto and then fixed her intense gaze on the bandaged man. Roaring like a mother lion. Hinata, so the 8th squad has arrived? How wonderful. Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her as she collapsed onto the ground, finally able to exhale after seeing Kiba and Shino's arrival. Where did this little girl come from? Are you seeking your own demise? The bandaged man, infuriated by the disruption of his plans, lunged at Hinata. Are you the one who harmed him? Though Hinata had never taken a life, a faint aura of killing intent emanated from her. In her eyes, Naruto would always remain gentle and strong. The last time she saw him gravely injured was when she was 4, and he had sustained serious wounds while rescuing her. Witnessing Naruto now, helpless and on the ground, ignited a fierce anger within her. Soundwave strike. The bandaged man attempted his previous tactic once more, envisioning Hinata succumbing to his sonic attack, leaving both her and Naruto at his mercy. A sickly smile crept upon his lips beneath the bandages. Gentle fist. Hinata positioned her left hand defensively, while her right hand's fingers came together, channeling chakra to form a hand blade that struck the bandaged man's body, precisely sealing his chakra points and rendering him immobile. How is this possible? Why weren't you harmed by the sound waves? A flicker of panic appeared in the bandaged man's single eye, for his sonic attack had seemingly struck Hinata without effect, instilling dread within him. You used this despicable trick to ambush Naruto-kun by exploiting sound waves to damage the eardrums and disrupt balance. However, any jutsu associated with chakra is beyond your evasion. In her Byakugan state, Hinata clearly perceived a wave of chakra-manipulated sound approaching her ears, realizing that her earlier action was not mere defense, but rather a gathering of her chakra to collide with the bandaged man's, neutralizing the attack. Impossible. Can you perceive the flow of chakra? 8 trigrams. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata ignited azure chakra in her hands, delivering a dazzling series of strikes aimed at the bandaged man's body. After the assault, he collapsed motionlessly to the ground like a marionette. I have sealed your chakra points. You cannot move, can you? You will experience the pain that Naruto-kun has endured. One by one, Hinata unsheathed her kunai, resolutely aiming it at the bandaged man. Though kind-hearted and averse to killing, she was willing to do so for Naruto. TOS. The bandaged man's 2 companions rushed to his aid, only to be intercepted by Kiba and Shino, each occupied with their opponents, leaving them unable to assist. I ask, is Hinata truly of such a disposition? Kiba inquired of Shino while exchanging blows with Jane, finding it hard to fathom that the usually gentle and timid Hinata could exhibit such a murderous intent. Hence, it is indeed the meek who are most formidable when roused. Shino nodded, maneuvering with his parasitic insects and sack, while the sound waves unleashed by the enemy failed to affect him. Hinata. At the moment the kunai was about to strike the bandaged man, Naruto's voice resonated in her ears, prompting her to abandon her target and rush to his side. For her, taking a life paled in comparison to responding to Naruto's call. Naruto-kun, are you all right? I'm sorry for arriving so late. I feel utterly useless. Silly, who would blame you for being late? Thank you for saving me. You have grown stronger. Naruto, seeing Hinata's tearful expression, smiled gently, pinching her nose playfully. I have always been watching Naruto-kun's back, striving to grow stronger, thinking of you constantly. Hee. Naruto let out a labored chuckle, shifting to lie comfortably in Hinata's embrace. Suddenly, a surge of intense chakra erupted explosively around them. Sasuke stood before Naruto, the curse seal spreading from his neck across his entire body, densely covering his face. He appeared both mysterious and terrifying, his ominous purple chakra soaring into the sky, embodying a demonic presence. Oh, Sasuke, even sleeping in should have its limits. Naruto. Who harmed you? Sasuke glanced at Naruto's form, once jovial, now rendered weak, unable to stand, bandages wrapped around his arms, blood trickling from his ears. This frail demeanor ignited Sasuke's killing intent, causing everyone to struggle for breath. Never mind, it is of no consequence. Sasuke shook his head, not waiting for Naruto's response as his killing intent consciously directed towards the sound ninjas, deeming it simpler to eliminate them all. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto asked with concern. Even the dullest of minds could recognize that something was amiss on Sasuke's face. Is something wrong? Rather, I am exhilarated. That fellow's gift was truly remarkable. Sasuke twisted his neck, having gleaned some insights from the cursed seal bestowed by Orochimaru. The surge of power coursing through him made him acutely aware of the extraordinary strength his body could attain. Inuzuka, Shino, retreat. You might be caught in the crossfire. Hinata urgently called out to her comrades engaged in battle. In her perception, it was as if a pair of ominous eyes loomed behind Sasuke, fixating on her. And the sensation of impending consumption frightened her into deactivating her Byakugan. What on earth is happening? Inuzuka and Shino swiftly moved to Hinata's side. Their close ties with the natural world revealing their unease. Akamaru, Inuzuka's canine companion, trembled as he sought refuge within his owner's garment, while Shino's insects, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground, all communicating the sheer terror emanating from Sasuke. I shall pose but one question. Are you strong enough? Sasuke approached the trio of sound ninja, his overwhelming killing intent causing the weakest among them, Kin, to collapse. The bandaged man remained incapacitated, leaving only Sakan capable of combat. A fool without regard for his own life. If you seek death so ardently, I shall rend you to pieces. Void slash. As Sakan performed hand seals. An even more ferocious tempest erupted from his palm, gouging a deep trench in the earth as it surged towards Sasuke, uprooting the surrounding soil and debris. The nearby trees bore scars from mere contact with flying stones, showcasing the formidable force of the attack. After the violent gale subsided, Sakan, panting heavily, realized the immense toll it had taken on his chakra, yet he was satisfied with the outcome. Sasuke lay utterly decimated. Serves you right. Have you now witnessed the power of my arm? Sakan boasted, clearly pleased with his own strength. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had appeared behind him. And after indulging in a moment of laughter, he grasped Sakan's wrist as if they were old friends, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You. How could you? Sakan stammered, his hand seals having consumed far too much time. You have no future, Sasuke retorted, his smile morphing into a sadistic grin as he squeezed, his grip akin to crushing a sponge, shattering Sakan's wrist and the mechanical enhancements within. My hand. Sakan screamed in agony, extending his other hand to unleash a void slash towards Sasuke's head. However, Sasuke merely tilted his head aside with casual ease, effortlessly seizing Sakan's wrist. Oh, another hand offered? How considerate. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Sakan's other hand met the same fate, rendering him a mere husk on the ground, writhing in despair, acutely aware that without his hands, he was utterly powerless, devoid of any future. Is this how it ends? Why are you all so weak? Sasuke observed the battlefield, noting the absence of any standing adversaries, his dissatisfaction palpable as the violent impulses within him had yet to dissipate. Yearning for further carnage. Wait, please spare us. I'll give you the scroll. I beg you, let us go. The bandaged man, finally free from Hinata's pressure point, knelt before Sasuke, placing the scroll on the ground in a plea for mercy. The scroll? Such things are better off dead before being taken away. Sasuke, without casting a glance at the scroll, kicked the bandaged man aside and slowly approached, placing his foot upon the man's neck. No, please, spare me. The bandaged man's eyes filled with terror as he felt the pressure beneath Sasuke's foot intensifying, pleading for mercy. Sasuke appeared to relish in this sensation, fluctuating the force he exerted, toying with the man's psyche. Stop. Sasuke, please, this is terrifying. I beg you, return to the Sasuke I loved. Sakura, unable to endure any longer, embraced Sasuke from behind, her fear palpable. Though Sasuke was cold, he was no demon to toy with lives. This transformation was unbearable for her, and she cried, yearning for him to revert. Consider yourselves fortunate. Leave swiftly before I change my mind. Sasuke had no intention of sparing these individuals, but an unexpected sense of helplessness quelled his thoughts as the power of the curse mark began to wane. Thank you, thank you. The bandaged man hastily gathered his two companions and fled the scene. Once he departed, the curse mark on Sasuke began to fade, returning him to his original state. Phew. Are you all right, Tailend? Sasuke sat beside Naruto, recalling that this was the first time Naruto had been gravely injured, far worse than during his battle with Zabuza. Yet, at this moment, Naruto leaned happily against Hinata's soft embrace. Hey, do you want to eat some fried tofu? Naruto looked at Sasuke quizzically, completely missing the point. What is wrong with you? Sasuke pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, anxiously inquiring if the boy had been rendered senseless. I'm fine, just some auditory damage. I can't comprehend speech for now. Hinata tenderly touched Naruto's ear, attempting to soothe him. Using her Byakugan, she could see Naruto's condition. And it was comforting to know that his injuries were healing. You really are a handful. Apologize. Did you do something wrong? I was referring to you. Hee. You're not as great as you think. If you insist on thanking me, just treat me to ramen. Seeing Naruto's embarrassed expression made Sasuke's temple throb. He no longer wished to engage in conversation, finding it utterly nonsensical. Sasuke, that person left behind the Earth Scroll, and with our Heaven Scroll, our mission is complete. How wonderful. Sakura cheerfully handed Sasuke the scroll she had picked up from the ground. The only task remaining in this exam was to reach the central tower of the 44th training ground. Sakura, you've worked hard. Sasuke did not take the scroll but instead reached out to tenderly stroke Sakura's light brown hair, a fleeting smile of warmth gracing his lips. He recognized how hard she had worked while he was unconscious. Wait, did Sasuke just smile at me? Is this real? Or am I dreaming? Ouch. Sakura caught sight of Sasuke's smile and instantly transformed into a lovesick state. The strong Sakura she once was disappearing, even giving her injured arm a light slap. It must be said that your Class 7 is truly lackluster, living up to the reputation of being the least formidable. On the very first day, you sustained grievous injuries. Had we not arrived in time, you might have met with dire consequences. Enough, Hinata gently interjected, yet the ever-proud Kiba paid her no heed. By the way, have you completed your mission? Of course, we finished it as soon as we entered the examination. Kiba proudly produced a pair of scrolls from his pocket. How about a match? Although a single pair of scrolls suffices to pass, acquiring more would undoubtedly attract the examiner's attention. Sure, both Sasuke and Kiba, embodying competitive spirits, found the atmosphere charged with tension after exchanging those words. Wait, we are truly grateful for your assistance, but please, desist. We are merely newcomers this year, and we have already completed our task. There is really no need for conflict. Sakura, uncertain as to why the previously amicable atmosphere had devolved into a near confrontation, hurriedly positioned herself between the two to intervene. Exactly. While grilled meat and pork chop rice are delightful, nothing surpasses Ichiraka ramen in taste. Naruto, having risen from Hinata's embrace, sauntered over to Sakura with an expression of earnest agreement. The palpable tension dissipated as Sasuke and Kiba exchanged exasperated glances at Naruto, while Sakura exclaimed, "You idiot. Were you not discussing what to eat after the exam? Such a fool." Kiba retorted, "I also do not support a fight at this moment. Should both sides be injured, it would merely grant other teams an advantage." Shino, preferring to bury his face within the high collar of his attire, nonetheless contributed to the conversation, effectively halting Kiba's escalation. TCH, let our rivalry be reserved for the next match. The next match? Are you unaware? Historically, the Chunin exams feature one-on-one battles to the death. Indeed, Naruto has proven to be a genius at disrupting the atmosphere. Hinata took Naruto's hand, gently tracing characters upon it to communicate, a skill only she could master. By the way, Hinata, how did you know we were here? Not long after entering the examination venue yesterday, we witnessed a towering inferno. Surely many others did as well. I suspected it might be connected to you. So I brought Kiba and Shino along, and it turns out I was right. Hinata, you are overthinking it. Such destructive jutsu could hardly be attributed to them. If it were indeed their doing, I would consume cat food. The absurdity of Kiba's remark elicited laughter from Sasuke, while Sakura stifled a giggle, with no one daring to mention that they were indeed responsible. Sometimes it is wiser to remain discreet. Now that our mission is complete, let us set forth and reach the tower before the other teams. With the bond between Naruto and Hinata, Team 7 and Team 8 temporarily formed a small alliance, which unexpectedly provided Naruto and his companions with significant advantages. Their combined prowess and reconnaissance enabled them to evade countless foes. After 2 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at their destination, a towering edifice standing majestically in the heart of the forest. The third round of the examination would determine the victor here. Inside the tower, a spacious arena awaited, where the third Hokage eloquently addressed the genin who had successfully passed the second round, imparting the rules. His words conveyed that these young ninjas bore the weight of their village's future and reputation, and those who triumphed could foster the village's prosperity. However, Naruto struggled to comprehend the adult's discourse. As the ailing referee, Moonlight Gale, observed, Sasuke took to the field first, employing the Lion's Barrage, a technique he had replicated from Lee, to defeat the red-armored opponent capable of absorbing chakra. Don't think I'll go easy on you if you lose. Sasuke declared before being escorted away by Kakashi for treatment of his cursed seal. The competition continued in an orderly fashion. And when it was finally Naruto's turn in the fourth round, his adversary was Kiba. I didn't expect to face you first. It's fortuitous. I am eager to test my strength against yours and see how much you've grown since graduating from the Ninja Academy. Kiba had not forgotten the humiliation of being frightened by Naruto the last time they encountered each other, and he had diligently trained since then to avenge that disgrace. Just wait and see, but you will never defeat me, Kiba retorted arrogantly. He formed hand seals and executed the four legs technique, channeling chakra into his limbs to sprint towards Naruto in an instant, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his chest that sent him flying. Ugh! Naruto coughed blood midair and rolled on the ground before lying still. As expected, he asked the underdog, "Let me take the role of Hokage." Kiba laughed heartily at the sight of Naruto unable to rise, convinced that his earlier victory had been mere happenstance. "Naruto, get up. You're not someone who can be defeated so easily." Hinata's voice rang out from the viewing area on the second floor, typically shy and reserved. She found the courage to cheer for Naruto, calling his name repeatedly as he faced dire straits. "Hinata, we are teammates. You shouldn't cheer for outsiders." Kiba shot back. "I'm sorry, but you underestimate Naruto too much. His spirit is stronger than anyone else's, even when everyone denies him. He has always believed that one day he would gain their recognition and has worked tirelessly for it. Such a Naruto cannot be easily vanquished by you." "Thank you, Hinata. Just defeating me alone won't make you Hokage, Kiba." Her words seemed to inspire Naruto, who, under Kiba's astonished gaze, rose to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and smiled. "Was that not powerful enough? Then let us do it again." As he resumed his sprint across the ground, he accelerated and raised his fist to strike Naruto. This time, however, Naruto deftly blocked the blow, causing you to stagger back only a few steps. "Can you see my movements?" he taunted. "Hee, didn't I tell you? You cannot defeat me. Then why did you just hold back?" You was astonished that his attack had been seen through, but he quickly regained his composure and questioned angrily. "I wouldn't say I held back, yeah? Your speed is indeed impressive. I could only barely keep up. Consider it a favor returned. You truly are infuriating, Akamaru." You felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Having been spared by the lowest-ranked student at the Ninja Academy, this humiliation could only be washed away with blood. He retrieved 2 soldier pills and swallowed one, while Akamaru did the same, transforming into a blood-red creature after consumption. Beast Mimicry Technique. Beast Clone. Akamaru leaped onto Ya's back, synchronizing his chakra to mimic Ya's appearance. "Since you can see, I shall ensure you cannot." "Yeah, Tia?" You pulled a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it at Naruto's feet. He then spun rapidly with Akamaru, resembling a tornado as they charged at Naruto. "Stay calm. If I cannot see him, he cannot see me either," Naruto thought, sensing 2 murderous intents within the smoke. Unfazed, he quietly formed hand seals to employ the substitution technique, draping his clothes over the wooden dummy that replaced him. Gathering chakra in his legs, he leaped out of the smoke, flipping midair to cling to the ceiling, pondering his next move. Will this brat really escape retribution for such antics? Kakashi lamented from the second floor, observing as Ya and Akamaru relentlessly pounded the wooden substitute. Naruto, however, appeared quite content, seemingly unfazed. "Kakashi, how did you train Naruto to be like this?" He could barely perform the substitution technique back in school, Ya's supervising Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, inquired, astonished at Ya's ability to anticipate and exploit the situation to retreat. "A great teacher naturally produces exceptional students," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "But why isn't Naruto using that technique?" Sakura interjected, expressing her disbelief at Kakashi's self-congratulatory nature. If he employed the Rasengan, the outcome would be determined swiftly. Could it be that he fears inflicting harm? No. Naruto has mentioned that this technique is his secret weapon against Neji, and he refrains from using it while Neji is watching, Hinata chimed in quietly, casting a furtive glance at Neji nearby. "Wait, are you saying this kid is still holding back and hasn't revealed all his techniques?" "Of course. Don't underestimate the lowest-ranked member of our team. He still has much more to strive for." The setting sun casts a crimson hue. And even Hyūga is aware that there exists no ninjutsu that can enhance one's strength without the necessity of slumber. Naruto's remarkable growth is undoubtedly linked to his relentless efforts, and one can surmise he has undergone rigorous training. How unfortunate. When the smoke dissipated, Kiba and Akamaru ceased their onslaught, wiping the sweat from his brow. Kiba realized he had struck Naruto at least 50 times. Even a Jonin should have succumbed by now. Yet, contrary to his expectations, All he beheld was a tattered garment and several fragmented pieces of wood. The true Naruto had materialized behind Akamaru, forming the tiger seal with his hands and exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei's secret technique, Konoha's 1,000 years of pain. With a sound that resonated with discomfort, Naruto's fingers plunged deeply into Akamaru's rear, causing the unfortunate little pup to convulse before collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain Kiba's form any longer. All present cast malevolent glances at Kakashi, astonished that the genius copy ninja of Konoha would impart such a vulgar technique. Hyūga, in particular, distanced herself from him, her expression reflecting the sentiment of, I never imagined you to be this kind of Kakashi. Suddenly, Kakashi recalled other pressing matters. His desire to vanish became palpable, and he transformed into a plume of smoke. It was imperative to note that the spectators included the Hokage and the leaders of various nations' ninja, and he feared he would be the subject of rumors as a perverse ninja with a peculiar penchant, tales that would spread across the lands. Oh dear, was I mistaken? Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, realizing Akamaru resembled Kiba too closely, and without Byakugan, he could only randomly choose. Akamaru. Kiba cradled his companion's body. Akamaru whimpered a few times before becoming still, his sentiment translated as, I am but a useless dog now. I shall avenge you. Kiba lamented, Akamaru, I am truly sorry. But a ninja must always look forward. One cannot dwell in the past. Naruto nimbly evaded Kiba's frenzied attacks while speaking in a sorrowful tone. Do not speak as if it does not concern you, you murderer. Kiba had lost his reason. He could tolerate defeat, but could not accept being bested by such a base technique. It is nearly time to determine the victor, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto retreated a few steps, conjuring approximately 20 shadow clones that surged toward Kiba. After fending off several clones, Kiba inadvertently received a blow from a clone behind him, stumbling and colliding with Naruto's fist, which sent him soaring into the air. You scoundrel! Naruto unleashed a barrage of attacks. The shadow clones ascended one by one, raining down punches upon Kiba, culminating in a decisive kick from Naruto's true form that sent him crashing into the ground. With Kiba's unconsciousness, the match came to a close. I've returned. Where is Sasuke? Exhilarated by his victory, Naruto bounded up to the second floor, yet he found no trace of Sasuke, prompting him to inquire with curiosity. Kakashi-sensei said he passed out after treatment and is currently in the hospital. Ah, I still yearn to celebrate his advancement to the third round. Naruto, are you all right? Your face is soiled. How pitiable. Sakura glanced at the medical team carrying away Kiba, then turned her attention to Hinata, who was gently wiping Naruto's face with her handkerchief, feeling a pang of sympathy for this solitary soul. Naruto, I shall check on Kiba. Go ahead. Kiba, this ointment. Hinata held the ointment, unsure of how to express her emotions. She was elated for Naruto's victory, yet simultaneously could not muster a smile for her classmate Kiba's defeat. Do not dwell on it. My loss is due to my own inadequacy, and I bear no resentment towards you. Just be cautious in your upcoming matches. You ought to recognize your own strength and not overexert yourself. Kiba closed his eyes, finding solace in the thought that the most important thing was to reclaim victory next time. In the fifth match, Neji Hyūga faced Hinata Hyūga. Ahem. The results drawn at random appeared on the large screen, and Moonlight Gale, after casting a glance, proclaimed loudly, though the exertion seemed to strain his throat, raising concern that this proctor might collapse before the candidates. Hinata, give it your all. Naruto clenched his fist tightly, but quickly regained his composure, moving beside Hinata to embrace her and pat her back, conveying a multitude of sentiments through a single phrase that reached her ears. Hinata nodded. Naruto had neither pointed out her lack of capability against Neji nor urged her to forfeit. Instead, he encouraged and supported her, which served as a tremendous source of motivation. Who would have thought we would truly meet? Lady Hinata. Neji stood in the arena, gazing down at Hinata with an air of superiority, using respectful titles yet devoid of any genuine reverence. Neji, must you insist on addressing me in that manner? The disparity between the main and branch families was insurmountable. Much like now, if you merely commanded me as the eldest daughter of the main family, I would immediately concede. Do you think I would do such a thing? Hinata tightened her lips, her small fist clenched. Neji's distant demeanor pierced her heart deeply. That is why I assert you are unfit to be a ninja. You are too soft-hearted, always seeking to resolve matters peacefully. This attitude, in my eyes, is a form of arrogance. Indeed. Just as the main family establishes a series of rules to their advantage while oppressing the branch family, Neji, overwhelmed by his anger towards the main family, refrained from further dialogue and assumed a gentle fist stance to strike at Hinata. Niji, I have always regarded you as an elder brother. I have never concerned myself with the distinction between branch and main family. We are one family. Hinata adopted the gentle fist stance as well. Engaging Niji in a defensive exchange, they shared the same lineage and were acutely aware of each other's techniques, refraining from direct confrontation and instead redirecting each other's attacks with their palms. Enough of your prattle. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Forfeit before you incur further injury. I will not forfeit, nor will I compel Niji to do so. You wish to refuse everything. Do you truly see yourself as the eldest daughter? You are far too arrogant. From a young age, you have been so frail. And after encountering Naruto, your condition has only worsened, unable even to surpass Hanabi. Are you truly content to remain in the shadows? Do not dare to invoke Naruto. It is you, Niji, who has changed. Your fear of the main family has transformed you. You claim I am afraid? Your constant reference to the main family is merely a manifestation of your own fears, converting that dread into nameless fury. Is inflicting pain upon yourself, driven by hatred for the main family, truly what you desire? Do you genuinely harbor such loathing for me? Nonsense. As a member of the main family, your weakness instills no fear in me. Niji's breath quickened. Hinata's words had indeed shaken his resolve, and his onslaught intensified. What you fear is the chasm between the main family and the branch family. You dread that our closeness will bring harm to us. Yet, I am indifferent to those concerns, and I have no regrets about what I learned from Naruto. Hinata skillfully countered Niji's attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. In truth, your indifference towards me is a fade. You are afraid to strike me, which is why you pressure me to forfeit, even compelling me to command you to give up. You fear causing me harm. Beneath your tough exterior lies the Niji who has always protected me. I will not be defeated. Naruto understands that I am not as strong as you, yet he still encourages me. His embrace is so reassuring and warm. Thus, I must present my resilient side to him. What have you and that insufferable brat learned? Hinata. Niji seethed with frustration, typically breathless in conversation. Hinata had unleashed a torrent of words upon him, as if possessed by Naruto himself. I am grateful for my encounter with Naruto, had he not been by my side. Encouraging me, my life may never have changed. My fondness for Naruto knows no bounds. With a bold declaration, Hinata struck Niji's arm aside, breaking through the barrier to strike his forehead protector, sending it flying to the ground. This mark, Hinata gazed at the green symbol on Niji's forehead. Unaware of the secrets of the main family, she felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that Niji's condition might be linked to this. Do you see? This is the extent of what the main family has done to us. When necessary, we are expected to submit, even unto death. Niji glanced at the protector on the ground. The small opening he had allowed in his heart swiftly sealed once more, and his entire demeanor shifted, clearly ready for a serious confrontation. Hinata understood this and began to manifest a Bagua formation beneath her feet, encircling Niji. Bagua, 32 palms. Bagua, 64 palms. Cough. Hinata spat out a mouthful of blood. Niji's assault not only thwarted her 32 palms but also struck 32 vital points on her body, leaving her weakened and gradually collapsing. Hinata. As Naruto beheld Hinata collapsed on the ground, an astonishing surge of chakra emanated from her, not that of the Nine Tails, but rather her own formidable chakra radiating forth. The iron railing in his grasp was crushed into fragments as he continuously growled in distress. Naruto, calm down. Hinata is all right. You mustn't become overly agitated, Sakura promptly reassured him, patting his back, fearful that Naruto might unleash that crimson chakra. The secret of the red chakra enveloping Naruto was known only to Kakashi and the members of Team 7, a topic that must never be broached. The judgment can commence. The referee declared. Ahem, Hinata Hyūga has lost. Moonlight Gale glanced at Hinata's motionless form, poised to deliver the verdict, only to notice her stir slightly. I have not lost. A feeble voice emerged from Hinata's lips, her hand struggling against the ground as she attempted to rise. After several attempts, she finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Why do you still rise? I have sealed your points. How can you still move? Niji retreated a few steps, bewildered by what force had transformed the timid Hinata of their childhood into someone so fearfully resolute. I do not wish to appear weak in front of my beloved. Even when her arms were immobile and her legs could scarcely lift, she declared, I still possess my teeth. I will never concede. Hinata, enough. You have done marvelously. Leave the rest to me. Naruto appeared behind her just as she uttered those words, and she fell back into his embrace. Naruto-kun, I have tried with all my might, risking my very life. Am I radiant in your eyes? Yes, Hinata, you shine the brightest. Let me take the baton from here. Naruto pressed her hand against his face, revealing an unprecedented gentle smile. I am so happy. Hinata smiled blissfully, a tear slipping from her eye as she lost consciousness, and the medical team lifted her onto a stretcher. Niji, what is it? Are you going to avenge Hinata? I will not stoop to such childishness. That would tarnish Hinata's efforts. Do you see that tear? Do you know what it signifies? Naruto raised his finger, catching the glistening tear that sparkled upon it. You are unwilling to accept defeat, but that is merely a testament to her weakness. You are truly an irredeemable fool. She weeps not because of her loss or her frailty, but because the brother who always protected and cherished her has become this way. Here, I swear upon Hinata's tears that my fist will come crashing down upon your face, awakening you from your ignorance, including the absent Sasuke. 9 individuals successfully passed the preliminary round of the 3rd exam. Now, let us proceed to explain the formal selection process. First, we shall draw lots. Following the conclusion of all preliminary arrangements, the 3rd Hokage appeared before the 8 participating genin, gesturing for Marino Ibiki to place a box before them, containing random numbers awaiting selection. Yamanaka Ino and Shikamaru Nara, you have emerged victorious in the preliminary match. You are qualified. Nara Shikamaru triumphed over Jin in their contest, thus qualifying. Uzumaki Naruto bested Inuzuka Kiba and qualified as well. Hyūga Niji emerged victorious against Hyūga Hinata, securing his qualification. Temari defeated Tinten, achieving the same. Kanjiro prevailed over Kin Misumi, earning his place. Gaara triumphed over Rock Lee, qualifying in the process. TS faced off against Akimichi Choji and also emerged victorious. Pray tell, what is the purpose of this number? Naruto queried, waving the slip of paper in his hand, which bore nothing but the numeral 1. As you can see, this denotes your opponent for the 3rd examination. Mori no Ibiki meticulously sketched a hierarchical chart on the board, documenting the names of the genin. Naruto would face Niji. Sasuke would confront Gaara, and Kanjuro would battle Shino. Only Shikamaru was tasked with competing against both Temari and TS, eliciting a lament from this notoriously lethargic individual. Each participant will engage in formal matches before an audience, including feudal lords and the leaders of various ninja clans, among them the Kazekage. You stand as representatives of your respective nation's prowess. I hope you shall demonstrate your utmost abilities rather than languish in fatigue. Hence, the competition is set for 1 month hence, providing you ample opportunity to refine your skills or study your adversary's techniques. After reviewing the list, the 3rd Hokage addressed the assembly, and upon confirming there were no objections, he departed with several examiners. After the crowd dispersed, Naruto intercepted Gaara, causing the bespectacled youth to furrow his brow in displeasure. What is it? You've already won that match. Why did you have to attempt to kill Lee in the end? The bout between Gaara and Lee was particularly brutal. Lee's limbs were crushed by Gaara's sand, and there was no indication of mercy. The medical team ultimately shook their heads, indicating that recovery was highly unlikely. And even if healing were possible, Lee would only return as an ordinary individual. Reason? Is a reason necessary for killing? Let me tell you, not a single individual who has crossed blades with me has survived. Decided then, you are the 2nd individual I shall strike. Await our meeting in a month. Naruto's fury ignited. Despite his minimal acquaintance with Lee, no one could dislike his earnest efforts, and thus, Naruto felt compelled to defend him. What a dull fellow. Is he truly unwell? He has already antagonized the 2 strongest newcomers of this year. Kanjiro, trailing behind Gaara, wiped the sweat from his brow, puzzled by Gaara's restraint in the face of Naruto's confrontation. Who knows? Sister, I am referring to Uchiha Sasuke. In the Konoha hospital, Naruto leaned against the counter, calling out to the nurse within. Young lad, I have reiterated this several times. It is not visiting hours for Sasuke. The nurse sighed, exasperated, as this persistent child failed to comprehend her words, adamantly insisting on seeing Sasuke. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. As Naruto contemplated continuing his insistence, a hand descended upon his head, pulling him down from the counter. Well, Sasuke's words remain in a state of unconsciousness, so encountering him would serve no purpose. In that case, teach me your techniques. Surely I will become stronger over this month. I cannot afford to lag behind, since Kakashi has stated such. Naruto ceased his persistence and shifted his focus to Kakashi. Regrettably, I have already made arrangements for this month. You aren't planning to give Sasuke special treatment. Are you? That would be so unfair. We are all your students. Oh dear, boys can be quite adorable when they throw a tantrum. Don't you have an exceptional teacher already? Kakashi lifted Naruto, who was preparing to roll on the ground, and tapped his head, inquiring, The Rasengan is said to possess greater power than my right Kiri. Did you comprehend it on your own? Ah, well, I came across it in a book. Naruto scratched his head and glanced around, finally conjuring a foolish excuse. You fool, you can't even lie properly. Then let that book be your teacher. Farewell. Kakashi squinted and smiled. That ninja possesses formidable strength, but has quite an eccentric personality and enjoys peeping at the girls' bathhouse. The third Hokage is searching for him everywhere. It's understandable that he wouldn't want to show himself. Given his relationship with the fourth Hokage, it wouldn't be surprising for him to teach Naruto. Thus Kakashi naturally misinterpreted Naruto's clandestine mentor as Jiraiya. He has gone. That guy is truly irresponsible. I'll have to ask my father later. But why does my father possess so many jutsu? What exactly did he do in the past? Naruto sulked, pulling a face of frustration. With Minato around, he thought he wouldn't need any teachers. Yet it took him 8 years to realize he knew nothing about what his father did and didn't even know his name. Nurse, please spare me. The child truly cannot see Sasuke. It's not him. Please direct me to Hyūga's ward. Hinata's room is 311. Oh, Hinata. You're already able to get up. Upon opening the door to room 311, Naruto found Hinata leaning against the headboard, lost in thought. Oblivious to his entrance until his hand brushed against her face, prompting her reaction. Naruto-kun, what brings you here? Once she recognized him, Hinata hastily closed her robe, concealing her developing figure. Strange, you should be gravely injured. To outsiders, it appears so. Niji didn't strike any vital points. So a few days in the hospital will suffice. Hinata shook her head. Niji merely incapacitated her without intent to kill, leaving some vital pressure points unharmed. Is that so? I knew Niji wasn't a heartless person. He simply strayed from the right path. I believe my fist can awaken him. Naruto clenched his fists, sitting beside Hinata, and recounted every detail of what transpired during the exam. Is that so? Shali must have. Niji will likely be quite upset. Though he may not express it, for he has always held his companions in high regard. I shall avenge Shaoli. Niji cannot best me. Yet, if I were to utter such words, wouldn't that mean Sasuke would lose? Is that truly your desire? Before I made such a boast, I had considered this matter. Naruto, as ever, remains rather foolish. Even if I am so dim-witted, Hinata still cares for me. Does she not? At Naruto's jest, Hinata pouted in dissatisfaction, her entire being crawling onto the bed, fixating intently on Hinata. In that moment of anger, I failed to think deeply. Now, reflecting upon it, Hinata's confession before so many was indeed adorable. Oh, that was. In a moment of haste, Hinata's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, and she herself could not fathom why she had spoken so boldly, especially with so many ears present. Now, the mere thought makes her wish for a burrow to hide away in. Once more, Naruto edged closer to Hinata, pressing her with a series of inquiries. Like whom? I like Naruto-kun. Hinata. At this moment, Hinata appeared extraordinarily charming, and Naruto could not help but draw nearer, until they were close enough to feel each other's breath. What are you two doing? Just as they were on the brink of a kiss, a voice from the doorway startled Hinata, causing her to push Naruto away and cover herself with the blanket. Hanabi, hello, Naruto greeted, unfazed by the interruption of what could have been a sweet moment, for he was oblivious to what might have transpired had Hanabi not appeared. Are you bullying my sister again, you perverted scoundrel? Hanabi, with a moment's thought, discerned what had occurred, leaping onto the bed and grabbing Naruto's hair in indignation. Hanabi, you have quite a few names for me. I am not a pervert. Be quiet. If you can remain unfazed while conjuring something like that, then the whole world must be perverted. Hanabi, let go of Naruto-kun. What brings you here? Hinata emerged from beneath the blanket, pulling Hanabi's hand away from Naruto. Mother asked me to come check on you. Hanabi placed the items she had brought beside the bed, fruits and cinnamon rolls, Hinata's favorite, all lovingly prepared by her own hands. Mother? Why didn't she come herself? Is mother someone you can call at will? It was father who forbade her from coming, saying something about useless daughters being allowed to go as they please. Hanabi was quite displeased that Naruto treated her as if she were not an outsider, yet she continued, mimicking Hinata's father's voice. Is he at it again? That old-fashioned uncle. I shall confront him. Naruto-kun, don't. Let it be. It will be fine. You know father's temperament. It will pass in a few days. After all these years, Hinata has grown, yet he remains the same. You truly have no fear at all. Hanabi held a certain admiration for Naruto, which was perhaps the only aspect of him that earned her respect. This fellow was not one to merely speak of theories. Had Hinata not intervened, another argument would have erupted in Hyūga's study. Hyūga, exuding an air of authority, could rightfully disregard anyone except the Hokage, yet Naruto boldly confronted him. Hanabi had witnessed her father, a figure she greatly feared, engage in spirited debates with Naruto on several occasions, and it astonished her that this little rascal could best her formidable father. The thought of Naruto not having been thrown into the forest of death by her father was perplexing to her youthful mind. As for Hinata, she could only offer an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. "You're just freeloading. I heard your next match is against Neji," Hanabi remarked. "Word travels fast, doesn't it? You should forfeit. Be careful not to get beaten to a pulp. Neji is my future rival, and you're no match for him." She confidently placed her hands on her hips, undeterred by Neji's reputation as a prodigy seldom seen in a century. With time, she believed she could catch up to him. "That arrogant demeanor of yours is surely learned from Neji. Don't worry, I will win. If you manage to win, I shall call you by your name from then on. But if you lose, you must refer to me as Lady Hanabi." "Agreed. Now I shall return to my training. Farewell." Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing that Hanabi had never addressed him by name before, always opting for peculiar titles. He felt this agreement was quite favorable and nodded in acquiescence. "Freeloader, your gift of toys was quite delightful. Thank you once again." As Naruto stepped out of the room, Hanabi's reluctant voice drifted into his ears. A week later, "Naruto-kun, is it really all right for you to skip training and accompany me?" Having fully recovered and discharged from the hospital, Hinata and Naruto were strolling through the streets. Naruto was undoubtedly pleased to spend time with her, yet he did not wish to be a burden. "It's perfectly fine. A balance between work and rest is essential. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" "Yes, but it's rather inconvenient for a boy to enter." Hinata nodded, recalling the significant task her mother had given her to buy undergarments for herself, as comfort was paramount. "There's no harm in having Naruto-kun help you choose. After all, you'll be wearing them for him." Hinata nearly fainted from embarrassment at her mother's teasing gaze before her departure. Her mother's penchant for jesting with young couples remained unchanged. "Is that so? I too feel that walking around the street like this is rather awkward." Transformation. Though accustomed to the unkind glances around him, Naruto wished not to disrupt Hinata's enjoyment. So he resorted to his usual transformation jutsu, morphing into a female character he often adopted. One can utilize it in such a manner? Hinata marveled at the sight of the well-dressed girl with twin tails beside her, initially thinking Naruto could only transform into an unclad version. "Now they won't recognize me, and I can accompany Hinata to the store she desires. It's perfect." Yet, why did it feel as though the gazes around them had intensified? 5 minutes later, Naruto observed the people around him with a peculiar curiosity. Unlike before, the older men and young individuals averted their gazes upon meeting her eyes, only to furtively glance back moments later. Why was this happening? A wave of frustration surged within Hinata, realizing that she felt overshadowed by her boyfriend's allure. Although it seemed somewhat strange to articulate, the female version of Naruto was undeniably beautiful. Her golden twin tails shimmered in the sunlight, and the faint whiskers on her face lent her a charming, feline-like appearance. Clad in merely a white tank top beneath her open outer garment due to the sweltering weather, she offered little protection to her curvaceous form. "Naruto, please put on some clothes." "No, it's too hot. You're a girl now. You must present yourself with some decorum." Is being a girl really that troublesome? The female Naruto and Hinata engaged in casual banter. Their presence as two striking young women inevitably drew attention. After politely declining a few advances, they soon arrived at their destination, a lingerie store. "Naruto, could you wait for me outside?" "Sure." Despite her feminine appearance, Naruto had little interest in undergarments and acquiesced to Hinata's request. "Young lady, you are absolutely stunning. Please, come in and take a look." To her dismay, the store manager, having been observing the outside, rushed out and, without hesitation, pulled Naruto into the shop. It was the manager's first encounter with such a beautiful girl, igniting her eagerness to assist in selecting lingerie. "Let go of me. I'm not a girl. You're simply dreadful at dressing like one. Where are your parents?" The manager cast a disapproving glance at Naruto's orange attire, lamenting the waste of such a lovely figure and face. "I don't have parents. I don't want this." "Oh, what a poor child. I will make you look absolutely fabulous." As the manager began to undress her, the female Naruto, in a moment of desperation, invoked the shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones burst forth from the store, causing a chaotic scene in the street. Phew, that lingerie store is terrifying." "Hinata, were you really going there to fight?" The female Naruto, pulling Hinata along, sprinted towards the hot spring district of Konoha. Once she was certain no one was in pursuit, she sat down to catch her breath. That's because of you, Naruto. It's not something I would usually do. Hinata chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Being with Naruto always brought her joy. Even the simplest activities became delightful with him around. My apologies for not being able to buy any lingerie. I can go by myself. Then you should head home after your shopping. I'll take care of that peeping Tom. The female Naruto pointed towards a corner of the hot spring district where a lecherous figure lurked, embodying the role of a vigilant ninja who would not permit such behavior. All right, good luck. Hinata also spotted the white-haired voyeur, surmising from his silhouette that he was a middle-aged man. She felt no significant concern, as dealing with ordinary ruffians was a simple task for a ninja. Very well, let's notify the authorities first, she declared. The female Naruto retrieved a round bamboo tube from her ninja tool pouch, roughly the width of a finger, which contained the chakra of the Konoha security team. Once opened, it would alert them to hastily arrive, serving as a sort of alarm. Suddenly, with a splash, a slimy, crimson tongue darted towards her, snatching the bamboo tube from her grasp and retracting back into the mouth of its owner. A frog? The female Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, as she noticed an enormous orange frog, towering over a meter in height, had appeared beneath the peeping individual. Kid, calling for help indiscriminately is not a good habit, the voyeur said, seated atop the frog, casting a discontented glance at Naruto. He bore a forehead protector emblazoned with a peculiar character for oil, and 2 red lines trailed down his cheeks to his chin, complemented by waist-length white hair and a massive scroll strapped to his back, giving him an air of ethereal wisdom, albeit his actions tarnished that image. You knew I was about to call for help? Have you eyes on the back of your head? She retorted. Humph, as a voyeur, a writer. I must be observant and attentive to my surroundings while gathering material, he replied nonchalantly. You just mentioned voyeurism, didn't you? She questioned, her tone incredulous. Ahem. I am indeed a writer, and this is one of my works, Jiraiya said, producing a book titled Ika Paradise from his waist pouch, pride evident in his voice. Isn't that the book Kakashi-sensei often reads? You dare call this a book? You scoundrel, I shall teach you a lesson. Jiraiya's expression soured immediately. Although Ika Paradise was not available for purchase, he firmly believed it to be a book filled with love, and nothing less. With a pat on the frog beneath him, it promptly extended its tongue to strike at Naruto, who executed a backflip to evade the attack, landing deftly atop the hot spring waters nearby. Are you serious? Perverted old man, she exclaimed. Quick reflexes? Have you even mastered water walking, you little brat? Quite the talent you have, but I remember you should be a boy. Am I mistaken? Jiraiya pondered, having observed Naruto's every move. He had not anticipated encountering the offspring of Minato here, but now he wished to test her abilities. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Naruto's gender after the death of Minato and Kushina. He had only clandestinely returned to Konoha to offer a cup of sake at their graves before departing, marking this as his first encounter with Naruto. She is truly beautiful. Give her a few more years, and she will undoubtedly be a stunning maiden. Her figure is splendid, unlike that of Kushina, who had a rather flat chest. At approximately 12 years old, she possesses such grand potential. Minato truly fathered a remarkable daughter, he mused, his serious demeanor shifting to one of infatuation. A droplet of saliva escaping his lips. Very well, I have decided to take you as my apprentice. Not again. Are all of you people insane? The female version of Naruto exclaimed, and both Jiraiya and Zabuza seemed to share a peculiar fondness for strong-arming others. Hey, little one, do you know? Just a mere utterance from me, and those wishing to become my disciples could queue from the east to the west of Konoha. For I am the illustrious sage of Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya struck a flamboyant pose, unabashedly proclaiming his status. Ah, so you're the lecherous sage, is it? I see now, farewell. Naruto leapt from the hot spring, realizing that she could not match Jiraiya's prowess, and thus decided to leave. Wait, you truly won't become my disciple? Enrollment includes 3 meals a day. Jiraiya followed in her footsteps, tempting her like a strange uncle. No, I already have a good teacher. You mean Kakashi? He is nowhere near as capable as I am. Not Kakashi-sensei. He is too busy catering to Sasuke to pay me any mind. That is indeed peculiar. Who in Konoha would be willing to teach you? Jiraiya pondered fruitlessly, ultimately dismissing the thought. He gently struck Naruto on the neck from behind, rendering her unconscious, and hoisted her over his shoulder, disappearing into the streets. At the rear mountains of Konoha, a valley adorned with waterfalls and streams served as a renowned summer retreat. where many sought refuge from the sweltering heat. How did I end up here? Naruto was no stranger to this locale, gazing thoughtfully at the flowing stream. Memories of her encounter with Jiraiya lingered, yet she was unaware of how she had arrived at this place. Ah, lecherous sage, there you are. What troubles you? Just as Naruto turned to head home, she spotted Jiraiya, his face pale and gaunt, seemingly aged by decades, exuding an aura of despair. Why are you a boy? Return that twin-tailed girl, Naruto, to me. Upon seeing Naruto awaken, Jiraiya seized her shoulders and roared. Unable to fathom that such a beautiful girl had transformed into a boy post-transformation jutsu. To ensure the worst had not occurred, he thoroughly checked her form. But the outcome was disheartening. Who is Naruto? Damn it, you little brat. What is the point of using transformation jutsu for fun? It makes shopping easier, free from prejudice. Consider yourself forgiven, come and learn from me. A flicker of compassion ignited in Jiraiya's eyes, regardless of the location. The treatment of jinchūriki had never been favorable. This child had likely endured considerable hardship, prompting such a disguise. You're still not giving up, are you? Surely you realize I surpass you by leaps and bounds. Running away will be futile. Ignoring Naruto's unwilling expression, Jiraiya placed one hand on the ground and performed the summoning technique. Amidst a cloud of smoke, an orange-hued toad materialized, clutching a large scroll and placing it before Naruto. Another toad? Do you have an affinity for toads? This is the summoning technique. In simpler terms, it forges a blood pact with creatures, summoning them to assist you in battle using chakra. You must inscribe your name in blood upon the scroll. I'll write it then. Minato Namikaze? What a peculiar name. Naruto, following Jiraiya's instructions, bit his fingertip and inscribed his name in blood on the scroll. The scroll bore 5 names in total. The first 2 were rendered illegible by the ravages of time, the third was Jiraiya, and the fourth belonged to Minato Namikaze. Huh, how amusing. That guy would be furious if he heard you say that. Jiraiya chuckled, unable to contain his mirth. It was rather amusing that this boy, unaware of his own father's name, was also oblivious to the identity of the 4th Hokage. Can I summon such a powerful toad as well? Before embarking on the summoning technique, I have a question for you. Are you aware that you possess 2 distinct chakra within you? No, I had no idea. With his hands behind his head, Naruto feigned casualness, looking around and whistling a few notes. What poor acting. Fool. Everyone in Konoha knows you are sealed with the 9 tails. Who are you trying to fool? Jiraiya's lips twitched, delivering a sharp reprimand to Naruto's head. Even if you're pretending, you should at least do it convincingly. That hurts. Why do you ask if you already know the answer? I want to know if you can control that power, if you can draw upon it at will. Well, there have been a few instances where I tapped into the 9-tail strength when I was angry. So, can you summon that power now? I doubt it. Why not? Because those moments were involuntary. I didn't consciously ask for his strength. Why not? The 9 tails possesses immense power. You could surpass most ninjas in this world without even trying. What's wrong with that? Jiraiya squinted, pondering. Though the jinchūriki had sacrificed certain precious aspects of life, they were granted unfathomable strength. He was keen to see if Naruto possessed the mindset to match such power. Otherwise, it would merely birth a creature of destruction. No. I don't want to casually borrow his strength. That is not my intention. Why? What does the 9 tails mean to you? He is a friend. True friendship is not merely one party constantly borrowing from the other. I don't wish for that. Naruto closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, and responded without a hint of confusion. Ever since his encounter with the 9 tails, despite the coldness and the occasional trickery, he had always regarded him as a friend and believed that the 9 tails didn't truly despise him as he claimed. You truly are a fool. But I don't dislike you for it. Now listen closely. The hand signs for the summoning technique are boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. Give it a try. Jiraiya smiled joyfully. A tiger begets no dog. Although still young, a small flame was beginning to burn within him. Perhaps it was the will inherited from his father. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, summoning technique. Naruto nodded, biting his fingertip, forming the hand seals, and pressing them to the ground. What will I summon? As Minato's son, he should have considerable talent. Will it be Toad Cho or Toad Gi? Though the chances are slim, could I possibly summon Fukasaku? Jiraiya gazed at the billowing smoke summoned by Naruto, lost in a reverie, his heart brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a red tadpole, not yet evolved into a toad, appeared on the ground, thrashing about as if it were on the brink of death upon leaving the water. Fool! What kind of toad is this? Jiraiya exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared at Naruto, feeling as though his face had been bruised. The saying goes that a tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog, yet this lad was no more than a chihuahua. If only you hadn't muddled the summoning technique. In the secluded hills of Konoha, Naruto persisted in his relentless practice of the summoning technique. After a week of training with Jiraiya, he could only summon a half-finished toad, one with limbs and a tail, but still not fully formed. Perverted sage. Aren't you curious to see the toad I summoned? Naruto lamented as he glanced at the incomplete creature. Despite the progress, it hardly resembled a battle-ready toad. Well, it's just a tadpole, anyway. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was peering through the bushes, captivated by the sight of young women frolicking in the water, dismissively waving his hand without turning back. You're mistaken. This one has legs and can leave the water. Idiot. Summoning a spirit beast is for battle, not companionship. Can this thing even fight? Jiraiya snapped, casting a quick glance before returning to observe the girls, only to find they had already departed. You really are dim-witted, he thought. Reminiscing about the bikini-clad maidens, it dawned on Jiraiya that Naruto was far from clever. His only advantages were an abundance of chakra and tenacity. I should have mentioned that the strength of the summoned toad is determined by the amount of chakra one possesses. The more chakra, the stronger the toad. Yours is so small due to insufficient chakra output, but your chakra is several times that of an ordinary person. Why is that? Could it be the interference of the nine tails? It shouldn't be, considering your description of your bond with it. Show me your chakra output. Oh. Naruto extended his hand, and a surge of chakra began to coalesce. However, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Your chakra is so chaotic. Why is it so disorderly? It resembles, he pondered, struggling to comprehend. The chaotic flow of chakra was reminiscent of the initial stage of the Rasengan, which thrived on a tumult of energy. Isn't that right? Fool. Who told you to use such erratic chakra? Calm it down and focus your output. Oh. Naruto realized, having misconstrued the technique from the start. Due to his prolonged practice of the Rasengan, his body had memorized its turbulent flow, causing his chakra to become chaotic as soon as he attempted to gather it for summoning. Summoning technique. After successfully gathering a normal amount of chakra in his hands, Naruto once more employed the summoning technique. This time, the smoke dissipated to reveal not a half-formed toad, but a fully clothed, vibrant orange toad, approximately the same size as Naruto when he crouched. Ah, you've donned clothing. Greetings, is it you who summoned me? I am Toad G, pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh, I am your companion, Uzumaki Naruto. Let us strive together henceforth. Naruto joyfully embraced Toad G, affectionately rubbing against it, marking the true emergence of his first toad. Enough of the frolicking. This is merely a juvenile toad. It may suffice against ordinary individuals, but it couldn't even defeat a low-ranking ninja, Jiraiya remarked, tapping Naruto, who was engrossed in play with Toad G. With such an unusual talent, you might learn the Rasengan more swiftly. Indeed, that is the case. However, toads grow rapidly. So summon me again once you have become stronger, Toad G nodded. It matters not the magnitude of power. I firmly believe Toad G will undoubtedly assist me. Excellent. To celebrate your successful summoning, I shall treat you to a soak in the hot springs, Jiraiya declared, seizing Naruto's hand and dragging him toward the inn. His keen ears having already detected the girls' plans to visit the springs upon their return. You can't possibly be thinking of peeking, can you? How could I? Hot springs. Toad G, swim faster. Naruto clutched Toad G's back, urging it to glide swiftly through the waters of the hot spring, sending splashes all around. Quiet. I can no longer hear the girls. Jiraiya fumed, throwing a towel at Naruto's head. He had created a small hole in the partition to peer through, and though the mist enveloped the area, the elusive shapes were all the more enchanting. Say, Toad G, where's your home? Miamo Mountain. A natural sanctuary teeming with countless toads. Under the guidance of the Great Sage Toad, the entire land of toads thrives in prosperity. The Great Sage Toad? In human terms, one could say he is the toad leader. Oh, I would truly love the chance to meet him. That is highly improbable. The Great Sage Toad is not someone one can meet casually. My father says he has lived for thousands of years. Toads are such long-lived creatures. A friendly reminder, toads that soak for too long may become overcooked, Toad G warned. Ah, Toad G, Toad G. As soon as Jiraiya's words fell, Toad G rolled its eyes and floated atop the hot spring, causing quite a commotion. The following day, perverted sage, what have you brought me here for? They stood again at the back mountain of Konoha, not beside a stream, but near a great waterfall, where Naruto found himself at the edge of a several hundred-meter deep gorge. The massive waterfall cascaded down, drenching the surrounding rock walls. Naruto, although you have stated your reluctance to casually invoke the Nine-Tails power, You will encounter numerous dangers ahead. I cannot always be by your side, and at that time, the power of the Nine Tails will be your sole reliance, Jiraiya said. Raising his finger and adopting a serious demeanor, momentarily setting aside his lecherous nature. However, the power of the Nine Tails cannot simply be summoned at will. While a small amount may be manageable, suddenly being enveloped by a significant surge of the Nine Tails chakra could overwhelm your body. Thus, what you must do is allow your body to gradually acclimate. Even so, I still cannot harness it, Naruto lamented, tugging at his hair. To borrow its power, he would need to enter the ceiling space to meet the Nine Tails, but that was impossible while conscious. He would have to be asleep first. Naruto, if the Nine Tails is truly the friend you claim, then let it live, Jiraiya said with a peculiar smile, gently tapping Naruto's forehead. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped Naruto as Jiraiya pushed him off the cliff. Whoa! The sound of rushing wind filled Naruto's ears as he screamed, unable to grasp onto the sheer cliffside, devoid of any branches to cling to. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. As the thought of his impending demise seeped into his consciousness, Naruto's awareness began to blur. Kid, do you have a penchant for jumping off cliffs? When Naruto regained his senses, the enormous visage of the Nine Tails loomed before him, its sharp teeth bared in discontent as it questioned him. It was reminiscent of their first encounter, when Naruto had plummeted from a great height. I had no choice. I was pushed this time, he retorted. Humph. Is that what you call a good mentor? The Nine Tails cast a sidelong glance at Minato, who had been fervently encouraging Naruto to heed Jiraiya's teachings ever since learning of their master-student relationship. Though Jiraiya-sensei can be a bit radical, he places his trust in you. Kid, if you wish to wield my power, take it. The Nine Tails, having observed Jiraiya's intentions from within Naruto, found it audacious that the old man would resort to such tactics to compel him to lend his strength to Naruto. Nonetheless, since Naruto had labeled him a friend, the Nine Tails reluctantly resolved to comply. Is it truly possible? Enough chatter, just take it. The Nine Tails concentrated an immense amount of chakra, precisely at the limit Naruto could withstand, as crimson energy enveloped his body, continuously pouring into him. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto opened his crimson eyes, forming hand seals before extending his fingers. A visible torrent of red chakra erupted forth, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a colossal toad materialized in the air. The toad appeared to be drowsy, its white belly facing the sky, eyes barely open. It took a moment to comprehend the situation, realizing they were merely 10 meters from the ground. Instinctively, it wrapped around Naruto, shielding him with its belly and absorbing the impact of the impending fall. Boom! The sound of a heavy object striking the ground reverberated, and Jiraiya finally appeared at the valley's bottom, obscured by smoke and dust swirling around, rendering it difficult to see. Naruto, are you still alive? Using a small gust of wind to disperse the fog, Jiraiya caught sight of Naruto's silhouette alongside the toad and smiled. That counts as a success, right? Perverted sage. That toad is going to die. Naruto's voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, echoed through the air. The toad that had cushioned his fall now lay in a deep pit, its eyes rolled back, the state of its life uncertain. A mature toad would not perish from such a height. Foolish child, this toad seems rather familiar. Jiraiya chuckled, scolding lightly, as he approached to examine the summoned creature. It appeared somewhat frilier than he had anticipated. Although its size was considerable, its skin bore the marks of age. Adorned with a bead inscribed with the character for oil, and atop its head sat a rectangular scholar's hat. Magnificent! 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 Jiraiya exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment as he repeated the word. The great sage toad. He continued, I am profoundly sorry for inadvertently disturbing you. After a moment of frantic care, the great sage toad finally regained consciousness, and Jiraiya anxiously pressed his palm against Naruto's head, offering endless apologies. Ahahaha, Jiraiya, you are overreacting. Being a toad of the sage lineage, it is only natural for me to be summoned, the great sage toad replied with a serene smile, its wise eyes locking onto Naruto's gaze. It felt as if its vision transcended time and space, perceiving all. While both the Nine Tails and Minato sensed a chill in their hearts, it seemed the toad had only just traversed the realm of the seal. What merit does this boy possess to summon you? Please return. Mount Myaboku is in disarray. Patience, dear friend. As a summoned beast, I must fulfill my responsibilities and assist my master before departing. Great sage toad, you are injured. Are you truly all right? You seem on the brink of death, Naruto interjected, finally finding his voice, noting the serious wounds across the toad's back, which were bleeding profusely from the jagged rocks below. It is but a mere surface wound, the great sage toad remarked, making no effort to move, remaining still in the pit from which it had fallen. Yet Naruto sensed an unusual energy approaching. The wind howled. Water danced, and the air was thick with an odd essence, akin to the aroma of delectable food, converging towards the great sage toad. At such a young age, you can perceive natural energy? Under the influence of this energy, the great sage toad's wounds began to heal at a visible pace, and its vitality returned. This little rascal has a keen nose, it noted. Naruto, toads rarely dream, but when they do, the visions are invariably prophetic. Just now, in my unconscious state, I glimpsed certain events. Soon, you will face a confrontation with a boy of remarkable ocular prowess. Ah, are you referring to Neji? I know of him. Does that mean I shall win? This will be a contest devoid of victory or defeat, one that will leave profound scars upon your spirit. That is all I can disclose. What? I cannot defeat Neji? Never mind that. I am far more curious about whether I will marry Hinata in the future. Naruto disregarded the great sage toad's ominous words. For him, the outcome of battles was inconsequential as long as he fought with all his might. What truly mattered was his future with Hinata. You impudent child, show a little respect for the great sage toad. He is not a fortune-teller beneath the overpass. Jiraiya, witnessing Naruto's flippant demeanor, was infuriated. He wrapped his arm around Naruto's neck and playfully struck his head. Throughout history, countless scholars and politicians have sought to challenge Mount Myoboku, yearning to receive a prophecy from the great sage frog. Yet this boy treats such prophecies as mere amusement. It hurts. It hurts. Naruto exclaimed. I haven't seen much, but I can say with certainty that you will marry the girl with the Byakugan and have 2 children. Really? That's wonderful. I've succeeded. Did you hear that, perverted sage? Just as Naruto was about to convey his joy, Jiraiya suddenly vanished, summoned to Mount Myoboku by a certain frog's reverse summoning technique. At Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya shouted, Ah! A diminutive old frog with white hair and eyebrows vigorously shook Jiraiya by his collar at a frantic pace. Jiraiya felt as if his brain might spill out. After finally breaking free, he managed to speak. Lord Fukasaku, why did you suddenly summon me? The great sage frog had disappeared, and Jiraiya was the only one left in the outside world. Quickly tell me if you have any news about him. Great sage frog, he is. Just as Jiraiya was about to reveal that he had been summoned by his disciple, a cacophony of croaking erupted, shaking the very ground of Mount Myoboku. Tadpoles huddled together, trembling, while young frogs hid in their burrows, peering outside. Meanwhile, the adult frogs armed themselves and readied for battle. Listen. The great sage frog must have been ambushed by that white snake. We must avenge him. Mount Myoboku hereby declares war on the dragon cave. I, Winnie the Frog, shall personally behead the white snake sage in retribution for the great sage frog. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. A colossal frog over 30 meters tall drew a short blade from its waist and plunged it into the ground, rallying its similarly sized brethren. The adult frogs, having lost their guiding sage, had descended into chaos. Everything is in disarray. These brutes refuse to listen to reason. Husband, you must think of something. Shima, Fukasaku's wife, hopped beside them, seeking assistance as the frogs spiraled into madness, poised to charge forth. What can I do? These giants are all muscle-headed. Let them be. I also believe the white snake sage is behind this. He alone could stealthily abduct the great sage frog. Let me say this. The great sage frog is actually in the outside world. Faced with such turmoil, Jiraiya found it difficult to speak up, merely managing a weak response. You see, I have recently taken on a new disciple and taught him the summoning technique. Somehow, he summoned the great sage frog. Jiraiya, if you jest further, I shall be quite displeased. No, I am not jesting. This is the truth. Release me, and I shall use the summoning technique to bring you all here. And you will see for yourselves. Faced with the grim countenance of the deep-voiced toad, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of despair. It was undeniably the folly of that foolish boy, Naruto, yet he found himself tasked with rectifying the situation. Is this truly possible? The great sage toad being summoned. I have heard that the great sage toad was originally the summoning beast of the first contract holder, who indeed pioneered the art of summoning. However, since the demise of the first, this great sage toad had not made an appearance as a summoning beast for several millennia. One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. Deep-voiced, having lived for several centuries as an ancient toad, possessed some knowledge of the great sage toad's history. It was said that he was born with prophetic abilities and invented sage mode, a formidable technique. Yet the identity of his contract holder remains shrouded in mystery. What are you waiting for? Hurry along. Observing Jiraiya lost in thought, deep-voiced and Shima kicked him, sending him tumbling out of Myoboku Mountain. Ha ha ha, do continue. unbeknownst to Naruto, who was caught in the midst of a near brawl between the two sages. He was listening intently to the great sage Toad recount tales of his past and his entanglements with a serpent. Back then, I cleverly ensnared the white serpent, binding it to a tree. After all, its body was rather lengthy. Ha ha ha. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Upon returning to Naruto, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. He had risked life and limb in Myaboka Mountain while these two shameless beings reveled in laughter. Perverse sage, you're back. The stories told by the great sage Toad are simply hilarious. Very well, as long as you find joy in it. Abandoning his contemplations, Jiraiya performed the summoning technique, calling forth two toads before retreating to a corner. Naruto barely had time to perceive two dark shadows springing forth from the smoke before he felt his body restrained. The two toads thoroughly patted him down before releasing him. Regardless of appearances, he was merely a child. How was he able to summon the great sage Toad? His chakra was slightly above average, yet not sufficient to summon a sage. Perhaps it was merely a rare coincidence of synchronization. After inspecting Naruto, Deep-Voiced and Shima positioned themselves beside the great sage Toad, attributing the event to the realm of the inexplicable. Great sage Toad, please return. Myaboka Mountain is in disarray. The two toads spoke in unison, for the method by which Naruto summoned the great sage Toad had become inconsequential. What mattered now was to call the great sage Toad back to prevent the raucous antics of the toads. Well then, farewell Naruto. We shall have ample opportunities to meet again. The great sage Toad, cognizant of the state of affairs in Myaboka Mountain post-departure, nodded at Naruto before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Young one, henceforth, refrain from summoning the great sage Toad, or you shall face dire consequences. Deep-Voiced was taken aback. It seemed the great sage Toad might still wish to emerge, and he immediately adopted a fearsome expression to intimidate Naruto, not wishing to endure such an experience again. Ugh. Startled by the toad's fearsome visage, Naruto hid behind Jiraiya until they departed. Who are they? One of the celestial beings residing in Myaboku Mountain has set their sights on you, so do exercise caution. That said, can it truly be blamed solely on the lecherous sage who pushed me down? Naruto suddenly recalled that the entire situation stemmed from Jiraiya's actions, pouting in discontent as he spoke. Ahem, let us put this matter to rest. Allow me to treat you to ramen. I desire 10 bowls. Ah, Shikamaru. What a serendipitous encounter. As Naruto turned a corner on the streets of Konoha, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Shikamaru. Coincidence can be a nuisance, indeed. It signifies that I must be considered an outlier alongside you all the way to the hospital. Shikamaru ruffled his hair, and as anticipated, the gazes of those around him had shifted. However, he remained indifferent. Rather than concern himself with their stares, he found solace in counting the clouds above. Do not dwell on such trivialities. What brings you here? Look, CHG has been hospitalized from overeating at the barbecue. Shikamaru sighed, reluctantly carrying the fruit in his hands. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the main event, yet he must accompany a fool to visit another fool. Truly, this encapsulates CHG's essence. And what of you? I am going to see Lee. I have crossed paths with him a few times due to Niji. Although he harbors feelings for Sakura, I doubt she will visit him. You certainly possess a lingering charm. Tomorrow is indeed the official competition, and your opponent is the top newcomer of Konoha. Be mindful. Last year's champion does not necessarily guarantee this year's. I am resolute in my conviction that I shall not lose. Thus, even fools have their advantages. They are devoid of fear. Shikamaru combed his hair, skeptical of Naruto's confidence. He could not fathom where such assurance stemmed from. Were he in Naruto's position, he would undoubtedly forfeit, as such an opponent cannot be defeated merely by intellect. Today, the hospital feels particularly desolate. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Konoha hospital, finding the reception area devoid of any individuals. The nurse at the counter had vanished, leaving only a sign that read on lunch break. The emptiness is advantageous, as it spares them from unnecessary complications. Perhaps that entity might make an appearance. Naruto made a face, playfully pretending to be a ghost beside Shikamaru. Let it be known, however, that I do not believe in ghosts. Shikamaru, you may proceed ahead. Whether it was due to the daylight or energy conservation, the empty corridor was dimly lit, and faint groans of patience echoed around them. Naruto instinctively stood behind Shikamaru, startled by his own words. In Rock Lee's hospital room, Lee, do not give up. I believe you can recover. Sakura placed flowers by Lee's bedside, silently offering her blessings, while Lee lay peacefully asleep, unaware that his goddess had come to see him. Not long ago, Sakura visited Sasuke and inadvertently caught sight of Lee, who, despite his disabilities, persevered in his training. Although the doctors had declared his condition irreversible, Lee continued to strive, refusing to accept his fate. Touched by his indomitable spirit, Sakura would often stop by to see him, bringing a flower as a gesture of support, for he was the first boy to confess his feelings to her. Despite his appearance being vastly overshadowed by Sasuke, as Lee slept, Sakura did not linger and quietly departed. Once she left, Gaara, who had been perched silently on the ceiling, descended gracefully to the floor, observing Lee in his slumber, pondering his thoughts. Moments later, the gourd on his back fell to the ground, and fine sand began to envelop Lee's body, ready to disintegrate with the slightest pressure. Shadow imitation technique. Suddenly, Gaara found himself unable to move, his gaze shifting towards the entrance, where two figures had appeared unbeknownst to him. One of their shadows merged with his own in the sunlight. Gaara, are you here to see Lee as well? Naruto asked, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. You fool, can't you discern the situation? This individual is definitely not a friendly visitor, Shikamaru lamented, regretting the decision to accompany Naruto. He wished he had chosen to stay home instead. Gaara was not a creature they could provoke lightly. Leave, or I shall eliminate you both, Gaara stated coldly, hardly bothering to elaborate. You've already triumphed in the competition. Do you harbor a personal vendetta against us? I have warned that none who engage with me have lived to tell the tale, and you shall not be the exception. Such egotism. But do not underestimate us. We still possess our trump cards from the preliminaries. You are no match for us. How would you know? Indeed. I merely aim to bluff. Gaara, I am uncertain of your intentions, but I will risk my life to prevent you from harming Lee. Why? You are just like me. Why do you so readily stand in front of others? Because we are friends. Friends? Do not jest. We do not possess such sentiments and shall never attain genuine emotions. All that binds us is a connection forged through hatred and a desire to kill. You are truly insufferable. On what basis do you make such a judgment? We are monsters born for battle. I emerged nourished by my mother's life, sealed within me by my father, the Kazekage, along with Shikaku. You too must understand. The way the villagers gaze at you reveals that we belong to the same ilk. This matter. Naruto was reminded of a dark chapter from his past, a time before he encountered the Ninetales and Minato. Though he yearned to forget, the memories remained indelibly etched in his mind, causing his spirit to waver. Do not overthink it. The reason you have not been slain thus far is solely due to the relative integrity of your character, unlike myself, who has succumbed to mental turmoil. Once that turmoil manifests, the villagers will eagerly conspire against you, much like they did with my father. Your father attempted to assassinate you? Temari gazed at Gaara with incredulity. Having lived in the peaceful Hidden Leaf village, he had never encountered such tales of familial betrayal. Indeed, ever since my mental decline, they have feared my potential for chaos. Yet it is too late. I have relentlessly dispatched the assassins sent by my father, consuming their flesh and blood to grow stronger, ultimately becoming the most formidable ninja of Sunagakure. My purpose is to continue this cycle of slaughter, eradicating everything in my path. Naruto, you should join me. Do you not yearn to annihilate those who scorn and disregard you? Perhaps you are correct. In my youth, I too pondered my identity and the purpose of my existence, even contemplating relinquishing my life. That, however, is not the solution. While we undoubtedly face greater misfortunes than others, the happiness we attain upon overcoming such adversities is exponentially rewarding. I now possess friends and someone I cherish. This is the fundamental distinction between you and me. Naruto inhaled deeply. Unlike Gaara, he had never been alone, surrendering to despair. Instead, he had forged his own happiness. Even when the world loathed him, Hinata remained steadfast by his side. I once had friends as well, yet they betrayed me. And you too shall experience this treachery. They linger by your side for their own ulterior motives, and eventually, you will taste the bitterness of betrayal. Gaara's resentment intensified, causing the sand to slip from Lee's grasp as he lunged at Naruto. Blind to reason, I must rouse you. Subsequently, Naruto, undeterred, raised his fist to strike Gaara, only to be intercepted by a green-clad figure. This ends here. If you wish to fight, do so in the arena, not in a hospital room. The Azure Beast of Konoha, Guy, blocked Naruto with one hand while dispersing Gaara's sand with the other, casting a warning glance at Gaara. Naruto, I shall prove my righteousness through slaughter. Gaara recognized his inferiority to Guy and, reluctantly retracting his sand, whispered a menacing farewell to Naruto before departing. Is something the matter? Hinata gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who had suddenly leaped through the wall, seemingly making it his signature entrance. No one else dared breach the Hyūga estate's barriers. Startled, Hinata found herself enveloped in Naruto's embrace, rendered speechless. Could it be? Due to the stress of the competition? Hinata, listen to me. Naruto recounted Gaara's plight, his voice trembling, while Hinata gradually regained her composure, becoming a quiet listener to his narrative. Naruto-kun would never commit such acts. Deep within, you are a kind-hearted individual, and despite being treated poorly, you have never harbored hatred towards the villagers, have you? As Hinata leaned gently against Naruto's shoulder. She understood without him having to say a word that he feared becoming like Gaara. She softly patted his back, offering encouragement. Of course, if this were before the age of 4, she might have sympathized with Gaara. However, that was no longer the case. Unexpectedly, Naruto did not embrace Hinata out of confusion. Perhaps there was a hint of it, but he did not admit it. So why did he hold her? He merely wished to remind himself that Hinata had always been by his side. You fool, what do you intend to do? Defeat him, make him realize his mistakes, and then become his friend. You can do it. Naruto's thoughts were rather foolish and naive, yet Hinata believed in his capability, for like her, he was a man of his word. Thank you for coming early to practice with me, Ten, Neji gasped, panting heavily in the small grove of Konoha. The ground around him was littered with countless shuriken and kunai, yet within a 2-meter radius around him, there were no signs of any attacks. Neji, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Ten sat atop a branch, casually twirling a kunai in her hands, unfazed by the sharpness that could easily cut her fingers. Because my opponent is him, but I heard he's just a dead last. Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Ten could not discern anything particularly special about Naruto, and she maliciously speculated that perhaps Neji feared that terrifying technique, the 1,000 years of pain. You might not believe it, but that kid is far stronger than I am, Neji replied earnestly. Recalling the immense power Naruto had unleashed in their childhood, an energy that even elite shinobi could not contend with. If he did not strive hard, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Ha ha ha. I thought you were the type who would never crack a joke, Neji. Are you trying to relax before the match? Ten chuckled, patting Neji on the shoulder as she took his hand and led him to the venue known as Kaiki City. Meanwhile, the one who had been dubbed the dead last was blissfully unaware, sound asleep in his bed. Naruto-kun, wake up. Hinata gently nudged him, drawing back the curtains to let the sunlight cascade onto his face, finally rousing the slothful boy. Hinata? What are you doing here? Naruto rubbed his eyes, puzzled by Hinata's flurry of activity around the room. A glance at the clock revealed it was only 7. The match was not set to begin until 8. I came early because I was worried you'd be late, just as I suspected. Hinata stood at the window with her hands on her hips, resembling a little wife voicing her concerns. In truth, she had been there for some time, quietly observing Naruto's sleeping face until it was time to wake him. Hee. I was planning to get up anyway, he replied. Breakfast is ready, so hurry and eat. Hinata gestured to the table laden with rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. Did you make this just for me? I figured you would just settle for instant noodles. Thank you. Naruto grasped his chopsticks and devoured his meal with fervor, prompting a blissful smile from Hinata. Naruto-kun, I specially requested my father to let me watch your match from his side. It is a privileged seat personally invited by Lord Hokage, situated at the highest point of Kaiki Castle. I will be watching you closely. I will win. Don't push yourself too hard. Hinata adjusted Naruto's collar gently before departing for the competition venue. Kaiki Castle, the most magnificent structure in the Land of Fire, was indeed as grand as its name suggested, resembling a fortress. The main competition arena was located in the heart of Kaiki Castle, encircled by towering walls, with a circular arena of approximately 200 meters in radius, adorned with sparse trees to facilitate the ninjas' battles. Lord Kazekage, your journey has been arduous. At the apex of Kaiki Castle, the distinguished viewing area was reserved for those of high status, while others occupied the comparatively lower ordinary seats. Hyūga Hayashi, invited by the Hokage, sat with his 2 daughters. At that moment, a figure resembling the 3rd Hokage approached, flanked by the Sand Village's guards. The 3rd Hokage nodded in acknowledgement, inviting him to take a seat. Fortunately, this exam is held in Konoha. If it were in the Sand Village, the Hokage might not have been in such good health to attend. The Kazekage's face was obscured, with only his provocative eyes visible, yet the 3rd Hokage remained unfazed. You're joking. I still do not feel old. These are the head of the Hyūga clan, Hayashi Hyūga, and his 2 daughters, who are here at my invitation to observe the matches. Lord Kazekage, your travels must have been exhausting. Hayashi rose to bow, while Hinata and Hanabi remained seated. aware that they were not in a position to greet anyone. Indeed, the Kazekage nodded indifferently, his gaze shifting toward the arena where Naruto and Neji were engaged in conversation. Neji, it's not too late to concede now. All you need to do is apologize to Hinata. You have always been infuriating. Showing up uninvited and acting like a fool every day. It's all your fault that Hinata has changed from her former self. Naruto's arrogant demeanor irked Neji, who found it intolerable that Naruto remained unchanged, still provoking him as he had in childhood. Hinata has merely grown stronger. You must not be a sister complex, are you? You always obstructed me from approaching Hinata back then. Sister complex? Neji exclaimed in shock, taking a step back. Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough that the spectators could not hear their exchange. Otherwise, the entire world would learn of his childhood infatuation with Hinata. Though he would never admit it, as Naruto claimed. I know you used to mumble in your sleep about how cute Hinata was. You think anyone would believe such nonsense? You were the one who peeped at Hinata while she was bathing and got suspended by Uncle Hayashi, remember? Neji could hardly believe that Naruto still remembered this incident. He immediately retaliated by recounting his own embarrassing moments, transforming a serious Chunin exam into a quarrel over past grievances between the two. I've told you countless times it was an accident. I didn't know someone was in the bathroom. If you keep bringing it up, I swear I'll hit you. Come on. Did you really think the countless things you said as a child would come to fruition today? After all these years, you haven't even touched my body once. Multiple shadow clone technique. The verbal sparring reached its peak as Naruto formed seals, summoning hundreds of clones that charged at Neji, who countered with a stance of gentle fist, dispersing the shadow clones one by one. Neji, the fact that you still remember childhood events shows you're still Neji. What on earth happened that made you and Hinata turn out like this? Speak up. One shadow clone launched a surprise attack from behind, swinging its fist and shouting. They were all manifestations of Naruto's consciousness, effectively conveying his thoughts. Yet Neji seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, countering without even turning around, striking a vital point that scattered the clone. Some things in this world cannot be remedied by mere words. Just like you, your dream of becoming Hokage. Do you think that can be achieved by simply stating it? Why not? Naruto's anger flared, and the shadow clones intensified their assault, recklessly lunging at Neji. Only a select few can become Hokage. Do you think ordinary people can achieve that just by trying hard? Ultimately, it all comes down to birth and talent. Yes, raw ability. Those who lag behind will always lag behind. You and Hinata are no different. She couldn't defeat me as a child, and she still can't as an adult. She's merely a trailing branch of the clan. As Neji evaded the attacks of the shadow clones, he attempted to close the distance to Naruto. Under the barrage of attacks, the clones vanished at a visibly rapid pace until he finally reached the last remaining Naruto. You have no right to speak about Hinata. You, who have left the main house, what do you truly understand about her? She practices daily until her palms blister and bleed, striving to change herself. So talent is innate, and effort is futile. Fate is unyielding. I despise people like you, those who preach one thing while doing another. Since the branch family cannot oppose the main house, what are you doing now? Aren't you using this exam to prove yourself, to show that defeating Hinata will validate the branch family's worth against the main family? What a pitiful thought. Neji found himself momentarily speechless. Naruto's reasoning was compelling, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Gotcha. Seizing the moment when Neji was distracted, the shadow clones pounced on him, two grabbing his hands, two his feet, and one wrapping around his waist, rendering him immobile. Damn it, Neji. Grit your teeth. I'm going to give you a good beating. The remaining shadow clones surged from the ground, raising their fists to strike at Neji. Humph. Do you really think this will be enough to defeat me? Heavenly spin. Neji let out a cold laugh as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his body, causing him to spin like a top, sending Naruto and all his shadow clones flying. When he finally ceased his rotation, he left behind a sizable circular crater. Coughing up dirt, Naruto gazed in astonishment at Neji's formidable blend of defensive and offensive martial arts. Father, Hanabi, seated beside Hayashi, turned to her father, recalling that this gentle fist technique had been employed by him, one she had yet to master. Indeed, this was the secret technique of the main clan, the heavenly spin, and to have comprehended it at such a young age through his understanding of the Byakugan is truly frightening. Naruto-kun, you can do it. Hinata, aware of the strength of the heavenly spin, clasped her hands together in prayer for Naruto. Look, Naruto, you cannot possibly defeat me. What dreams can you still speak of? Nonsense. As long as I draw breath, I will never give up. Just as Naruto climbed back to his feet, he sensed something was amiss. His legs had gone numb. He immediately recalled the area where Neji had struck him, realizing it was no ordinary blow, but one that had infused chakra to seal his points. At that moment, Neji advanced, his hands dancing in the air. Useless, you are already within my Bagua formation. Bagua, 64 palm, like the swift winds. Neji's palms could only be described with such words, and under the onslaught of 64 consecutive strikes, Naruto was left battered both externally and internally, sent hurtling away. Referee. It's time to declare the winner. Huh, who are you calling the loser? Before the referee could speak, Naruto slowly rose again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Defiantly locking eyes with Neji. Having endured 64 palms, can you still move? Truly a formidable opponent. Even without chakra, I possess the willpower. I said I would wake you up, and I always stand by my words. As blood poured from his mouth, Naruto's gaze remained resolute, mirroring the unwavering determination of Hinata from back then, which only fueled Neji's anger. You are truly an infuriating individual. Perish. Neji, unable to contain his rage, was aware that the human body has vital points. Though he had struck them before, his anger clouded his judgment, and he prepared to make Naruto his first experiment. Kid, it seems you are in trouble. Use my power. Just at that critical moment, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's ears, his chakra stirring restlessly, ready to restore Naruto's strength and enable him to defeat Neji at a moment's notice. No, the Nine Tails, taken aback by Naruto's refusal, felt a flicker of anger. For the first time in millennia, he had offered his power to someone, only to be rejected, which infuriated the fox. I'm sorry, Nine Tails, but I want to wake Neji up myself. I wish to accomplish this with my own hands. Struggling to evade Neji's attacks with his weakened body, Naruto managed a strained smile. What's wrong? Is the future Hokage really this weak? Where is your other power? I will not use it. I will defeat you with my own hands. Arrogance. Do you truly believe that you, a mere underachiever, stand any chance of victory? It is but a mere obstruction in the flow of chakra. Naruto raised his hand to deflect Neji's onslaught. A surge of chakra emanating from his core and forcefully impacting the blocked chakra points. The sound of crackling echoed around him, as Neji's acupressure was violently undone by Naruto's brute force. Hey, you. Naruto's fierce determination startled Neji. In his gaze, Naruto's form appeared battered and torn. It seemed impossible for him to continue fighting, as he looked on the brink of death. Yet, strangely, Naruto did not perish. The unblocked chakra pathways began to mend gradually. For the Nine Tails, despite its obstinate exterior, was soft-hearted at its core, aiding Naruto in the healing of his injuries. Cough, cough, cough. How about that? Quite simple, isn't it? Unable to move at all. Spitting out the excess blood, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him, raising his fist in a taunting gesture towards Neji. In light of your earnest efforts, allow me to enlighten you about what transpired. Neji exhaled deeply, perhaps moved by Naruto's fearless spirit. He removed the forehead protector from his head, gripping it tightly in his hand, twisting the emblem of the Leaf Village into a distorted shape. What a striking insignia, Neji remarked. Ah, if only it were merely an ordinary symbol. Listen well, Naruto. This is a cursed seal known as the Caged Bird, specifically devised by the main branch to subdue the branch family. This seal clings tightly to the nervous system. Once activated by a member of the main family, the afflicted suffers immensely, even sealing away the Byakugan's abilities, marking them for life. Why? You are all members of the Hyūga clan. This system was established by the main family to prevent the branch family from surpassing them. With the seal, the branch family can never escape the main family's control. In essence, we must obey even unto death. I grew up without a mother, raised solely by my father. I am grateful to him and to the main family, but I later came to realize my folly. The main family regards us merely as tools. Perilous missions? Let the branch family handle those. Such words from the main family sound like a cruel jest. All the arduous and dirty work falls upon us. The main family seems content to reap the rewards without effort. What is the branch family, if not a mere appendage to the main family? The fate of two twin brothers was sealed by their order of birth, and thus, your destiny was predetermined the moment you faced me. You cannot win. This was the secret Neji uncovered as he matured. His father, Hyūga, relentlessly pursued the ideals of the main family, accumulating scars with every effort, while the main family treated it all as a given. This was the source of his growing resentment towards them. Enough jesting. No one has the right to unilaterally dictate another's fate. I will defeat you here and prove that destiny can indeed be shattered. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto once again formed hand seals, expending the remainder of his chakra to create approximately 50 shadow clones, all charging towards Neji. This is merely a repetition. You cannot break my Kaiten. Perhaps not. A portion of Naruto's shadow clones diverted Neji's attention while 10 remained hidden, gathering energy for a Rasengan. After Neji dealt with the numerous clones, he was confronted by 10 Narutos, each wielding a Rasengan, except for a few in the VIP section. No one noticed Naruto secretly forming another seal. What is this? I cannot be struck. Neji Byakugan detected the immense energy within the Rasengan, prompting him to activate Kaiten. The 10 Rasengans encircled Neji, colliding fiercely with his Kaiten, igniting a flurry of chakra sparks. Though I do not comprehend the fate of the Hyūga clan, if you remain powerless, await my ascension as Hokage, and I shall assist in altering the Hyūga clan's destiny. A deafening explosion erupted as the Rasengan clashed violently with Kaiten, unleashing a wave of energy. After a considerable time, Neji emerged from the crater, battered but resolute. Fate cannot be altered. Exhausted, Neji approached Naruto, regret evident in his gaze. All the shadow clones had perished in the explosion, leaving only the original. Damn it, Neji, grit your teeth and don't bite your tongue off. Beneath the ground, Naruto's voice resonated, prompting Neji to retreat hastily. But it was too late. Naruto's fist broke through the earth, followed by his entire form emerging. Bang! The force of the punch was tremendous, echoing through the audience, who collectively felt a pang of sympathy for Neji. Neji Hyūga fell unconscious. The victor was Naruto Uzumaki. The referee approached, confirming Neji's inability to continue, and declared the result. Victory! Naruto raised his thumb towards the highest VIP section, displaying a confident smile as he plopped down beside Neji. Sister, did he win? Hanabi gazed incredulously at Hinata, then at Naruto, who was carelessly slapping Neji's face. It was unfathomable that the strongest Neji had actually lost, especially to someone deemed a failure and a freeloader. Yes, he won. Naruto has always been the best. Hinata felt a swell of emotions, embracing Hanabi in joyful tears. Naruto had truly accomplished his goal, defeating Neji. Lord Hokage. That jutsu is indeed. Though Hyūga Hayashi was astonished that Naruto triumphed, his focus shifted to the Rasengan. He had witnessed that formidable technique over a decade ago, wielded by none other than the 4th Hokage, the Rasengan. So he has returned to Konoha? It seems he refuses to visit this old man. No wonder. The 3rd Hokage chuckled softly, realizing that not only the Rasengan, but also the summoning technique indicated Jiraiya's teachings. Perhaps Jiraiya was avoiding Naruto out of dissatisfaction with his circumstances. The sky is remarkably blue. Neji opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the heavens above, instinctively remarking that he had been shielded from the beauty of the sky by the mark upon his brow, only now realizing its splendor. Have you awakened? You have lost. Naruto prodded Neji's cheek playfully. Naruto, you wouldn't be employing the earth style, would you? Neji turned his head, scrutinizing Naruto's face, which was smeared with dirt. The original body was not a shadow clone, and there was a considerable distance between them. He could scarcely believe that Naruto had dug his way here himself. Heh, that hole wasn't my doing. It's my new companion, Gamakichi, Naruto declared proudly, lifting Gamakichi and presenting him before Neji. Pleased to make your acquaintance, human boy, Gamakichi greeted, raising his forelimbs with a wave. After being summoned, Naruto had issued the command to dig, and though he did not fully understand why, he was eager to assist Naruto. A summoning technique, is it? I concede my defeat, wholeheartedly. Neji smiled in relief. Had Naruto invoked the power of the 9 tails, he could have found solace in that. But Naruto had triumphed using his own strength and had even devised such a tactical approach. Let me make it clear, if you refuse to acknowledge your mistake, I shall continue to strike you. Mistake? I know it well. My ire was directed at the main house, not Hinata. Deep down, I have always known it was wrong. Yet I could not control myself. Is this what it means to be consumed by madness? Humanity is such a creature, only awakening to its errors after being struck down. Neji sighed, admitting his fault. Is that so? It seems you recognize your wrongdoing. Return and apologize. I believe Hinata will forgive you. She has been waiting for you to come back, Neji and I. You truly are willing to fight for others. You were like that even as a child. That night, you unleashed incredible power while crying out. In truth, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. I am who I am. I have never changed. You just said you would become Hokage and then change the Hyūga clan, right? Have you ever seen the 3rd Hokage meddle in another family's affairs? An ancient family tradition cannot be altered, even by the Hokage. Oh, really? So it is as I thought. You truly haven't changed. Your foolishness remains. Neji chuckled softly. Though he still harbored resentment towards the main house, perhaps Naruto and Hinata could slightly mend the rift in their relationship. In the infirmary, Neji and Naruto were both brought in for treatment. Their injuries were not severe, and after a quick examination by the medical team, they departed, leaving behind two individuals staring at each other in silence. Is Hinata not coming? Naruto lamented, reclining on the bed. Hinata longed to visit him as well. But adhering to etiquette, they could not leave their seats until their guest departed. An empty chair would be a sign of disrespect to the guest. And she could only come over after the Kazekage had left. With a click, the infirmary door swung open, and a middle-aged man resembling Hayashi Hyūga entered. Uncle Hizashi, greetings. Father. Neji, do you still harbor hatred for the main house? Hyūga Hayashi cast a glance at Naruto and nodded before turning to Neji. Isn't this a matter of course? Because of the clan, father, you. It is my fault for not recognizing the hatred within you sooner. I never imagined that someone so close to Hinata could undergo such a transformation. By the time I realized, it was already too late at that point. I fear that nothing I say would be believed, would it? Father, what is it you wish to convey? Perhaps to you, I appear to be a useless father, perpetually obeying the clan's commands, yet I acted of my own volition and was not coerced by any underhanded methods of the clan. Why? I do not serve the clan, rather, I fulfill tasks for my elder brother. Although he often wears a stern expression and has a temper, our bond has always been strong. He simply struggles to express himself. Despite his objections to the clan's decisions, he is often powerless while occupying that position. I despise the clan, but my disdain does not extend to my brother. I would willingly sacrifice myself for him. I cannot demand that you refrain from hating the clan, but you must not allow yourself to suffer. You love Hinata, just as I love my brother. The blood connection, whether from the main or branch family, remains unchanged. Do not forget this. Naruto, thank you for defeating Neji. Though this child is intelligent, he can be stubborn beyond measure. Nevertheless, next time, Neji will surely prevail. I have faith in my son. Hyūga Hayashi approached Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Since this boy entered the Hyūga household, the previously unfeeling clan seemed to have softened somewhat, and he found a certain fondness for Naruto, who often shouted at the irritable Hyūga Hizashi. I will continue to grow stronger. Bring it on. With that, he took his leave. Humans are indeed contradictory, Naruto mused after Hayashi departed. You are correct, Naruto. From this moment onward, you shall be my target. I will become stronger until I surpass you. Even if you surpass me, Hinata will never be yours. How dare you speak of love? That was what my father said. The break period had ended, and the second match commenced. Gaara was already in the arena, awaiting his opponent, yet Sasuke had yet to appear. Time passed, and with no sign of Uchiha Sasuke, the referee, Nara Shikamaru, raised his hand to declare a verdict. Once his hand descended, Sasuke would lose his qualification. However, he halted his motion upon noticing Naruto standing beside him, gripping his hand tightly. Naruto, weren't you in the previous match? What are you doing? Referee, let us wait a moment longer. Sasuke will surely arrive. Just a little longer. That is not permissible. The lords of all nations are watching. Rules are rules. Can a ninja who is tardy truly be considered a ninja? Of course. Isn't Kakashi-sensei renowned for being late? Has Kakashi's bad habit now infected his students? Regardless, it cannot be allowed. Uchiha Sasuke will lose. If you cannot let go, then so be it. As Nara Shikamaru attempted to articulate his thoughts, his mouth was once again covered by Naruto, and the two became entangled in a chaotic embrace. Just wait a little longer. I promise to treat you to ramen, he remarked. You better not try that again, or I shall declare you disqualified for assaulting the judge. Do you believe that? Shikamaru, finally managing to shake off Naruto, said with irritation. The thousands of spectators in Kaiki Castle, along with Lord Hokage, were watching, many of them already amused. He certainly did not come to serve as a source of entertainment. Anyone can step in. If that guy doesn't tease show, then you shall do, Gaara stated, his patience worn thin by the farce unfolding before him, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace directed at Naruto. Hey, can I replace Sasuke in the match? Of course not. What do you all think the CH9 exams are? I haven't sunk so low as to need a backup like you. A figure swiftly vaulted over the perimeter of the exam ground, landing gracefully behind Naruto, tapping him lightly on the head. Sasuke, you finally arrived, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Sasuke. After a month apart, he noticed Sasuke's hair had grown slightly, and his attire had changed. His arms were wrapped in bandages similar to Lie's, indicative of rigorous training. Thank you for buying me some time, Naruto. I'll take it from here, Sasuke expressed gratefully, aware that if it weren't for Naruto's antics with the judge, he would have already lost his chance to compete. All right, do you see that face? Hit him hard. Naruto pointed at Gaara's face, provoking the latter's anger to rise visibly before leaving the scene while still managing to aggravate his opponent. Get lost. Shikamaru could no longer tolerate Naruto's antics and kicked him into the audience. Naruto, you remain as reckless as ever, Sakura sighed, helping the fallen Naruto back to his feet. He was likely the only one bold enough to tease the judge in such a manner. Oh, Sakura, what a coincidence. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, grinning as he greeted them. Ah, you latecomer. You've even infected Sasuke with your tardiness. If it weren't for me, he would have almost been disqualified. Don't be upset. Our delay had a legitimate reason, Kakashi replied. Reason? Indeed. Just wait and see. With a mysterious smile, Kakashi shifted his gaze back to the exam arena. Sasuke had already engaged Gaara in battle, and it seemed that his rigorous training had paid off. As he utilized his speed to evade Gaara's defensive sand, delivering powerful strikes with his taijutsu that left Gaara unable to retaliate. In the ensuing match, Gaara was compelled to envelop himself in a barrier of high-density sand to withstand Sasuke's relentless assault. A turtle shell, you say? That works perfectly. I too require a moment. Sasuke, perplexed by Gaara's retreat into the spherical shell, took a few steps back, creating distance, and began forming hand seals, channeling a formidable amount of chakra into his left hand. Kakashi-sensei, could this be? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the azure lightning in Sasuke's hand. This scene was not unfamiliar to her. She had witnessed Kakashi employ it once during their time in the Land of Waves. Indeed, this is my Raikiri. The reason Sasuke could achieve such velocity was due to the activation of his cells by lightning attribute chakra. Chidori, Raikiri. The sound emitted from the chakra in Sasuke's left hand, as it came into contact with the air, resembled the cries of 1,000 birds. Subsequently, Raikiri pierced through Gaara's sand barrier, embedding itself into his shoulder. Did we win? No. Not yet. This chakra. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Gaara's sand sphere, within which something appeared to be stirring, definitely not human, but rather a mysterious entity cloaked in human guise. At that moment, while everyone's attention was captivated by Gaara, a figure concealed behind the wind shadow suddenly hurled a smoke bomb, enveloping the uppermost level of Kaiki City in a shroud of mist. Four individuals adorned with sound ninja headbands emerged from the haze, each taking a position at the corners. Barrier. 4 purple flames formation, including the Hokage, the Wind Shadow, and 3 members of the Hyūga clan. The violet square barrier encased the entirety of Kaiki City's upper level. Hinata and Hanabi sheltered behind me. Hyūga Hayashi was taken aback. Upon the smoke dispersing, he realized the third Hokage was already engaged in combat with the Wind Shadow, who was, in fact, Orochimaru masquerading as the Wind Shadow. Naruto, wake up quickly. Sakura? How peculiar. Why am I asleep? Naruto rubbed his head, recalling his concern over whether Sasuke had achieved victory. He then saw countless feathers cascading from the sky, after which his memory faded. You've been caught in an illusion. To put it succinctly, Tsunagakure and Otogakure have conspired to wage war against Konoha. Gaara is their trump card, and Sasuke has already pursued him. We must hasten to assist him. As Sakura recounted the events, Naruto glanced around, witnessing the ANBU of Konoha embroiled in fierce combat with the Sound Ninja, while the spectators had succumbed to slumber due to the illusion. Just as Sakura had articulated, I am now assigning you an A-rank mission. Stop Gaara and assist Sasuke. Kakashi solemnly instructed as he cleared a path for Naruto and Sakura to exit. No, I cannot accept this mission. Naruto finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. When his gaze shifted to Kaiki City, panic surged through him, his hands and feet trembling as he beheld Hinata ensnared within that violet barrier. Naruto, this is not the time for recklessness. Naruto. Those who refuse to execute their missions are deemed worthless. Do you understand? Perhaps I will be labeled as worthless, but there are certain matters for which one must act, even at the risk of such a title. Naruto nodded, resolute in his decision to part ways with Kakashi and sprint towards Kaiki City. This guy truly is. Shikamaru, you take Naruto's place and lend assistance. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, perhaps filled with confidence in Sasuke. He approached Shikamaru, who had been feigning sleep, and hoisted him up, smiling as he spoke. No, I was merely passing through here. Can't you let me play dead? I'm not even part of Team 7. Well, time is of the essence, so I hereby assign you to Team 7, Kakashi declared, summoning his summoning beast, the ninja dog Pakin, and forcibly dragging Shikamaru off to complete a mission. How can this be? Stop. You must not approach here. When Naruto arrived atop the roof of Kaiki City, 3 Umbu operatives blocked his path, each seizing one of his arms. Let me through. Hinata is still inside. You little brat, just so you know. Even if your body were as tough as a kunai, you wouldn't be able to enter. The leading Umbu produced a kunai and hurled it at the purple barrier, which disintegrated into ashes upon contact due to the intense heat. This barrier is known as the 4 Purple Flames Formation. It can only be opened from the inside, and no one can enter. Let me go. I refuse to believe it. Naruto broke free from the Umbu's grip, hearing the sounds of battle emanating from within. Hinata must be terrified right now. He had to get in. As his fist struck the 4 Purple Flames Formation, it was immediately scorched, leaving a large wound. Ugh. Damn it. Let me in. Let me in. Ignoring his injured hand, Naruto pounded against the barrier with a frenzied fury, but no matter how hard he struck, the barrier remained unyielding. Unbeknownst to him, his body had become enveloped in the cloak of the 9 tails. And it was only due to the chakra of the fox that he had not perished in the flames, sustaining only burns. Damn it, it's not enough. Power. Grant me power. As desperation mounted, the cloak expanded, sprouting a second tail, his pupils deepening to a more vivid crimson, and his fist growing in strength. Yet the barrier remained unchanged. Power. Stop, Naruto. Just as Naruto was on the verge of manifesting 3 tails, Minato's voice reached his ears, calming him momentarily. Father? But this is not the time to stop. Hinata is. Naruto, take 3 deep breaths and look at the rooftop, 1 o'clock direction. Do you see it? That is. Following Minato's guidance, Naruto gazed in the specified direction, where a series of intricate marks resembling tadpoles was etched upon a tile. We used to practice the Flying Thunder God technique in secret, and you left these marks behind. Now is the perfect opportunity to utilize the Flying Thunder God. But I can't do it. The mere mention of the Flying Thunder God made Naruto's head spin. Theoretically, he had mastered it and could even perform the seals. Yet he could not execute it. You must not say you cannot. With your current physique, even harnessing the power of 3 tails would not break this barrier. It would only lead to your own collapse. Thus, the Flying Thunder God is your sole hope, and you must believe in yourself. All right, I will give it a try. Naruto took a deep breath, allowing the cloak of the 9 tails to gradually dissipate, closing his eyes. Slowly, begin to feel this space. Hinata, no matter how distant the journey, I shall come to your side. Naruto reminisced about the moments spent with Hinata, as if grasping something profound that resonated with the marks left upon his heart, a sensation that was also perceived by Minato. Now, seal the jutsu. He chanted the incantation, Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, Naruto vanished from the outskirts of the 4 Purple Flames Formation. Only after his departure did the surrounding air stir, creating a gentle breeze that filled the void he left behind. After a 12-year hiatus, the Golden Flash once again graced Konoha. Within the 4 Purple Flames Formation, Orochimaru had summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokage through the Impure World reincarnation, turning them into his puppets for battle. I am truly sorry, Hayashi. I knew Orochimaru had long been lurking within the village, and my intention in bringing you here was to protect you. Little did I expect you would be ensnared in this conflict. The 3rd Hokage was aware of Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of various bloodline limits and his intent to attack Konoha, which could very well include the Byakugan, yet he had never anticipated that Orochimaru would go so far as to eliminate the Kazekage and disguise himself to infiltrate their ranks. There was no need for concern. It had been far too long since he had fought alongside the Hokage. Hayashi Hyūga shook his head in resignation, acknowledging Orochimaru's formidable nature while feeling grateful to be at the side of the Hokage. Otherwise, should the Hokage fall, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer. They had to defeat Orochimaru here. No, do not assist me. You must protect your daughters. The youth are the foundation of Konoha, and they must not endure even the slightest harm. Hokage-sama, my daughters are quite strong. Hinata alone is more than capable of safeguarding Hanabi. The 1st and 2nd Hokage are both exceptional ninjas, and you cannot withstand them alone. I am not yet past my prime. It is time to engage. Leave the 2nd Hokage to me. The 3rd Hokage nodded, ceasing his refusal, and shed the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, revealing a black combat uniform beneath. Would release, Birth of the World of Trees. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama, deployed his most powerful ninjutsu, causing the four purple flames formation to burgeon with dense foliage, resembling an ancient forest. Branches surge forth as if alive, assaulting Hayashi. Byakugan. The 360-degree defense of the Byakugan manifested, perfectly countering the onslaught of branches from every direction. For a time, Hashirama found himself at an impasse, unable to overcome the defense. Water release. Water wave. Meanwhile, the second Hokage unleashed his signature ninjutsu, summoning torrents of water that surged forth like a tsunami toward the third Hokage. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The third Hokage swiftly performed hand seals, raising a colossal earthen wall to withstand the deluge. However, the 5-meter-wide barrier could only mitigate a portion of the water, with the remaining force surging unabated over the wall toward the third Hokage's rear. Oh no, the young Hinata. The third Hokage realized the imminent danger and rushed to turn and save her, yet the second Hokage had already leaped through the cascading waves, engaging him in close combat. Sister. Hanabi was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Despite her young age and formidable abilities, she found herself paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle in the face of such a high-level battle. Hanabi, do not worry. Your sister shall protect you, Hinata reassured her, though she too felt trepidation. There are moments when fear cannot serve as an excuse. She positioned herself in front of Hanabi, her Byakugan activated, raising her hands to confront the oncoming tsunami. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Cough. As soon as her hands made contact with the wave, Hinata coughed up blood. Until this day, she could not have fathomed the sheer force of such water. The impact could surely shatter bones or even be fatal. This must not be the end. I must at least protect Hanabi. As her arms grew weaker, Hinata resolutely abandoned her resistance against the tsunami, turning to embrace her sister, using her back to shield Hanabi from the onslaught. Rasengan. Huh. Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, shouted as he thrust it towards the wave. The Rasengan collided fiercely with the tsunami, cleaving through it like a fin slicing through the ocean, ultimately dissipating the wave into a spray of water. Hinata, are you alright? Naruto turned, standing amidst the rain of splashes, and smiled at Hinata. Naruto-kun, am I dreaming? How did you get in here? Hinata, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Naruto in disbelief. She had learned from her father that no one could breach this barrier, and she had lost hope that Naruto could enter. Yet here he was, an incredible miracle before her. I told you, I will protect Hinata. No matter how far the distance, I will always come to your side. Keeping my word is my ninja way. Naruto helped the two sisters to their feet, relieved to see they were uninjured, though Hanabi's small face was splattered with water, leaving her uncertain whether it was droplets of water or tears. Hanabi, are you all right? Just stay behind me. As Naruto reached out to wipe away the tears from Hanabi's face, the little girl finally reacted, fiercely swatting away his hand and wiping her face herself. How did he get in here? The third Hokage, who had been closely monitoring Hinata's movements, stared at Naruto in astonishment, his mind momentarily short-circuiting, allowing the second Hokage to land several blows on him. Oh dear, this is quite peculiar. The four purple flames formation, being the most exceptional barrier ninjutsu, cannot be breached from the outside. However, there exists a certain ninjutsu that can disregard any barrier, known as the nemesis of barrier techniques. Sarutobi-sensei, you are aware of this. Are you not? Orochimaru said, licking his lips with delight. He had refrained from intervening, instead observing Naruto's actions. When someone attacked the four purple flames formation, he took note. If Naruto could enter, he decided he would reward him. Space-time ninjutsu. But how could he possibly? In an instant. The third Hokage recalled the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, yet he could not fathom where Naruto had learned it. What is impossible? This ninjutsu is rightfully his. Is it not? Taught by Jiraiya? The individual who can only sneak a glance at Tsunade while she bathes would not be subjected to daily beatings if he possessed any skills. No. The act of teaching does not necessitate personal proficiency. Perhaps he merely imparted the theory to Naruto, and whether one learns or not ultimately depends on innate talent. This possibility exists, yet Sarutobi-sensei, I am not here to engage in an academic discussion with you. Orochimaru sensed that further conversation would stray from the intended path and interrupted Sarutobi. At that moment, Naruto had also arrived beside the third Hokage. What brings you here, Snake? Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Naruto's eyes flickered with a multitude of complex emotions, surprise, gratitude, and anger. After a moment of struggle, he attempted to address him as Uncle Snake, but was met with a piercing glare from Orochimaru, forcing him to change his approach. Naruto, do you know him? Of course. I have confronted him several times, but each attempt ended in failure. The Ninetales Jinchūriki is also one of my research subjects, Orochimaru interjected. Fully aware that Naruto's simplistic reasoning would not hold up, having prepared his retort in advance. As anticipated, this provoked the third Hokage's ire. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. However, I did not expect the Ninetales Jinchūriki to have mastered space-time ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, to reward you for entering this barrier, how about a rather unique gift? Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, forming hand seals to once again utilize the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru, you wouldn't dare? The third Hokage gasped in horror, attempting to intervene but was firmly obstructed by the second Hokage, rendered helpless as he watched two coffins emerge from the ground. With a soft crack, the wooden lids of the coffins slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman who stepped forth with the semblance of life. Their skin and eyes resembling those of normal humans, yet devoid of vitality, mere moving corpses. This is... Naruto struggled to articulate his thoughts. Recognizing Minato, yet his gaze fixed upon the long-haired woman, unable to look away. Her fiery red hair, exquisite features, and the warmth radiating from her assured him that this was indeed his mother. Thank me, Ninetales brat. For it is I who has granted you the opportunity to see your parents once more in your lifetime. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, consumed by rage, kicked aside the second Hokage and rushed towards Orochimaru, launching an attack. Why are you so angry, Sarutobi-sensei? You weren't nearly as irate when summoning the first and second Hokages. Could it be that there is something you regret regarding the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru easily deflected the third Hokage's assault, a smirk playing on his lips as he feigned curiosity. Do you not fear retribution for so brazenly manipulating the dead? Rest assured, Sarutobi-sensei, the fourth soul is not here, as you know. And I have not located his mother's spirit either. Thus, those two are merely lifeless bodies, incapable of inquiring about their child. Are you relieved? You. How could you possess their remains? They should have been disposed of 12 years ago. The third Hokage was engulfed in fury, vexed by the truth in Orochimaru's words. Feeling a sense of relief that was laced with guilt as he glanced towards Hinata and Azashi, who were still locked in a fierce battle with the first Hokage. His heart eased, of course, thanks to the shadows of Konoha. One was the sole user of space-time ninjutsu in the world, and the other was the body of a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a host of the Ninetales. The value of such rare materials is evident, and I have paid a significant price to acquire them. At a loss for words? Sensei Sarutobi, you are indeed aging. The once fiery Sarutobi who would leap into action at the slightest provocation has long since perished. What I see before me is a frail, retreating old man, weak and ineffectual. When you descend into the earth, can you honestly claim that you have lived a life devoid of shameful deeds? You have decayed, much like Konoha itself. Rotting leaves face the inevitable fate of being consumed by flames, and you, devolved into a mere herbivore, can only be devoured by me. Such a Konoha no longer warrants existence. Orochimaru, skilled in manipulating the human heart, now aimed at the third Hokage's deepest guilt. He lived his life with a sense of pride, yet in his twilight years, he committed an unforgivable act against the fourth Hokage, causing his gaze to momentarily lose focus. Therefore, I implore you, perish here, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru sensed the opportune moment and unleashed a venomous serpent that sank its fangs into the third Hokage's neck. To kill me is no simple task, Orochimaru. The third Hokage transformed into a mud clone, while his true self stood behind Orochimaru. Such a stubborn old man. The fourth Hokage cannot even reincarnate his soul for the village, and you will never have the chance to apologize to him after your demise. Perhaps, as you say, I am not a worthy Hokage, placing the burden of the entire village upon the shoulders of a mere child. I shall not offer any excuses. All I can do is sacrifice my life for the village, just as the fourth Hokage did. Come, let us die together, Orochimaru. Oh dear. I am not yet prepared to die. Your opponent is him. As the third Hokage prepared for a desperate fight, Orochimaru swiftly retreated, positioning himself atop the earth wall previously utilized by the third Hokage, gazing down upon him. The second Hokage swiftly joined the fray, engaging the third Hokage in battle. Curse it, you wretched brat of the Ninetales. If you wish to live, you must defeat them. With Orochimaru's command, the bodies of Minato and Kushina began racing towards Naruto, each wielding their weapons. Devoid of souls, they could not utilize ninjutsu and were forced into a close-quarters combat. Minato wielded kunai, while Kushina brandished a frying pan. Father, mother, Witnessing his parents show no signs of restraint, Naruto felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Grasping his kunai with all his might to defend himself. "Naruto-kun, why don't you fight back?" Hinata, while protecting Hanabi, called out as she saw Naruto being driven back. "They are my parents. How could I possibly strike them?" "Parents? Such a thing." Hinata gasped, her heart aching for Naruto. His deceased parents had been resurrected, only to confront him in battle. How much pain must he endure in his heart? "Mother, I have so much to say to you. Yet why must we meet under such circumstances?" Naruto, holding back his tears, gazed at Kushina, who wielded a frying pan with remarkable skill, her prowess eclipsing even that of Minato's kunai. Suddenly distracted, Naruto was struck on the head by the frying pan, sent flying against the earthen wall, leaving a deep dent as he collapsed, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Minato and Kushina approached him. Minato aimed his kunai at Naruto's heart, while Kushina raised the frying pan, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Naruto, as he faced imminent peril, Hinata dropped her fireworks and rushed over. But the distance was too great. Realizing she might be too late, she shouted with all her might, believing he was about to meet his end. Naruto opened his eyes to find Minato's kunai just an inch away. The frying pan halted above his head. Confused, he could only stare at them, wondering why they had ceased their movements. Strange, no energy left? No, he felt plenty of energy. Why were they unresponsive? Orochimaru had been observing the battle closely, and even as Naruto seemed poised for death, he did not relent, yet the two bodies remained motionless, unresponsive to his commands. "Mother, you truly have not forgotten me. I have finally met you. You are such a beautiful woman, especially your hair, like flames." Rising from the ground, Naruto approached Kushina and embraced her, burying his head in her embrace, inhaling her familiar scent, and finally breaking down in tears. Yet, Kushina stood still, her expression blank, until she suddenly lifted her gaze towards Orochimaru. "Is it my task to stop him? I will do it." Perhaps it was the bond of mother and son, as Naruto suddenly sensed his mother's intent. Wiping away his tears, he felt renewed determination, leaping up the earthen wall with agility, reaching Orochimaru's side. "Orochimaru, do you truly intend to destroy Konoha?" "Why? I never jest. Konoha has rotted from within, and that is my reason. I will stop you." Naruto understood Orochimaru well, and it was precisely because of this understanding that he knew Orochimaru was dead serious. "Naruto, you have been discriminated against and bullied by the villagers since childhood. Why go to such lengths for this village? I have never cared about that. For within this village are Hinata, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Niji, Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, and many other companions. I must protect this village. Very well, I will grant you one chance. Use your strongest jutsu, and if you can defeat me, I shall concede." "Strongest? I understand." Naruto pondered. The Rasengan would certainly not suffice against Orochimaru. What about the summoning technique? It is not certain that he can summon the great Toad Sage, nor does he wish for the old toad to risk its life on his behalf. The thought of using shadow clones is best left aside. In a moment of inspiration, he thought of Hinata. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Hinata sighed in relief upon seeing Naruto land before her, only to notice him extending his right hand towards her. "Hinata, do you remember the Rasengan we created last time?" Naruto smiled gently, gathering chakra in his palm to form a Rasengan. "Yes, I remember. Are you suggesting?" "Indeed. If we are to win, it must be through you, Hinata." "I understand. I will do my best." Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan and using her gentle fist technique to infuse her chakra into the Rasengan. Under the influence of chakra, the Rasengan began to grow larger. "Not yet, Hinata. A bit more." The Rasengan quickly expanded to the size they had achieved previously, yet Naruto remained unsatisfied. Its power was insufficient. It needed to be greater. "I got it. I will pour all my chakra into it." Hinata's hand movements quickened until she infused her last bit of chakra. At last, the Rasengan doubled in size, reaching a diameter of 2 meters. "How magnificent! Is this your ultimate jutsu?" As he gazed at the Rasengan, which emitted a faint glow, Orochimaru became entranced by the primal radiance of the chakra, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, astonished by Naruto's unexpected growth. "Prepare yourself." Hinata's Rasengan. Naruto charged towards Orochimaru, wielding the colossal Rasengan. Faced with the overwhelming force of the attack, Orochimaru dared not meet it head-on. He bit his finger and began forming seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. With a thunderous crash, 3 grotesque gates descended from the sky, interposing themselves between Naruto and Orochimaru. Each gate grew thicker than the last, increasingly difficult to breach. Soon, the massive Rasengan collided with the first gate. The first gate was easily shattered. A gaping hole formed as the Rasengan and Naruto surged through. The second gate posed a greater challenge as the Rasengan sparked and flared, finally breaking through it. However, upon reaching the third gate, the remaining power of the Rasengan faltered. It collided with the gate but showed no signs of breaking through. Instead, the energy within began to wane. Is this where it ends? Naruto longed to shatter that gate, for Orochimaru was just beyond it. If he could break through, he would surely see his uncle the snake again. Just as he prepared to give everything he had, two cold hands pressed against the back of his own. Father, mother, thank you. With astonishment, Naruto turned to find Minato and Kushina standing behind him, using their limited chakra to help sustain the Rasengan. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Naruto's face, though his parents had perished. Their love enveloped him still. This was a miracle. Break for me. With a resounding crack. The third gate gradually succumbed to fissures under the final impact of the Rasengan, shattering dramatically as Naruto stood before Orochimaru. You have lost. Grasping Naruto's wrist with one hand while pressing a kunai against his throat with the other, Orochimaru watched the Rasengan dissipate upon breaching the last gate, signifying the conclusion of their contest. Why did you leave without a word? I had so much to say to you. Why didn't you bid me farewell? Despite the imminent threat to his life, Naruto did not succumb to fear. Instead, tears welled in his eyes. Because time is running out. Orochimaru, taken aback by Naruto's tears, felt a twinge of softness in his heart, never having anticipated that someone would weep for him. His tone softened. I have often pondered when I might see you again. But why must we meet as adversaries? Stop crying. The destruction of Konoha is merely a sideshow for me, something of little consequence. My visit to Konoha serves two purposes, one of which is to test your strength. Orochimaru spoke truthfully. The fate of Konoha held no significance for him. If he could eliminate the third Hokage, that would be ideal, but if not, it mattered little. His primary objective had always been Sasuke, intending to abduct him amidst the chaos. It has been over 7 years since I left you. If your strength does not meet my expectations, I shall have no qualms about ending your life. A great serpent has no need for a small, ineffectual snake. Orochimaru's chilling words, laced with an aura of menace, made it clear he was not jesting. Yet, Naruto had long grown accustomed to Orochimaru's frightening presence. You remain as terrifying as ever, Uncle Snake. There are two trials. First, no matter the means, you must enter the four purple flames formation. Second, you must breach the triple Rashomon. Isn't that too difficult? You are bullying me, Naruto exclaimed, his expression betraying disbelief. Humph, as my disciple, if you lack such strength, you are unworthy of life. Wait, am I really your disciple? I taught you the impure world reincarnation. What else could I be but your instructor? I suppose that makes me your disciple, Naruto chuckled foolishly, feeling as though he were several tiers beneath that designation in Orochimaru's eyes. Since my purpose has been fulfilled, I must take my leave. Remember not to let anyone discover our connection. As Orochimaru spoke, he dispelled the soundproof barrier he had erected. The energies of the first and second Hokage, now exhausted, crumbled into sand, revealing the two individuals summoned as sacrifices. Unlike Naruto's parents, who were summoned with their souls intact, these were incomplete beings requiring a host. Uncle Snake. That my parents. You have seen for yourself. They are soulless husks, not yet ready to be entrusted to you. Your strength is insufficient to command the impure world reincarnation. Perhaps in a few years. Then take care, Uncle Snake. Thank this little brat, Sarutobi-sensei. It seems your fate is not yet sealed. I hope that when we meet again, it is not under circumstances where I must employ the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru approached the breathless third Hokage with a faint smile. Neither he nor Hyūga had the strength to pursue further. Under Orochimaru's command, the Sound Four dismantled the four purple flames formation and followed him beyond the walls of Konoha. As Orochimaru departed, the third Hokage watched his retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could not help but ponder how beneficial it would be if Orochimaru's formidable powers were directed towards aiding Konoha. Orochimaru-sama. I have a question. Kabuto, who was lurking outside the village to aid Orochimaru, followed him through the forest, hesitating to speak. He was aware that Orochimaru had always been concerned about Naruto. The use of the impure world reincarnation was not truly intended for any purpose involving the two corpses. Rather, it seemed more a means for Naruto to meet his parents. Kabuto, you have been observing the battle, haven't you? What is it you wish to inquire? In that fleeting moment, They indeed had the capacity to take Naruto's life. Why had they refrained? Kabuto, do you think I was the one who ordered them to stop? Isn't that the case? While I hold a certain fondness for Naruto, if he cannot even overcome such a simple obstacle, I would have no choice but to meet him again through the impure world reincarnation. Then why precisely did they not act? They lack souls, even if they did. They could not possibly resist you. It defies logic. Kabuto, though I am a scientist, I understand that not everything in this world can be explained through science. In this instance, it can likely be summarized in but a single phrase: the miracle of parenthood. Within the ceiling space, Naruto pondered. How did I end up here? You overexerted your chakra and fainted, Minato replied, remaining by Naruto's side, smiling as he saw him awaken. Dad, I saw Mom. Yes, I know. Minato had witnessed all that transpired outside. Initially incensed, he later realized that Orochimaru did not harbor any malicious intent. Rather, he sought to facilitate a reunion for the family. The moment he beheld Kushina, Minato nearly succumbed to tears. Mom is truly beautiful and incredibly strong, stronger than you, Dad. That strike nearly knocked me out. Naruto recalled the incident with Kushina's frying pan, shuddering as he patted his chest in trepidation. Your mother was notorious for her ferocity during her school days. She was known as the red-hot pepper. Minato chuckled softly. He had never mentioned Kushina in front of Naruto, not out of a lack of desire, but out of fear. He dreaded the thought of Naruto crying over his mother's absence. And Naruto, ever perceptive, had never asked, is it because of her hair color? No, it was because she would leave those who mocked her with bloodied faces. How terrifying. Naruto, you have grown stronger. Minato affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, reminiscing about the little boy who struggled even to form a proper seal. Now blossomed into an exceptional ninja capable of contending with the legendary Sannin. A sense of pride swelled within him. Perhaps Orochimaru had indeed shown some leniency. Yet Naruto had undeniably earned his respect. Hee, isn't it only natural? I aspire to become a ninja even more handsome than my father and stronger than my mother. Now is not the time for a chat with my dad. Sasuke is still waiting for me. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and hurriedly left the ceiling space. Wait, Naruto. You have no chakra left. It would be futile to go now. Minato restrained Naruto, gesturing toward the sleeping Ninetales nearby. Ninetales? Humph. The Ninetales lifted its eyelids, clearly displeased with Naruto's tendency to remember it only when in need. Hey, Ninetales, could you lend me some chakra? No, go away. Don't be so harsh, Ninetales. Just a little bit. A tiny bit would suffice. Naruto leaned closer to the Ninetales, sporting an overly ingratiating expression, which nearly made the Ninetales first stand on end in disgust. Oh, and how will you repay me? I could trim your nails. The Ninetales glanced at its claws, which seemed to have grown a bit long. I could clean your ears. The Ninetales' ears twitched slightly. I could groom your fur. The immense body of the Ninetales shifted slightly. Enough. I will lend you some, but you must follow my instructions later. Absolutely. Naruto-kun, you are awake. When Naruto regained consciousness, his head was resting on Hinata's soft lap. During his unconsciousness, Hinata had once again taken on the role of his pillow. What's everyone doing here? Naruto asked, noticing a group gathered around him, including the third Hokage and Hinata, as well as Kakashi and several other Jonin teachers, all observing him with peculiar expressions. Naruto, thank you for assisting me during Konoha's most perilous moment. Without you, I might have met my end here. The third Hokage spoke first. Although he was unsure how Naruto had accomplished it, he had indeed defeated Orochimaru and driven him away. Without Naruto, his best outcome would have been to perish alongside Orochimaru. And to say he saved his life was no exaggeration. Please don't say that, third Hokage. Protecting Konoha is what I ought to do, for my family resides here. Naruto exchanged glances with Hinata, who bashfully lowered her head. I see. The third Hokage nodded with a sense of relief, a tear glistening at the corner of his eye. Fourth Hokage, your will of fire has truly been passed down to exceptional descendants. Well then, Kakashi-sensei, I must head out on a mission. Sasuke is still waiting for me. Though I have many questions for you, I shall wait until your return. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Your chakra. Hinata, you are important to me. And my comrades are equally vital. I must go. Naruto-kun is always so busy. I will prepare a meal and wait for your return. Yes, see you soon. Naruto nodded. And with a few agile leaps, he scaled the walls of Kaiki Castle, heading in the direction of Sasuke. In the woods surrounding Konoha, it can hardly still be referred to as a forest. A colossal monster looms amidst the trees, incessantly assaulting the woodland with its sands, transforming the once verdant landscape into barren earth. Trees are uprooted, and the air is thick with dust, making it difficult to breathe. What manner of beast is this? Sasuke lies motionless on the ground, his body covered in cursed marks. After being vanquished by the creature, Gaara has morphed into a towering figure nearly 50 meters tall. Fortuitously, his immense size makes him less detectable, otherwise he would have perished long ago. Sakura, you must flee. No, I will never abandon you, Sasuke. I found you. The monstrous being spoke in human tongue, causing Sasuke to turn in astonishment. Behind him floated an eye made of sand. Shikaku, the one-tail, had located them through its sandy gaze. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku exhaled a massive transparent orb, its sheer size preventing Sakura from escaping with Sasuke. Instead, she positioned herself in front of him, using her body as a shield. At the very least, I must protect Sasuke. With a resolute determination to sacrifice herself, Sakura suddenly felt a lightness around her waist. Whisked away from the perilous sphere's range and transported to another tree. To rely on Sakura for protection is quite uncharacteristic of you, Sasuke, Naruto said, having safely placed their comrades down, a grin upon his face. You slowpoke. You were too late. I nearly met my end. Seeing Naruto's relieved expression, Sasuke felt a wave of comfort wash over him. With the arrival of this slowpoke, fear dissipated, for Naruto unexpectedly proved to be reliable. I apologize. As much as I long to join you in defeating that beast, our combined techniques of Chidori and Rasengan could indeed forge a formidable jutsu. However, given your state, it would be prudent for you to rest. Leave the remainder to me. Naruto, you fool. Why did you only arrive now? Fool, fool. Sakura chastised him, her fist striking his head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, truly frightened. Ouch. Sakura, now is not the time to hit me. Is there truly a way out of this? You're not just putting on a brave front, are you? Yes. Naruto gazed at the colossal monster, his own uncertainty gnawing at him. He could only resort to summoning techniques, leaving the identity of his summons to fate. Ah? The Ninetales' voice suddenly resonated, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned, even doubting his own hearing. But, you want to frighten Sakura and Sasuke, right? How will I explain this to them? Very well, I will clarify. Relenting. Naruto synchronized his chakra with the Ninetales under its guidance. A torrent of chakra surged forth from his abdomen, dispersing the surrounding sands. And the tempestuous winds rendered all nearby unable to open their eyes. What is this? When Shikaki reopened its eyes, a magnificent fox had materialized before it, its fur a brilliant orange, eyes of vivid crimson, and 9 tails dancing in the wind. Compared to the bulky Shikaku, this creature appeared lean, yet exuded an undeniable sense of power, embodying the essence of a beast in its fullest glory. Roar. For 12 long years, the 9 tails had not breathed the fresh air of freedom. Now, liberated from its confines, it let out a piercing howl to release the pent-up frustration accumulated over the years. It has been a while, Shikaku. Is this the creature that dwells within you? The voice of Gaara resonated from Shikaku, merely borrowing its power. The true essence of Shikaku had not yet fully awakened, awaiting Gaara's slumber to emerge. Gaara knew that Naruto, like himself, harbored something within. Yet he never anticipated Naruto could unleash it entirely. It's not a monster, it is a friend. Standing resolutely atop the 9 tails' head, Naruto had expected its emergence to be more tumultuous, perhaps tearing his clothes and growing to an enormous size, but to his astonishment, they could coexist harmoniously. First came speed. The 9 tails left behind a crimson shadow, reappearing behind Shikaku in an instant. With a swift strike, it severed Shikaku's formidable left arm, sending it soaring through the sky before it crashed to the ground, creating a shockwave. Next was power. Before Shikaku could react, the 9 tails grasped its thick tail, exerting force as it began to spin in place. After several rotations, it hurled Shikaku thousands of meters away, carving a deep trench into the earth. Looks like I'm not so old yet, the 9 tails mused, observing the devastation around it with a satisfied nod. Despite years of confinement, it had not diminished in strength. Foolish 9 tails, we are here to stop him, not to wreak further havoc upon the forest, Naruto exclaimed, exasperated by the 9 tails' destruction, which eclipsed even that of Shikaku. Little brat, you have yet to witness my true power. I could reshape the very terrain if I so desired. Please don't. Gaara, embodied in Shikaku, finally rose from the ground, shaking its head in disbelief at the overwhelming power on display. It was terrifying. They were not on the same level. Even as it prepared to retaliate, the colossal visage of the 9 tails loomed before it, followed by a razor-sharp claw that mercilessly shattered Shikaku's head. Hey, you've killed him. Be quiet. Shikaku's vitality is far from frail. Ignoring Naruto's outcry, the Nine Tails observed as Shikaku's head gradually reformed. As a manifestation of sand, it could not perish as long as its chakra remained intact. Shikaku, my old friend, why not come out and play? The Nine Tails' twisted nature flourished as it awaited Shikaku's repeated restoration, only to smash its body anew each time. The once formidable Shikaku, rendered helpless against the combined might of Naruto and the Nine Tails, was treated like a mere infant, pinned to the ground. Not coming out yet? The Nine Tails' patience was wearing thin. Seeing Shikaku cower, it opened its massive jaws, summoning a series of small black orbs that floated in the air, gradually coalescing into a colossal sphere aimed directly at Shikaku. Stop hitting. What do you want? After a brief stalemate, a somewhat cumbersome voice emerged from Shikaku, replacing Gaara, who truly did not wish to make an appearance. Gaara had been rendered unconscious, and thus Shikaku was compelled to surface. The Nine Tails glared, prompting Shikaku to quickly amend his words. Aware that the Nine Tails despised being addressed by his name. Nine Tails, have you lost your mind? Using Tailed Beast Bomb in a place like this could result in fatalities. I relish the thought. Shikaku cursed the individual who sealed the Nine Tails 1,000 times in his mind. Why must they employ such a releasable sealing technique when proper seals were available? Such lunatics deserve to be confined for eternity. Meanwhile, in the household of the fourth Hokage, a sneeze erupted. However, you truly have become more reckless. Attempting to hijack a child's body while he slumbers. It is a disgrace to the tailed beasts. As a fellow tailed beast, the Nine Tails held Shikaku's methods in contempt. If it were him, he would relentlessly seize control without regard for day or night. Do you think I am pleased? Wait, how did you manage to emerge? I simply informed this little brat and came out. Is this one an imbecile? Shikaku's cross-eyed gaze fell upon Naruto, who indeed appeared rather daft. He understood that as a tailed beast, he was devoid of freedom, merely shifting between jinchūriki throughout generations. It seemed the Nine Tails had landed in the hands of a fool. What fortunate luck. There is a slight chance of that. Shikaku, I ask you, do you recall the old man's prophecy? I do remember. Shikaku was uncertain of the Nine Tails' intentions. He glanced at Naruto, who was perched above him. And a wild thought flickered in his mind. No, that was impossible. The Nine Tails could never harbor affection for humans, not even in the face of annihilation. Surely, he was plotting something nefarious. Just remember it. You may return now. I shall seek you out in due time. Returning is not as simple as that. Not unless this brat awakens. Shikaku lifted his head, revealing Gaara, who lay dormant in the sands. You remain as useless as ever. What must I do? Just wake him up. Shikaku seethed with frustration, yet he was powerless against the Nine Tails. After finally managing to breathe fresh air, he encountered this harbinger of chaos. The Nine Tails had always favored a brutal approach, imposing his will upon those who defied him. Every tailed beast, save for the Eight Tails, had faced his bullying. He was, without a doubt, Shikaku's most detested foe. Brat, did you hear that? Wake him. Oh, at last, it's my turn. What are you sleeping for over there? Naruto, eager to take action, leaped from atop the Nine Tails' head and landed a heavy punch on Gaara's face. Gaara jolted awake from the impact, and Shikaku subsequently dissolved into sand, returning to Gaara's body. The Nine Tails did not linger either, retreating back into Naruto. With the loss of their support, both Gaara and Naruto crashed to the forest floor. Gaara rose, his eyes filled with contempt as he gazed at Naruto. Cursed fate, why am I unable to triumph over you? I was destined to be the strongest. If I cannot continue to win, then the very essence of my existence fades away. My chakra is run dry. All that remains are the most primal means, my fists and teeth. Yet, even in this state, Gaara yearns to defeat Naruto. Do you still wish to fight, you scoundrel? As Gaara lunged at him, Naruto raised his fist, and their blows collided, striking each other as faces. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and both Naruto and Gaara's consciousnesses detached, allowing them to glimpse one another's memories. Naruto beheld Gaara's childhood, strikingly similar, yet distinctly different from his own. Gaara had a friend named Yashimaru, who cherished him from a young age, only to betray him under a moonlit sky, transforming him into a being that loved only himself, Ashura. In turn, Gaara witnessed Naruto's upbringing, a stark contrast to his own. While Gaara was feared, Naruto faced a more tragic fate, being despised, overlooked, and bullied. Yet, against all odds, Naruto earned the recognition of many, and gradually, the number of his companions grew. Gaara could not fathom how he had accomplished such a feat. Naruto snapped back to reality, shouting as he lunged at Gaara, pinning him to the ground and delivering a fierce punch. What the? Tell me, do you truly believe Yashimaru wished to kill you? Of course, ugh. Incorrect. Try again. He himself said he hated me, ugh. Wrong. Once more. What do you want from me? Do you wish for me to believe that Yashimaru was coerced? Gaara's stubborn responses were met with Naruto's relentless fists until Gaara, exasperated, retaliated with a punch of his own, bellowing, "We are of the same ilk. We grew up under the scrutiny of others, which has rendered us acutely sensitive to their gazes. If he truly loathed you, why would he display such a look before his demise? Is that hatred? You should know better. But he claimed to hate me because I took his mother's life. Sometimes, words spoken are not the truth. If he could accept orders to assassinate you, why could he not accept orders to lie? Why do you speak of this? What concern is it of yours? Because it hurts here." Naruto exclaimed, tearing open his shirt and pressing Gaara's hand against his own heart, crying out, "You." Gaara, taken aback by the pulse he felt beneath his palm, could hardly fathom that amidst their enmity, they would reveal their most vulnerable selves to one another. Is this truly the life you desire? A life filled with distrust, fearing betrayal? If you are afraid, then trust me. Let me be the friend who will never betray you. Yashimaru, how can I heal the wounds of my heart? The young Gaara whispered, clutching his aching chest as he turned to the one person who had shown him care. Heal with a precious emotion known as love. Such foolishness. A solitary tear escaped Gaara's eye, swiftly absorbed by the shell of sand, finally acknowledging Naruto. Only a fool would jest with their own life. Gaara, are you all right? Kankuro and Temari, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of him, casting wary glances at Naruto. That's enough. I wish to cease fighting. Gaara shook his head, and Kankuro and Temari did not press further, supporting him as they departed. Gaara, will we be friends the next time we meet? I do not know. Sasuke, are you well? After the resolution of Gaara's predicament, Naruto returned to Sasuke's side, assisting him alongside Sakura as they made their way toward Konoha. I can't believe you managed to defeat that monster. Sasuke, having returned from the realm of that grand battle, cast a complex glance at Naruto. It seemed that he had resolved the trouble quite well without his aid, leaving a tinge of reluctance in his heart. Sasuke, I appreciate your efforts. Had you not drained Gaara's stamina, I doubt I could have bested him, at least in the battles that followed the monster's disappearance. Naruto appeared to comprehend Sasuke's thoughts, naturally offering his gratitude. Without Shikaku and the Nine Tails, he likely could not have breached Gaara's absolute defense. It was Sasuke's relentless endeavor that opened Gaara's heart. Naruto, what is that fox? Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Sakura inquired. That's a summoning technique. I summoned it. It looks like a fox, but in truth, it's a toad. Naruto could not lie. Evading the truth was far more challenging than battling Orochimaru, and he had concocted a rather peculiar response. A toad. Sakura's eyebrows twitched. Naruto's fabrication was far too transparent. How poor must her vision be to mistake a toad for a fox? Sakura, do not pry. Sasuke shook his head. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and Naruto's were likely more numerous than most. Yet, none of that mattered. As long as Naruto remained his ally, that was sufficient. Oh, welcome back. Upon their return to Konoha, Kakashi awaited them at the gate, his expression slightly grave upon noting the curse mark on Sasuke. Naruto, please visit the third Hokage's office. You two will accompany me for treatment. Kakashi waved to Naruto, grasping Sasuke and Sakura's hands, vanishing from sight. Oh. Naruto realized he was to be questioned, yet at that moment, the voice of Minato reached his ears, providing him with an unexpected yet fitting reply. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Upon entering the office, Naruto's gaze immediately fell upon the white-haired figure, astonished to see Jiraiya, who had departed the night before the exams. Rumored to have gone to Mount Myaboku on business. I am uncertain as well. I have just returned to Konoha only to find myself captured here. Jiraiya, feeling helpless, had returned from Myaboku Mountain to witness the devastated streets. After inquiring further, he learned that Orochimaru had allied with the Sand Village ninjas to assault Konoha. After dispatching several sand ninjas, he encountered the third Hokage, who subsequently brought him here. Old man, you didn't summon me just for a nostalgic chat, did you? I wish to discuss Naruto. He is your disciple, is he not? Has this little rascal stirred up trouble? Jiraiya nodded, tacitly acknowledging Naruto's identity. I know you harbor resentment towards me for secretly taking him as a disciple. I want to even mention the summoning technique and the Rasengan. But he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Are you unwilling to share that with me? The third Hokage, visibly perplexed, looked as though he might have had too much to drink, especially considering the recent battle. Old man, what are you talking about? Just observe Naruto's reaction. You claim me isn't your responsibility. The third Hokage pointed towards Naruto, who was obediently standing behind Jiraiya, quietly observing with a demeanor that suggested he was content to let his master handle the situation. You little rascal. Jiraiya recognized that Naruto was attempting to shift the blame onto him. Typically, Naruto would not behave so submissively, often challenging him. Naruto, you may leave now. Since the matter is clear, it is pointless for you to remain here while the third Hokage discusses certain matters that cannot be disclosed. Master, I shall see you later. Naruto replied, nodding obediently and bidding Jiraiya a respectful farewell, causing Jiraiya to shudder as if he were turning into a toad. This was Minato's misguided strategy, placing all the responsibility onto Jiraiya's shoulders, expecting him to resolve it, and he had no choice but to comply. Damn it. In my moment of peril, Naruto entered Orochimaru's 4 purple flames formation using the Flying Thunder God technique and defeated Orochimaru with the Rasengan, thus saving this old body of mine. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, recounted the events that had transpired. If I told you that I taught him, would you believe it? I would. After all, Minato was your pupil. What do you intend to do next? I understand that the Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly difficult to master, requiring exceptional talent. It is not as simplistic as the sealing text suggests. Minato did not have the chance to document the technique before his untimely demise. If you happen to know of any shortcuts, if I knew such a thing, could you take on the responsibility of instructing Konoha's ninjas? If many attempt to learn it and someone succeeds, the Flying Thunder God could very well be synonymous with an early end to war. Old man, you truly are aging. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of Konoha. Jiraiya gazed at the third Hokage in disappointment, who did not inquire how Naruto had learned the technique, nor the hardships he endured, only focusing solely on the technique itself. Elevating Konoha's strength is the duty of every Hokage. Does that include building upon the sacrifices of a child? For the sake of the village, all burdens are placed upon a single child. Is this truly your conduct, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya has been harboring frustration. He understands that the concealment of Naruto's identity may not have originated with the third Hokage. Yet the fact that he acquiesced to such an arrangement and failed to defend Naruto when he was tormented as a monster has led Jiraiya to question the integrity of his teacher. It is fortunate that this child has not been crushed by life's weight into madness. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to face Minato, let alone the third Hokage. He echoed the sentiments expressed by Orochimaru. The third Hokage offered no defense, revealing not even a trace of emotion upon his face, as if he had grown accustomed to the situation. I shall not teach, nor will I. Enraged, Jiraiya stormed out, leaving behind the deep sigh of the third Hokage. Days have passed since Orochimaru's assault on Konoha. Since the day Naruto saved her, Hanabi has been observing him closely. She heard from her father that the jutsu he employed was utilized by the fourth Hokage, a rare space-time ninjutsu, which earned her father's admiration. However, Hanabi saw nothing extraordinary in Naruto. In her childhood memories, he was merely a fool, often defeated soundly in one-on-one matches against Neji. Yet, this very person managed to defeat Neji and avert a crisis for Konoha. Could it be that he was merely pretending, feigning weakness while concealing his true prowess as a formidable ninja? Now, as Naruto seeks out Hinata, Hanabi stealthily follows. If he were a trained ninja, he would undoubtedly sense her presence. Any sudden ambush would surely be thwarted. With such thoughts, Hanabi extended her foot, kicking Naruto. A resounding thud echoed as her foot struck Naruto's backside, propelling him into the courtyard. Mouthfuls of dirt ensued. Did I miscalculate? Oblivious to the notion of bullying, Hanabi left Naruto behind and walked away. I can't shake the feeling that I have unwittingly provoked Hanabi's ire. I think I shall refrain from visiting your home for a while. Each time Naruto attempts to see Hinata, Hanabi's antics leave him disheveled and fearful, leading him to consider waiting until her anger subsides. Hanabi, come here and sit. Hinata sensed that something was amiss with her sister. Ever since that day, Hanabi had been tormenting Naruto, prompting Hinata to deem it necessary to have a conversation with her sister. What is it? You have been bullying Naruto-kun lately. Why? It's nothing. Hanabi pouted, some indignation evident on her face as she observed Hinata's irritation. That gentle and submissive sister now bore a hint of their father's authority, all thanks to that fool. Hanabi, regardless of your feelings towards him, Naruto-kun did save us. Can you not temper your behavior a little? You're so annoying. All you ever see is each other. You never spare a thought for me. You claim he saved us, but it was primarily to save you. Had we been positioned differently, he would certainly have saved you. Wouldn't he? Hanabi, you are being rather unreasonable. Hinata shook her head helplessly as she recognized her father's shadow in her sister, equally stubborn, equally proud. However, this intense pride serves no purpose other than to inflict harm upon oneself and others. I hope you take a moment to reflect on whether Naruto-kun is truly as you describe him. I believe you shall find your own answer. The following day, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, as if lamenting something profound. As a result, Naruto's training schedule was entirely cancelled, leaving him to languidly flip through magazines at home. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Just as he contemplated whether to venture into the ceiling space to play with the Nine Tails, Hinata suddenly burst through the door, drenched from head to toe. Even indoors, water dripped persistently from her, and she bore traces of mud, the origin of which remained a mystery. Hinata, what happened? Quickly, dry yourself off. Naruto hastily grabbed a towel to help her dry the water off her body, yet it did little to ease her anxious heart. Hanabi has run away from home. What? Yesterday, I had a conversation with her. Perhaps my tone was a bit harsh. Today, she left a note in her room and disappeared. What should I do? She has hardly ever ventured outside. What if she encounters someone dangerous? So that was the cause. This situation arose because of me. I will go search for her. I will definitely bring Hanabi back. No, I must go too. Hinata attempted to accompany Naruto, but he pressed her back into the chair. Hinata, your coming to find me suggests that you have already scoured all of Konoha. You must have visited every conceivable location and are now at a loss. Thus, I shall search in places you have yet to explore. Please, rest well. Leave it to me. Above the Hokage rock in Konoha, there stood an abandoned wooden house, reputedly built by the craftsman who sculpted the first Hokage's likeness. As time passed, it fell into disrepair and was ultimately forsaken. At that moment, Hanabi huddled inside this leaky abode, staring vacantly outside. So cold. Hanabi curled her petite frame into a tight ball, burying her head in her knees, hoping to find warmth. The consequence of her impulsive decision to run away was now evident. She found herself in a damp, chilly house, her stomach growling in hunger. And thoughts of returning began to creep into her mind. No, I will not return. If I go back now, that guy will surely laugh at me. Hanabi's stubborn heart began to rebel again. If she returned, it would undoubtedly be the briefest runaway in history, and Naruto would certainly look down upon her. Ah, Hanabi. I found you. You. How did you find me here? Hanabi exclaimed in astonishment as Naruto leaped through the window, his body soaked through, his expression reflecting a sense of relief upon seeing her. Hanabi, you have rarely left home, have you? If you wish to remain hidden, you would naturally seek a more secluded place. For someone unfamiliar with Konoha, it would be difficult to find a hiding spot, so I first targeted the less populated areas, with Hokage Rock being one of them. Are you really that clever? Confronted by Naruto's remarkable intellect, Hanabi found herself questioning whether this was truly her brother. For how could the naive Naruto possess such intricate thoughts? You should return. Your sister has been worrying about you. Get lost. I don't need your pity, Hanabi retorted, pushing away Naruto's outstretched hand. It was always about his sister. In his eyes, no one else existed, and this was precisely what Hanabi detested about him. Hanabi, do you comprehend how precious it is to have someone who cares for you? Do you think I know these hidden places because I enjoy it? It was out of necessity, for in my youth, I was often despised, and only by hiding could I avoid being seen, allowing me to spend my days in solitude. Your sister rescued me from that loneliness, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Come back with me. Why should I? Just stay by your sister's side for your entire life. What do I matter to you? Even as a child, Hanabi had played alongside them, yet in Naruto's eyes, only Hinata existed. Had he ever considered the one trailing behind? From the moment she could remember, Naruto had cared for her, alongside Hinata, and initially, she cherished their companionship. However, as time passed, she realized that Naruto's gaze was solely for Hinata, making her feel superfluous. Whenever something enjoyable arose, Naruto would think of Hinata first. That beetle, which she adored, was swiftly given to Hinata. Hanabi recalled a summer when she and Naruto discovered a peculiar insect, only for Naruto to capture it and immediately gift it to Hinata. I'm sorry, Hanabi. I had no idea you endured so much as a child. Perhaps I was a bit oblivious, but I have always regarded you as a younger sister, and Hinata has never disregarded you. Though I cherished that beetle, I recognized your fondness for it as well, and intended to give it to you, but I accidentally let it perish. We searched for another for quite some time, but found nothing. If I have wronged you, feel free to strike me, but please do not harbor resentment towards your sister. Naruto reflected upon his own behavior, acknowledging that he had indeed been overly concerned with Hinata, and he could only offer a silent apology. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Go to hell. Ah. Hanabi attempted to kick Naruto, but the decrepit floorboards suddenly gave way beneath her, causing her to fall. Come on out, he chuckled, watching Hanabi struggle with half her body ensnared in the wood. He swiftly pulled her free, grasping her under the armpits. That hurts. Hanabi winced, her white calf grazed by a splinter, blood seeping from the wound. Just a moment, Naruto said, unfastening his clothing. Retrieving his ninja tool pouch from beneath his garments, and carefully bandaging Hanabi's injury with a roll of gauze. You're quite well prepared, just like an old woman. Is that meant to be a compliment? Now, come on, you won't be able to walk like this. With a bittersweet smile, Naruto squatted down, carrying Hanabi on his back. This time, she did not refuse, obediently climbing onto his back, reminiscent of that day within the confines of the four purple flames barrier. Though slender, his back radiated a sense of security. You're taking advantage of me, but do you truly intend to protect me, as you claimed that day? Of course. I would never lie. I shall grant you this one chance to believe in you, and I will henceforth refer to you as Naruto. You remember. But I was actually hoping you would call me Naruto and I. Rest. I don't even call Neji brother. How about brother-in-law? Have you begun to get a bit too full of yourself? Hanabi tightened her grip around Naruto's neck until he was nearly gasping for breath before finally releasing him. Naruto. If my sister and I were in danger, who would you save? What a question. Naturally, I would save both of you. Just you alone? I can use the shadow clone technique. Ninjas, such a cunning profession. Hinata, I apologize for my past transgressions. I will fulfill my duties to the branch family and protect you with my life. In the Hyūga clan's courtyard, Neji wept as he apologized to Hinata, seemingly coming to a genuine realization of his wrongdoings. The previously misguided boy was now in tears, while Hinata, also shedding tears, forgave him, creating a scene of harmony. Naruto, could you stop cutting onions already? Neji finally couldn't hold back, grabbing Naruto's collar to stop him from continuing to slice onions with a kunai. Do you think I want to? I told Hinata I would make you cry during your apology, and you wouldn't shed a tear. It's killing me. Naruto's tears flowed freely, aiming for a more effective apology. You really are unwell, aren't you? Do you want to fight? You two are such fools. Hanabi, standing at a distance, did not join the duo of tearful fools, observing the two boys grappling with each other. Hanabi, while I don't expect you to call me Neji and I, at least show some respect. How can you compare me to Naruto? Is that what you're truly concerned about? I might just have to give you a beating. As the #1 genius of the Hyūga clan, you were defeated by a slacker. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Ugh, this guy is utterly unlikable. Neji made a wounded sound, while he was aware of Naruto's strength. Others were not privy to it. Those who had not witnessed the match only knew he had been defeated by a slacker. Hanabi continued to stoke the flames, declaring Hinata 1,000 times cuter in comparison. Stop arguing. Hinata wiped her tears and revealed a blissful smile. She had longed for moments like this, where the four of them could enjoy each other's company without barriers, like a family, having a brother, a sister, and Naruto. It seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. Interrupting your gathering. Jiraiya appeared unexpectedly, having dared to scale the Hyūga family wall. He perched atop the wall, chuckling at the antics of the youngsters in the courtyard. Ah, the perverted sage. When useful, one refers to him as Master Jiraiya, but once the task is complete, he is merely called the lecherous sage. Who are you, anyway? Ah, but I am unaware of your name. Faced with the furious Jiraiya, Naruto sheepishly stuck out his tongue, realizing he might have gone a bit too far. Listen well. The Toad Sage merely conceals my true identity. I am, in fact, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya the white-haired child. Child? He hardly resembles one. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin renowned alongside Orochimaru. Why is he here? Neji had heard of Jiraiya from his father, known as one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha. Regarded as a sage. Well, it is as it is. I am now the mentor of this little brat, and I shall temporarily borrow him for a task. Farewell. Jiraiya said no more, summoning his familiar toad, who ensnared Naruto with its tongue and forcibly whisked him away. So, Naruto-kun has taken such an impressive master? This lad is truly fortunate. What could Jiraiya the Great possibly see in him? Unbeknownst to Jiraiya and Naruto, after their departure, Itachi Uchiha and his companion Kisame Hoshigaki arrived in Konoha, seeking Naruto and clashing violently with Kakashi and his team. Adolf Street, a station city not far from Konoha, was where Jiraiya and his toad swaggered in with Naruto, intending to rest briefly before continuing their journey the next day. Jiraiya selected a rather decent inn, and only after tossing Naruto onto the bed did the toad vanish. What on earth do you intend to do, you lecherous sage? Naruto, feeling quite displeased at being dragged here, leapt from the bed to inquire. Do not be angry. It is true that I have a task for you. You are to accompany me in search of the fifth Hokage. Eh? What is the fifth Hokage? In short, it is the successor to the third Hokage, who is preparing to retire. Do you understand? Jiraiya was infuriated, realizing he had been tricked. That old man, the third Hokage, had the audacity to utter such words. If you are unwilling to teach the Flying Thunder God, then so be it. You claimed I was unfit for the Hokage position. Well, step up and take it. As you can see, my body can no longer endure much longer. To prevent Orochimaru's return to Konoha, we need a younger, more powerful Hokage. With no other option, Jiraiya had to use the search for Tsunade as a bargaining chip to persuade Naruto to join him. Is that so? I see, no problem. I accept this task. The fifth Hokage must be a strong and handsome individual, right? Cough, cough, you will find out when you see. Jiraiya shrugged, refraining from disclosing that she was merely a gambling old woman. By the way, Naruto, a few days ago, you certainly made me carry a heavy burden. Jiraiya locked the door behind him, revealing a sinister grin. What do you intend to do? Naruto gradually backed away until he was cornered by Jiraiya. Prepare to witness the wrath of your master. The ensuing scene was exceedingly bloody, despite Naruto's desperate resistance using shadow clones. He was ultimately subdued by Jiraiya and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, bound hand and foot. At long last, the insufferable brat had succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiraiya glared at Naruto, berating him for the effort expended to induce slumber merely to facilitate his own task. He tore open Naruto's shirt, revealing the seal upon his abdomen. Upon inspection, Jiraiya noted that this seal appeared alarmingly superficial. How could his own disciple have concocted such a rudimentary seal? Consequently, he decided to allocate a portion of his chakra to delve into the sealed space, only to find the entry into this realm unexpectedly obstructed, as if it were resisting him. However, after a brief standoff, the seal suddenly relented, allowing Jiraiya's chakra clone to enter. Master Jiraiya, you have arrived, greeted Minato, who seemed to have anticipated Jiraiya's return, standing respectfully before him and bowing. Minato, water, 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 Jiraiya exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Fortunately, he was in the form of a chakra clone, or he might have needed to reattach his jaw. He had merely intended to investigate the Nine Tails, reasoning that if Naruto's Rasengan could be learned from Minato's writings, then the Flying Thunder God technique must have been imparted by someone, with the Nine Tails being the most probable candidate, given that no one in Konoha possessed such knowledge. However, he did not anticipate encountering the spirit of someone long deceased. I knew you would come soon, Master. There is little here to offer in terms of hospitality. Nine Tails, do greet Jiraiya-sensei, Minato urged. Humph. Following Minato's gaze, Jiraiya beheld a colossal beast reclining in a shadowy corner, propped up on one arm in a human-like manner, exposing only its back to Jiraiya, who received a cold huff in response. Forgive me, that is simply his disposition. The scene struck Jiraiya with a sense of déjà vu, prompting him to reflect on its origin. As a seasoned writer who had perused countless novels, he immediately recognized it as reminiscent of the common trope wherein the wife's friend visits, and the peculiar husband adopts an irritable demeanor. With this thought, he found the Nine Tails somewhat endearing. Minato, what is the nature of your current state? It's a long story. Minato replied with a wry smile, recounting all that Naruto had accomplished. Did Naruto unlock the seal at the age of 4? Jiraiya placed a hand to his forehead. Wishing to remain ignorant of how Naruto achieved such a feat, perhaps the seal had a flaw. This little rascal was truly destined for greatness, nearly bringing ruin to Konoha at such a tender age. Initially intending to prevent Naruto from unsealing the seal, he had failed. Yet this outcome allowed him to fulfill a paternal role, watching him grow and imparting knowledge. I cannot believe that even the Nine Tails have been tamed by you too. To say tamed is somewhat misleading. It is more accurate to credit Naruto's efforts, as the Nine Tails has at least come to acknowledge him. His foolishness has indeed proven advantageous. Watergate, since you exist in an alternate manner, you have witnessed the actions taken against Naruto by Konoha. Do you have any thoughts on this? To claim that I harbor no resentment would be deceitful, which is why I have refrained from disclosing that the seal on the Nine Tails has been lifted. I cannot predict when another betrayal may occur. Both Kushina and I are prepared to face death, but Naruto must never encounter peril again. Is the human heart more fearsome than that of a beast? Watergate. I regret not having taken Naruto away from Konoha when I had the chance. Jiraiya-sensei, Do not blame yourself. Your endeavors were fraught with danger. Bringing Naruto along would have only burdened you. Yet despite this, he has grown into an exceptional young man, which fills me with immense pride. Watergate shook his head, unwilling to pursue the topic further. That said, this boy really is quite foolish, unlike you and Kushina. How long did it take him to master the Rasengan? I instructed him to focus on the Flying Thunder God technique as his primary study and the Rasengan as a secondary one. Yet it took him 5 years to fully grasp it, and even then, his use of the Flying Thunder God technique remains unrefined. Naruto is still young. He will surely become more adept over time. Watergate, it brings me great joy to see you today. Leave Naruto in my care. I shall train him to become a top-tier ninja. Yes, I entrust him to you, Sensei. Great Fox, I am grateful for your guidance over my 2 disciples. If the opportunity arises, I would like to treat you to a drink as a token of my appreciation. Before departing, Jiraiya approached the Ninetales and gently patted its back with a smile. Get lost, sighed the Ninetales. Ah, old man. Even the once respected Watergate refuses to speak the truth to you. This truly is the gravest mistake of your life. Jiraiya emerged from the ceiling space, heavily leaning against the bed with a sigh. Where could the perverted sage have gone? When Naruto awoke, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. After a brief search, he discovered a note left by Jiraiya on the table. A beautiful lady has invited me to dinner. You can handle your meal on your own. What a grossly irresponsible adult. In a fit of rage, Naruto tore the note to shreds. Just then a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. What? Back so soon? You, brother? Muttering to himself, Naruto opened the door, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself unaffected by the Sharingan's allure, and instead called out in a daze, unable to contain himself at the sight of that familiar face. Uzumaki Naruto, come with us. Itachi spoke to Naruto in a flat tone, showing no reaction. While Kisame failed to glean anything from Naruto's words, perhaps thinking the boy merely mistook them for someone else. Who are you? Naruto finally reacted, the fleeting sense of familiarity dissipating entirely. His instincts warned him that these 2 figures clad in red cloud cloaks posed a grave threat. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Perhaps we should start by removing a leg. Kisame unsheathed his large sword, Samehada, gesturing menacingly toward Naruto. Why must one resort to such brutality upon first encounter, you shark-faced fiend? Indeed, it would be better to sever all your limbs. It has been an age since we last met. Just as the Akatsuki member intended to strike Naruto down, Itachi's voice halted him, and upon turning, he beheld a breathless youth with raven hair standing behind Itachi. The same Sharingan, a visage reminiscent of your own. Itachi, who is this? The Akatsuki member inquired with keen interest upon observing Sasuke's features. My younger brother. Yet the Uchiha clan has been obliterated by you. He lacked the privilege of my death. Itachi, as I have expressed, I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you, a loathing that has sustained my existence. All for the purpose of slaying you today. Sasuke's body trembled with fervor. He finally possessed the strength to exact his vengeance upon Itachi. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, channeling lightning chakra into his left hand, and propelled Chidori, its devastating force obliterating the walls in its path toward Itachi. Boom. The violent explosion rendered the end's walls to rubble. Sasuke's ambition to pierce Itachi's heart was thwarted as Itachi effortlessly seized his left wrist with a single hand, redirecting the Chidori's might into the wall behind him. Why? Sasuke, it has been 6 years. You have grown. Why are you so weak? Your hair has lengthened, your stature has become more refined, and you have mastered Chidori. Because it is still insufficient. I heard that Orochimaru attacked Konoha, and I rushed here forthwith. The hatred is still inadequate. I am relieved to see you safe. Itachi, with one hand clasping Sasuke's neck, pinned him against the wall, his thoughts eclipsed by the crimson Sharingan, revealing only derision for his brother. Sasuke, Naruto, unaware of the unfolding chaos and Sasuke's fury, recognized the urgent need to rescue him. This path is off limits. Kisame obstructed Naruto's passage, his formidable physique swinging down, striking Naruto's form. In the blink of an eye, Naruto cast 2 shuriken before dissipating into smoke. Shadow clone. Kisame swiftly turned, realizing that the shuriken had transformed into the real Naruto, who surged toward Itachi, chakra coalescing in his right hand. Rasengan. Bang. The once unbeatable Rasengan was surprisingly halted by Itachi's left hand. With a glance at Naruto, Itachi released Sasuke, drawing a kunai from his sleeve to pierce Naruto's heart. No blood flowed from the wound, This Naruto was merely a shadow clone. The authentic Naruto swiftly scooped up Sasuke's body and retreated to a corner of the inn. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto inquired with concern as he propped Sasuke up, who offered no response, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Itachi. Sasuke, neither of us can contend with them. Let us join forces. Ignoring Naruto's plea, Sasuke thrust his hand away and charged once more at Itachi. Itachi, ah! Sasuke. Naruto stared blankly at his empty hands, bewildered by the turn of events. Why was this happening? Sasuke, who was supposed to collaborate with him, seemed to have lost his mind, and such a brutal rejection was a first for Naruto. You little brat, I just let you run over there. But now things are different. Just as Naruto prepared to assist Sasuke, Kisame Hoshigaki once again stood in his way, his enormous Samahata crashing heavily onto the floor before Naruto. Damn it, multiple shadow clones. Kisame mused. Is that so strange? My Samahata consumes chakra, and the energy required for your clones has already been depleted. Hasn't he? Kisame leaned against his sword, relishing the screams emanating from behind him, where Itachi seemed to revel in the torment, mercilessly toying with Sasuke, landing blow after blow upon his body. Let Sasuke go. Witnessing Sasuke's brutalization ignited a fierce anger within Naruto, who, disregarding all caution, lunged at Itachi. However, he was met with a powerful kick from Kisame, which sent him sprawling back. You little brat, do you take me so lightly? Naruto's repeated defiance only fueled Kisame's irritation. Drawing his sword, Kisame intended to sever a limb, but he remained oblivious to the terrifying power that was gradually manifesting in the fallen Naruto. I'll say it again. Let Sasuke go. Die, perhaps. Kisame swung his Samahata toward Naruto, yet the thick blade was unexpectedly caught by Naruto's right hand, an occurrence that had never transpired since he acquired it. Naruto's fingers elongated like those of a beast, sinking deep into Samahata's body. Enjoy your meal, then eat your fill. Come on. With a roar of fury, Naruto's body became enveloped in the cloak of the nine tails, two tails erupting forth as powerful and chaotic chakra surged. Although Samahata attempted to withdraw, it was grasped firmly by Naruto, forced to continue consuming the nine tails chakra. However, the chakra was wildly turbulent, and it wasn't long before Samahata let out a pained wail. Samahata. Kisame quickly summoned his strength, leveraging the power of the humanoid-tailed beast to extract his sword. Yet, by then, Samahata had become weak and sluggish, crawling slowly to rest behind Kisame, its handle drooping pitifully. How dare you treat my Samahata like this? Kisame glared at Naruto, but before he could finish his sentence, Naruto, having vanished from sight, struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing through the wall of the inn. Has he truly learned to wield the power of the Nine Tails? Faced with the charging Naruto, Itachi dared not confront him directly, retreating a few steps while relinquishing Sasuke's limp body. Naruto did not pursue Itachi. Instead, he shielded Sasuke behind him, baring his teeth at Itachi. This shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. Sasuke's body was battered, his arms were broken, and several ribs had fractured. Yet, the pain of his physical injuries paled in comparison to the emotional scars he bore. After all this time, the gap between him and Itachi had not diminished in the slightest. Just moments ago, he had naively believed he could defeat Itachi. Naruto, why would you go to such lengths for Sasuke? Need it even be said? Because we are companions. Would an ordinary person sacrifice their life for a comrade? Enough prattling. The bond one share with Sasuke is beyond your judgment. You would have to kill me first to harm him. Itachi, may I eliminate this fool? Kisame, having just soared through the hole, glared at Naruto in a fit of rage, humiliated to have been struck down by such a mere child. No. My disciple has been under your care, Uchiha Itachi. Just as Kisame was preparing to exact his revenge, Jiraiya suddenly appeared before Naruto, a beautiful maiden slung over his shoulder. You lecherous sage, you finally crossed the line. Naruto, after contemplating the maiden on Jiraiya's shoulder for 3 seconds, pointed an accusatory finger at him. Silence. To use a hypnotic technique on such a lovely girl, you are truly despicable. I never anticipated that such a simple plan would divert your attention, Jiraiya. A girl with mere appearances cannot deceive me. While my charm may enthrall countless maidens, I possess a far richer inner world. Those who focus solely on outward beauty are undoubtedly a snare. Jiraiya, cracking his knuckles, regarded Itachi, completely disregarding the sounds of Naruto's retching behind him. Kisame, let us depart. Itachi nodded, tossing a smoke bomb from his sleeve and fleeing the inn. TCH, just wait for me. Why run? With your strength, you should not fear Jiraiya. Kisame followed Itachi out of the small town before asking, "Earlier I struggled against Kakashi with Tsukami. Do you want me to perish by using Amaterasu? Your Samahata is barely alive. Continuing this fight would only lead to mutual destruction, and given our proximity to Konoha, need I say more? You remain so composed at all times." Kisame recognized his folly. Having lost Samahata, his combat prowess had significantly diminished. Unbreakable bonds, how intriguing. Reflecting on the sight of Naruto desperately shielding Sasuke, Itachi found himself smiling unconsciously. He understood his own abilities well. Naruto's memories would remain unrecoverable until his demise. Yet even so, these two had forged an unbreakable bond. Did you just smile? Kisame stared at Itachi in disbelief. He could see through everyone in Akatsuki. But Itachi remained an enigma, displaying no emotion, always cold and detached. Yet, this very Itachi had smiled. "No, you're lying. You surely smiled. Show me again. I've never seen you smile in all our time together. You are exceedingly bothersome. Sasuke, allow me to escort you back." Naruto picked up the forehead protector that Sasuke had dropped when Itachi struck him and helped him to his feet, intending to return him to Konoha. Right now, Sasuke couldn't even fend off a bandit, let alone a ninja. "No need. I will not abandon you." With his hands immobilized, Sasuke pushed Naruto away with his shoulder. Yet, Naruto was undeterred, repeatedly inching closer to Sasuke until the latter ceased his resistance and allowed his arm to rest upon Naruto's shoulder. Together, they began to walk slowly. "Sasuke, I am unaware of what transpired between you and that individual, but I shall remain steadfastly by your side." Sasuke replied in a low voice, unaware that a slight crack had begun to form in his heart, a rift that would only widen with time. Indeed, as they maintained this position, night fell over Konoha. "Come on," Naruto mused before ultimately abandoning the idea of supporting Sasuke and instead squatting down to offer him a ride on his back. "I say you, never mind." Sasuke found this position somewhat foolish, yet at that moment, he chose not to argue and obediently climbed onto Naruto's back. "Ugh, you're heavy. Heavier than Hanabi? Much more so. Then forget it. Just kidding. Hold on tight." Naruto laughed heartily, quickening his pace as he swiftly navigated through the forest, delivering Sasuke to the hospital in Konoha. "Sasuke, during this time, I will diligently train under the lecherous sage, and you must strive as well. Next time we encounter those two, we shall ensure they are utterly defeated." Before departing, Naruto placed Sasuke's forehead protector beside his bed, offering no words of comfort but instead casting his gaze towards the future, firmly believing that he and Sasuke would never again suffer such a devastating defeat. "Ah, you're back," Jiraiya greeted as Naruto returned to the small town. Waiting not far from the village beneath the shade of a lush tree, waving at him. Have you come to realize how weak you still are? I never imagined the Rasengan could be so easily countered." Naruto gazed at his right hand, understanding that his own lack of a catastrophic defeat, unlike Sasuke's, was solely due to the Nine Tails. His Rasengan had proven ineffective. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, discerned the internal structure of the Rasengan in an instant, neutralizing it with an equal amount of chakra in his hand, something I am incapable of. "Lecherous Sage, I desire to grow stronger. They are surely targeting me. Haha. It is certainly a good thought. I have devised a training goal for you. Take this." Jiraiya smiled, producing a sheet of white paper and handing it to Naruto. "What do I do?" "Channel your chakra into the paper." "Oh, it split?" Following Jiraiya's instructions, Naruto infused chakra into the paper, which promptly tore in two. A singular wind attribute, is it? Jiraiya pondered, then picked up a leaf from the ground and placed it in the palm of his hand. Before long, the leaf ignited in flames. "Naruto, what have you thought of? What a convenient ability. This way, we need not use flint to start a fire in the wild." "Exactly. We can always enjoy warm meals and it makes smoking easier." "Did you think I would say that? You fool." Jiraiya smiled with satisfaction, only to subsequently deliver a playful smack to Naruto's head. "That hurts. Weren't you the one who asked what I was thinking? It's my fault. I shouldn't have expected you to act like a normal person. Listen carefully. Every individual in this world possesses chakra, which is categorized into 5 distinct elements: fire, lightning, earth, wind, and water. Why must I be the one to impart the knowledge of the Ninja Academy? So, I'm wind type, and then what? Naruto. The Rasengan technique is still in its developmental phase. It is not yet in its complete form. Your father originally developed it as an advanced technique. The reason it is currently classified as an A-rank technique is that it has yet to incorporate the transformation of chakra properties. First lesson: Learn to identify your own chakra's elemental change. As Jiraiya spoke, he plucked a tender green leaf and placed it in Naruto's hand. Do you remember that piece of paper from earlier? You must utilize your chakra to cut this leaf. Remember, only chakra. I understand, Naruto replied, not rejecting this seemingly absurd task. He recognized his own lack of intelligence and refrained from questioning further, since the perverse sage had not elaborated. It meant there were lessons he needed to comprehend on his own. Wait, before you start, sit cross-legged. This is also part of your training. From today onward, dedicate 10 minutes each day to sit like this without moving. Is that really meaningful? Just do as I say. When the time is up, you can practice on your own. I will head into town to gather information. With that, Jiraiya irresponsibly left, leaving Naruto bewildered as he sat there in a daze. All right, let us do this. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Naruto began his challenge against the leaves on the great tree. Hey, wake up. Naruto wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, sitting up groggily to look at Jiraiya. It's already noon, and you're still asleep. Did I really sleep that long? I should get back to practicing. Naruto patted his head, recalling how he had practiced late into the night, exhausted and weary, only to collapse and fall asleep, not realizing he had slept until the next day. Let us pause the practice for now and eat. Jiraiya pulled out 2 connected popsicles from his pocket, breaking one in half and handing it to Naruto. Oh, thank you. You really do push yourself hard, don't you? Jiraiya gazed incredulously at the once lush tree, now reduced to a solitary few leaves fluttering in the wind, the rest having scattered to the ground as a result of Naruto's practice. Hey, I know I'm not as bright as others, so I can only work extra hard. Naruto chuckled foolishly, though the fallen leaves were merely a testament to his failures, as he had yet to achieve a single successful attempt, having simply crushed the leaves in his grasp. Take better care of your body. You'll still have to endure your father's training even after you sleep. Wait, how do you know that? Naruto instinctively nodded, then gasped in astonishment, clutching his stomach as he looked at Jiraiya. I'm a sage. There is little that escapes my knowledge. Is the sage truly such a formidable profession? Your presence evokes memories of my childhood, when I was but the most naive among the trio consisting of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and myself. Orochimaru, that fellow, was undeniably the most astute. Jiraiya gently ruffled Naruto's hair, recognizing in him a reflection of his own youthful foolishness. Oh, are you and Orochimaru companions? Indeed, though he possesses a somewhat somber demeanor. I never anticipated he would turn against Konoha. Pray, share more of your tales with me. Do the young ones of today find the past of adults intriguing? With nothing else to occupy his time, Jiraiya began recounting stories from a time before they earned the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, narrating the struggles of 3 genin striving for recognition. Each time he recounted his misdeeds and the reprimands from Sarutobi, Naruto would burst into laughter, while tales of Tsunade's loss of her 2 dearest companions would bring him to tears. Thus, they spent the afternoon together. Is it true that Orochimaru has such a side to him? After his defection from the village, I tirelessly sought his whereabouts. Years ago, I finally confronted him in battle, only to suffer defeat. It is rather embarrassing to admit that as I faced death at his hands, I wept. Whether those tears were born from the fear of death or the sorrow of losing a comrade, I cannot say. However, after that moment, Orochimaru ceased his assault, leading me to believe that a shard of humanity still lingered within him, that he had not wholly transformed into a heartless beast. Jiraiya shyly scratched his cheek, revealing his shameful past. Perverted sage, do not lose hope. I know Orochimaru still cares for you. Away with you, you little brat. I require no encouragement. It is time to set off. Where to? I have heard rumors of Tsunade sighted near the Short Book Street. Let us go. Oh, Short Book Street. Orochimaru. You are not here merely to reminisce, are you? Tsunade, with the visage of a 20-year-old maiden, regarded her unexpected companion with an impassive expression. Certainly not. I merely require your assistance with a matter. If it pertains to medical assistance, you may depart, for I no longer heal. Nay, it is simply to aid me in unraveling a straightforward sealing technique. Sealing technique? What is its name? The corpse demon-consuming seal. Kabuto. Do you know what I appreciate most about you? It is your ability to remain unclouded by emotions. However, you seem to be straying from that path. Orochimaru had ample time at his disposal, granting Tsunade a month to contemplate, with the stakes being the revival of her 2 lost loves. Yet upon bidding farewell to Tsunade, he sensed an unsettling shift in the demeanor of his subordinate. Lord Orochimaru, why would you go to such lengths for that brat? The Orochimaru I revered was a cold-blooded serpent, capable of devouring even me when necessary. Yet here you are, jesting with your life for that child. I cannot comprehend it. The fury within Kabuto seemed to ignite. For the first time since aligning with Orochimaru, he had dared to confront him. Kabuto, you surely cannot believe I am doing this for the sake of the fourth Hokage's soul. His fascination lay in various forbidden techniques, seals, and their unraveling. How intriguing. Is it not? Furthermore, those of us who have been scorned by Konoha may one day find ourselves subject to such sealing techniques. Perhaps, he chuckled softly. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Having always perceived Kabuto as a flawless tool, yet now this tool displayed an unexpected hint of jealousy due to Naruto. The only expression he could muster was laughter. Lady Tsunade may not agree. She will, for she understands the anguish of losing a loved one better than anyone. Naruto, your visits here have become more frequent of late. Within the ceiling space, Minato gazed at Naruto, who had unwittingly arrived, and spoke with satisfaction. He had been watching over his child day and night within this confined realm. Fully aware of Naruto's relentless efforts. The training is arduous. I find myself here after drifting into slumber. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto had learned to exploit the nature of the shadow clone technique to study the transformation of chakra, producing hundreds of clones daily to practice together. While the efficiency was remarkable, the exhaustion on his body was multiplied 100-fold. Naruto, it's about time you began learning the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. The second phase. He couldn't possibly think that the Flying Thunder God was merely a technique to expedite his return home, could he? Minato's brow twitched. He had indeed observed Naruto occasionally using the technique to return home directly after training, yet never had he witnessed him employing it otherwise. No. How could that be? Unavi, child, I shall demonstrate. Upon seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato sighed. The highly challenging technique had devolved into a mere means of travel in his hands. One could only wonder if the second Hokage would rise from his grave in indignation. Though perhaps he already had laughs. Watch closely. Minato gathered a small amount of chakra in his hand, transforming it into an oddly shaped kunai with 3 sharp blades. Seeking a reference point, he naturally chose the Ninetales, hurling the kunai toward it. The instant he released the weapon, he vanished from Naruto's sight, only to reappear grasping the kunai's handle. He then threw it in another direction, disappearing once more, repeating this back-and-forth motion a dozen times, resembling a golden flash encircling the Ninetales before finally landing gracefully before Naruto. Clap, clap, clap. Dad, you're so cool, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting the Flying Thunder God to be employed in such a manner. The seemingly infinite appearance and disappearance of Minato were truly magnificent. Hiki, naturally. However, I sensed the Ninetales is somewhat displeased. As Watergate felt a chill in his neck, he awkwardly turned around to discover the colossal visage of the Ninetales glaring at him. He was well aware that his continued existence hinged upon the chakra of the Ninetales, which was channeled through one of its tails. Watergate, entangled in the tail, soared through the air, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. How could the proud Ninetales not be enraged? What audacity! If you wish to fly, then fly to your heart's content. The Ninetales, in a fit of anger, freed its tail and bound Watergate securely, spinning him in the air several times until he desperately pleaded for mercy. The Ninetales, despite the situation, emanated an undeniable charm. Ahem, a minor mishap, Watergate feigned seriousness with a cough, lamenting how the Ninetales rendered him, a father, devoid of authority in front of his child. Dad, can I really master such intricate techniques? Naruto expressed his uncertainty. After all, his Flying Thunder God technique was merely rudimentary. First, he needed to form hand seals, which he was gradually mastering, yet it still required time. Moreover, he lacked the ability to select spatial coordinates as effortlessly as Watergate. In essence, he needed time to choose his coordinates, and those critical 2 or 3 seconds could prove fatal. If he failed to select, the Flying Thunder God would automatically revert to the nearest coordinates. Watergate could not elucidate this matter fully, perhaps due to a lack of understanding. You must have confidence. The most challenging aspect is the instantaneous change of scenery. Humans rely on their eyes to discern direction, but during the moment of utilizing the Flying Thunder God, the center of gravity and direction shift simultaneously. The enemy will not grant you a moment to react. Thus, reaction time becomes paramount. This is something I cannot assist you with. Just give it your all. I will do my best, the young lad asserted. Hey, you're awake. What did your father tell you? Just like that lecherous sage, he presented me with an exceedingly difficult challenge. Naruto, fatigued, lay on the ground counting fallen leaves, but soon rallied, continuing to practice with the foliage. After more than 10 days of effort, He could finally slice a small incision in a leaf. Enough with the leaves. We shall reach Short Book Street tomorrow. Anticipate it well, for Tsunade is a stunning beauty. What is there to look forward to? She has the same age as that lecherous sage. Do not say such things. That guy despises his aging appearance, often using ninjutsu to revert to his youthful self. Now, he appears as a 20-year-old girl. Not interested. I already have Hinata. Damn it, you little brat. You may not learn much. But you've certainly picked up on your father's early romances. Jiraiya, wounded by the pangs of singlehood, raised a middle finger at Naruto. Early romance. Go ask him yourself. We'll have dinner here tonight. After a day's journey, the two finally arrived at Short Book Street. However, night had already fallen. Jiraiya selected a rather pleasant izakaya and ushered Naruto inside. I say, lecherous sage, I'm not yet 20. Kid, just go in and drink water and eat vegetables. Besides, gathering intelligence requires being in such chaotic places. Lady Tsunade, do you truly intend to strike a bargain with Orochimaru? Your brother and uncle would not wish to see you in such a manner again. Shizen, you are quite bothersome. I am aware of my limits. A stunning woman with an alluring figure swirled her wine glass, her irritation evident as she licked her lips upon realizing it was empty. Just as she was about to summon a waiter for another bottle, she spotted Jiraiya at the entrance. Ah, Tsunade. Jiraiya, what brings you here? The woman, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Jiraiya, stood from her seat, pointing at him in surprise. Ah, we have been searching for you quite diligently. Jiraiya chuckled heartily as he pulled Naruto to sit opposite Tsunade, ordering several dishes for him before falling silent, merely gazing at Tsunade. Is it true you are 50 years old? Naruto inquired curiously, observing Tsunade. Her golden hair, reminiscent of his own, endeared her to him. And her figure boasted an impeccable hourglass shape, devoid of the imposing demeanor one would expect from a legendary Sannin. What are you staring at? Do you require something from me? Tsunade, slightly unnerved by Jiraiya's unwavering gaze, tapped the table and asked, Come back with me to become Hokage. Upon uttering those words, an eerie silence enveloped the izakaya. It was not that the other patrons ceased their conversations or drinking, but rather, all sounds faded away for Tsunade as she fell into a daze. Oh, this dish is unexpectedly delightful. Perhaps this izakaya is indeed commendable. Cough, cough. Do not talk while eating, truly. Jiraiya assisted Naruto by patting his back, ruining the pleasant atmosphere. Jiraiya, who is this bothersome brat? Are you moonlighting as a babysitter? Tsunade snapped back to reality, her annoyance directed at the boisterous Naruto. He's Uzumaki Naruto. I trust you are aware of that. So it is him. Tsunade, I shall reiterate. The village has decided that you will assume the role of the 5th Hokage. Impossible. I refuse. As expected. You have declined. Your resolute demeanor reminds me of the time I confessed my feelings to you. We are no longer children. However, you are the only one fit for this position. Your monumental contributions during the Great War and your lineage as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage make you uniquely qualified. My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage were indeed remarkable, yet even they could not quell the chaos throughout their lifetimes. After their sacrifices for the village, conflict only intensified. The role of Hokage is utterly tedious. Tsunade, though I am unaware of your experiences over the years, this is not the sort of sentiment I would expect from you. Humph. Do not let my appearance fool you. I am already 50 years old. Hokage is nothing but a fool's errand. Only an imbecile would aspire to such a title. What did you say? The dishes on the table clattered to the ground as Naruto leaped up, lunging at Tsunade, only to be restrained by Jiraiya's firm grip on his back. Stand down, Naruto. This is an izakaya. A duel. I demand a duel. I care not whether you are a Sannin or a legendary ninja. Those who dare to trample my dreams are unforgivable. Dreams? Jiraiya, you have indeed found a disciple as foolish as yourself. Well then, allow me to step outside for some fresh air to clear my mind. Faced with Naruto, who was brimming with bravado, Tsunade couldn't muster even a fleeting glance of interest. She simply strode out of the tavern. Perverted sage. I expected a formidable and handsome individual when you spoke of seeking the 5th Hokage, yet all I see is a drunken old hag. Naruto confronted Tsunade in the street, casting a disappointed glance at Jiraiya. You really dare to speak so boldly, kid. Tsunade's forehead twitched with rage. It had been ages since anyone had the audacity to call her an old hag. This was sheer folly. A person like you is unworthy of becoming Hokage. Today, I shall defeat you right here, and I shall take the mantle of Hokage. Shinju? No, that's not right. In that moment, Tsunade perceived a resemblance to her late brother in Naruto. His age, tone, even his dreams were strikingly similar. Oh, how spirited you are. Go ahead and give it your all. Rasengan. This technique. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind, imparting such a skill that he cannot possibly master? Tsunade snapped back to reality as she saw Naruto charging towards her with the Rasengan in hand. She instinctively dodged it, turning to Jiraiya with fury in her eyes. This is not what I taught him. Liar. Who else could it be but the fourth Hokage's ghost teaching him? The ominous sixth sense. Faced with Tsunade inadvertently revealing the truth, Jiraiya merely shrugged, choosing silence. While I am astonished that you managed to learn the Rasengan. Such a reckless fighting style cannot harm me. Tsunade bent low to evade the Rasengan, then swiftly kicked Naruto in the forehead, sending his forehead protector flying. A single finger flicked against his brow, an action that appeared gentle, yet sent Naruto hurtling backward over 10 meters, dispersing the Rasengan into the air. What is the matter? Weren't you going to defeat me and become Hokage? You can't even touch a single finger of mine. How can you aspire to be Hokage? Cough. I swear I will bring you down. Naruto spat out the blood from his mouth, shaking his dazed head and rising from the ground, glaring defiantly at Tsunade. Kid, let us make a wager. If you can take the necklace from around my neck, I shall acknowledge you as worthy of becoming Hokage. Tsunade, curious about the determination in Naruto's eyes, extended her finger to flick at the necklace that hung perpetually around her neck. Who would want that worthless trinket? Naruto. That is a one-of-a-kind mineral left behind by the first Hokage. It could be exchanged for 3 mountains. Jiraiya added fuel to the fire beside Naruto. It's a deal. The speed at which this brat changes his expressions rivals that of Shinju. 10 minutes later. Enough. Don't you understand the concept of giving up, you little brat? Tsunade, exasperated, watched as Naruto repeatedly rose from the ground. This contest had ceased to be an entertaining afterthought. It was merely an unrelenting beating, and she was beginning to tire of it. A promise once made is my ninja way. Naruto extracted a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Tsunade, perhaps due to his numerous injuries. The kunai veered off course, and Tsunade's extensive battle experience informed her that there was no need to evade. It merely grazed her cheek. For the sake of the village. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life. For the village, the third fought with unwavering resolve. As the kunai brushed past Tsunade's face, her peripheral vision caught sight of intricate markings on the grip, reminiscent of complex tadpole script. Initially indifferent, she was struck by a sudden realization when Naruto began forming unfamiliar hand signs. What right did one who labels such a person as worthless have to ascend as Hokage? Just as this wild thought crossed her mind, Naruto vanished from sight, leaving Tsunade momentarily entranced by his proximity. Thus, this wager ends in my favor. Tsunade's final glimpse was of Naruto's youthful face and the decisive hand descending towards her. As his palm brushed past her chest, the necklace she treasured as her very life fell into Naruto's grasp. Tsunade, your luck in gambling remains as dismal as ever. Jiraiya approached Tsunade, reveling in her misfortune. Jiraiya, who taught him that technique? Tsunade glared at Naruto, then turned to Jiraiya, seizing his collar in a fit of inquiry. Wanna know? I'll tell you once you become the 5th Hokage. Boring. Shizen has left. Tsunade released Jiraiya, casting a reluctant glance at Naruto before turning to depart. Lady Tsunade, aren't you going to retrieve that necklace? That is. Shizen hurriedly pursued Tsunade, flustered and pointing at Naruto. Wishing to express something. This necklace was worth more than life itself. The moment Tsunade had wagered it, Shizen had wanted to intervene, but reasoning prevailed. How could a mere genin take it from Tsunade? Yet she had lost. Enough, I still have my share of stakes. So, what now, perverted sage? Naruto pondered, holding the still-warm necklace, uncertain of his next move. Although the necklace was precious, he had not engaged Tsunade in battle for the sake of acquiring it. Naruto. The fact that Tsunade has not demanded the necklace back signifies that you have achieved the impossible. Perhaps she sees a glimmer of rebellion against fate within you. I don't understand. With Naruto's limited wisdom, he found it challenging to grasp Jiraiya's words. So he shifted his focus to the necklace in his hand, an exquisite stone with hints of blue amidst green, as if shimmering with inner light. Surely, Hinata would be delighted to receive it. You cannot give that to your little girlfriend. If you dare to sell it. Tsunade will reduce you to a pulp, as you've witnessed her formidable strength. Perverted sage, you are so annoying. How do you know what I am thinking? It's all written on your face, idiot. In the dead of night, Jiraiya left Naruto alone in the inn to indulge himself at a brothel. Cloaked in the guise of gathering intelligence, Naruto, indifferent to his mentor's escapade, had just settled into bed after a bath when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? I don't need any newspapers. He grumbled as he opened the door, only to find not a salesman but Tsunade's aide, Shizen. Naruto, I wish to discuss something with you. Shizen's gaze fell upon Naruto, freshly bathed and clad in a robe, but her attention was immediately drawn to the necklace adorning his neck. A wave of displeasure washed over her. How could he wear it without permission? It was Tsunade's most cherished possession, deserving of reverence. You are Tsunade's aide, right? What is your name? Shizen. Oh. What brings you here? I hope you will return the necklace to Lady Tsunade. I realize this request may seem excessive, but it is for your own good. That necklace is cursed. Anyone other than Lady Tsunade who wears it is doomed to misfortune. Cursed? Naruto tightened his grip on the necklace, memories flooding back. Yes. It has had two previous owners, both of whom were dear to Lady Tsunade. She bestowed the necklace upon them with the intention of protection, yet both met tragic ends. Shinju and Dan, right? You know of them? The lecherous sage shared his past with me, and Tsunade has spoken of them as well. You should leave. I will not return the necklace. How can you be so naive? You truly do not understand the danger. Shizen implored. Lady Tsunade is the way she is now because of their deaths. She once cherished the village and cared deeply for it. Shizen. Although I have not experienced the loss of a loved one, I already hold many dear to me. If they were to perish, I would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet I refuse to become like her. I shall bear my pain and rise above it. A Hokage is someone who perseveres through suffering, advancing further than others. Who would believe such words from you? You are merely a child, untouched by true pain. Do not presume to simplify Lady Tsunade's situation. Enough. If you do not believe me, that is your choice. Go back and tell Lady Tsunade that I will not perish. I shall not die before I become Hokage. With that, Naruto pushed Shizen out of the room and shut the door firmly. You insolent brat. Shizen kicked the closed door in frustration, their conversation ending on a sour note. Is that how he spoke? Tsunade, in her room enjoying a drink, observed her aide returning with ire. After downing her sake, she listened to Shizen's tale of being bullied by a mere child and chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Lady Tsunade, you should have seen it. That brat was so arrogant, I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Shizen clenched her fists, contemplating how Tsunade might agree to her administering a strong dose of a certain remedy, ensuring he would spend the entire day confined to the restroom. Ha ha ha, Shizen. You're not a child anymore. Why engage in a battle of wits with a mere kid? Lady Tsunade, at such a tender age, one exhibits such profound understanding of the essence of the Hokage. Can the will of fire truly be passed down through generations? Grandpa. The inebriated Tsunade slumped onto the table, lost in a haze of nostalgia, recalling her childhood memories with the first Hokage, Hashirama. The following day, Jiraiya. Why are you following me? Tsunade glared irritably at Jiraiya, who had been shadowing her all morning, sticking to her like a stubborn gum, even accompanying her to the restroom. I shall keep an eye on you until you agree to return as Hokage. Don't make it sound so righteous, you stalker. As the two bickered on the street, neither noticed a pair of eyes observing them from a nearby balcony, disguised as an ordinary resident carefully tending to plants, revealing no hint of suspicion. Hey, guess who I am? Just as Kabuto meticulously monitored Tsunade, a pair of hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind, startling him to the brink of a scream. Who are you? Kabuto, feeling uneasy, cast a glance at the already departing Tsunade and Jiraiya before resuming his facade as the homeowner, conversing with Naruto. You must be Mr. Kabuto? Naruto reached out to tug at Kabuto's skin. You little brat, you trespass into my home, and if you don't leave, I'll call the police. How annoying. Mr. Kabuto, you still enjoy disguises, don't you? What would the security team think if they saw the bound natives in your room? Phew, Naruto. How did you figure out it was me? My disguise has always been flawless, devoid of any murderous intent. Merely casting a glance at the flowers while keeping an eye on Tsunade. Realizing he could no longer maintain his guise, Kabuto finally removed his human mask, revealing a handsome face. It's my sixth sense. I felt a familiarity in the air, and it was easy to locate you. Is this truly your face, Mr. Kabuto? I never expected you to look like this. For Naruto, this was the first time he beheld Kabuto's true appearance, noting he wore glasses. To confirm, he reached out again to touch Kabuto's face, the texture indeed feeling different from before. Naruto, let go of me. I'm on a mission. No. Now that I've seen you, I want to chat a bit more. It's been so many years. How have you been? Why do you care about me? Because we are quite alike, both orphans, both learning from Uncle Snake. Besides, you've always treated me well. Whenever I got hurt during training, it was you who tended to my wounds, right? Naruto reminisced about his childhood, recalling how foolish he was, often leaving himself battered while training under Orochimaru. At those times, the white-haired boy in a mask would appear, meticulously caring for his injuries, thus fostering a sense of gratitude towards Kabuto. That was an order from Lord Orochimaru. Do you think I wanted to help you? Hey. Your presence here signifies Uncle Snake is also around. What are you all up to? Conducting research. Uncle Snake is at it again. Tell him to take care of himself. This time, it's not for himself, but for others. Do not display such a ghastly expression, though it is hard to admit. Lord Orochimaru likely harbors someone of great significance in his heart. And what of Mr. Kabuto? Does he also have someone important? Naruto. How can you so calmly expose another's wounds? I'm not like you. I am not a fool who can smile at any given moment. In an instant. Kabuto's mind conjured the gentle visage of a bespectacled face, swiftly followed by a surge of fury. He seized Naruto by the neck, forcing him against the wall. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him. No one would ever know. And then Lord Orochimaru could revert to being the cold-hearted creature who thinks only of himself. Ah, my apologies, Mr. Kabuto. Your anger suggests that person truly means a lot to you. I did not mean to offend, yet it seems you are not as cold-hearted as you appear, are you? Even when faced with the threat of death, Naruto remained unperturbed, offering a self-reproachful look as he calmly addressed Kabuto, fully trusting that Kabuto would not harm him. TSK. With but a slight exertion, Kabuto could have easily snapped Naruto's neck, yet he inexplicably relinquished his hold. After releasing Naruto, he deftly leaped over the house and vanished from sight. Tsunade, have you given it any thought? On a plain outside of Shurut Street, Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged intense gazes. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru was the first to speak. Tsunade, I am willing to assist, but my condition for doing so is not the revival of Shinjutsu and Danto, but rather your solemn vow to cease all assaults on Konoha. Why? Do you not long to see them? Indeed, I do. Ever since you spoke of their revival, I have been consumed by thoughts of them day and night. I truly love them, yet upon encountering him, I came to realize my folly. My heart has remained stagnant since their passing, unable to move forward. That child said that a Hokage must bear the pain and continue onward. As a granddaughter of the first Hokage, I cannot remain in despair. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Just the recollection of those two figures transformed her from one of the legendary Sannin into a frail woman. Moreover, you require 2 living sacrifices. If Shinjutsu and Danto were to learn that I sacrificed 2 innocent souls to see them, they would never forgive me, even in death. How intriguing. It appears that a mere individual has altered the resolute Princess Tsunade. What if I choose not to acquiesce and continue my attacks on Konoha? Orochimaru licked his lips, pondering the identity of this person. Soon, a foolishly smiling face materialized in his mind, causing him considerable distress. Then I shall end your life here. In the name of the 5th Hokage. Ha ha ha. Forgive my candor, but do not think for a moment that you, even with Jiraiya, stand a chance against me. The ever-arrogant Orochimaru erupted into laughter. He indeed required Tsunade's aid, yet he would not tolerate anyone speaking to him in such a manner. Even if it were a former comrade, he would show no mercy. Is that truly the case? You remain as conceited as ever. Jiraiya suddenly appeared beside Tsunade, alleviating the malevolent aura emanating from Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you two have arrived, and you've brought a little one along. Have you taken up the role of a caregiver? Orochimaru remarked, glancing over at Naruto, who had followed Jiraiya here, echoing Tsunade's sentiments. This is my new disciple. What do you think? Quite remarkable, isn't, Jiraiya boasted, ruffling Naruto's hair. However, Naruto did not share in Jiraiya's pride. Instead, he merely gaped at Orochimaru, feeling a pang of discomfort at being publicly acknowledged as someone else's disciple. Despite having once been Orochimaru's pupil, Jiraiya, you remain as foolish as ever. I possess the innate ability to discern talent, and in my eyes, this boy is not even mediocre. He is as much a fool as you. Orochimaru scoffed. Unlike you, I have no fondness for the Uchiha clan's innate ninjas. This child possesses the world's most precious treasure, perseverance. However, it is true that he can be quite dense. At times, I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle him during training sessions. Just as Jiraiya lamented Naruto's lack of acumen, Orochimaru suddenly launched an attack, elongating his neck several times its length to bite at Jiraiya. Hey, did I provoke you? Jiraiya barely evaded Orochimaru's jaws. While Orochimaru was indeed a nefarious character, such unprovoked assaults were rare. Are you still upset about me pilfering your lunch back in the 3rd grade? Such trivialities matter not, regardless of how much you consume. Or perhaps you harbor resentment from the 6th grade when I led you to spy on girls bathing and sold you out. A simple claim of being lost would have sufficed. That androgynous face of yours is quite convenient. It must be that I slipped Tsunade's undergarments into your wardrobe, right? Jiraiya. Was that you? A menacing aura surged from behind as Tsunade clenched her fists. If Orochimaru were to divulge any more secrets, he might find himself facing the wrath of Tsunade alongside Jiraiya. Tsunade, we must collaborate at this juncture. Let us first vanquish Orochimaru. Jiraiya wore an expression of dismay, having not anticipated that all their past grievances would resurface. Facing Tsunade, who was teetering on the brink of darkness, he quickly assumed a serious demeanor. Orochimaru, I shall ask you once more. Do you still harbor animosity towards Konoha? Tsunade fell silent for a moment, temporarily setting aside Jiraiya to question Orochimaru. Of course, while I am not in a hurry, it's entirely possible that one day I might feel inclined to obliterate Konoha. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Let the battle commence. Tsunade leaped from the ground, raising her fist to strike Orochimaru, who deftly avoided her blow. Upon impact with the earth, the ground trembled, fissures radiating from Tsunade, the terrain sinking a full meter. Tsunade, you included me in that attack, didn't you? Jiraiya dodged her strike, raising his voice in complaint. If you perish, I shall bury you alongside Orochimaru. How revolting. Although Jiraiya complained, his body coordinated seamlessly with Tsunade as they launched an assault against Orochimaru. They were acutely aware that Orochimaru's strength lay in his vast array of forbidden techniques, so they resolved to unleash a flurry of attacks to prevent him from forming hand seals. Naruto, what are you doing? Come and hide here, Shizen exclaimed. Noticing Naruto standing foolishly at the side, she quickly grabbed his clothing and pulled him behind a rock for safety. Were they not comrades? Shouldn't comrades be the kind who occasionally bicker but soon reconcile? Why then, were they risking their lives against each other? Naruto pondered as he beheld the chaotic battle among the 3 legendary ninjas. Are you an idiot? A villain beyond redemption cannot be considered a comrade, Shizen remarked. Unaware of Naruto's thoughts, merely stating the facts of the battle as an observer. Orochimaru was a villain, and thus he must be eliminated. It was as straightforward as that. Tsunade, I had my reasons for claiming I could take on both of you alone, Orochimaru sneered, evading Tsunade's powerful punch. He then expelled a long sword from his mouth, but the weapon was aimed not at Tsunade and Jiraiya, but at his own arm. The razor-sharp blade sliced through flesh, and Orochimaru's blood splattered onto Tsunade. Blood, blood, no, don't come near me. Tsunade, once fierce, collapsed to her knees like a frightened cat at the sight of blood, frantically wiping it off her body. Tsunade, haven't you yet overcome your fear of blood? Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he witnessed Orochimaru's serpent-like arm lunging towards Tsunade. He quickly embraced her, pulling her out of harm's way. How absurd. A medical ninja afraid of blood. Shut up. I can fight alone, Tsunade retorted, though Jiraiya felt a pang of compassion for her. Her traumatic past had rendered her this way upon encountering blood. How dare you utter such words, defeated fool. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, filled with rage, charged forth, forming a Rasengan aimed at Orochimaru, who unleashed 5 small snakes from his sleeve, each wielding a blade, directed at Jiraiya. Thud. The snake's blades pierced through flesh. Even as Jiraiya's Rasengan struck the back of the unexpected intruder, Naruto, who had suddenly appeared between them. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Jiraiya exclaimed, catching Naruto in his arms, bewildered by his presence in the midst of the battle. Is rushing recklessly into the heart of combat the method you taught your disciple, Jiraiya? Orochimaru's mocking smile faded as he chastised Jiraiya. Cough, cough, I'm fine. I just wanted to stop this fight. You shouldn't be fighting, perverted sage. I can clearly hear the feelings you both have for one another from your conversation. You haven't forgotten each other. Why continue to fight? Naruto splattered blood as he spoke haltingly. What does this have to do with you? It is truly distressing to witness the 2 of you in conflict. You are companions. And it is bewildering that you can so easily turn against one another. Naruto initially intended to mention that they both share a master, yet he refrained from doing so. Despite Jiraiya's reckless nature, Naruto had genuinely come to regard him as a mentor after such a lengthy period of companionship. It is precisely because both individuals hold significant places in his heart that he wishes to shield either side from harm, which compelled him to resolutely place himself between them. With 2 lobes of his lungs punctured and several bones fractured, Jiraiya, you have been excessively brutal. Orochimaru examined Naruto's body, horrified by the 5 gaping wounds. The injury inflicted by Jiraiya's Rasengan on his back was far more severe than the external wounds. Naruto's internal organs had been violently jostled. What do you mean? as if you bear no responsibility. What now? Jiraiya, reluctant to engage in a dispute with Orochimaru, felt regret. He should never have brought up the past with Naruto, who, despite being a fool, did not overthink matters and thus could not bear to stand by idly. Tsunade, come here and tend to his wounds. In contrast to Jiraiya, who was sweating profusely with urgency, Orochimaru calmly approached Tsunade, grasping her arm and guiding her to Naruto's side. Naruto? How could this happen? I will treat you immediately. Tsunade, momentarily shaken by the sight of Naruto drenched in blood, swiftly displayed her exceptional skills as a medical ninja. She utilized her chakra to slice open Naruto's clothing, revealing the sword wound, and began to heal him. Yet, his condition showed no signs of improvement. Tsunade, focus. Your chakra is insufficient to even mend a mere insect. Observing Tsunade's earnest efforts, Orochimaru frowned. Having dealt with such injuries frequently, he understood some healing techniques. And Tsunade's chaotic chakra output could only mend a fraction of the damage. Grandma Tsunade. Naruto, do not speak. I will certainly save you. Days ago, I spoke harshly, claiming you lacked the qualifications to be Hokage. Those were merely words spoken in anger. I recognize the pain you have endured, Tsunade, witnessing your beloved perish. If possible, I wish to inherit their will, for being Hokage is not only their dream but mine as well. I promise I will not perish before you, Tsunade, causing you sorrow. Trust me. Naruto weakly lifted his eyelids, gasping as he grasped the necklace around his neck, swearing an oath to Tsunade. Before his head tilted and he succumbed to slumber. Naruto, I believe in you. Please, open your eyes quickly. I implore you. Tsunade's hand ceased trembling, and her chakra output regained its former steadiness. The wounds on Naruto began to visibly heal, and concurrently, a vast surge of chakra emanated from his abdomen, stronger than Tsunade's and more attuned to Naruto. Before long, all external and internal injuries were completely mended. Tsunade stared in astonishment at the sleeping Naruto, realizing that closing his eyes merely signified a deep slumber. Truly, as the foremost medical ninja of Konoha, this young man appears to be just fine, Jiraiya remarked, gently checking Naruto's steady and smooth breathing. No, this is not solely my doing. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging that her contribution was merely the finishing touch. The true essence lay within Naruto's own strength, the nature of which remained a mystery to her. With my Edo Tensei, Jiraiya's Rasengan, Tsunade's necklace, and all the connections to the legendary Sannin, it is indeed unprecedented. Naruto, I am eagerly anticipating what you shall become. Seeing Naruto unharmed, Orochimaru exhaled in relief, his gaze drifting to the necklace around his neck and to Tsunade, who had aided him in overcoming his fear of blood, revealing a subtle smile of anticipation. Not long after, Naruto awoke, the first words out of his mouth being an apology as he sat on the ground. One could only imagine the turmoil he had just endured, having been subjected to a furious tirade from the Nine Tails, which quite literally spun him around in the air, with Minato unable to halt the chaos. You acknowledge it. That's good enough. Should you dare to intrude again, I shall show you the consequences. Jiraiya gazed quizzically at Naruto, who immediately began to apologize, pondering how this fool had suddenly acquired the wisdom to recognize his misstep. Naruto, you imbecile. What good does it do to thwart a confrontation between Jiraiya and Orochimaru? What if someone like Orochimaru attacks Konoha again in the future? Wouldn't we still find ourselves in conflict? Tsunade grasped Naruto's cheeks, her expression reminiscent of how she used to scold her younger brother, her voice filled with exasperation. I will prevent him from doing so. I shall protect the village, for to the Hokage, the village is a priceless treasure, is it not? After all, I have already thwarted him once. Foolish boy, why must you be so naive? As Naruto's face gradually aligned with the two images in his mind, Tsunade suddenly embraced him tightly, weeping upon his shoulder. Oh, Granny Tsunade, are you crying? Please don't. I promise I will protect the village. I am not lying to you.